This is Audible.
The following is the audiobook presentation of Stand Against the Storm, Book 4 of the Maxwell Saga, written by Peter Grant, originally published by Finboss Press, narrated by Bob Allen. June 11th, 2850, Galactic Standard Calendar. The insistent, urgent chime of the hotel's bedside comm unit dragged Steve from a deep and peaceful sleep. Dazed and disoriented for a moment, he fumbled for it and hit the answer button. As it lit up, his blinking, screwed-up eyes registered that the time display read 0432. An incongruously pleasant, automated female voice intoned, "This is an emergency recall message for Senior Lieutenant Stephen Maxwell of LCS Cibele. All members of the ship's company currently on liberty are to report to Cassius's Marine Reaction Force Base by not later than 0900 for transport to orbit." "Oh, shit," Steve muttered to himself as a mixture of adrenaline and annoyance surged through his system. "There go my plans for the day. Just when I'd set up everything so carefully. Damn it." He threw back the covers, stumbled into the bathroom and showered, the hot water flushing the last of the sleep from his brain. As he hurriedly applied a depilatory to his face and then packed his toiletries, he ran through what he'd have to do before checking out of the hotel. He took the comm unit from the bedside and sat down at the table. Bringing up the city directory, he placed a call and waited. An automated voice answered, running through the usual welcoming message. He waited for the tone and then said, "This is Senior Lieutenant Maxwell. I've been unexpectedly called back to my ship, so I won't be able to keep my appointment with Mr. Wang at noon today. Please inform him and extend my apologies to him for any inconvenience. I will contact him as soon as possible when I return to the planet." He put down the comm unit and reached for the box lying beside it. Removing the lid exposed a long, thin object wrapped in an anti-scan material. Unwrapping that displayed an inner cloth layer, which he folded back to reveal a sheathed stone knife. He gently drew it from its wooden scabbard. Blade and hilt had been carved from a single piece of cream-colored mutton-fat jade. He looked at it for a long moment, shaking his head slowly. "How much blood have you caused to be shed in the centuries that you've been around?" he wondered mentally. "You've damn nearly been the death of me once, and might be again unless I play this exactly right. I was hoping to get rid of you this morning, but now it looks like I have to wait a while longer, whether I like it or not." He cast his mind back to the morning more than a decade ago when he'd come into possession of the knife. After a brutal, swirling fight, he'd left his attacker disabled on the deck of the old home Earth's cargo terminal. The Dragon Tong had arrived to clean up the mess. Later, he'd been told they'd murdered the assailants after wringing out of them all the information that they could provide, but fortunately for his survival, they'd never found out that Steve had taken the knife while disarming the Lotus Tong aggressors. He'd subsequently discovered it was reputed to have belonged to Lei Sikhoi, said to have been one of the legendary 5 ancestors of the Chinese triad criminal societies. Steve's mentor and father figure, Bosun Vince Cardle, had helped him learn more about it. He'd been adamant that it would be far too dangerous to try to claim the immense reward offered for the knife. "If word gets out that you have it, you may as well tattoo a bloody great target on your ass," he'd pointed out. "Every triad and tong in the settled galaxy will be after it. They'll be falling all over each other to get you first, and they won't be particular how they persuade you to hand it over." Steve grinned wryly as he remembered Vince's fierce words of caution. From his contacts with more than one triad and tong after the bosun's untimely death, he knew the warning had been all too grimly accurate. The knife had become a legend, acquiring a reputation not unlike that of the mythical Holy Grail among the Chinese criminal societies that had spread along with the rest of mankind into the diaspora of the settled galaxy. He shivered as he recalled the Crane Triad team that had tried to kidnap him intending to torture him for information about the knife. To save himself, he'd been forced into an alliance with the Dragon Tong. He'd managed to convince them that he didn't have the knife, thereby ensuring at least his short-term survival. But he'd had to show willing by offering to contact the bosun's friends to ask them whether they'd heard of it or knew where it was. The Tong had accepted the deal. He'd been reporting to them annually ever since, delaying them, fobbing them off while trying to find a way to hand over the knife without revealing that he'd had it all along. He'd learned the hard way the truth of the old saying that he who dines with the devil should use a long spoon. There had been times when his spoon had felt anything but long enough. He'd hoped the long ordeal was almost at an end, but his sudden recall had put a spoke through that particular wheel. He shook his head. "Enough wool gathering," he told himself sternly. "I'll have to hand it over when I get back. I just hope nothing happens to it before then. If it gets broken somehow, I'll have to deliver the pieces and report it was damaged in transit. The Dragon Tong won't like that at all, but they'll probably accept something like that was outside my control. If it gets lost, I'll have to get lost too, permanently." He packed the knife back into its box, wrapped it in soft clothing, and stowed it in his suitcase, then checked the hotel room to make sure he'd left nothing behind. Towing his case behind him, he headed for the elevator. There was no human on duty at the reception desk so early in the morning. The auto clerk registered his checkout and issued a receipt without comment, and he logged into the nearby robocab rank to summon a taxi. The autopiloted vehicle was already pulling in as he went out through the double doors. He hoisted his suitcase into its trunk, sat down inside, and directed it to the Fleet Liberty barracks near the central station. He knew the rest of the ship's Liberty Party would assemble there to catch the first shuttle bus of the morning to the Marine Reaction Force base. As Steve entered Sibeli's docking bay, he drew himself to attention and saluted the Lancastrian Commonwealth flag. It hung below the ship's crest, painted on the bulkhead, which depicted a heavy-set maternal goddess seated in a chariot drawn by 4 lions. Beside her, looking strangely shrunken, sat a pale, cadaverous man holding a shepherd's crook. A smartly uniformed Marine gunnery sergeant was next through the airlock, followed by about a dozen more junior personnel. The sergeant organized them to pile their duffel bags and powered armor as the ship's cargo handling system unloaded them from the shuttle. The gunny saluted the Commonwealth flag, eyes narrowing as he studied the crest above it. He looked at Steve. "Sir, this is a Goddess-class fleet transport, right?" "That's right, gunnery sergeant." "Then why is there a man in the ship's crest?" He held out his hand, and Steve took it. "I'm Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear, sir." "I'm Senior Lieutenant Maxwell, the ship's navigating officer. It's a long story, but basically Cybele was a goddess the Romans borrowed from the Phrygians. Her consort, Attis, that's the guy with the shepherd's crook in his hand, apparently went mad at the sight of her and castrated himself, which is probably why he looks so glum." The NCO grinned. "I've known some women who almost had that effect on me. Well, I hope you escaped before it was too late." "I ran like hell, sir." They chuckled together. "Of course, to be fair, I might have had the same effect on some of them." More laughter. "This is bigger than I expected," he went on, looking around the cavernous docking bay. "Cybele's rated at 500,000 net registered tons," Steve explained. "That's not really big by space freighter standards. The largest are 10 times that capacity, but she's fast enough to keep up with warships if necessary, and big enough for general transport, replenishment, and all the other things the fleet needs to do. Each sector has a division of 4 Goddess-class transports on hand. Why have you Marines come aboard anyway?" "There's some kind of emergency on Esquishi, sir. A troop ship left first thing this morning with the Marine Reaction Force's standby battalion, along with her support freighter and 2 destroyers. We're going to be loading a lot of supplies as fast as possible and following them. I'm with the 3rd Marine Combat Engineer Battalion. One of our companies left this morning with the MRF Battalion. Another will travel aboard this ship. I brought up our advance party. We'll help your spacers stow the cargo while the rest of our company helps load it onto cargo shuttles planet-side." "Well, we'll be glad to have your help." "An emergency mission, you say?" "That explains why we've all been recalled from Liberty in such a hurry. The ship was supposed to spend the next couple of weeks in orbit undergoing routine maintenance and giving everyone in her crew some time off." "Oh, well, sir, I guess it's like they told us in boot camp. You shouldn't have joined." Steve, grinning, joined in the chorus with him. "If you can't take a joke." He excused himself, took his suitcase to his cabin, then hastened to the executive officer's office. Lieutenant Commander Bell looked up as he knocked on the doorframe. "Ah, good, you're back. Come in, Navigator, have a seat." "Thank you, sir. What's up?" "We've been ordered to take an urgent shipment of humanitarian and engineering supplies to Esquishi. You know it?" "Well, I've never been there, sir, and I'm not sure I understand. It's a colony planet of Karabakh, isn't it? Neither planet is part of the Commonwealth, so why are we rushing to help them?" "Karabakh has a limited commercial treaty with Cassius, which is part of the Commonwealth and our sector base. The fleet's also cultivating Karabakh in an attempt to bring them into the regional anti-piracy compact. It's apparently rife in that region, but at present we can't pursue them into Karabakh's sphere of influence without making waves. I think the sector admiral decided to use her discretion to help them, probably under advisement from Department of State office on Cassius, in the hope that it'll make Karabakh more inclined to forge closer ties with us." "What is the problem on Esquishi, sir?" "I don't know all the details, but sounds like a failed rebellion. Karabakh used the planet as a dumping ground for convicts and dissidents for over a century. A few years ago, it stopped doing that and allowed Esquishi residents who'd completed their sentences and the descendants of earlier exiles to elect a local assembly. Once the planet had become an autonomous dominion under the Sultan. Seems some of the hardcore prisoners who weren't allowed a voice in proceedings decided to take matters into their own hands. They got hold of weapons somehow and started a revolt, apparently intending to escape the planet in the confusion. Details are very sketchy at present. The rebellion failed, but only just, and not before it wrecked a lot of infrastructure." Steve shook his head. "So Karabakh dumped all its problem children on the planet only to have it blow up in their faces. Why am I not surprised, sir?" "Yes, it does seem obvious in hindsight, doesn't it? If you put all your troublemakers in one place, you're likely to get trouble. Be that as it may, we're not permitted to do Karabakh's fighting for them. That's in the hand of their own armed forces. What we can do is establish a security perimeter around the capital city, Sarush, which was badly damaged in the fighting. Once it's secure, we can begin distributing relief supplies and send down Marine combat engineers to repair essential infrastructure. We'll carry one company of engineers plus a lot of their heavy equipment. Fortunately, we still have the accommodation pod installed from our last mission, so we'll have room for them. That's why the Sector Admiral cut short our overhaul and Liberty period. The only other transport of our division that's available doesn't have a personnel pod installed at present." "Well, how long do you think we'll be on station at Esquishi, sir?" "I have no idea. I presume we'll come back after we've offloaded our supplies, probably to collect another load. The Marines are sure to be withdrawn as soon as Karabakh's dealt with the last of the rebels and restored a functioning administration. However, in situations like this, you never know what will happen. Make sure you have all of the astrogation information you need to get us there and back, and then get into the cargo handling spacesuit. The sector's lending us 8 cargo shuttles to supplement our 2, plus working parties from the dockyard. You can help the cargo master supervise the loading process. It'll be all hands rush job until we finish, I'm afraid." "Aye, aye, sir." Steve hesitated. "There's one minor thing, sir. My wife sent me a high-value package that I didn't have time to deal with before we were recalled from Liberty. May I deposit it in the ship's strong room for safekeeping until we get back from Esquishi, sir?" "Of course. What is it?" Steve mentally crossed his fingers. "It's an antique jade piece, sir." "All right. Tell my orderly that I approve that. He'll log it in for you. Thank you, sir. That night, Steve sat at the desk in his small cabin, remembering the destruction left by the Civil War on Radetzky. He'd first gone there as a young merchant spacer to ferry to hospitals on other planets thousands of seriously injured children, many of them left orphans by the fighting. He'd never forgotten their initial terror at the sight of strangers. At first, they could only associate them with pain and suffering, never with anything pleasant. He couldn't help but wonder how many children on Askeshi were now experiencing the same terror, living through the same horror. He pulled out his comm unit and threw up a three-dimensional vid that Abha had sent him in the package with the jade knife. He watched, his heart, his entire body and soul aching for her as she stood facing the camera, holding their firstborn twins, one in each arm. She smiled into the lens, then glanced down at their son and daughter, cradling them as they cooed and gurgled at her. How many kids like that are in Sarush right now, he thought. How many of them don't know where Mommy or Daddy are and maybe won't ever see their parents again? On Radetzky, many of them didn't. War's hell on children. He resolutely pulled his mind away from the memories seared into his brain and forced himself to think of happier things. He smiled as he remembered the contractor who'd done the earthwork on their hilltop estate. The former marine engineer would have drooled at the sight of all the heavy equipment Steve had helped to load that afternoon, and immediately begun scheming how he could borrow some of it from his former comrades in arms for his small business. He'd removed rocks and tree stumps, dug the pit that had since become a swimming pool, and recontoured and resurfaced the winding driveway leading up to the little complex of buildings. It had cost a pretty penny, but fortunately, the prize money earned at Rolla a few years before had been more than enough to pay for it, with plenty left over. He grinned as he pulled up an aerial picture of the complex, lush greenery flourishing around the buildings. He and Abba had bought the small, rundown retreat center in partnership with Brooks Shelby, his Marine roommate at OCS, who'd subsequently become like a brother to him, and his wife Carol. They'd converted, modernized, and extended 2 buildings into spacious, comfortable homes, and a third into a shared nursery and homeschool setup for what both families hoped would be lots of children. Brooks and Carol's first child, a daughter, had arrived only 2 weeks after Abba's twins. Both families shared the cost of professional childcare, enabling Abba and Carol to pursue their careers while their husbands were absent about fleet business. I wish I was there with you now, darling, he mentally, hopefully transmitted to Abba. I hope you're enjoying the summer weather. Tell the kids I love them. I can't wait to see you again. June 19th, 2850 Galactic Standard Calendar, morning. Just look at it, sir! Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear's face couldn't be seen behind the visorless, sensor-laden facade of his powered armored helmet, but his voice was redolent with disgust as he gestured in frustration at the bulldozer. The clowns that prepared this for shipment didn't bother to disconnect the power pack, left the cover loose, and loaded it in the rain. Now the power pack's dead, probably beyond field repair, and the connectors are corroded. Steve shook his head inside the fishbowl of his spacesuit helmet. I see what you mean, Gunnery Sergeant. Are any others like this? Don't know yet, sir. I hope not. Well, we can't swap out the connectors here before we load it? I'm afraid not, sir. It takes workshop facilities to test them, and we can't set those up in a non-pressurized hold like this. We'll have to wait till we get it planet-side. Steve frowned. Don't the engineers keep equipment ready to go for emergency missions like this, sealed against wind and weather? I can't understand why it was shipped in this condition. Now we're supposed to, sir, but I guess something went wrong. Do you want me to prepare a report about this? He sounded hesitant, and Steve realized he was probably worried about causing trouble for whoever had been responsible for the screw-up. Even though Kinnear was a senior NCO, retaliation might follow. Well, we have to report it so the ship isn't blamed for the damage. Make a list of all the problems you find, then let me have it. I'll use it to prepare a formal notification to your engineer battalion, but it'll come from the ship instead of you." "Aye, aye, sir. Thanks." There was gratitude in Kinnear's voice at being left off the hook. They were interrupted by a chime on the cargo handling radio channel. "Cargo Master to Senior Lieutenant Maxwell, over." "Maxwell to Cargo Master, go ahead, over." "Cargo Master to Maxwell, Commander Doibro's compliments, and you're to report to her office, sir, over." "Maxwell to Cargo Master, on my way, out." He looked at the gunny apologetically. "Sorry, gunny, I'll mention this to the exec and see that it's logged so your Marines aren't blamed for the problem. Let me have the full list of defects as soon as possible." "Aye, aye, sir. While you're gone, we'll carry on getting everything ready for offloading." Steve nodded to the orderly behind the desk as he entered the anteroom. "Good morning, P.O. Mason." "Morning, sir. Go right in. Commander Doibro's expecting you. The exec's with her." "Thank you." Steve snapped to attention inside the office door. "Senior Lieutenant Maxwell reports to the commanding officer as ordered, ma'am." Commander Doibro braced in her chair behind the desk. She was a short, stocky woman with plain features, but made up for that with energy and drive that had, at first, become notorious among the ship's company until they'd learned to measure up to her example. "Good morning, Navigating Officer. Sit down, please." "Aye, aye, ma'am." As he closed the door behind him, he noticed she was running her eyes over him from head to foot. He was glad he'd taken the time to change into his No. 2 uniform. The skipper was a stickler for having her officers set an example of neatness and cleanliness to the crew. A hard-working fleet transport wasn't normally expected to be as squared away as a warship, but from the moment she took command, she'd made it clear that LCS Sibeli would be held to a much higher standard. It had meant a lot of extra work at first for all hands, but they'd come to take pride in the smartness and efficiency of their vessel and themselves. Steve had arrived aboard Sibeli with her to take up his assignment, and had been part of the process from the beginning. He pulled out a chair next to Lieutenant Commander Bell and sat down. The exec's craggy face broke into a tired smile. "How's the cargo preparation coming, Lieutenant?" "So far, so good, sir. Another 2 hours should see everything ready to offload. There's at least one problem, though." He described the bulldozer's power pack. "I respectfully suggest we contact the Marines and advise them that there may be maintenance issues with some of the engineers' heavy equipment." "Good idea. With your permission, ma'am, I'll do that and send them a list of the problems." "Make it so, exec." She called up a satellite image on her console and rotated the three-dimensional mid-air display so the others could see it. "We've received this from the troop ship. Captain Davis, who as her commanding officer is also senior fleet officer on station here, says that the Marine Reaction Force Battalion has successfully established a security perimeter around Sarush and is patrolling the city. There's no fighting there at present, but as you can see, what there was left a lot of destruction." She pointed to salient features on the image and zoomed in on them as she continued. "The most urgent needs are to repair the waterworks and sewage processing plant. The water's been out for over 2 weeks and the sewers are backing up. Low-lying parts of the city have already reported toilets backfilling and overflowing into homes, making them uninhabitable. The company of engineers who arrived aboard the troop ship are already busy with those jobs. While they're doing that, the regular Marines are clearing debris from the streets and opening arteries of communication. Once the utilities are functioning, there are plenty of other problems that need attention, like the power grid and emergency food distribution. Captain Davis says the engineers will use this site for their depot and workshops between the city and the spaceport." She indicated a roughly square outline on the image. "It used to be a high-security prison in the early days, but as the city expanded toward it, they moved the inmates to more remote facilities. It became a training compound. Many of its buildings were badly damaged when the rebels tried to take over, but the wall around the compound is still largely intact. The engineers who arrived with the MRF battalion used borrowed heavy equipment to bulldoze the damaged buildings, piling the rubble outside the perimeter wall. They've leveled the ground, stacked their supplies in one corner of the base. We'll offload ours into the rest of it. Are the MRF battalion stores also there, ma'am? No, they're at their base on the other side of the city. Captain Davis wanted the engineers' equipment to be closer to the major utilities that they have to repair for ease of access. Since the security threat in the area appears to have receded, he told them to use this site for their depot. I see, ma'am. Privately, Steve didn't see it all. One of the cardinal rules in a hostile environment, whether potential or actual, was to keep your forces close enough together that they could provide mutual support. This arrangement broke that rule right from the start. The engineers want their second company to join them as soon as they land, Commander Doibro continued. They'll all be living and working in the field for several weeks. Therefore, through Captain Davis, they've asked me to provide an officer to temporarily supervise setting up the depot and the offloading and stockpiling of their supplies. Your task as navigator is largely complete for this voyage, except for entering orbit, which we can handle without you. So you've been selected from a host of applicants. I want you to go down to the planet and take charge of the depot until they can take over. Aye, aye, man. Steve grinned inwardly. You never knew what tasks would come your way in the Lancastrian Commonwealth Fleet. He'd learned to take such sudden, unexpected assignments in his stride. You'll have a work party to handle offloading at the spaceport, the commander continued, plus another work party at the depot. You'll be in charge until the Marines or engineers can spare more of their people. Pack whatever you need for up to a week in the field. I doubt it'll be that long, but in situations like this, you never know. Aye, aye, ma'am. I've already sent for the chief of the ship, the exec interjected. She and I'll put our heads together and assign you the best people we can spare to form the working party. Well, thank you, sir. Steve hoped privately that the troop ship would do the same. In similar situations, he'd known some vessels to send their goof-offs and deadbeats instead of their best people. In a critical assignment like this, that could cause all sorts of problems. May I ask for one more thing, please, ma'am? What is it? I've worked closely with Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear and his advance party since they came aboard, and we're working together now getting everything ready for offloading. I'd like to use him and his advance party at the depot, ma'am, perhaps with a few more engineers to support them. We work well together, and they'll know better than I how the engineers will want their depot to be organized. Exec, add that to your signal to the Marines. Tell them I endorse Senior Lieutenant Maxwell's request. Let's see what they say. Aye, aye, ma'am. Very well, let's get cracking. Steve hurried back to his cabin and packed his field gear. He'd just finished when the comm unit on his desk buzzed. It was the exec. Lieutenant, we just heard from Major Emery, the executive officer of the Marine Reaction Force Battalion. He's also supervising the engineer detachment. He's approved your retaining Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear and his advance party for the next few days while you get the depot established. However, there's another problem. It seems a troop ship and its transport won't be able to spare any spacers after all. In fact, they're so short-handed they've asked us for the loan of some of our spacers to help shift cargo. That means you won't have a spacer work party planetside. The authorities on Askeshi have assigned a group of prisoners, so-called trustees, who normally load and offload supplies at the spaceport to assist at the depot. Aye, aye, sir. You don't sound very happy about it. I'm not, sir. I don't like the thought of convicts having access to military cargoes, particularly because ours will include weapons. After all, they've just had a revolt there. Wait one. There was a muttered conversation in the background before Lieutenant Commander Bell came back on the circuit. Commander Doibro understands your concerns, but says if that's the only solution, we'll just have to make it work. Have your Marines keep a close watch over the convict workers. Aye, aye, sir. In that case, I'd like to go planetside at once. I want to take a look at the depot, figure out how to handle the security problem, and make the necessary arrangements before we start unloading. Wait one. Another background discussion. Very well, Lieutenant. Take a cutter down right away with a pilot to bring it back to the ship and a couple of Marines to escort you. Make whatever arrangements you see fit on the ground. Meanwhile, we'll enter orbit and begin loading our cargo shuttles. As soon as you give us the go-ahead, we'll start sending them down. Aye, aye, sir. Thank you. The cutter bounced on its gel-filled tires as it touched down on the hardstand near the spaceport control tower. The rear ramp folded down, and Steve breathed deeply of the planetary air. It was drier than he was used to, overlaid with odors of smoke and charred wreckage from the damaged buildings all around him. But even so, it was refreshing compared to the canned, filtered, recycled, and heavily processed air aboard spaceships. A Marine officer hurried up to the rear ramp, looking harassed. "Who the devil are you people?" he demanded without preamble. "I am Senior Lieutenant Maxwell from LCS Sibeli," Steve replied as he walked down the ramp. "I'm here to set up the transfer of the engineer's heavy equipment and a cargo of relief supplies." The young Marine's eyes went to Steve's utilities, which displayed the triple silver bars of his rank on their epaulets, one more than the 2 gold bars on his own. He stiffened to attention. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm First Lieutenant McNair. Things are a bit shambolic right now." "I'm not surprised," Steve agreed as he looked around. "It looks like there was a lot of fighting here." "Well, yes, sir. The rebels took over the spaceport first thing in an attempt to stop reinforcements coming in. Karabakh troops had to fight hard and suffered heavy casualties in taking it back. That was before we arrived." "Where are the Karabakh troops now?" "The Colonial Guard is pushing the remnants of the rebels back into the hills, away from Sarush. Our battalion is providing basic local security. The company of engineers we brought with us is hard at work restoring the city's utilities." "Yes, so I heard. We have another company on board. They'll be coming down as soon as I let the ship know that we're ready to receive their equipment and supplies. What about transport?" McNair grimaced. "We've very few transporters here, sir. Most were damaged or destroyed during the fighting. Those we brought with us are all committed to our needs and the engineers' rebuilding efforts. Do you have any more?" "Well, yes, we have a dozen or so. I'll ask for them to be sent down on the first load." Steve thought for a moment. "This compound you've allocated to the engineers, how far away is it?" "Karsamba's about 4 kilometers from here, sir." "Ferrying cargoes from here to there with only a dozen transports is going to be slow work. Where will you put the cargoes while they wait for transporter space?" The young man grimaced again. "They'll have to be piled at the edge of the hardstand, sir." "Well, that won't protect them from wind and weather. What about a warehouse?" "None available, sir." "Guards? How are you going to stop pilferage?" "We can't, sir. I have only a single platoon of Marines here, and they'll be gone as soon as the Colonial Guard can send its own people to take over. That'll be in a couple of days, I hope. I don't have enough people to guard your stores." Steve sighed. "I can see this is going to be a holocaust of efficiency. Is there level ground near the depot where a cargo shuttle can land?" The lieutenant pointed dubiously at a hulking 10,000-ton capacity shuttle nearby. "One of those, sir?" "Similar to that, yes." I honestly don't know, sir. There's open space all around the compound at Karsamba, but I don't know whether the ground will take the weight of one of those things." "Well, they're built with reinforced triple keels, spaced out so they can land on them if the ground's too soft for their wheels. If necessary, we can land the transporters here and then use them to lay a makeshift hardstand of gravel or whatever's available at the depot. Can you spare a set of wheels for myself and my Marine escort so I can inspect the terrain?" "We'll make a plan, sir. This way, please." "Well, thank you." Steve turned back and called to the cutter pilot. "Thanks again, P.O. Take her back to the ship. Please tell the executive officer I'll call as soon as I can to let him know what I've found and ask him to send all the transporters in the first load." "Aye, aye, sir." Sergeant Dubois and Corporal Huggis clamped down the ramp, the engineers' heavy-powered armor making them look like mechanical monsters. The sergeant said, "I've got your pack here, sir." Well, thanks, Sergeant. As they walked across the hard stand, Steve looked at the bustling activity all around him. Are those the prisoner working parties we heard about? He asked, indicating several gangs of men wearing gray utilities with 3 broad black stripes across the back and the chest. Yes, sir, McNair replied. We got about a dozen groups of them here. They can't operate the automated cargo handling equipment, but we have a few engineers helping us with that. The convicts provide muscle to supplement the machines. How reliable are they? I've been told that we're going to have a group of them out at the engineer depot, and I'm concerned about theft and general security. The junior officer grimaced. We've had some problems with petty theft, sir. Yesterday, one of the groups broke into a warehouse and drank themselves senseless on industrial alcohol. 4 died, and the rest are probably wishing the same thing would happen to them at once, if not sooner. Corporal Huggis sniggered. I bet the survivors won't forget that hangover in a hurry, sir. Well, I suppose not, Steve agreed absently. What's that building next to the entrance, Lieutenant? It looks like a prison in miniature. It is, sir. It's a transit prison for inmates being shipped from one part of the planet to another. Eskeisha used to be mostly a prison planet until a couple of decades ago, and Karabakh still sends its long-term convicts into permanent exile here. They're never allowed to leave, even after they've served their sentences. A new group was put in there this morning. A charge d'affaires from their home planet is with them now. He arrived a few minutes before you did. He apparently arranged for them to be evacuated here. Steve frowned as they drew nearer to the prison. Isn't it unusual for a diplomat to be so involved in looking after the interests of convicts? I've never heard of it either, sir, but I guess the Quan Jin Chargé sees it differently. Steve stopped dead in his tracks. What planet did you say? Quan Jin, sir. Something wrong? The lieutenant looked startled. No, nothing's wrong. It's just I've heard of that planet before. Steve's mind was whirling as he started walking again. Quan Jin's the Dragon Tong's home planet, at least that's what Merchant Spacer Scuttlebutt says. If its Charzay is looking after who's ever in that prison, that means they're probably Dragon Tong too, and not just low-level members either. They'd have to be pretty senior to warrant that sort of attention. How the hell did they end up in a galactic backwater like this? Well, there's a Chargé now, McNair observed, indicating a man in a gray civilian suit exiting the front door of the prison. I saw him as he entered the spaceport. I see. Lieutenant, please show these Marines which vehicle we'll be using and ask the driver to wait outside the transit prison for me. I want to have a word with the Chargé. Oh, sure, sir. I guess I'll see you around. Probably. Thanks for your help. The diplomat reached his car door and then noticed Steve approaching. He turned toward him, face bearing a polite look of inquiry. He was a short man of unassuming mien. The skin of his face and hands was lighter than the average Caucasian of Steve's experience, and his eyes showed evidence of a vestigial epicanthic fold. His black hair was carefully combed to hide the beginnings of a bald patch over the crown of his head. Good morning, sir, Steve said as he stopped in front of him. I am Senior Lieutenant Steve Maxwell of the Lancastrian Commonwealth Fleet. I understand you're the charge d'affaires for Quan Jin? I am, the other agreed. He offered his hand. I am Zhang Gangheng. I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Zhang. Steve shook his hand. My ship's delivering a shipment of engineering equipment and relief supplies. I was surprised to hear that Quan Jin has a chargé here. Why surprised, Lieutenant? We have diplomatic representatives on many planets. Yes, but let's just say I'm familiar with Quan Jin from another perspective. If we were aboard my ship, I could show you a token I was given on the planet Vesta some years ago. It's a white jade disc with a stylized dragon on one side and a Mandarin character and a number on the other, both inlaid in silver. Zhang stiffened, all expression disappearing from his face. I see. May I ask the meaning of the character and the number? The character represents the deputy mountain master of that planet. The number is 4. Even in the absence of the disk, I can check those details against our records, you understand? A white jade disk is seldom encountered, but their bearers are important to us, so we make sure that all our representatives have enough information to verify any tokens they come across. Bingo, Steve thought gleefully. If I ever needed proof that Quan Jin's the Tong's planet, I just got it. Well, I'd be grateful if you would, please. If you're satisfied with what you learn, we can talk at greater length. You'll find me at Karsamba, where I'll be setting up a supply depot for our engineers. Zhang smiled at last. Your willingness to have me verify the details argues that you're probably genuine. Thank you very much for approaching me. This might open interesting possibilities. Well, I hope it does. May I ask why you're here? Are the prisoners in there of interest to Quan Jin? He dared not ask a more direct question than that. Zhang nodded. It is traditional for the children of influential persons to earn the right to positions of their own rather than simply be given them as a consequence of birth. The oldest son of, let us say, a very senior official was serving as the commanding officer of a salvage and recovery vessel. He was sent to assist one of our freighters in the Sulawasa system, but was arrested by local authorities. They condemned it and our freighter for piracy and smuggling. The freighter's cargo was especially valuable. Now, I see. Steve knew the Dragon Tong operated merchant freight lines across the settled galaxy. Apart from their legitimate business, its ships were reputed to transport any particularly valuable proceeds of crime from planet to planet to be disposed of hundreds of light years from where they were stolen before any alert could be issued for them. He assumed that the freighter in this case had been carrying such a cargo. Corrupt local officials on a minor planet might be very tempted to keep it for themselves if they learned of its existence. How did your people end up here? He asked curiously. The crews of both ships were sentenced to life imprisonment. We did not learn of their situation until after the trial was over because they weren't permitted to communicate off-planet, and we have no representatives on Sulawasa. The only reason our freighter went there at all was that when technical difficulties arose, it was the closest settled planet. We tried to appeal their convictions and sentences, but local officials would not listen to reason. They even refused to allow us access to our people. We only recently learned that in terms of an agreement Sulawasa has with Karabakh to house its long-term convicts, they'd all been exiled to Eskishi. I was sent here to assist them 4 months ago, shortly before the rebellion broke out. Well, I hope they didn't come to any harm during the fighting. I am afraid they did. They are not well regarded by other prisoners because they stick together as a group and retain their internal cohesion. They will not join or ally themselves with other groups or gangs. As a result, they were targeted during the uprising. He rubbed finger and thumb together. It took a lot of persuasion before the Colonial Guard would agree to divert troops to rescue them. By the time help arrived, they'd lost almost a third of their number, killed and injured. The wounded have been stabilized, and all the survivors are now in the transit prison, pending the availability of better accommodation. Of course, in the present chaos, that may take some time to arrange. Well, I am sorry to hear of their losses. I presume there's no way you can get them returned to Guanjin? Believe me, I have tried. The only way to free them is to have their sentences overturned by Sulawasa, but it's been unwilling to listen to reason, at least so far. He smiled unpleasantly. I understand very few merchant freighters are now willing to call there, and due to threats to trade in the region, insurance rates on cargoes to and from the planet have increased fivefold. One would have thought the authorities on Sulawesi would have reconsidered their position by now, but so far they have merely become more adamant. Well, how very silly of them, Steve observed dryly. The cargo your freighter was carrying must have been very valuable if they're still refusing to negotiate. It was, but one doubts whether it was worth nearly as much as their entire interplanetary trade and space-based economy. One way or another, they are likely to learn that the hard way. Steve grinned inwardly to himself. The administration of a backwater planet like Sulawesi couldn't have made a worse enemy than the Dragon Tong if it had deliberately set out to look for one. If they had not already realized that, they would undoubtedly do so very shortly. "Well, I'm glad that your people are safe now," he said. "It's been nice meeting you, Mr. Zhang. I look forward to hearing from you once you've verified the information I gave you." "Thank you, Lieutenant. I will be in touch." Steve turned away to look for his transport. Inwardly, he was glowing with satisfaction. He'd been temporarily thwarted in his attempt to hand over the jade knife on Cassius, but this encounter might offer him an equally good opportunity to do so. The sooner he could get rid of it, the better, as far as he was concerned. It had been a burden on him for far too long. June 20th, 2850, Galactic Standard Calendar. Steve coughed as a billow of dust from the latest load of rubble wafted across the rapidly expanding hardstand on the early morning breeze. Through the murk, he heard the growl of a bulldozer's power pack as it began to spread the newly deposited heap over the ground, breaking it up in the process, drowning the more distant sound of a roller crushing down the fragments into a relatively smooth surface. The dump truck whined away to be replaced by another bearing more of the diminishing mountain of building debris outside the walls of Kasamba, all that remained of many of its buildings. Mentally, Steve blessed the first party of engineers who'd piled it up there. It was providing the raw material he needed to build a landing area for cargo shuttles outside the compound wall. His Marines had borrowed heavy equipment from the spaceport to get the job done in a hurry. Steve hadn't dared ask questions about the propriety of the process. He decided to turn a blandly Nelsonian blind eye to any breaches of regulations that might have occurred. He walked back through the gates, narrowly avoiding a heavily laden transporter as it turned into the compound. It was carrying a container from LCS Sibeli. The first two cargo shuttles had unloaded at the spaceport yesterday, bringing down the transporters and initial supplies for the engineers to establish their depot and sleeping quarters. Steve had halted further shipments until he could get the local hardstand operational. The driver pulled to a halt beside him and leaned out of the cab's window. "Sir, your ship's executive officer and Major Emery are on their way here from the spaceport." Steve swore inwardly. Pressure from above was all he needed right now. However, he couldn't say that aloud. He settled for, "Well, thanks for the heads up." "Any time, sir." As the transporter accelerated toward a beckoning Marine who directed it into an offloading area, Steve reached for the radio clipped to his belt and turned toward the administration building, which was still intact. He swore inwardly again as he noted the car parked outside. It looked like the Quanjin Chargé d'Affaires had chosen this of all times to drop by. He pressed the transmit button. "Lieutenant Maxwell to Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear, over." "Kinnear here. Go ahead, sir. Over." "Gunny, your boss and mine are about to pay us a visit. I'm going to brew a pot of coffee in my office. Please join me there. Over." "On my way, sir. Over." "Thanks. Maxwell out." Sure enough, as he entered the building, Zhang rose to his feet from a chair in the waiting area. "Good morning, Lieutenant Maxwell." "Good morning, Mr. Zhang. I'm afraid my boss and an engineer officer will be here in a minute or two, so I won't be able to spare much time until they've gone." "I understand. I will try not to add to your burdens. You are clearly very busy." "That is an understatement. Would you like to join us for coffee? I'll introduce you to them." Thank you. What if they ask why I am here? Well, I'll explain that we met at the spaceport yesterday and you came to find out how our relief efforts are progressing. Very well. By the way, I investigated the information you gave me. It checked out, so you're in good standing as far as Quan Jin is concerned. Well, thanks for doing that. The gunny arrived only a few paces ahead of the visiting officers. Lieutenant Commander Bell ushered a tall, heavy-set major into the office. Major Emery, this is Senior Lieutenant Maxwell, detached from Sibeli to set up your depot as you requested. His eyes fell on the civilian, and he looked at Steve inquiringly. Good morning, sir. Steve braced to attention. This is Mr. Zhang, chargé d'affaires for the planet Quanjin. We met at the spaceport yesterday, and he stopped by to see how we're doing. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Zhang, the exec said agreeably, and hands were offered and shaken all around. I hope you're satisfied with what you see. Your Marines and engineers are doing a remarkable job and producing order out of chaos far more swiftly than I'd expected. I congratulate you all. Well, that's good to hear. Thank you, sir, Major Emery acknowledged. Of course, there are plenty of problems, but we're doing our best. He transferred his gaze to Steve. And speaking of problems, why did you suspend the offloading of equipment and supplies yesterday? Well, there aren't enough transporters to bring it here quickly enough, sir. There'd have been a huge buildup of backlog supplies in the open at the spaceport with no protection from the elements and no one available to guard them. I've been on expeditionary missions like this before, sir, and I've seen what happens next. Damage, pilferage, and spoilage. By delaying shipments for just one day, we've made time to build a hard stand right outside the walls here where our cargo shuttles can land. Our transporters will only have to travel a few meters between them and the depot. We'll get your supplies organized, under cover, and under guard much more quickly and efficiently. Well, that makes sense, but what about workers? You return the gang of prison laborers allocated to you and refuse to accept any more. Won't that slow you down intolerably? Well, it may, sir, but the security risk posed by the prisoners was too great to keep them here. In the 4 hours we had them on site, they crashed one of our transporters, broke into 3 containers, and threatened to stab 2 Marines who caught them in the act of stealing. I don't have enough people to mount a permanent armed guard over them, particularly when they're going to be spread out over the entire compound and unloading cargo shuttles on the hard stand outside the wall. We have to find more reliable workers from somewhere, sir. Also ones with greater skills. We don't need dumb muscle here. We need people who can operate cargo handling machinery and drive transporters and help service and repair light and heavy equipment. None of the work party initially assigned to this depot could do any of those things. I agree on all counts, but where are we going to find workers like that? The major complained. I can't spare any more engineers for depot duties. Would the crews of 2 merchant spaceships be suitable? Zhang asked politely. They include engineer officers and technicians, spacers experienced in cargo handling, and salvage workers accustomed to operating and maintaining heavy machinery. Steve was dumbstruck as he realized where Zhang was going. He opened his mouth to speak, but the major forestalled him. Well, that sounds like manna from heaven, Mr. Zhang. Where are they now? They are the reason that I am on Esquishi. They are from Quanjin and ended up as prisoners here after a disputed legal issue on a 3rd planet. We are doing our best to have their convictions overturned. They have just been transferred to the transit prison at the spaceport after they were stranded inland during the rebellion. I can vouch for their abilities, and they'll follow my instructions. If you make use of their skills and offer them decent treatment, I will ensure that they will keep good order and discipline. I will even stay with them on site if necessary to ensure their cooperation. Major Emery looked at Steve. Lieutenant, do you think they'll meet your needs? Steve chose his words carefully. More than most people, he knew the dangers involved in crossing the Dragon Tongue. If Mr. Zhang is prepared to vouch for them, sir, and if he can arrange for them to be given trustee status by the authorities, I will be glad to have them. What do you think, Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear? Well, if they've got skills like that, sir, and they're disciplined as well, they're exactly what we need. I'll take them yesterday, if not sooner. Well, who assigns prisoners to work parties? Lieutenant Commander Bell asked. That's done by bureaucrats on the staff of Governor Sirhan, Emery said briskly. I've had all too many arguments with them over the past few days. I'll see about getting these Quanjin prisoners classified as trustees right away and assigned to Karsamba. Will you help me with that, please, Mr. Zhang? I will be glad to, Major. The administration may not be happy about it, though, because my countrymen haven't been here long enough for reclassification under normal circumstances. Emery snorted. If they want Sarisha's sewage plant and waterworks back online any time soon, they'd better cooperate. We'll get right on that as soon as you leave here. Thank you very much. He sniffed appreciatively. I smell coffee. I'll steal a cup from you if I may, Lieutenant, and then you can show us around and tell us what you're up to. Aye, aye, sir. As Steve handed out disposable cups, creamer, and sweetener, he mentally shook his head at the sheer chutzpah displayed by the Quanjin envoy. Talk about barefaced cheek. He'd taken a bunch of active Dragon Tong members, all convicted smugglers, about as far from trusty material as you can get, and talked the fleet into helping him get them reclassified and assigned to a more comfortable environment. What's more, he did it all without telling a single lie or paying a bribe or doing anything illegal. I'd better watch him carefully and keep on top of what he does with his people, or he may try to manipulate me as well. Major Emery radioed Steve shortly before noon. We got the go-ahead from the governor to use the Quanjin prisoners at Karsamba. We had to bypass the bureaucracy to get his approval because the lower-level administrators wouldn't cooperate, but he recognizes that in an emergency, regulations sometimes have to be bent. Now, there's one condition, though. We, the fleet in general, and you in particular as acting CO at Karsamba, are directly responsible for them. If they screw up, they're going to be put back behind bars at once. If any of them escape, we are responsible for them and for any crimes they may commit both legally and financially. I had to sign off on that on behalf of the fleet in order to get permission to use them. I wasn't happy about it, but under the circumstances, we don't have much choice. Now, you keep a close watch on them and don't stand for any nonsense. You hear me? Over. I hear you, sir. I'll make sure everyone understands that. Over. Well, good. The Quanjin Charge is making arrangements for the transfer. He'll contact you shortly. I can't spare the time to come out there again, so I'm going to leave it all in your hands. You've done a good job so far, and I'll trust you to keep on doing it. Emery out. Steve blinked at the abrupt ending to the call. The major had sounded harassed, burdened, not surprising when he considered how much was on the Marine's plate right now. He made a call of his own and summoned Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear to his office. We got a problem, Gunny, he began as they helped themselves to coffee. He described the arrangement made with the Esquishi authorities to allow them to use the Quanjin prisoners. We need to figure out how we're going to handle the situation. I'm fairly sure from what I've been told that these prisoners probably aren't guilty of the specific crimes for which they've been convicted. This particular case looks to have been a setup by a bunch of rival crooks with better political connections. On the other hand, I've no doubt at all that they're members of a criminal organization, and a very powerful one at that. You ever heard of the Dragon Tong? A little, sir. Scuttlebutt says they keep to themselves, but you don't want to cross them because they can be real badasses if you do. Well, that's not a bad way of putting it. I've run into them more than once. They're considered real professionals, not your average run-of-the-mill crook. It doesn't mean I'm happy at the thought of working so closely with them. We're going to have to handle their people very carefully. You see, according to the rules, we're in charge here, but if we try to push them around or do anything to insult them, they're going to take offense. They can always refuse to work and leave us in the lurch, and if they really take offense, they can try to escape. If they succeed, the fleet will be in serious trouble with the authorities here, not to mention me personally. While we're setting up this depot and bringing down everything from orbit, we can't do without them because the Marines can't spare more people for rear echelon duties. In fact, we may need these spacers for quite some time. Well, I see the problem, sir. How do we motivate them to stay here and work hard for us while treating them a whole lot better than typical prisoners so as to keep them happy? Well, that's it in a nutshell, Gunny. We can't use the usual carrot and stick approach. It'll have to be a much more carrot and much less stick. Our Marines will have to work with them as colleagues rather than bosses, and what's more, they'll outnumber us. We have 14 Marines here, including you plus myself. There'll be about 100 prisoners. They're not military, at least I don't think they are. It's possible some have had military training or maybe reservists in Quan Jin's armed forces. Even so, they're as professional as we are in their own way. We've got to recognize that and encourage them to behave that way. They're probably used to heavy-handed prison guards. We daren't handle them like that. The trouble is, though, I got to keep our own people happy, too. If they think I'm mollycoddling the prisoners, they'll resent it. What's the best way to handle that? Kinnear grinned. You do like to paint yourself into corners, don't you, sir? They both chuckled. Seriously, though, I think there's a way. Your job is to be the big boss, the top dog. I'll be the day-to-day supervisor. They can resent me all they like. It's an NCO's job to be the lightning rod sometimes. If necessary, you'll be the voice of reason to bring back balance. You tell us what to do, then get out of the way. I'll break that down into tasks, treating all of our people as professionals. I'll encourage them to put forward their own ideas, too. While they're at work, you and I can manage by walking around. Anyone with a problem can talk to me, and if I can't sort it out, we'll bring it to you. Prisoners can use their charge as a liaison officer if they like. That's a good idea. I'm going to take him up on his offer to move in with us while the work's going on. Steve sipped his coffee appreciatively. Thanks, Gunny. I like your approach. I'm also going to talk to the prisoners' leaders before they get here. They form two ships' companies, so their skippers or other officers are bound to be among them. I'll use them as team leaders for their own people. If they have better skills than we do, for example, their engineer officers and techs almost certainly know more than we do about power plants, we'll put them in charge of those areas. That'll prove that we're treating them as equals and free up our own people for other important work. How about using joint work parties, Marines and convicts all mixed together? We can divide them up according to their skills and the needs of the job rather than where they come from. That's a good idea, sir. While you're talking to the prisoners, I'll make sure our people understand what we're doing and why. I'll tell them if a prisoner's in charge of a group, it's because he or she is best qualified to do that job, and they shouldn't get bent out of shape about it. Are they going to accept that? I can be very persuasive when I want to be, sir. Steve laughed aloud. I just bet you can. All right, Gunny, thanks for your input. Let's make this happen. The officer in charge of the transit prison was anything but happy to receive his orders. He plugged the data chip into a reader, scanned the text as it scrolled across the display, and scowled. This can't possibly be right. There must be some mistake. These are hardcore criminals. There is no mistake, Captain, the charge d'affaires said mildly. These orders were signed by Governor Sirhan, as you can clearly see. If you would like to call his office to verify that, please feel free to do so. Damn right I will. The officer reached for a comm unit. The subsequent conversation with an aide in the governor's office was short, to the point, and not at all to the captain's liking. I don't know how you did it, but you did, he growled at the diplomat as he ended the call. He transferred his scowl to Steve. You accept full responsibilities for these prisoners, right? Anything goes wrong, any of them escape, we'll hold you accountable for it. You understand? I do understand, Steve replied as calmly as he could, restraining his impulse to shove the man's rudeness back down his throat on the end of his fist. I'll have my guards assemble the prisoners in the mess hall. They'll escort them to your transporters, but no further. Once they're aboard, they're your responsibility. How many guards you bring?" "None." "None? You crazy? They'll be over the tailgate and away before you've gone 100 meters out the main gate." "Now, as you said, Captain, that will be my responsibility. I think we can deal with it. I'd like to speak to a few of their leaders before we load them. If you'll please arrange for us to use an interview room, Mr. Zhang will give you their names." "All right, but it won't do you any good." Orders were issued, and guards scurried to obey them. The captain led Steve and the chargé to a stark white room with a barred window and a steel security door. It contained only a round table and a half a dozen chairs. "I'll have 'em brought in here while we assemble the rest," he snapped, and then turned on his heel and stalked off without waiting for a reply. "We seem to have offended his sense of fitness of things," Steve murmured to Mr. Zhang. "Why is he so upset? Has he had trouble with your people?" "He feels they do not give him sufficient respect," the other replied softly. "And?" "It is really not for me to say," Zhang hedged. "Well, I hope they do better with us. Otherwise, they'll be back in here before long," Steve warned. "Please, make sure they understand that before we leave. If they're not prepared to cooperate, better for all of us if they stay here." "I will make sure they understand. You do not mind if I speak Mandarin with them if necessary?" Steve grinned and said in that language, "I don't mind at all. I have been studying it for 2 years along with my wife, who knows about my relationship with the Tong. She suggested it might be useful, and it gave us something to do together during a number of trips of recruiting duties." "Well," Zhang replied, also in Mandarin, his eyebrows rising in surprise, "that was certainly enterprising of you both. Do you read and write it as well as speak it?" Steve switched back to Galactic Standard English. "Less well than we speak it, but we're still learning. Fortunately, hypno-study makes that much faster and easier. You might want to mention to your people that I speak the language. I wouldn't want any of them to think they can talk freely in front of me and give away Tong secrets by doing so." Zhang looked quizzically at him. "That is very considerate of you. Many people would have taken advantage of the situation to learn all they could." Steve shrugged. "Well, the Tong has always treated me with respect, and I've tried to do the same in return. This is part of that for me." "Well, thank you. I will make sure that they understand." The tramp of marching feet came down the corridor toward the interview room. 4 tough-looking guards ushered 4 men and a woman into the room. All were handcuffed behind their backs, and Steve felt his face flush with annoyance. "Remove those handcuffs at once," he ordered the guards sharply. "Who do you think you are giving us orders?" the man in charge demanded belligerently. "I am now responsible for these people by order of the governor. If you're in any doubt about that, consult your captain. Now get them off." The NCO glared at him, but the anger in Steve's eyes clearly gave him pause. After a moment, he turned away. "All right, you heard the man," he muttered to his subordinates. They joined him in removing the handcuffs, then let themselves out and closed the door behind them. "Thank you," Zhang murmured to him. "Senior Lieutenant Maxwell, allow me to introduce Captain Chun of the salvage vessel Lotus, his first mate, Mr. Ya, his medical officer, Dr. Zhu, Captain Q of the merchant freighter Pearl, and his first mate, Mr. Kun." Each of the prisoners inclined their heads slightly as they were named. "This is the Lancastrian Commonwealth Fleet officer of whom I told you earlier. He has agreed to use your ship's companies at the depot he's establishing for the combat engineers rebuilding Sarusha's infrastructure." Steve held up his hand. "Well, there's a bit more to it than that, Mr. Zhang. Would everyone please sit down? There aren't enough chairs, so I will stand." He watched as they moved to the table. Captain Chun was a shorter, strongly built man, and from the way he walked and carried himself, he'd probably had a lot of martial arts training and experience. Having the same background, Steve could recognize the signs when he saw them. He recalled the Chargé's comment about the captain being the son of a very senior Tong official. Even in prison garb, he gave off an air of command, as if he expected instant obedience. Definitely a man to watch, Steve decided. He waited until everyone had sat down and then said, I'd like to lay out the ground rules that we'll have to follow if this is going to work. Mr. Zhang has told me how you came to be here. I'm more than prepared to accept that you didn't commit the offenses for which you were convicted. My prior association with the Dragon Tong has taught me that you don't take part in piracy or support it in any way. Unfortunately, you have been convicted. That makes it more complicated for us to work together. You've been treated as convicts in the past and no doubt resent it greatly. I can't work with people who are resentful or suspicious. We've got to have mutual trust and confidence in each other, or this arrangement will break down before it even begins. He went on to outline what he and Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear had discussed. Now, we're prepared to treat you as professional equals, not as convicts, and share what we have with you as if you were our shipmates. However, that means you've got to behave toward us in the same way. There can't be any us versus them incidents, and most important of all, your people must not try to escape or cause trouble in any way. If they do, the matter will be taken out of my hands at once. You'll be returned to close confinement and lose all of the privileges we can offer you. There was a momentary silence, broken by Captain Chun. You are asking a lot after the way that we have been treated. Barely controlled anger was evident in his voice. We were almost 150 strong before the rebellion broke out, only to find ourselves abandoned at an inland prison when all the guards deserted. We lost almost a third of our number defending ourselves until help arrived. Several are still recovering from serious injuries. After treatment like that, we have no love for the Esquishi authorities. Why should we believe you and your fleet will be any different? Captain, you must have heard of the Lancastrian Commonwealth Fleet during your merchant spacer career, even perhaps encountered our ships. What was our reputation? It was good. You were said to be very professional service. His tone was grudging. Well, I can attest to that on the basis of well over a decade's service in the fleet. If we had that reputation before you were imprisoned, why would things have changed? We are just as professional as we've always been. Dr. Ju raised her hand. Lieutenant, what about our wounded crew members? 6 are still confined to their beds, and there are another 5 who are fit only for light duties. How many medical staff do you have besides yourself, Doctor? 3 sick berth attendants, 2 from my ship, 1 from Pearl. There's a 20-bed hospital ward at Karsamba, an extension of the sick bay. It's in the administration building, which was only lightly damaged and is still functional. If I put you in command of it, will you agree to provide health care to everyone without prejudice or favoritism? Did you say command? Her voice was incredulous. Yes, I did. I'm willing to put any of you in command of areas where your skills and experience are greater than ours. She shook her head. I have been ignored, and my medical advice rejected ever since we arrived here. After that, please forgive me if I find your attitude literally unbelievable. Steve shrugged. We don't have a doctor or medics of our own as yet. All our medical people are helping restore planetary health services. As far as I'm concerned, that means you have the job. And I'm sure your commanding officers will confirm from their own experience, and there's no point in making someone responsible for an area unless you also give them the authority they need to run it. Now, that means you'll be in command of the sick bay and our medical supplies, including our medbot units. Can you operate them? I have used similar units. We should have little trouble operating yours. The computers will do most of it for us. All such equipment works in basically the same way, after all. Well, true. Very well, Doctor. If you want the job, it is yours. Captain? She looked at Chun. Her boss sighed. I suppose we have no choice but to trust this man, at least until we see whether his actions match his words. Very well, Doctor. Go ahead. Thank you, sir. She looked back at Steve. I will do my best, Senior Lieutenant. Well, thank you, Doctor. You can transfer your injured people to our sick bay and care for them there. Use those less seriously injured to help you with light duties. He transferred his gaze to Captain Chun. As for my actions matching my words, Captain, I will do my best. If you and your people will cooperate, I think Mr. Zhang and I can work together to parlay your assistance into getting you much better treatment for as long as you're on this planet, even after the fleet leaves. However, in order to do that, what I must have, and this is an absolute overriding requirement, is an unwavering commitment from all of you to be professional in your dealings with fleet and planetary personnel. If you or your people act without discipline or do anything that's an offense under local law or regulations, including trying to escape, then my ability to do anything for you will go out the window. It'll also get me personally and the fleet in general into serious difficulties with the planetary administration. That's not acceptable. Now, I realize I'm asking a lot of you, particularly after how you've been treated on this planet, but it's not negotiable. You need to tell me right now if you're not willing or able to do that. Zhang added, We cannot help how you were treated before I arrived, but if you will work with Senior Lieutenant Maxwell to the best of your ability, I can use that to argue that your provisional trustee status should be made permanent. That will get you into a minimum security camp when order is restored, with many more privileges, including weekend liberty. Meanwhile, we are doing our best to make Sulawasa see reason and overturn your convictions and sentences. As soon as that's done, we will get you home, but it cannot happen overnight. It very much is in your best interest to cooperate in the short term, to gain more privileges and a more comfortable situation for the medium term. Chun thought for a moment. You vouch for Senior Lieutenant Maxwell, Mr. Zhang? I do. He has been straightforward and honest in his dealings with me. I have checked our records, and they confirm his long association with us. He has been searching for something of incalculable importance to us for over 10 years. If other Tong leaders have trusted him to do that, I think we can do the same in this situation. Chun sighed and then nodded very slowly. Very well, Senior Lieutenant. We will cooperate. I will instruct our people to obey you as they would me, and work professionally with your people. Steve wanted to sigh aloud himself, but controlled his overwhelming sense of relief. Thank you, Captain. I will use your own officers and NCOs to lead your people wherever possible so as to maintain your internal discipline. I need your engineers and technicians to form one group. They'll set up workshops to service and repair heavy equipment and transporters. Your medical staff will form another group and be in charge of Karsamba's sick bay and all of our medical supplies. The rest of your crew will form work parties. We'll break out the particular skills needed in each group as we go along. You'll use the same equipment, eat the same food, and share the same facilities and accommodation as we do. That is fair, Chun agreed, smiling for the first time. It is certainly better treatment than we have ever had before on Iskishi. Well, then let's go talk to the rest of your people and make sure that they understand what's going on. Lieutenant Commander Bell dropped in early that evening. I'm on my way back to the spaceport, he explained. I thought I'd see whether your new labor crew is working out any better than the old. Oh, much better, sir, Steve assured him. He explained the approach he'd discussed with Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear and the commitments made on both sides. It seems to be working well so far. He led the exec out to a makeshift hardstand. We're handling 2 cargo shuttles at a time now, sir. We've got 2 groups ferrying cargoes from the shuttles as fast as they can. Another group directs traffic inside the depot, makes sure the containers are stacked in the right places, and temporarily covers non-containerized cargo with tarpaulins. We're erecting plastic laminate shelters as fast as a work party can assemble them and cast plascrete footings. A technical group is setting up workshops and service and support facilities in some of the shelters. Bell studied the bustling activity in the fading light, squinting as the floodlights came on to illuminate the work area. What if someone gets hurt? With all this heavy equipment and the frenetic pace at which you're working, that's no small risk. Yes, sir. The Quanjin crews have a doctor and 3 medics among them. I put them in charge of the sick bay in the administrative building and tasked them with unpacking and setting up our medbot units. Those things can stabilize almost any injury or illness, after which we can send the injured person up to one of our ships for more advanced treatment if necessary. I hope you won't need them. That makes 2 of us, sir. Let's walk over here where we can have some privacy, the executive officer invited, leading him away from the floodlit hardstand. When he was sure they wouldn't be overheard, he went on. There's unsettling news from inland. Local forces had pushed the rebels away from Sarush into the interior. They thought they pinned them against a range of hills 100 kilometers away, but when they launched an assault this morning, it hit mostly empty air. The rebels appear to have retreated to a stronghold within the hills, but reconnaissance doesn't show as many of them that they expected. Our Marines are wondering whether a large number of rebels haven't managed to break contact with local forces and escape, but the Colonial Guard won't confirm or deny anything. Well, where would they escape to, sir? That's the big question. There's nowhere in particular for them to go and no major objective for them to attack in the current area of operations. They might disperse and try to blend into the local population, but if they stay together, it can only be because they're planning something. What that might be, we don't know. If we learn anything, I'll see that you're informed at once. What about our security, sir? I have none here. No guards, no perimeter sensors, no area surveillance capabilities, nothing. We're several kilometers from the nearest assistance. Bell scowled. I know, and I don't like it, but the Colonial Guard insists there's no threat here. Captain Davis has taken them at their word, and that's why he selected this place for the engineers' depot. He's absolutely adamant that we have to stay out of the conflict because Karabakh isn't part of the Commonwealth, and therefore, according to his Department of State advisor, it must sort out its own problems. We're officially here to provide humanitarian assistance only. I doubt very much whether he'll approve sending armed Marines to secure your positions for fear of provoking an incident. Steve struggled with discretion for a moment, but annoyance won out. And if the incident happens anyway, sir, and some of us are injured or killed, then Captain Davis will doubtless reconsider the issue in consultation with State. The exec's dry sarcasm forced Steve to grin, even though his resentment wasn't assuaged. I'm sorry, sir, you can't do anything about it, I know, so I shouldn't add to your worries. Why not? Everyone else does. They laughed softly together. Well, there's something else. A regular dispatch vessel arrived from Karabakh this afternoon. It brought news that the third son of the Sultan by the name of Iskander has just graduated from their military academy. He's to begin a traditional coming-of-age tour of their colony planets, starting here. He'll be arriving in a few days, although why they'd let him come into a war zone is beyond me. Well, if he's the youngest son, sir, perhaps they can afford to lose him. The exec chuckled. Don't let him hear you say that. In one sense, though, you may have a point. The Sultanate's hereditary office. When the incumbent dies or abdicates, the successor's chosen from among his or her children, or, if there aren't any, from among the closest surviving relatives, by a conclave of representatives from the Council of Mullahs, the general and flag officers of the armed forces, political leaders, and senior business executives. It's supposed to choose the one best fitted to rule, but they say there's a certain amount of horse trading involved. Steve grinned. Choose me and I'll make you a bigger general, that sort of thing, right, sir? That wouldn't surprise me, and it probably works both ways. If we choose you, what will you do for us? Current Sultan Suleiman has 3 sons and a daughter, so you're right, they could spare Iskander if they had to. The governor's asked us to allow him to visit our ships and see how we do things in comparison to Karabakh Space Navy and our Marines planetside to learn how our ground forces operate. In other words, we're to contribute to his ongoing education. That'll probably include this depot, although you're a lower priority compared to combat units. I understand, sir. I'll do my best to have things ship-shape here within a few days. Good, Bell yawned. I've had a long day. It'll be even longer by the time I get back up to my ship and report all that I've learned to Commander Doibro. I'm glad to see you've taken a firm grip on things here. We were concerned when we suspended offloading operations, but after seeing the difficulties you had to deal with, I understand you didn't have any choice. I'll make sure the skipper understands that. Well, thank you, sir. All right, I'll leave you to it. Get some sleep yourself, you hear me? Don't work yourself to a frazzle. I'll do my best, sir. As he walked the exec back to his cutter, Steve resolved silently to do whatever he could to improve local security by any and every means at his disposal. He might not be able to call upon the services of the Marine Reaction Force Battalion, but the engineers had their personal weapons, and he knew the spaceport had an armory. Barter, cumshaw, scrounging, by whatever name it was known, the practice had been an integral part of military life for generations, and he had an entire stores depot filling up with supplies that could be traded for what he needed. June 21st, 2850 Galactic Standard Calendar, early morning. The 5 figures sat silently around the scarred, splintered table. A small battery-powered lantern on the table cast dim, giant shadows of their figures against the wall. 3 dragged on hand-rolled cigarettes, the smoke curling up around their faces and making the stale air in the unkempt room even more acrid. A 6th person lay on a stretcher against the wall, breath rasping in his throat, moaning every now and then as the pain of his wounds penetrated his drugged sleep. Those around the table looked up as footsteps crunched on the gravel outside. They halted as a low challenge was answered with a murmured response. The footsteps began again, moving closer. The ill-fitting door squealed against its frame as someone shoved hard against it. It swung open, revealing a short, slim figure clothed all in black. He pushed the door closed behind him and crossed the table, pulling out a stool to join the others. Leaning his rifle against the table, he produced a tobacco pouch and papers and began rolling a cigarette for himself. The others watched him in silence for a moment. At last, one of the 2 women asked, "Well?" He didn't look up from his focus on the cigarette. "I spoke to 7 or 8 of Arnie's people. They all confirmed it. He soft-pedaled his part of the assault. When 2 of his teams looked like they were going to blast all the way through the defenses, he ordered them to pull back. They swear they could have captured or killed the governor and his executive council if it weren't for that. He told them Colonial Guard reinforcements are closing in from behind and they had to get out or be trapped. But there were no reinforcements." One of the men spat on the floor. "Well, what did he have to say for himself?" "Well, by then I was convinced he was a traitor, so I wasn't particular about how I asked him. He eventually confessed he'd been informing on us for years. All the time he was helping us plan and organize, he was snitching us out. It's only because we compartmentalized everything so carefully that we achieved what we did. He couldn't betray what he didn't know, but he still told him enough to make sure we couldn't win. Anything he had a hand in either failed when the time came or hit empty air because the target had moved." He licked the paper and sealed it, rolling the cigarette between his fingers. There was a stunned silence around the table. The older woman husked, "How could he do this to us? How could he betray us?" "I asked him that too." The speaker pressed a button on the side of a lighter, waiting for the coil inside to glow red, and touched the tip of his cigarette to it. Remember how he told us his wife and 3-year-old daughter were killed in an accident 4 years ago? Only his wife died. The security people took his kid from the hospital and held her as a hostage. Promised him if he was a good boy, he could see her now and again, maybe get her back one day, and if he didn't, you know the score. Heads nodded grimly around the table. He actually tried to tell me I'd have gone the same in his shoes. I told him I'd have killed myself and my daughter rather than betray my brothers and sisters. Well, that's what your wife did for you back on Karabakh, isn't it? Yeah. He drew deeply on the cigarette, held the smoke in his lungs for an achingly long moment, then let it out slowly, almost lovingly. They caught her and threatened to torture her unless I surrendered. I put a bomb in the sewer under the road and set it off as her transport drove over it. She'd have understood. That memory made me decide to kill Arnie quick in the end, instead of slow and painful like I planned to. I guess he wasn't as strong as I figured he was. That don't excuse betraying us, but, oh, hell, I don't know. Maybe if I'd had a kid, who knows. So where do we stand? The question came from the youngest of those gathered around the table, a blond man in his mid-30s with a dirty, mud-smeared face. The leader began to count off points on his fingers. We had to take the spaceport plus enough hostages to keep us safe while we boarded the ship. We didn't get the hostages, thanks to Arnie betraying us. The security goons told the governor what they'd learned from Arnie just in time for him to call in a regiment of colonial guards from Karabakh. They waited aboard their ships in orbit, laying low, saying nothing. Soon as we exposed ourselves by taking the spaceport, they landed right on top of us. We didn't have much in the way of heavy weapons, except what we captured. Our boys and girls fought hard and killed a lot of them, enough that Karabakh had to appeal to the Lancastrians for security help, but in the end, they drove us out of Sarush. What happened to our ship? The younger woman asked. Well, she got the hell out of here, Luna. Orbital Control ordered all ships to move away from the planet when the fighting started. I don't think they knew about her. Arnie hadn't been told, so he couldn't warn them, but they must have worried we might capture a cutter or cargo shuttle and then use it to hijack a freighter to get away. Our ship moved off along with everyone else in orbit, then kept right on going toward the system boundary and hyper-jumped away. Will she come back? The blond man demanded. With so much money at stake, that's a hell of an incentive for Mikhail to try again. Yeah, meeting, but we could only have paid him if we'd taken the bank as Skishi. Most of the hard assets on the planet are in its vaults, and we didn't take it, thanks to Arnie, so they still locked up in there. Besides, Lancastrians are in orbit now with a troop ship, 2 freighters, and 2 destroyers. That's over and above Karabakh's warships. No one in their right minds is going to go up against that lot in an unarmed freighter. If Mikhail comes back and sees them all in orbit, he's going to turn around and jump right out again. We've no way off planet without him unless we manage to hijack a ship that's already here, and I don't see us doing that with no way to reach orbit. So we're screwed, the blond man said flatly. Well, basically, yeah. Just like we've always been. A ripple of harsh amusement ran around the table. Yeah, I guess so, but for once that might actually work in our favor. The Skishi and Karabakh think we're really screwed now, but we're more dangerous than ever because we got nothing left to lose. All our weaker people have been killed already. Only the hardest of the hardcore have survived this long. They don't know we snuck away from the hills with so many fighters. The others will hold out as long as they can to give us a chance to hit back and avenge their deaths. How? The questioner's voice was bitter. There's damn all we can do to hurt them now, except kill a few more of them before they kill us. Wrong, Orhan. I called Miller in Sarush. Guess what he told me? The Colonial Guard's all out here trying to pin us down. They've left Sarush almost unprotected. What about those Lancastrian Marines and engineers? The older woman wanted to know. There are more than enough of them in Sarush to make up for the guards in the interior. Don't forget, Miriam, they ain't supposed to get involved in the fighting, the leader pointed out. Sure, they're mounting security patrols in and around Sarush, but that's to stop looting and control unrest, not look for us. Meanwhile, their engineers are fixing the sewage and water plants, not building or repairing guard posts. The governor asked them to do that, but their boss in orbit refused. Miller told me. He said they can't be seen to be taking sides. I reckon that means if we don't attack them, they won't attack us. This ain't their fight, after all. Why should Lancastrians die for a planet that's not even a member of their Commonwealth? Well, what if they're guarding something we need, like the supplies at the spaceport? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If we have to hit them, we will, but why buy trouble if their orders are only allowing them to defend themselves? So they won't stop us if we attack Esquishi troops? I don't think so. What's more, the administration must think we're broken reeds right now, otherwise they wouldn't have sent so many colonial guards inland. They've let down their guard in Sarush. If we can sneak into the city, bypassing the Marine patrols, we can hit them real hard where they least expect it. There was a sudden, feral stillness around the table as they absorbed the thought. Miriam asked, "Do you think we can get past the Marines? They got all sorts of high-tech gear that the Colonial Guard doesn't have." The leader rubbed his chin. "I don't know about their gear, but they're spread real thin. I reckon we can probably sneak through in the gaps between their patrols. All our survivors are battle-hardened and know their way around. If we get into Sarush, we may find a way to get to the governor. If we kill him, it'll cause chaos, so why not go for broke?" A growl of agreement rose from his audience. "I say we do it." Meaton slapping the table hard with the palm of his hand. "We can't hide from them forever. They'll have vid surveillance showing our faces and DNA and fingerprints they can match to our prison records. Sooner or later, they'll identify us, so if we can't escape, let's die fighting, taking as many of them with us as we can." "That's the way I see it," Byram agreed. "What about Ridvan?" The speaker indicated the man on the stretcher. As if to echo his question, the wounded insurgent moaned softly in his restless, pain-filled sleep. "How is he?" "Bad. We gave him our last ampoule of painkiller a couple hours ago. It's already wearing off. He'll be screaming again soon. His wounds are starting to smell, too. Nearest medical supplies are in Sarush, but I don't think he'll live long enough for us to carry him there." Bayram nodded. "And we ain't got any transport, so carrying him would slow us down, and the noise he won't be able to help making it would bring enemy patrols down on us." He stood and walked over to their unconscious comrade, drawing a pulsar from beneath his coat. "Sorry, Ridvan. Don't hold this against me. One of us may have to do the same for me before long." He aimed carefully and fired one round straight down into Ridvan's torso. The wounded man jerked and gasped. He took a few more shuddering breaths. Then all sound and movement ceased. The leader turned back to the others, holstering his pulsar. "Any food left?" "We saved you a sandwich," Miriam said, indicating a plate on the sideboard. "We got 2 days' field rations for the march, that's all. And the nearest resupply is 3 to 4 days away in Sarush. We're going to be hungry by the time we get there. Are your groups ready?" "As ready as we'll ever be. We got away from the city using different routes, so I guess we should use them to get back, too. That way, if one group's spotted, the others may still get through." "Good idea. With any luck, the Colonial Guard won't be looking behind them, so they won't see us move. Let's be on our way." He picked up the sandwich, took a big bite, and slung his rifle over his shoulder with his free hand. Through the mouthful of food, he mumbled, "We'll rendezvous at Miller's farm 4 nights from now. See you there." June 24th, 2850, Galactic Standard Calendar. "What do you mean you can't get us any ration packs?" Bayram hissed angrily. "You gotta. There's 2, maybe 300 fighters coming in, and today and tomorrow." "Sorry," the other said with a shrug. "You see those guys around the warehouse? Bayram adjusted the magnification on his battle helmet's visor and looked down from the hilltop at the spaceport below. "Yeah, they're building techs. They condemned the structure yesterday, and they're moving all the rations out of it. They've already locked out all civilian cargo handlers, and they won't let us back until they've repaired the damage and reinforced the structure. I can't get at the ration packs, I tell you." Bayram thought for a moment. "Where are they putting the rations?" "Huh?" He rolled his eyes in frustration. "If they want to work on the building, they have to put the stores inside it somewhere else. We might be able to get hold of some while they're doing that." "Oh, I get it. They've been setting up a depot for the Marine engineers at the old Karsamba facility 4 clicks down the road. They're going to move them there until the repairs are complete." "All right. Well, let's plan to divert a transporter or 2 on the road. That'll give us enough rations to get by while we figure out how to get more." "Won't that make them suspicious?" "What? A couple of missing cargoes? What's your loss rate at the spaceport?" Right now it's running 10% or better, mostly because everything's still so disorganized. It's not that most of the missing stuff's been stolen, it's just that no one knows where to find it." "All right, can you jigger the records to make it look like the missing transporter loads are never sent?" His contact frowned dubiously. "I can do it on our side, but that won't square with the Marine Depot's records." "Well, that's all right. Let's cause as much confusion as possible. While they're sorting it out, at least we'll be able to eat." "Okay, I'll set it up. Don't start anything till I tell you it's done, because I got to cover my tracks." "Well, make it fast. We're hungry. You'll find us at Hayre's farm." Beams of dawn sunlight slanted across the walls, lighting the stacks of containers with a warm orange glow. Already Karsamba Depot was bustling with activity. Dumpsters dropped the last detritus of its demolished buildings along the roads and paths between the stacks of containers and plastic shelters. The borrowed bulldozer crushed them smaller and smoothed them out, followed by the roller to level the surface. "We have to return the heavy equipment this morning, sir," Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear pointed out as he stood with Steve on the flat roof of the 3-story administration building, nursing a mug of hot, steaming coffee in his hands as they watched the last elements of the depot come together. "The spaceport people are screaming they're going to bring charges if we don't. They're also asking all sorts of questions about a dozen rifles and ammo that went missing from the armory. They seem to think we had something to do with it." He tried unsuccessfully to look like an innocent choir boy, and Steve had to laugh. "Well, I guess we'd better humor them about the heavy equipment. As for the rifles, I reckon the armory techs we bribe with those packs of dried fruit and chocolate rations will cover for us. After all, if we're found out, they will be too. Even if the spaceport makes a fuss, I don't think Major Emery will be too hard-nosed about it. We've given him a working depot with its own hard stand for cargo shuttles, roads and paths that can stand up to heavy use in rainy weather, at least for a while, and a fully operational vehicle maintenance section as well. Those Quenjin prisoners have really come through for us." "Yeah, they sure have. We'll have to... Oh, do you see what I see?" He pointed to a Marine assault shuttle that came into view from the direction of the city, low on the horizon, heading toward them. The faint rumble of its reaction thrusters grew louder. "Well, I do, and it looks like it's headed our way. Let's go down to the hard stand." By the time they reached the depot's gate, the assault shuttle was already circling prior to landing. It touched down, bouncing lightly on its gel-filled tires, and the roar of its reaction thrusters died away. As they retracted into their housings, the rear ramp opened, and the familiar figure of Major Emery strode down it. Steve and Kinnear braced to attention. Emery returned Steve's salute. "Morning, Lieutenant." He glanced around the hard stand, a smile of satisfaction on his face. "I must admit, I never expect you to make this much progress so quickly. A good-sized hard stand in front of the wall, hard surface roads inside leading to and between the stacks of supplies, fully functional administration center, sick bay, mess and accommodation facilities. I asked to borrow one of Sibeli's officers and some spacers out of sheer desperation because I couldn't spare anyone for this job. I hadn't expected much more than a heap of containers and supplies that we'd have to sort out later, but you build a fully functional supply depot as well as, if not better than, we could have done ourselves." Steve couldn't help being pleased by such effusive praise. "Well, thank you, sir. These Marine engineers were a big part of it, and also the Quanjin prisoners who've worked so hard alongside us. It took a team effort to do this." True, but you led the team, and you know what happens when you do a big job well, don't you?" Steve rolled his eyes. "Yeah, they give you a bigger one, right, sir?" "Right first time. Your ship's heading back to Cassius to get another load of supplies, but Captain Davis asked Commander Doibro whether she could leave you behind to help us. She wasn't happy about that, but she does have an assistant navigator, and she's qualified herself, so eventually she agreed. Until she gets back, you'll report to me and help us expand this depot." Okay, sir, I guess." "Oh, don't worry, we won't kill you from overwork, at least not quite." All three men grinned. "Now, first off, there's going to be a big expansion of this facility starting today. The spaceport's maintenance hangar was destroyed in the fighting, and a lot of their technicians were killed or injured. They're going to send all their remaining parts and tools over here this morning, along with a few techs that they've got left. Then fly their cutters and cargo shuttles over here for routine overhauls. We'll park them on the hard stand while the Quinjin engineers and officers and techs work on them with the surviving techs from the spaceport." "Yeah, I think we can make that work, sir. Gunny, you look worried." "Where will we put the extra techs, sir?" "Oh, we'll put up another tent or two if necessary. We'll also have to find out what they need in the way of shelter or storage for their tools, their equipment, and their spares." "Those will be in a couple of field containers," Major Emery put in. "You can put them next to their work site and secure them each night. That's not all you'll need space for, unfortunately. One of the spaceport's warehouses was damaged more than they realized during the fighting. It contains most of the ration packs for Askishi's armed forces and emergency services. They'll have to remove all of them to get at the structure and repair it, but that's going to take a couple of weeks, and they don't have enough people to guard the rations in the open. Therefore, they're going to send all of them over here. They're palletized but not containerized. They want you to stack them under tarpaulins. The weather's moderate at this time of year, so they should be okay until they can be returned to the warehouse." Steve frowned. "I've seen that warehouse, sir. It is filled almost to overflowing. We won't be able to fit that many pallets inside the walls because we don't have the warehouse's shelving systems. We'll have to spread them out over a wider area rather than stacking them vertically, since we're going to have to accommodate the maintenance facility as well. That'll mean putting most of them outside the walls using part of the hard stand." "That won't affect the unloading and maintenance too much if we put them hard up against the wall, sir," Kinnear offered. "If the Marine Reaction Force has any extendable barriers left, we can run a line of them around the extended stores to protect them from pilferage." Good idea," Emery agreed. "The pallets and the hard stand will keep the rations off the ground, and the barrier will secure them." He ran his eyes along the walls. "I'll do some fast calculations over at the spaceport and see how much ground the ration pallets will cover and send over the barrier containers. You still have the excavator and front-end loader on site?" "Yes, sir, but we're supposed to return them to the spaceport this morning. They're threatening to bring charges against us if we don't." "I'll have a word with them. You'll need them to fill the barrier and make it ready. Spaceport will just have to do without them for another day or two." Steve grinned. "They're going to love us for that, sir, but thanks. Now, what about operators and equipment to unload and position the pallets?" "You'll have to do all that, I'm afraid. I know your people have been overworked, but so far they've risen to the challenge. I'm sure they'll do so once more. All right, I'll leave you to make plans. I'm going to head for the spaceport and organize things from that end. I'll have the barrier containers here within a couple of hours, and the first transports from the spaceport will arrive by noon. You be ready to unload them." "Boss, that spaceport foreman's coming." Byram looked up from the map. "Thanks, Riza." He stood wincing as his sore feet and legs reminded him that he'd pushed them too far and too fast during the last 3 days. He moved toward the door of the barn, and as the visitor entered, greeted him with, "What about those rations?" "Geez, you don't even give a guy time to catch his breath." "Not today. We're hungry, and there are a lot more hungry people on the way." "Well, we got a problem. The Marines are patrolling the road between the spaceport and their depot. I don't think they suspect anything. It looks to be routine for them, the same as they've been doing all over Saru since they arrived. They pick a sector at random and patrol it heavily for a day or two, then move somewhere else. They're trying to prevent problems by keeping troublemakers guessing. Trouble is, it'll stop us diverting a couple of transporters in this direction." "Damn them. If we'd only had to deal with the spaceport bureaucrats and the Colonial Guard, this would have been easy." Byram thought for a moment. "Are they patrolling their new depot at Karsamba as well?" "Not that I know of, just the road leading to it." "Then that's their weak point. I'll send a team there this afternoon when they've settled into the routine of offloading rations and won't be expecting trouble. We'll hit them as the transporters wait to unload and drive off in a couple of them. By the time they launch hoversats to look for them, we'll already be back here. They'll never expect us to be hiding so close to the spaceport." Alarm showed on the other's face. "But what if you're wrong?" "I'm not. You'll see." "Well, count me out. I've got to get back to the spaceport before I'm missed. I can only get away with so many maintenance calls or supply runs before the boss gets suspicious." "All right. You call me if anything happens that I need to know about." "You got it." As the visitor turned away, Byram drew his pulsar from beneath his fatigue jacket and shot him in the back of the head. The foreman pitched forward onto his face without a sound. The sound of the shot brought all of his people to their feet. His second-in-command ran forward. "What the hell, boss?" He couldn't do anything to help us anymore, and he was scared. I could smell it on him and hear it in his voice. If they suspected him and started asking awkward questions, he'd likely have betrayed us. I couldn't afford that risk." "But, boss, if we start killing our own when they haven't actually done anything—" "What about it? This is the end of us, Fikri. All we can do now is cause as much damage as possible before they finish us off. But we will go down fighting. I'm not going to let a weak link break our chain as long as there's still a chance we can strangle the governor with it." The other knew better than to object further. "Okay, boss. What next?" "Get that body out of sight. We'll bury it in the bush tonight so hoversats and satellites won't spot freshly disturbed Earth and make their operators wonder what's under it. I want you to take half a dozen of our boys, including a couple who can drive heavy vehicles, and head for the old Karsamba complex. It's a depot for the Lancastrian forces now. Ration packs from the spaceport are being sent there. Get there by about 15. Hijack a couple of the loaded transporters, drive them through the bush beyond the complex to the old Hayron Road, and then circle back here with them." "What about armed guards?" From what this guy told me, they don't have any at Karsamba, so you should be able to get in and out fast and easy. So far, the Marines haven't fought us, and as long as we leave them alone, that'll likely continue, so try to avoid trouble with them. Still, we need those rations, so make sure you get them, Marines or not. If you have to kill a few, so be it. It'll teach the rest of them to stay out of our way." "Will do, boss." Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear bellowed. "Hold that transporter right there. We got to clear the backlog before you let any more in." The Marine engineer directing traffic at the edge of the hardstand called, "Aye, aye, Gunnery Sergeant," and held up a commanding hand. The driver of the approaching vehicle obediently braked to a stop, as did a second heavily laden transporter in its wake. Kinnear turned back to the growing double row of pallets on the left side of the depot gates. They were separated by a transporter-width lane between the depot's outer wall and the newly erected row of hollow woven barriers. Two of the Quanjin spacers were filling the barrier bags with dirt dug from about 100 meters beyond the wall, where untamed bush began. They grinned at him as they maneuvered excavator and front-end loader back and forth. He waved at them, then looked up at the administration building just inside the wall. Senior Lieutenant Maxwell was standing on its roof, watching the activity outside. He lifted his hand as he noticed the gunny looking at him, and Kinnear responded in kind. "We sure got lucky with that one," he murmured to himself. "With smarts like his, he should have been a Marine. He's wasted on the Spacer Corps." He was jerked out of his train of thought by a shout of alarm from the Marine controlling incoming traffic. Following his pointing arm, Kinnear saw half a dozen armed men, dressed in a motley mixture of military fatigues and civilian clothing, running from the bushes toward the transporters. The leader pointed his rifle menacingly at the nearest Marine and yelled, "Stay out of this. We ain't fighting you, Marines. Just a skeeshy. If you don't interfere, you won't get hurt." Kinnear spun on his heel, opening his mouth to bellow a warning, just in time to see his boss taking a flying leap off the roof. Steve braced himself as he dropped 10 meters from the roof to the ground. He mentally blessed his martial arts training as he rolled to break his fall, wincing at a sudden sharp pain in his left leg. He bounced to his feet, found he could still stand and move, and ignored the pulled muscle as he sprinted for the gatehouse. There were no sentries on duty. He didn't have enough military personnel for that, and with the guaranteed, demonstrated cooperation of the Dragon Tong prisoners, even the gunny hadn't considered them necessary. But he'd seen too much combat to take unnecessary chances. He'd ordered half a dozen rifles racked in the gatehouse, ready for use. He burst through the door. Rather than take time to fumble with its lock, he launched a roundhouse kick that smashed the wooden bar across the front of the makeshift rifle stand, where it blocked the weapon's pistol grips and prevented their withdrawal. He seized 2 rifles, glanced swiftly at their ammunition charges and power packs, and cycled their actions to chamber around, then spun on his heel, racing back through the door and out of the gates. He saw in a single flashing glance that the armed men had almost reached the 2 waiting transporters. "Here, sir," Kinnear called as he ran toward him. Steve tossed him a rifle, then brought his own weapon to his shoulder. Shouts came from the intruders as they saw him, but by then he was already acquiring a flash sight picture on the man who'd shouted at the gunnery sergeant. By taking the initiative, he'd identified himself as the probable leader of the group. Steve steadied himself and squeezed the trigger button. The rifle's electromagnetic mechanism discharged a flash of power through the coils of the firing rail, accelerating a metal bead to hypersonic speed. It left the muzzle with a loud crack as it broke the sound barrier. The insurgent was still raising his own rifle when the bead struck his chest. He grimaced in sudden agony as he jerked and then toppled forward, releasing his weapon as he fell. The other 5 insurgents froze for an instant as they saw their leader fall, and that gave Kinnear time to get into action. His rifle cracked a split second ahead of Steve's next shot. They'd both selected the same insurgent as their target, his weapon already shouldered and ready to cut loose on them. The 2 beads spun him around and dropped him lifeless over the legs of his erstwhile boss. The 4 survivors scattered, opening fire to cover their movements as they dived for cover. Steve threw himself sideways as several rifle shots passed through the space his body had just occupied. He reached the shelter of the nearest transporter's big front wheel with a gasp of relief, and then peered around it to look for another target, only to see the gunnery sergeant lying motionless in the open. With a bitter curse, he started toward him, only to be driven back behind the tire by a burst of fire that bounced off the vehicle's heavy front bumper. "I've got to deal with these bastards first," he realized. "I can't help the gunny till I've done that." A 3rd insurgent was sprawled on the ground, halfway between the first 2 figures on the line of pallets. Kinnear had clearly shot him before he could reach cover, but had then been hit himself. That meant there were still 3 attackers to deal with. Steve scanned the area in front of him, but couldn't see a target until the 2nd transporter, behind the one sheltering him, suddenly gunned its power pack. Its civilian driver jumped frantically from the cab's passenger door, rolling on the ground, then scrambling to his feet and running away across the hardstand. His vehicle turned as far as it could, braked hard, then began to back up to get clear of the transporter in front. Steve couldn't see the insurgent driving it, but knew the cab's thin metal would pose little obstacle to the hypersonic beads from his rifle. He fired 5 times, spacing his shots across the passenger door from which the original driver had just jumped. But to his surprise, the transporter continued to back up as if the rounds hadn't hit anything. The insurgent rammed the vehicle into forward gear and poured power to the wheels. Steve fired 3 more rounds into its cab before the transporter passed out of sight. He started to run toward the rear of the vehicle sheltering him to see where the other one was going, then skidded to a halt as several rapid rounds ricocheted off the dirt around him. He suddenly realized he was no longer protected by the transporter's front wheel. His legs could be seen beneath its load bed by insurgents sheltering behind the stacked supplies. He scrambled back to the shelter of the huge tire, then peered around it to see the barrel of a rifle pointing in his direction from over a pallet of ration packs. Before he could line his own weapon, the insurgent ducked back behind cover. Steve heard a wild shout over the harsh whine of the other transporter's power pack. "Get aboard!" He tried to look around the front of the cab, but a burst of fire drove him back. He cursed aloud, waited a moment, then tried again, just in time to see one attacker climbing into the cab of the escaping transporter through the passenger door. A second was running alongside the cab, fumbling for a handhold to swing himself up. Steve aimed hastily and fired 3 rounds at him, hitting his legs and sending him tumbling to the ground with a cry of pain. His rifle flew from his hands as he hit the dirt. The stolen transporter accelerated toward the line of bushes bordering the cleared area around Karsamba's walls. Steve tried to aim at the cab, but as the vehicle turned away from him, the pallets strapped to its load bed obscured his line of sight. There was no point in shooting at its tires. Their gel filling was designed to absorb damage without leaking. With another curse, he sprinted toward the insurgent he'd just wounded, who was trying to pull himself toward his rifle. Steve stamped hard on his back, pressing the muzzle of his rifle ungently into the back of his neck. "Don't even think about it," he warned harshly as he watched the transporter disappear into the brush, bouncing and twisting as it carved a trail through the undergrowth of trampled bushes and flattened hammocks of grass. "Why'd you shoot at us, damn you?" his victim demanded, voice tight with pain. "We wasn't attacking you." That's why you were pointing rifles at us, to prove you were peaceful, right?" "That was to make you stay away while we took the transporters. We didn't shoot first, you did." "Pointing a weapon at us is the same as an attack in my book. Now you shut up." Steve pushed with the muzzle of his rifle to emphasize his command as he looked around. More of his Marines were appearing at the gates. He shouted at them, "Arm yourselves! Get the gunny to Sig Bay! Then check the attackers and take any wounded there too! Someone bring flex cuffs to secure this bastard and a stretcher to carry him inside." "He was extremely fortunate," Dr. Zhu told Steve as she swabbed the gash on the right side of Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear's head. "The bead scored a line in the bone over his ear, but didn't penetrate or fracture it that I can see. The impact was enough to knock him out. We won't know how badly he was concussed until he wakes up and we can run some tests, but I don't think it will be too serious." Steve sighed with enormous relief. "Thanks, Doctor. That is great news. Do you need to keep him here?" "I would like to keep him overnight to make sure there are no complications." "Well, you do it. If he objects, you tell him it's an order from me. I'll come back after I've sorted out the rest of the mess out there. What do your medics say about the wounded insurgents?" "Both need surgery, their leader most critically. We've already slid him into a medbot and it's working to stabilize him. He'll have to be transferred to proper hospital facilities. The other's leg wounds are more manageable." "Will they be able to answer questions?" "Not the leader. He'll be out of it for a few days, I think. The other one will be able to talk once he wakes up after surgery, probably this evening." "Well, thanks. I'll leave you to it." Steve emerged from the sick bay to find Captain Johansson coming down the corridor toward him. The Marine officer had arrived with 2 assault shuttles carrying a platoon in response to an emergency call for reinforcements, and his people were scouring the area around the depot. "Now we sent a hoversat to track that transporter," he informed Steve. "He left a clear trail through the bush and then turned onto the old road leading to Hiron, a settlement in the foothills. We lost its tracks after a kilometer or so when the dust and dirt stopped falling off its wheels onto the hardtop road. We can't send the hoversat any further without it going out of range of our controllers, so I've asked Battalion HQ to task a satellite with checking the road. Well, fair enough. That was fast work. Any sign of any more of the bastards around here? No, and that's what puzzles me. Where the hell did those 6 come from? Far as we knew, there were no active insurgents at all in this area. Did this lot escape from the fight in the foothills and make their way back here? Or are there holdouts who hid until their food ran out and decided to steal some more? We've got a lot of questions to ask the 2 you've caught. Well done on that, by the way. You got into action very fast despite having no armed guards on standby. Yeah, I'm going to have words with Major Emery about that. Steve's tone was distinctly frosty. I don't appreciate being told I can't have any guards only to fight off an attack. How do we know there won't be another one? I still don't have enough staff here to spare them for guard duties as long as you guys keep pushing more work onto us. Well, I hear you. Johansson's tone was sympathetic. I don't know what the Major will say, but he better figure out something. We can't spare anyone to help you. A battalion's a pretty small force to secure an entire city like this, so we're already overextended. Well, I guess so. I hope you learn more from the prisoners so we know what the risks are. And if we can, we will, but I dare say the Colonial Guard will insist that we hand over the prisoners to them. They've taken everyone we've arrested so far. They're quite hard-nosed about it. We usually don't hear anything further. Well, then why not interrogate them ourselves before we tell the Guard we've got them? We can hand them over after we've learned all that they can tell us. The captain grinned. I like the way your mind works. I'll suggest it to Battalion HQ. By the way, where did you learn to fight Marine style with a rifle like that? It's unusual for a spacer to be so handy with personal weapons. Well, I took it seriously right from the start, and I've learned more from members of your corps. I'm rated expert with both rifle and pistol, as well as in unarmed combat. My wife, Abba Sashna, is a Marine officer in the reserves. My closest friend in the service is Captain Brooks Shelby, who's currently commanding the Heavy Weapons Company of 3rd Battalion, 2nd Regiment in Lancaster's Marine Reaction Force Brigade. Oh, I recognize both of their names. You all had a couple of big engagements with pirates in the Rolla system a couple years ago, didn't you? I recall reading about them in the news. Yes, we did. That was pretty small by comparison. Maybe, but you can get just as dead in a small fight as a big one. You did well today. What the hell happened? Byram's voice was incredulous as he watched the sole uninjured survivor of the patrol pull another from the cab, his unconscious body leaving blood smeared across the seat and pooling on the floor. Other rebels hurried to help him. Where's Fickery and the rest? They won't be coming. Riza's voice was grim. Those Marines didn't want to let us have the transporters. I'm here to tell you, boss, they fight like buzzsaws. There were only 2 of them with rifles. We got one, but they took out 4 of us and hit Kiram 3 times as he tried to drive the transporter away. He's tough as nails, but not even he could take punishment like that. He blacked out only half a kilometer into the bush. I got him out of the driver's seat and took over. When we reached the road, I turned toward Hiron and ran a few clicks to mislead them in case they'd had a drone watch, and then I turned off at the burned-out shop by the crossroad and circled around on farm roads. I didn't see any patrols. I left the trailer in the woods because I figured you wouldn't want one of their hoversats spotting it in the yard. I put a few ration packs in the cab for us to eat today. Well, good idea. Let's get Kiram into the barn. Pull the transporter in there, too, out of sight. Their medic came running from the farmhouse wearing only a towel wrapped around his waist, his hair and body still wet from the shower. He hastily examined the unconscious Kiram, then looked up and shook his head. He's too badly hurt, and he's lost too much blood. I don't think even a hospital could save him, boss. At least he's not in pain. It won't be long now. Byram swallowed a curse. Kiram had been one of his earliest recruits when he started planning this uprising 5 years before. He hadn't been particularly intelligent or displayed any powers of command, but he'd been faithful, reliable, and, as Riza had remarked, tough as nails. It hurt to lose him, almost as much as it hurt to know Fikri was either dead or wishing he was dead as the goons interrogated him. He thrust the thought from his mind. Fikri wouldn't talk. He'd die first. What now? He wondered as he walked out of the barn. Did they track the transporter here? We'd better move to Miller's farm as soon as it's dark, just in case. As for those Marines, if they want to join the party, we can handle that too. They're normal people. They want to stay alive, and we know we're going to die, and we don't care. That gives us an edge. The Marines should have stayed out of it. Now, they'll pay for Fikri and the others, just like the governor's going to pay for all those empty years I wasted on this rock. June 25th, 2850, Galactic Standard Calendar. It was well after noon the following day before Major Emery returned to the depot. His assault shuttle landed on the hardstand outside the temporary enclosure protecting tens of thousands of ration packs. He'd radioed ahead, so Steve was there to meet him. "Great job yesterday, Lieutenant," he began with a handshake of congratulation. "Captain Davis wasn't very happy about it, but my boss pointed out that you'd been attacked and had no choice but to defend yourselves. He rather grudgingly accepted that." Steve frowned. Perhaps I'd better not say anything, sir." "Not if it would be rude. He is the senior fleet officer on this station, after all." They grinned at each other. "The leader of those insurgents is still out of it, but the other one's talking. It seems a group of them made their way back here after escaping from the fight in the foothills. He doesn't know whether any other groups are doing the same. He wasn't told. Frankly, if I'd been his boss, I wouldn't have told anyone either. You know what they say about keeping something secret?" "Yes, sir. 3 can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead." "That's right. We're more than a little worried about the lack of intelligence information from the Esquishi authorities. The governor's been sharing with us all that his civilian administration knows, but the Colonial Guard's been a lot less forthcoming." "Is that because of professional jealousy, do you think, sir?" "Maybe. I really can't say for sure. Anyway, how's Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear doing?" "Oh, he's fine, sir. I've kept him on light duties for the day, but he doesn't like that at all. He's at his desk in the administration building, breathing fire and brimstone at his Marines to keep them hard at it. Would you like to see him?" "I would, thanks. You lead the way." Kinnear rose from his desk to greet them, snapping to attention as he saw the major. "Afternoon, sir." "Good afternoon, Gunnery Sergeant." Emery grinned as he shook the NCO's hand, inspecting the broad bandage wrapped around his head. "I don't think your new fashion in headgear will catch on in the Corps." "Perhaps in a different color, sir?" Steve suggested artlessly. "How about pastel pink?" There was revulsion in Kinnear's face and voice. "Trust a spacer to think of pink. Begging your pardon, of course, sir." He sounded remarkably unrepentant. Laughing, the major assured him, "I doubt the Corps will adopt Lieutenant Maxwell's suggestion. You both did very well yesterday. I wanted to thank you personally for protecting your people, including local personnel as well as our own. I was surprised to hear that you had rifles so readily available. I thought you were complaining that you didn't have enough weapons." He looked at Steve inquiringly. We took steps to resolve the problem, sir," Steve said as neutrally as possible. Emery winked. "Meaning that if I ask no questions, you'll tell no lies, right?" Steve remained silent, but the gunnery sergeant grinned. "I see the major's remembering a few things I taught him when he was still a lieutenant." The major looked at him severely. "You led me into paths of corruption and dishonesty from which it took me years to recover. I've only recently succeeded in becoming the shining knight and paragon of military virtue that you see before you." His sally was greeted by a barrage of loud coughing from both Steve and Kinnear, and he laughed. "Oh, what's the use? You probably corrupted each other by now. Anyway, the governor's taken note of what you did yesterday. He may arrange official recognition for both of you in due course, but he's a bit tied up at present with the Excellensary's visit." "Is he here already, sir?" Steve asked, surprised. "I'm afraid we've been so busy here I haven't had time to keep up with other developments." "Well, he arrived this morning. He's staying with the governor. For the next few days he'll be inspecting the Colonial Guard operations in the interior, then the MRF battalion and its operations in and around Sarush, including our engineers at the sewage plant and waterworks. He'll visit here as a part of that. I'll let you know more nearer the time, but I wanted to give you a heads up so you could have things in as good as order as possible." Steve frowned. "Well, we'll do our best, of course, sir, but we can't possibly meet normal standards for inspection." "We don't expect you to. It's clearly out of the question under present circumstances. Do your best, but operational efficiency is far more important than outward appearances. I'll be with the Excellensary during his visit, and I'll make that clear to him, particularly because you're using a mostly convict labor force rather than military professionals." "Well, thank you, sir. I must say, though, that based on their work so far, the Quanjin prisoners are almost as professional and competent as our fleet spacers or Marines." "Well, he is right, sir," Kinnear agreed. "I've been surprised by how much they've got done and how well they did it. I'll work with them again any time." "Well, that's good to know, although one hopes if we work with people from Quanjin in future, they won't be convicted criminals." Steve suppressed a grin. They might not have been convicted, but the odds that any senior members of Quanjin's military personnel or its civil servants would also be members of a criminal organization were very high indeed. However, he decided it would probably be best not to mention that in present company. The last group of insurgents didn't reach Miller's farm until after sundown. By then, Byram was pacing the floor of the barn, cursing beneath his breath at their dilatoriness. He took time to make sure the new arrivals got ration packs and were allocated places to sleep, then called the group's leaders together in an empty lean-to shed at the side of the barn. "Listen up," he called them sharply to attention. "We got one transporter load of rations. That's enough to see us through the next few days until our attacks go in." "No, it's not," Luna objected sharply. Byram flushed red with annoyance, but she glared at him and went on. "You're ignoring our families. Some of us finished our sentences and built what lives we could in exile on this rock. We found new partners and made new families. Others had wives or husbands follow them here. Stupid, I reckon, but love can make people do things like that. Our families have been hungry ever since the revolt. We thought we'd be able to get them off planet after we won, but instead we lost. And since then, the administration has not done spit to distribute emergency rations. The Marines have been doing better in the areas they patrol, but that's sure to stop when our attacks go in. There's not much to buy in the shops, even if you've got money, which most of our families haven't. We can't win, and we can't evacuate our people, so we got to give them enough food to survive until supplies return to normal. That means rations for a couple of months for up to 1,000 people. Damn it, Luna, we don't have time to worry about those who won't or can't fight. They got to look after themselves." "No, that's not going to happen." Her voice was flat, emphatic. "Half my group's been asking about this. They know our only choice now is between death in combat or being hanged as rebels, but they still care about those they're leaving behind. If we can't provide for them, they're going to break away from us and try to do it themselves before they're arrested or killed." There were reluctant nods from most of the others around the table. Orhan said, "She's right, Byram. Some of my people have been talking that way too." "Then they should have thought about that before joining us," Mateen protested vehemently. "What do they think we are, some kind of charity?" "None of us thought about it because we figured we were going to win, remember?" Orhan snapped. "We had it all worked out. We were going to kill the governor and every official and guard we could reach, loot the planetary bank, and use that money to buy our way onto a spaceship with our families and get out of here. We didn't know Arnie had betrayed us." "Oh, hell!" Mateen was silent for a moment, face reflecting his internal struggle, and then he shrugged and looked at Byram. "Boss, we got to do something. If we don't, We'll lose them, and if that happens, we may as well commit suicide instead of fighting on. It'll come to the same thing in the end." Byram sat silently for a moment, anger burning within him, but he could recognize inevitability when it stared him in the face. "All right. It'll have to go down at the same time as our main attack, though. If we launch a raid before then to get rations, it'll tell everyone we're back in Sarush. We gotta surprise them when we hit them. I'll assign one group to take hostages at the spaceport, then trade them to the Marines at Karsamba in exchange for some transporters loaded with rations. They can drive each transporter to a rendezvous point where families can collect what they need. Then they can reassemble and hit another target. While all that's going on, the rest of us will launch our strikes." "That might work," Luna agreed. "Let me think on it. Meanwhile, I've chosen 8 possible targets. 5 are inside the zone patrolled by the Marines. We'll have to sneak through real slow and careful to avoid them spotting us. Fortunately, they're spread real thin, and we know the sewers and alleys like the backs of our hands, so I think we can do that. Of course, when we start the ball rolling, they'll figure it out, but I don't think they'll be able to interfere in time to stop us." He handed out printouts showing the target zones. "Study these maps. Look for approach routes and weak points in the defenses. We'll get together again in 3 hours and make a final selection of our targets, start planning our attacks." Steve and the gunny stood on top of the administration building once more, nursing the last mugs of coffee of the day, watching the third and smallest of Askishi's moons rise over Sarush. Serried housetops showed a kilometer away at the edge of the city in the moonlight, broken here and there by roads and the skeletons of buildings that had been wrecked during the recent fighting. Steve said reflectively, "Gunny, I wouldn't talk like this to anyone else in the detachment, but you're a senior NCO. You're supposed to help train and form junior officers. So even though I'm not as junior as I once was, help me out here. I'm getting a bad feeling about this operation. In all my training, I've been taught that the fleet should only act if something's imperative to the interests of the Commonwealth or our principles. We're supposed to clearly define our objectives and then develop a plan to not only achieve them, but get out after we've done that. I haven't seen any of that in this operation. I get the feeling the Marines were just flung in here willy-nilly." Kinnear shrugged. "Didn't they say something about wanted to help Karabakh so it would consider stronger anti-piracy measures?" "Well, yes, they did, but who decided that would motivate Karabakh? It doesn't sound like something a sector admiral would come up with. More like a touchy-feely idea from his State Department advisor. Also, I can understand dispatching the on-call MRF battalion and you engineers to an emergency on a Commonwealth planet, but to a foreign world with no particular ties to us, where's our imperative interest here?" "I don't know, sir, but then I'm an NCO. I go where they tell me and do what they want me to do. I leave the deep thinking to the powers that be." Steve snorted. "Oh, come off it, Gunny. You don't fool me. Before being promoted to senior NCO rank, you'll have earned a bachelor's degree in military science through training and online education, same as I have. You're no automaton, so tell me, if you'd been killed by that hit you took yesterday, do you think you'd have died doing something worthwhile? You swore an oath to uphold and defend the Commonwealth Constitution. What does our job here have to do with that? Would you be satisfied to be killed defending a pile of not very good rations against ragtag bandits on a world that has nothing to do with us?" Kinnear grinned and shook his head. "I don't think I'll ever be satisfied to be killed, sir. Let me put it another way. I saw you in your Class 2 uniform aboard Sibeli. You were wearing the ribbon of combat injury medal in silver, which means you've been wounded in action twice. When and where?" "Well, the first was on a United Planets mission to Radetzky. The second was in a fight with smugglers in orbit around Midrash." "Okay, the second was on Commonwealth business, sure enough, but the first was like mine yesterday, an injury suffered on a world that has nothing to do with us." Steve frowned. "No, it was during a United Planets mission that had been accepted by the Commonwealth which made it an imperative interest for the fleet by default. This isn't. There's been no formal determination by our government that we need to be here, or at least if there has, I don't know anything about it. Kinnear nodded. I see your point, sir, but you're splitting hairs. We're here in obedience to orders from our superior officers. If those orders were wrong, someone much higher up than us will have to sort out the mess, but that's not our job. We do what we have to do in the situation in which we find ourselves with the tools that come to hand. If we tried to second-guess every order that came down the pike, we'd end up chasing our own tails and the fleet would disintegrate. Steve sighed. All right, Gunny, you're right, of course, but I've got a nasty feeling in my water about this. We've come in here not knowing enough about the background of the rebellion or the major actors or what happened or what's going on now in the fighting inland. Our forces are divided and we don't have enough Marines or weapons here to secure ourselves if things turn pear-shaped. Yesterday could have been very bad, but we were lucky. I doubt we'll be as lucky again if something else goes down, so I intend to do something about that. Are you willing to bend a few rules to help me? If it keeps my engineers safer, sir, I dare say I can stretch a point or two here and there. Well, good. At midnight, you and I are heading for the spaceport with a raiding party. I mean a work crew. Both men grinned. I want a bunch of stuff from the armory and warehouses there. Heavier weapons, surveillance gear, anything we can lay our hands on to secure our perimeter. I want enough not only for your Marines, but also to arm some of the Quanjin prisoners. It's as clear as daylight that many of them have had military training. They've already had to fight against these rebels to stay alive, so I don't think they'll hesitate to help defend this place and themselves if necessary. Well, it makes sense. You've all got engineer's armor rather than combat armor. Does that mean you can't fight in it? No, sir. It is combat capable. We're not called combat engineers for nothing, after all. It's just got extra features and software to help us handle heavy equipment and dirty jobs. Well, good. Make sure you have all the weapons you need to fight if necessary. If you need more, we will add them to our shopping list tonight. I also want to borrow some heavy maintenance spacesuits from Planetary Stocks. Their powered exoskeletons are almost as strong as armor, even if they don't have the offensive and defensive sensors that your Marines use. Their environmental systems will allow us to use them planet-side for short periods if we have to, although they can't move as fast as your armor. The Quanjin spacers will know how to operate them, and they'll help to keep up with your Marines in a firefight if necessary. If we can't have more Marines to guard us while we work, I'm going to form our own fire teams. You know that the planetary authorities will crucify you if they find out about this, sir. Arming convicts has got to break all sorts of regulations. Screw regulations. You and I damn near got ourselves killed yesterday because we were caught unawares and unguarded. I don't intend to let that happen again. The 6 leaders of what was left of the rebellion gathered at 23. They sipped mugs of strong black coffee to stay awake as they talked. Boss, I had thought, Mateen said without preamble, you said we'd send a group to the spaceport to take hostages, then trade them for the ration packs our families need. Why not take that further? Did you see who just arrived here? The Excellentsari, you mean? Yeah, it was on the news this evening. Byram's lip curled in disgust. He's just a wet behind the ears shaved tail straight out of the military academy. Nothing much at all. Yeah, but he's also the Sultan's youngest son. If we grabbed him, would he be valuable enough to trade for a way off this rock for ourselves and our families? There was a sudden hissing intake of breath around the table. Even Byram was momentarily staggered at the thought. He said slowly, I never thought of that. I must be getting old and slow. Yeah, I reckon the governor wouldn't have much choice. If he did anything to get the Excellentsari killed, he'd be finished, even though he's one of the Sultan's closest friends. Luna nodded eagerly. Instead of killing as many high-ranking officials and their families as we can, why not try to take them hostage? We may not get the Excellentsari or the governor, but If we got the governor's wife and the families of a few other senior officials, that'd be almost as good, wouldn't it? We could use them as shields to force the Marines to back off and stay out of the fighting, and then trade them for a way out of here." Orhan shook his head doubtfully. "That's tricky. Even if they gave us a ship, they'd never let us leave with the hostages. We'd have to hand them over before they let us hyperjump out of here. But once they got them back, what's to stop them blasting us out of space with a nuclear-tipped missile before we reach the system boundary?" Byram thrust back his chair and stood. "Wait a moment. We need expert advice, and I know someone who can give it to us." He was back within minutes, ushering a grizzled, older man into the room. "You all know Turgay, right?" "Yeah, sure. Hi, Turgay." Nods and greetings ran around the table. "He was a bosun in Karabach's merchant marine. He smuggled goods on and off the planet for years until someone decided he wasn't paying enough in bribe money and made an example of him to warn other smugglers. He drew a 10 stretch here, followed by permanent exile." He looked at Turgay. "What you hear doesn't go any further until I say so, okay?" "Okay, boss." Byram swiftly explained their embryonic discussion. "We need to know whether we can make this work. We don't know much about spaceships, but you do." "There are 3 problems you'll have to deal with as far as the ship's concerned," the spacer began. "The first is finding one that can take 1,000 of us or more. That's us and our families. A merchant freighter can't. She's all cargo holds, most of them non-pressurized. Her crew quarters won't handle more than 40 or 50 or maybe 3 times that if we hot bunk." "What's a hot bunk?" Miriam asked, puzzled. "That is when 2 or 3 people share a single bed in turn. As one gets out, the next gets in. It never gets a chance to cool down." She giggled. "Well, the name suits." "Yeah, but it's no fun, believe me. It starts to get real smelly after a while, even if you change the bedding more often. The ship's environmental system's another problem. They've got to handle sanitation for everyone aboard and supply enough air and water for them. The galley has to be able to prepare meals for everyone, or there have to be individual ration packs, and then there's garbage disposal, laundry, taking care of any infants and kids that come along. It's a tall order." Byram said thoughtfully, "The Colonial Guard's reinforcements arrived aboard 3 freighters fitted with personnel pods in their holds. They're still in orbit around Esquishi as far as I know." "That would work," Turgay agreed. "There was a full regiment of guards, which would be 1,500, 2,000 troops. Each of those freighters would have carried several hundred troops in personnel pods, plus their heavy equipment and supplies in the holds. With hot bunking, they could load twice that number if they had to, maybe even more. The pod systems would deal with sanitation and air supply, but the ship would have to carry enough supplies for the trip." "Well, let's cross that bridge when we come to it. What are the other 2 problems?" The next is the spaceship's pretty big, at least a merchant freighter is. She's got a lot of compartments where troops can hide. They wanted to get tricky with us. They could pretend to give us a ship and then conceal a reception committee aboard to surprise us once our guard was down." "How long would it take to check the ship and make sure that wasn't happening?" "I could do it in half a day if I had a few spacers to help me." "Are there any more spacers with us?" 2 that I know. There may be a few others. I can ask around." "All right, do that. Last problem." "The ship's crew. They won't want to be trapped aboard with you. If they're civilian, I reckon they'll probably refuse to obey orders to take you wherever you want to go, or they might just abandon ship and leave it drifting in orbit. Where are you going to find spacers to replace them?" "That's a problem," Byram admitted, brow furrowing in thought. I may have an answer there, too. I'll have to think on it." Turgay's eyebrows shot up. "Boss, if you can conjure an entire trained crew out of a hole on this rock, I'll kiss your ass in public." A ripple of laughter ran around the table. "Well, start practicing your puckering up, because I may know where to find one, although I don't know whether they'll agree to help us. All right, thanks, Turgay. Remember, not a word to anyone till I tell you. Stay close so I can find you if I have more questions. Okay, boss. The spacer let himself out of the lean-to shack into the barn, closing the door behind him. Where the hell are you going to find a ship's crew? Mateen's voice was incredulous. Never mind that right now. We got a bigger problem to deal with first. How do we make sure they'll let the ship go with our people aboard after we've handed over our hostages? There was a long silence around the table as everyone thought hard. At last, Luna said slowly, There may be a way, but it's probably a suicide mission for some of us. What do you mean? Byram demanded. If they get the hostages back, they'll have no reason to let us go. They can chase after the ship and try to recapture it or simply shoot it out of space. They can even plant a bomb aboard, timed to blow up hours or days after the ship's left the system. It would never be seen again and no one would ever learn what had happened to it. The only way to stop those things happening is to keep our hostages until the ship arrives at a safe destination where our people can get off. How the hell do we do that? They'll never allow us to take them along. We keep them here, she said simply. We can't risk staying on the planet with them. It's too easy to mount an attack to free them. So we put them aboard a cargo shuttle in orbit with enough supplies for a month or two. A few of us stay on the shuttle to guard them until we receive a message from the others, probably brought back by the ship that took them, confirming they've arrived at a safe place. After that, we hand over the hostages, but that means those of us on the shuttle won't have any chance to escape. We'll be arrested and hanged. You said we. Are you planning to volunteer? Why not? I've lost 2 husbands, one on Karabakh, the second here. My kids are still on Karabakh. They've long since forgotten me. At least they never send messages. I've got no one left to live for. Why not help see to it that those who do are given a chance for a fresh start in life? That goes double for the kids. Her face softened. They've been through hell a lot, and too many of them have lost a parent. Let's give them a chance to start over far away from here. I hear you. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. All right, that might work. He slapped the map on the table. Now, we still have to pick our targets. Our primary objective's no longer to kill as many top officials and their families as we can, but to take them prisoner along with anyone else who might be valuable as a hostage. Also, in case we don't get that right, we still got to plan on getting our hands on as many rations as possible for those who have families. They bent over the map and started planning. June 28th, 2850, Galactic Standard Calendar, morning. Standing before the morning work parade, Steve glanced up as the ear-battering racket of reaction thrusters grew louder. A Marine assault shuttle flew low over the depot, moving slowly, then turned toward the spaceport. I guess that'll be the Excellent Sorry, sir, Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear observed. Probably. He's due at the spaceport at 8 to inspect its garrison and staff, then he'll be coming here at 11. He looked back at the Marines and Quanjin prisoners on parade and raised his voice. All right, you all know your assignments. We've got a lot to do before the Excellent Sorry gets here, so work fast. At 10, return to your quarters and dress in clean utility coveralls, then form up here at 10:30. Over to you, Gunnery Sergeant. Aye, aye, sir. Parade attention! Dismiss! The 100-plus prisoners and engineers broke up, forming new groups as they hurried toward their tasks for the morning. Kinnear joined Steve as he moved toward the gate, watching the assault shuttle receding into the distance toward the spaceport. In the gatehouse, the 2 fire teams that had stood watch for the past 8 hours were being relieved by 2 more. Each 4-person team had 2 armored Marines and 2 Quanjin prisoners wearing powered spacesuits. They bantered cheerfully with each other as they exchanged weapons, checked that they were loaded and ready for use, and took care of the limited formalities of handover. "I have to admit, you were right. I was wrong, sir," Kinnear observed. "The mixed guard arrangement's working out better than I expected. I was worried that arming the prisoners would give them the wrong idea. Instead, they seem to have taken it as a sign of trust. They're working harder and smarter than ever." "Well, that's what I hope for," Steve replied as he shaded his eyes with his hand, staring after the shuttle. "We're all under threat down here, so what the hell?" He and Kinnear gaped as two smoke trails slanted upward toward the assault shuttle, seeming to come from behind it and to one side. It was already descending toward the spaceport, so the missiles didn't have far to climb. The first exploded next to the starboard side of the shuttle, blowing two of its reaction thrusters right off their mounts. The shock jolted the shuttle bodily and caused the second missile to blow up just before it reached its target, the blast visibly tossing the stricken ship as it began to fall toward the ground. Even before the sounds of the explosions reached their ears, the watchers saw the pilot desperately straighten the bird in midair, trying to hold it up, but he was too close to the ground. Trees tossed as if in agony as the shuttle disappeared into the grove, followed by a pall of dust and smoke as it hit the ground hard. As the double blast of the missiles reached them, Steve spun on his heel. "Gunny, you take charge here. Arm the rest of the fire teams. Deploy them to their posts and get everyone back inside and ready for trouble. I'm taking 3 of the 4 fire teams in the guard room and the duty transporter and heading for the crash site. I'll recover survivors if possible." Even as he spoke, they were running hard for the guardhouse. "Soon as we've gone, call Marine HQ and advise them what's happened and what we're doing." "Got it, sir. Be careful out there. Remember, you're not in armor." Neither of us is, and one of us has to command there, so can't be helped. There's no time to change into a powered spacesuit. I'll come up on our guard channel once we're moving." He raised his voice, shouting at the armored and spacesuited figures as they piled out of the guardroom. 3 fire teams with me. 1, stay with Gunnery Sergeant. Get your weapons, get aboard the transporter, now! Duty medic to the guardhouse with field kit at the double." He thrust his way through the confusion at the door and grabbed a rifle from the rack inside the entrance, checking the web vest slung over the barrel to ensure it contained chargers of ammunition, a spare power pack, and a tactical radio. He slipped the vest over his shoulders, inserted the radio's earplug in his left ear, and clipped the set to his left upper chest as he moved back outside. Already the first members of the fire teams were climbing aboard the transporter. An armored Marine jumped into the cab and activated the power pack. Steve hurried over to the vehicle, checked that his rifle was fully loaded and powered on, cycled the action to put a round onto the electromagnetic firing rail, applied the safety catch, and climbed into the passenger side of the cab. He glanced across at the Marine in the driver's seat. "Ready?" "Ready, sir. Where are we going?" Steve suddenly realized that many in the fire team still didn't know what had happened. He keyed the microphone on his lapel, knowing that everyone would be on guard channel. "Maxwell to fire teams. The shuttle taking the Excellent Sari and Major Emery to the spaceport has been shot down by missile fire. It looked to be a couple of kilometers this side of the spaceport boundary. We're going to check for survivors. The people who fired at it may be trying to reach it too, so we may have a fight on our hands. Be ready for trouble." He was struck by a sudden thought and asked, "Are any of you trained on heavy rescue equipment? Over?" A voice he didn't recognize came on the circuit. "Spacer Artificer Hong speaking, sir. I am trained to use it. We have a portable hydraulic gear in our workshop, and this transporter has a powered takeoff." "Maxwell to Hong, great. We'll go past there to collect it on our way out. Break. Maxwell to Gunny, have someone unlock the workshop right away. Over." He heard the gunnery sergeant's voice, his breathing heavy, obviously running hard. "Gunny to Maxwell. On my way, sir." A medic ran toward them, another of the Quanjin inmates lugging a heavy field pack over his shoulders and a stretcher in both hands. Steve waited until he'd handed up the gear to those in the back and been hauled aboard himself, then nodded to the driver. "Let's go." "Who the hell told him to fire?" Mateen's voice was filled with rage and frustration as he stared upward at the dissipating smoke trails left by the missiles and the cloud of dust and smoke where the crippled assault shuttle had crashed to Earth. He answered himself as he grabbed his radio handset. "No time for that now." He pressed the transmit button. This is Mateen. Go now! Forget the timetable. Hit them fast before they get off the parade ground and get organized." The people in his team hefted their weapons and moved forward to the edge of the tree line. Their scouts had already cut through the dilapidated fence surrounding the spaceport. They hurried through the gap in single file, spreading out into a combat formation on the far side and jogging toward the row of warehouses in front of them, heads turning from side to side, scanning warily. No guards or workers were in sight. All of them would be on the hard stand, drawn up in parade formation to welcome the excellent Sari. They'd have been sitting ducks if the attack had taken place as originally planned, Mateen fumed to himself. He'd planned to hit an unarmed, unsuspecting formation while the excellent Sari was inspecting their ranks. Now everything would be chaos. Furiously, Mateen cursed the errant missile team under his breath. They'd been placed beyond the perimeter with orders to fire at any Marine assault shuttles trying to reinforce the spaceport after the attack had been launched. Their premature reaction might have derailed the entire plan if the defenders within the wire managed to get organized in time. He glanced to left and right. More groups of his people were also hurrying through gaps in the perimeter wire and heading for their targets. He keyed his microphone again. "Mateen to Robles. You screwed up big time, boy. The excellent Sari was supposed to be aboard that shuttle. You gotta send half your people to find the wreck while the rest of you cover us with your remaining missiles. Bring him to me, alive or dead, and don't radio his status. No sense in letting the governor learn anything from radio intercepts. You got that?" A shaken voice came over the radio. "Got it, boss. It was Rioja who screwed up. He panicked when the shuttle looked like it was banking toward us, and his partner followed his lead and fired too. Don't make excuses for them. If our ace in the hole is gone, I'll kill him myself. Now get your people moving. No time to lose. Don't call me. I'm going to be busy. I'll call you." He rounded the corner of a warehouse as a burst of gunfire sounded ahead of him. Two of his party had cut down a group of 4 Colonial Guards who were racing toward their parked transports. They had been unarmed, probably heading for the weapons racked in their vehicles. More groups of guards were following them, all in parade dress uniform. Some stopped in their tracks and tried to turn and run the other way, while others hit the dirt and stayed down. Mateen raised his voice to a bellow. "Prisoners! We need hostages, damn it! Dead people are no use to us. Don't shoot 'em. Round 'em up!" Steve pointed to an intersection ahead where a dirt track led away from the main road. "Take that track. It'll get us closer to the crash site." Off to the right, a column of smoke rose from a clump of trees where the shuttle had gone down. "Aye, aye, sir." The Marine driver braked heavily, spun the wheel, and tramped on the accelerator. With a sickening heave and lurch as it hit the rutted dirt surface and a protesting whine from its power pack, the transporter turned in that direction. Shouted protests came from those riding in the back, but Steve ignored them. Haste was far more important than comfort right now. The track twisted left and right, the terrain to the sides hidden by thick bush, then straightened out on a long stretch that ran past the trees from which smoke was emerging. The Marine pointed ahead. "Look, sir!" Several armed men were running down the road towards them. They slammed to a halt as they saw the transporter and raised their weapons. "Off the road, quick!" As the first rounds cracked past them, the driver spun the wheel again. The transporter bounced headlong into the air as it struck the low earth ridge at the side of the track, tossing overboard 3 of those in the back and stopped in the thick bushes lining the road. Steve leaped from the cab, glancing back. The ejected members of the fire teams were getting to their feet, their armor or spacesuits having protected them from serious injury. He keyed his microphone. "Driver and Spacer Honk, stay aboard. Everyone else out. Marines, hold off those people while the driver and I check the crash site." The 3 fire teams rapidly formed a skirmish line, every armored Marine partnered with and backed up by a spacesuit-wearing Quan Jin man. The senior Marine NCO glanced left and right, checking the formation. Steve heard him over the radio. "All right, Marines, you know what to do. Make sure you keep your Quan Jin partner with you and cover each other. Move fast, hit hard. Keep him away from the crash site and the skipper." He couldn't spare the time to listen to more and jumped onto the running board looking at the driver. "We'll let Sergeant Jindal handle things. Drive through these bushes until you reach the trees. We'll need the power takeoff to run the hydraulics if necessary. I'll cover Hong and you while you work." "Aye, aye, sir." The powerful transporter made short work of bulling its way through the bushes. The clump of trees were close together, but a section had been torn away by the crashing shuttle. They could see its smoking hulk lying at an angle in the center of the grove. The driver used the path it had made to bring the transporter up to the wreck, forcing it through the shattered chunks of wood and torn stumps with screams of protesting metal and whining surges from the power pack. As he did so, Steve saw a figure lurch to its feet next to the shuttle, tottering on unsteady legs, waving its right arm. Its left hung limply at its side. "There's a survivor," he exclaimed unnecessarily. "Stop here, driver. We don't want to get too close in case something blows up." As he jumped down from the cab and clambered over the remains of the trees toward the wreck, Steve could hear rifle fire on the other side of the shuttle, startlingly close. He clutched his own rifle, swore beneath his breath, and pressed on. On either side, the Quanjin spacer and the driver forged ahead, their powered spacesuit and armor giving them added strength. Steve reached the survivor. He was wearing a Marine coverall. "Who are you? Where's the excellent Sari?" he demanded curtly. "Sergeant Sulian, sir. I'm the pilot." The man tried to bring his arm up in salute, but Steve waved curtly to dismiss the effort. "The excellent Sari's lying there, sir, next to the shuttle. He's unconscious. Major Emery took the excellent Sari's bodyguard and moved out that way." He pointed toward the sound of the firing. He said whoever shot us down would come looking for us, and he wanted to find a good place to hold them off until help arrived. He said to tell whoever came that if fighting was going on, you're to get the excellent Sari to safety and not worry about him or the bodyguard. Steve swore again under his breath as he nodded. Such orders were what he'd expect from Major Emery, a Marine to the core. "Very well. I'm Senior Lieutenant Maxwell, Spacer Corps, commanding the depot back there. What happened to the excellent Sari?" "He got tossed around by the missile strikes, sir, as we all did, but our harness kept us strapped safely in our seats. Trouble is, I think he may have hit his release on the way down. When we hit the dirt, he was bounced right out of his seat. His head hit the cargo box on the fuselage bulkhead." "I get it. Were you hit?" "I tripped over a fallen tree trying to get the excellent Sari out of the shuttle, sir. Hurt my arm, hit my head hard." He gestured toward a trickle of blood that ran down from his hairline. "Major Emery said I should stay with the excellent Sari and leave the fighting to him and the bodyguard." "Very well, we'll have to get both of you to a doctor," Steve acknowledged, frustrated. With head injuries, possibly involving concussions, if not fractures, there was no time to waste, particularly when one of the wounded was potentially a future head of state. As if to reinforce his decision, his radio crackled. "Sergeant Jindal to Lieutenant Maxwell, over." "Maxwell here, over." "Sir, there are too many of them. We've killed or wounded up to a dozen, but there are at least as many again. They found cover and are shooting back. We've already taken 3 wounded among the Quanjin spacers. Their suits aren't proof against rifle fire like our armor. There are more of the enemy coming down the road, over." "Maxwell to Jindal, I hear you. We're loading the excellent Sari and the pilot into the transporter now." As he spoke, he gestured urgently to the driver and spacer to pick up the injured man and to the shuttle pilot to help them. "We'll head back to the road. Fall back to the path we made through the bushes on the way in. As we pass you, put the wounded aboard, then jump on yourselves. Keep shooting at the enemy to make them keep their heads down while we get out of here. You got that? Over." "Jindal to Maxwell. Aye, aye, sir. Break." "Jindal to fire team leaders. You heard that. Start falling back. Stay in line. Keep the enemy's heads down. Pick up our wounded as you reach them." Steve ignored the team leader's crisp responses as he turned his head, trying to pin down the source of the rifle fire from the bushes on the other side of the crashed shuttle. He shook his head in frustration. There was too much noise to be able to distinguish outgoing fire from incoming, so he couldn't be sure where the major was, even if his orders hadn't been so explicit. He spun on his heel and followed the others, his 2 companions carrying the excellent Sari's limp body, the pilot trying to keep up with him but very unsteady on his feet. He caught up with him and took his good arm, helping him stay upright as they stumbled through and over the fallen trees and branches. Robles found Mateen looking at a group of almost 100 captive colonial guards and spaceport workers. They had been herded into a vehicle park surrounded by a wire fence after the transporters and utilities inside had been driven out. Several armed rebels patrolled the fence, keeping a watchful eye on those inside. "Boss, I got bad news, but also good news," Robles began. "That better be mostly good," Mateen replied menacingly. His subordinate winced. "Yeah, boss," he said hurriedly. "We almost had the Excellent-Sorry, but some of the crew of that shuttle must have pulled themselves together real fast. They held us up and stopped us moving in. That bought enough time for a bunch of Marines and spacers to arrive in a big transporter. They forced us back long enough to pick up the Excellent-Sorry and the pilot. We captured a Marine major and one other. Remember that big NCO that was always standing behind the Excellent-Sorry in the news vids? Yeah, so? He's the guy's personal bodyguard. He was helping that Marine major. We got him, too. Both of them are wounded. Not too badly. We can trade them." He gestured at a tall major and a shorter, burly NCO who were being shoved toward them by his men. "Where'd the others take the Excellent-Sorry?" "Back to that supply depot we raided the other day." Mateen swore furiously. "How the hell did they get back inside? Salvi's group was supposed to seal off that place until we could get there." Robles shrugged. "They didn't have much in the way of weapons when our people hit them a few days back, but they sure have now." Neither man noticed the Marine major's eyes widen in surprise as he heard their words, followed by a faint grin, instantly wiped from his face. "Looks like the people in the transporter were talking to the depot by radio. Soon as Salvi and his people fired at the transporter, they fired back from the walls, and not just with rifles. They had some sort of explosives, too. There's no way they could have artillery there. Well, maybe not, boss, but they got something. Salvi's dead. They took him out in the first salvo along with several of his people. The others hit the transporter a couple of times, but not hard enough to stop it. It made it through the gate. The Excellent-Sorry's inside now. I don't know if he was hurt in the crash. These two ain't said nothing, and they may not know for sure, but I reckon he must have been. Otherwise, he'd have been helping them fight us off, wouldn't he?" "Maybe." Mateen's voice was dubious. "They might have made him keep his head down. They know how important he is." "Could be, boss, but I reckon we can get him out of there if we need him." "You do? How? If that place is as strong as you tell me, we'll pay hell tacking it." "We don't need to, boss. Look at all these prisoners you got. There's got to be some Marines there, right?" "No Marines, but several spacers from the ships in orbit, plus some civilian techs from the Commonwealth, bunch of colonial guards, too." "Okay, we got this major here, plus the Excellent-Sorry's personal bodyguard. You don't get to have a job like that unless the guy you're guarding likes you enough to keep you around, right?" "I guess." "Well, there you are, then. We offer to trade the Commonwealth hostages free and clear, not just in exchange for food like we planned, but also for the Excellent-Sorry. The Marines at the depot will have to put their own people here ahead of everyone else. Stands to reason, right? They don't agree at first. They get to see us shoot their people one or two at a time in sight of their main gate. Shouldn't take more than a few dead before the guys inside see sense. Even if their officers don't agree, the rest won't want to see any more of their people die." Mateen eyed his errant subordinate approvingly. "You're using your head, Robles. Yeah, that ought to work. We might even arrange a nasty surprise for 'em as they drive away." They exchanged vicious, knowing grins. "Trouble is, how do we talk to 'em?" He gestured angrily at the radio clipped to his belt. Its speaker was emitting a strangled, hissing squawk. "Byram's jamming all the standard radio frequencies just like he said he would as soon as he took the communications building. He's going to do that until they've agreed to talk to him like he wants. Send someone under a white flag, boss. I'll go if you like. You can write them a message." Mateen nodded slowly. "Okay, if this works, you'll have made up for your people's screw-up with those missiles. Let's finish the cleanup here and see how many Commonwealth hostages we got." June 28th, 2850, Galactic Standard Calendar, afternoon. Steve was inspecting the armory when his radio crackled. "Kinnear to Maxwell. Sir, the techs have got the satellite dish working and have made contact with LCS Marathon. Captain Davis wants to speak to you immediately. Over." "Maxwell to Kinnear. On my way." Steve was already running for the communications room, even as he inwardly blessed the Quanjin spacers who had set up an improvised satellite dish to restore communications with the Lancastrian Commonwealth Task Force in space. The jamming of all terrestrial communications channels and the severing of satellite links through the planet's communications center had been his single biggest concern until now. He knew why the troopship's commanding officer wanted to speak with him so urgently. He would be desperate to know what had happened to the Excellentsari. Steve burst into the comm room and slammed to a halt in front of the main satellite screen, hastily jury-rigged from a computer display connected to a field comm terminal. He was breathing heavily as he came to attention before Captain Davis's hawk-like visage visible in the terminal. "Senior Lieutenant Maxwell reports to Captain Davis, sir." He knew the captain would see his face as well through the camera mounted atop the screen. "Thank you, Lieutenant." The senior officer's voice was curt. "Your people have just told us that you have the Excellentsari. What happened? Give me a quick status report. Over." "Aye, aye, sir." Steve summarized the events of the morning in a few swift sentences. "All landline comm circuits have been cut and all planetary radio circuits are being jammed, so we don't know what's happened elsewhere. This depot isn't equipped with Marine long-range radios, and we're out of range of Marine HQ using armor radios, so we don't know the status of their channels. I have techs assembling hoversats from the stores here to try and establish a line-of-sight communications chain between us and Marine HQ. However, if the rebels have any more of those missiles, they'll try to shoot down our hoversats the instant we put them up, sir. Over." "Yes, they probably will. The rebels appear to have planned and executed this operation very well. They've taken the spaceport, as you know. Your rescue of the Excellentsari is the only good news I've had so far today. The rebels hit another 4 targets in Sarush itself. One assault team took the school for children of government officials. They're holding hostage over 200 kids from junior to middle school in age, plus a number of the teachers and administrators. They've threatened to kill them all if any rescue is attempted." Anger and disgust were mingled in his voice. "Another team took the communications center. They've cut or are jamming all planetary circuits, so there's no secure comms for planetary forces. Marine equipment uses frequency hopping, fortunately, so our forces can still communicate internally. And now that you've jury-rigged a satellite dish, we're in touch with you as well. I'm downloading this conversation to Marine HQ in real time for the attention of Lieutenant Colonel Batista, CO of the Marine Battalion. He's the commander on the ground, so he'll have orders for you in addition to mine in due course. He'll contact you through Marathon's OPSEN. Anyway, back to the rebels. A 3rd team hit the governor's mansion. He managed to escape in the confusion, but they're holding his wife and most of his personal household staff. Another team hit the hospital. They've taken over 200 hostages, including most of the nursing staff, and 2 wards filled with recovering Colonial Guard casualties, plus civilian patients. In summary, they're holding more than 600 hostages at the various places they hit, and probably killed over 100 Colonial Guards and others in taking them. Several of our people were working at the spaceport, spacers and technicians sent down there to help with logistics and maintenance. We presume they are among the hostages, but the rebel boss out there, someone named Mateen, according to communications we intercepted before the jamming started, he isn't talking to us, so we don't know for sure. The rebel leader, his name is Byram apparently, has demanded to speak with the governor and the Marines commanding officer. That'll probably happen by this evening. He'll almost certainly threaten dire consequences for the hostages, including our own, unless we give him what he wants. Needless to say, I'm not going to comply. We can't interfere in Askishi's or Karabak's internal affairs by actively intervening in this crisis. The Department of State is emphatic about that. We'll have to tread very carefully indeed. Steve wanted to ask sarcastically whether fighting back against rebel attacks on himself and his people counted as active intervention, but he restrained himself. Instead, he replied, "Understood, sir. Is there any news of Major Emery and the Excellentsari's bodyguard?" "We didn't know what had happened to them until your people told us, and haven't heard anything about them from the rebels. They may have been killed during the fighting, or they may have been taken prisoner by the group that shot down the Excellency's shuttle. If so, they're probably being held at the spaceport. I'll ask Lieutenant Colonel Batista to raise the matter with Byram when he speaks to him." "Understood, sir." "Meanwhile, Lieutenant, you and your people are on your own. Preserve the security of your installation. Do not, I say again, do not conduct independent negotiations with the rebels. That's Lieutenant Colonel Batista's job. We don't want to get our wires crossed or make contradictory deals with different groups." Steve fought down an uneasy sensation in the pit of his stomach. "Understood, sir, but they've already raided us once in search of ration packs. What if they try again or want to exchange hostages for rations?" "You have your orders, Lieutenant. Furthermore, we can't intervene in the internal struggle on Esquishi by taking sides. That means you may take no aggressive action whatsoever. Don't send out patrols. Don't look for trouble. Limit your defensive actions to taking cover and avoiding casualties. Do not return fire unless you absolutely have to. And even then, limit yourselves to aimed fire with light weapons only at known, clearly identified targets close to your position. No indiscriminate shooting, no long-range or area fire. Keep your heads down and wait. By tomorrow, we'll have been able to develop a coordinated plan of action. The important thing is, don't act independently. If you do, you might screw up other arrangements about which you know nothing." "Understood, sir." "Well, good. Whatever Captain Davis was about to say was interrupted by 3 short, sharp explosions outside the communications center. The screen fuzzed and went blank as everyone, including Steve, instinctively dived for cover against the walls. After a brief pause, 3 more explosions sounded, and then 3 more. Steve rose to his feet and hurried to the doorway, looking out cautiously. Prone figures stirred as they looked up in sudden silence. 10 meters from the building, the newly erected satellite dish had taken a direct hit from what looked to have been a mortar bomb or something like it, arcing over the perimeter wall. It was in pieces on the ground. One of the techs who directed it was lying ominously still nearby. 2 more hurried toward him. Steve raised his voice. "Get that man to the sick bay at once. Any more casualties?" No one answered. "Very well, back to your post, quick as you can. They may be about to attack us." A Marine called from the guardhouse at the main gate. A camera had been mounted on its roof looking out over the wall, one of several around the perimeter. "Someone's coming out of the bushes, sir. He's waving a white flag and walking slowly toward us." "Is he armed?" "Doesn't look like it, sir." "Well, very well, let him approach, but stop him 10 meters from the gate. Don't let him get any closer." "Aye, aye, sir." Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear approached on the run. He was panting, but gave a thumbs-up sign as he stopped next to Steve. "All fire teams are ready and standing by, sir. I've also checked all the grenade launchers used during this morning's fight when you came back with the Excellency. They're reloaded and ready to go." "Well, good work. I wonder if the rebels know what hit them. I doubt they've run into sensor-fused grenade launchers before. Esquishi's forces don't use them. It must have seemed like mortars or light artillery to them. That may be why they've just fired those things at us to show that they have heavier weapons too." He gestured to the smoking craters around the compound. Kinnear scowled as he saw the damaged satellite dish. "Damn, it took us a couple of hours to jury-rig that thing, and now we got to do it all over again." "Have you got enough parts to repair it?" "That dish is probably beyond fixing, sir, but we can build another. There's enough sheet metal around, and we can bend it into shape. Fortunately, the terminal itself is inside the ComSend, so it's not as vulnerable. We only got one of them in working order. For which, thank heaven. I've just been talking to Captain Davis." He gave the NCO a quick summary of their conversation. The gunnery sergeant scowled. "So we're stuck in here and we can't respond to attacks like this?" "That's what the big boss said." "Now, it's all very well for him, sir. He's sitting 30,000 clicks above us in orbit. Down here, our problems are a bit more immediate." "Well, you know it, and I know it, but that's the way it is. If worst comes to worst, I'm going to take advantage of our enforced communications breakdown to do what needs to be done. I can always apologize later." They exchanged fierce grins. "As soon as you repair the satellite circuit, Lieutenant Colonel Batista will have orders for us, I'm sure." "I'll get right on it, sir. What about this rebel?" "I'll see what he wants while you get started on the repairs." "Aye, aye, sir." Steve hurried to the guardhouse at the main entrance. The rebel slowed and stopped outside the wall as he arrived. He waved his white flag almost defiantly and raised his voice. "I want to speak to your boss." Remaining behind the wall, Steve called. "You're talking to him. Who are you?" "Show yourself, damn you. I didn't come all this way to talk to a wall. What's the matter? You scared I'll bite you?" "No, but your friends in the bush might start shooting." "Nah, they won't do that, 'cause your people would kill me if they did." Steve took a deep breath. There was only one way to find out if the rebel meant it. He stepped out from behind the gatepost and walked toward the emissary. "So far, so good," he said as he came up to the man. "We're both alive. That's a good start. Now, why the hell did you shoot at us if you wanted to talk?" "That was an attention getter to let you know that we got heavy weapons of our own now. We took them when we captured the spaceport, along with 79 hostages. Steve interrupted. 97? Does that include any survivors from the assault shuttle you shot down this morning?" "Yeah, one of your Marines and a local guy." Steve exhaled silently in relief. He'd been afraid that both of them had been killed. "Are they okay?" They're hurt, but not too badly. Now let's get back to business. We can take this place just like we did the spaceport, but my boss would prefer to make a deal. You give us 10 transporter loads of supplies, plus the Excellensari. We know you brought him back here. In exchange, we'll give you all our Commonwealth prisoners, 10 from the spaceport, plus 1 from the shuttle. Well, my orders are not to make any independent deals with you people. It's all got to go through the Marine base on the far side of Sarush. The rebel snorted in disdain. "And you can probably not talk to him right now, just like we can't talk to our boss, because all the circuits are down or jammed. Now, we'll have to sort this out between ourselves." "And if I won't?" The other grinned viciously. "Then we'll put your hostages out there at the bush line, one at a time, and you'll get to see 'em die real slow. We'll shoot their ankles first, and then their knees, then their wrists, then their elbows, then their hips, then their shoulders, one joint at a time. When we run out of joints, we'll shoot 'em in the guts, low down, so they'll hurt real bad for a long time before they die. And we'll start on the next one. The screams should keep you awake all night long." Steve swallowed hard as he tried to keep his face impassive, suppressing an overwhelming urge to land a killing blow on the grinning rebel in front of him. He knew he could do it. His 4th Dan ranking in karate, plus his years of military unarmed combat training, would make it very easy. But it would serve no purpose, and might get some of the hostages killed in retaliation. He thought fast. Could there be a way to turn this to his advantage? He said slowly, "Tell your boss that I am a fleet officer, a spacer, not a Marine. I need something that'll justify me disobeying orders. In return, I can give you a damn sight more than you've asked for. However, to make that deal, I need to do it with your boss in person." "Why?" "I have to be seen to be pulling off something worthwhile. I'll record it on vid so I can show it to my superiors later and prove to them it was worth doing. A part of that will be to talk to a rebel leader so I can say I persuaded someone high up to work with me." "Maybe, but I don't know if he'll bite. How are you going to talk to him anyway? The radio circuits are all jammed." "Well, not the real short-range ones like they use for working parties on the hard stand at the spaceport. We got a few of those radios here, too. They've got a range of only 1 or 2 kilometers in line of sight. If your boss comes here with one of them, I can talk to him using one of ours. Tell him Channel 9. "Well, I'll ask him, but I ain't going to tell him nothing. We'll see what he says. What do you want?" "Tell Mateen that I—" "How in the hell do you know his name?" "We listened to your radio circuits this morning. We heard a lot of things. Anyway, tell Mateen that I'll give him the whole damn depot and everything in it, supplies, weapons, vehicles, the whole lot, That'll give them enough to supply all your attack groups for months and give them better weapons as well. However, like I said, I'm under orders not to make any deals with you guys. If I do, they'll shoot me for disobeying orders in the face of the enemy. They wouldn't if his embryonic plan worked, but Steve hoped the rebels would accept his assertion at face value. I need something that'll give me a good enough reason to go against my orders and give you what you want. And what's that? I want all your hostages, including the Esquishi personnel. If I rescue all 97 of them, I'll be able to make the case that the deal was too good to turn down. Also, you got to give us safe passage out of here. If you get the whole depot in exchange, you'll be able to tell your big boss Byram that the deal was too good to refuse. I reckon that he'll buy that. Well, maybe, but not for me to say. What about the excellent Sari? Well, he was badly hurt in the crash of his shuttle. He's in our sick bay right now. I'll leave him in bed there when we hand over the depot. I'll claim that he was too sick to be safely moved, but he ordered me to make the swap to rescue his people. The Marines won't know any different. What if he says later that you're lying? Steve raised his eyes to the sky and feigning pious ignorance. He was doped up on pain meds. I guess the poor guy must have forgotten what he said. I'll have witnesses if I need them. They'll say what I tell them to say. The man's face broke into a grin. Well, that ought to do it. Okay, I'll tell Mateen what you said. It'll be his call whether or not to make that deal. All right. Steve glanced at his time display. It's almost 16 now. It'll take you a couple of hours at least to reach Mateen at the spaceport and then get back here. I'll have my people keep a listening watch on Channel 9 from 18 onward. Bring one of the hardstand radios with you and let me know what he says. And there's one more thing. If we do the deal, it's got to be fast. If it takes more than a few hours, the whole thing's off. Make sure Mateen understands that. Why are you in such a hurry? The man's tone was suspicious. Because you hit our satellite dish with those salvos you lobbed at us. Here, you can take a look. Steve beckoned the man to walk with him to the gate. They looked through it, seeing Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear and a work party gathering up the pieces outside the ComSen. I'll have to repair it or make a new one before I can make contact with the Marines, Steve explained. If I can honestly say I couldn't talk to them in time to get permission before making the deal, I can use that as another excuse to disobey my orders and hand over the whole depot. If they learn about this, they'll stop me dead in my tracks. So if Mateen wants a deal, he'd better get here with all the hostages before my comms to Marine HQ are restored. Well, that makes sense, I guess. The rebel's voice was dubious. Trouble is, we can't contact our big boss for his go-ahead. Mateen may not want to make the deal without talking to him, but that's his call. Now, don't you try any tricks. If he decides to make a deal, he'll bring enough of us with him to make you sorry you ever heard his name if you do anything stupid. Why would I do that? Steve pretended exasperation. I want to get off this bloody rock. I was starting a liberty period a few hundred light years away when this mess blew up, and I got dragged back to my ship. This isn't my planet, and I don't give a damn who wins this fight. I don't even care what the Marines decide to do. I'm a spacer, like the old saw says. Not my circus, not my monkeys. The sooner I get the hell off this dirtball, the happier I'll be. The emissary's face cleared. I guess that makes sense. Okay, I'll tell the boss. Next move's up to him, and I'll be waiting. The rebel turned on his heel and jogged toward the point where he'd emerged from the bush, white flag still waving from the stick in his hand. Steve went back through the main entrance, signaling to the two Quanjin spacers on duty there to swing the doors closed behind him. He beckoned Kinnear, who hurried over and briefed him on the exchange. I can't just let our people be shot to doll rags out there. I had to do something, and this is the best plan I could come up with on the spur of the moment. You know that'll violate Captain Davis's orders, sir. Of course it will, but what's the alternative? Do you want to have to listen to our people screaming and suffering and dying out there all night long? Well, no, sir, of course not, but you surely can't be going to give them the depot. Not if I can help it. How far along are the Quanjin techs with the assembly of the hoversats? First one should be ready to fly within an hour, sir. Well, good. We're going to need it. He glanced up at the sky. Clouds were moving in, looming low and heavy against the western horizon and drawing swiftly closer. Here's what I think they're most likely to do, and here's what we're going to do about it. The Excellency's eyes were bulging in his bandaged head when Steve finished his explanation. You surely cannot do this without authorization from your superiors. I don't think I have any choice, Excellency. Yes, it's going against my orders, but if I don't, our hostages will be slowly tortured to death. I'm not going to allow that to happen. The fleet doesn't abandon its own, and what's more, if this works, we'll also get back all of your hostages at the depot. When we do, we can put them to work at once. He explained what he had in mind. I don't have any authority over planetary forces, but I'm guessing you can order them to do that. Yes, I may be only a second lieutenant in our army, but if I'm wearing the sunburst pendant of the royal family, I can act in the Sultan's name in an emergency like this, even if that means giving orders to officers senior to my military rank. I've only just been given the pendant because I've only just reached my majority. This will be the first time I've used it. The young prince grinned suddenly as he looked up. Senior Lieutenant, formality is all very well in its place, but you are senior to me in terms of rank, and you have much more experience. Please, use my name when we're in private. I'm Iskander. He held out his hand. Steve took it, grinning. I'm Steve. Thanks for the informality. I much prefer it. Considering that you saved my life by getting me back here for treatment and prevented the rebels using me as a hostage, I'd say you've earned the right. Well, that's as may be. Anyway, back to our problem. Will you pretend to be more seriously injured than you really are so I can show you to the rebels and convince them that you can't be moved? That'll help motivate them to make the exchange the way we want it. I'm sure they're going to try to trick us, but I want to persuade them that we're not aware of that. I need your help to do that. And that'll help you free all the Iskishi hostages as well as your own? I think it will. Then I will do it. The young man's eyes hardened. I'll make sure the rescued hostages know to respect your authority, too. You are the only commanding officer who's managed to stop the rebels from taking over your post, not to mention rescuing me. That's very creditable. Well, thanks for saying that, but we were lucky. Then let us hope we stay lucky. June 28th, 2850, Galactic Standard Calendar, evening. As Steve hurried toward the ComSyn in the growing darkness, the first isolated drops raised puffs of dust from the dry ground around him. The scent of new rain began to rise, and he sniffed appreciatively before leaving it behind and stepping inside. All right, what have you got? You must be a mind reader, sir. Kinnear grinned from the hoversat control console he had erected in one corner. He and two others were seated in front of a bank of screens displaying what the small drone's sensors were picking up. They're doing just what you said they'd do. Show me on the map. Aye, sir. The gunnery sergeant rose and turned to a table on which was laid out a hastily hand-drawn map showing the supply depot and the main features of the terrain for a 5-kilometer radius around it. He pointed to it as he spoke. It looks like the 20-plus rebels are forming an L-shaped ambush along the road to Sarush as it passes through these woods. They're taking up positions along the outside edge with the short arm of the L at this curve in the road. They're spread out enough that they can shoot up half a dozen transporters in convoy. Well, that's what they expect us to use to get out of here. Next, their mortars are here, sir. Kinnear pointed to a rocky outcrop 2 kilometers away. They're set up behind this ridge, which blocks them from our line of sight. There are 3 mortars spread in an arc ahead of a common ammo supply here. They've got 2-person crews and a security detachment, a dozen in all. Their camp is here next to the ridge. Any ammo at the mortars themselves? It looks like 3 or 4 shells at each weapon, sir. They'll have an ammo party bring up more as they need it. All right, the hoversack can take care of that problem for us. Next, there are 3 buses stopped at the edge of the wooded area just before it opens out into the brush that surrounds us. There are lots of people aboard them. I reckon that'll be the hostages plus their guards. Another group of about 10 is moving toward the place where that messenger came out of the brush earlier today. There are 3 more already there, presumably waiting for them. Okay, Mateen is probably among the group moving toward us because he'll have to talk to me. Steve looked at the map for a moment, considering. Do you see any reason to change our game plan? Not from here, sir. I still can't believe how you guess what they do. Steve shrugged. Now, it's not difficult to put yourselves into their shoes, particularly given the hostages they've taken elsewhere. If I wanted to grab everything I could while giving away as little as I had to, I'd try to do something like this. They'll pretend to give us the hostages in exchange for the depot. Then, as soon as we try to drive away, they'll ambush our convoy and capture or recapture all of us or kill us if we show fight. Whether we live or die, they'll have enough supplies to keep their rebellion going for weeks, perhaps months, and they'll still have the most valuable hostage of all, the Excellensari. It's logical from their point of view. I guess so, sir. You've recorded all this? Yes, sir. Audio, vid, comm recorders, they're all running continuously. Well, good. You think you can deal with that ambush? I sure can, sir. They may have combat experience, but they're not Marines. You take care of yourself. The gunny offered his hand. Steve shook it firmly. And you do the same. You hear me? I'll be careful, sir. There's no one else to keep an eye on you, after all. Chuckling, Steve watched the gunnery sergeant stride from the comsen. He was already wearing armor, needing only to don his helmet to be completely sealed against the elements. The sensors on the Marine's armor would let them see as clearly in the pitch darkness as if it had been high noon outside. The powered spacesuits worn by some of the Quanjin personnel weren't nearly so well equipped for terrestrial operations, but then they'd never been intended for use in such an environment. He was stretching their capabilities to the limit, but there was no choice. One of the Quanjin techs stiffened. "New frequency activated, sir." He pointed to an oscilloscope on his console which showed the sinuous wave of radio transmission. Steve hurried over. "What is it?" "It is not speech, sir. It looks like some sort of electronic sync code. There's another." A second oscilloscope trace joined the first. "And another." A third trace. "What do you think they are?" "The transmissions must be circuit checks, sir. They're not very powerful, so they're within 2 or 3 clicks of us at the most. Looks almost like they're controllers of some kind, sir, but there's nothing out there needing a controller. We're the only ones using that sort of equipment." The tech's voice was puzzled. "Could it be a control console for something like a hoversat, perhaps? Are the rebels using a drone of their own?" "I do not think so, sir. Hoversat comms are a different pattern on a single frequency. These are 3 different sync codes being broadcast on 3 separate frequencies." "Okay, Spacer. Tongue, is it?" "Yes, sir." "Well done for noticing those transmissions. If you figure out what they are and you think it's important, get hold of me on my earbud channel ASAP. Listen on Channel 9 for a transmission from Mateen and let me know as soon as he calls." "Will do, sir." "Well, good. Remember, you're my primary communicator tonight. Relay everything you see or receive from the gunnery sergeant, Ling, and myself as quickly as possible. Your speed will dictate our ability to react to circumstances as they arise. We can't make this work without you." The young spacer gulped, but his face hardened into resolution. "I will do it, sir." Steve clapped him on the shoulder. "I know you will. That's why the gunnery sergeant selected you." He hurried to the guardroom. Kinnear was reorganizing the fire teams, forming Marine-only units for his special mission, and leaving the Quanjin spacers to support Steve. He called him aside and warned him about the new transmissions. "And the comsen has no idea what they're about, sir?" "None." Kinnear frowned. "I don't like that. Transmissions we don't understand can come back to bite us in the ass. Well, we'll just have to keep our eyes and ears open. You be careful out there." "Will do, sir. You do the same." He transferred his gaze to one of the Quanjin spacers. "You ready to do your part, Ling?" "Ready, Gunnery Sergeant." "Then take up position with your people. Remember to stay low so any watching rebels won't notice you." As the spacer led 6 others out of the guardroom, Steve asked in a low voice, "You think they can handle it?" "Yeah, they're pretty good shots, sir. All of them are military reservists on their own planet, so I think they can deal with the pressure. Also, if you put this Mateen off his guard, make him think everything's going just the way he wants it, odds are his people will see his reaction and relax as well. That may make them freeze for a moment when things go wrong for them. It may give our spacers an edge." "Well, I'll do my best. In fact, that gives me an idea." Steve finished adjusting the turn-ups in the cuffs of the oversized utility coveralls and tacked them in place with a stapler, making sure the sharp points were turned outwards. He slipped on the coveralls and checked his freedom of movement. Satisfied, he slipped his epaulets with rank insignia over the shoulder straps, then took a pistol from the table. It was an Esquishi weapon, belonging to the Excellensari, the only handgun in the depot, a civilian model known as a pulsar, smaller than the bead pistols issued by the fleet, but using a similar electromagnetic mechanism. Steve grinned as he recalled the Dragon Tong weapons instructor who'd taught him to use such weapons many years before on the planet Vesta, before he joined the fleet. Lin's instruction had proved very useful in the past, and would probably do so again tonight. He checked that the weapon was fully loaded and charged, applied the safety catch, and slid it into a hurriedly improvised cloth vest holster beneath the loose fabric over his chest. He didn't zip the coveralls closed, but used their hook and loop fasteners to tack the left and right sides together, leaving a large gap over the center of his torso. Straightening, he tugged at the fabric until sure that the pulsar wasn't printing against the material, and his hand could slip inside the gap to find its grip. He picked up a flat bottle from the table and hefted it thoughtfully. It and 2 others on the table contained a local brandy made from fermented and distilled fruit, less smooth than the liquors to which he was accustomed, but still quite palatable. The official stocks in the depot hadn't included hard liquor, but several of the Quanjin spacers had grinned cheerfully and produced bottles when he'd appealed for anyone with private supplies to come forward. His earbud communicator clicked softly, and he heard Tung's voice. "The rebel commander is calling us on Channel 9. Steve put down the bottle and picked up the short-range radio on the table, moving to the door and stepping into the compound. He raised the radio to his lips. "This is Lieutenant Maxwell on Channel 9. Go ahead, over." A voice he didn't know came back at him. "This is Mateen. You wanted a deal? Here I am." The tone was abrupt, suspicious. "You better not try any tricks. The hostages are aboard 3 buses we took from the spaceport. I've loaded each bus's cargo compartments with command-detonated explosives. One wrong move, we'll blow 'em sky high. You hear me?" Steve wanted to curse and spit in frustration. That explained the 3 unidentified radio transmissions they'd picked up earlier. The rebels, carrying the transmitters, had been testing the circuits. "I hear you," he said slowly as his mind raced. "There won't be any tricks from our side. You hold too many aces. On the other hand, we've got some aces of our own. You'd better not try anything either, because if you do, the deal's off and you get no supplies at all. I reckon we can hold this depot against you for weeks if we have to. Your people saw this morning the kind of firepower we have available. Over." There was a brief pause. "How do you want to handle this? I'm not giving you any hostages until I'm sure you'll hand over this depot with no tricks." "Well, how about this? You come out to meet me halfway between the depot wall and the bush line. We'll stand there together. You'll be under the guns of my people, and I'll be under the guns of yours. We'll both be targets if anything goes wrong. We'll stand there while I count the hostages. You'll have to get them off their buses for that, and a couple of your people can verify that the excellent Sari's in our sick bay. Once we're both satisfied, we'll make the exchange. Over?" Another pause. "All right, but I'm not coming alone. I'll bring a few of my people with me." "Well, that's okay with me. I'll come alone and bring something to keep us warm while we're waiting." "Okay, you move first. You come out halfway, and I'll walk to meet you. I'm on my way." He slipped the radio into the left chest pocket of his coveralls, where its bulge would help to disguise the pulsar beneath the cloth, and went back inside. He put one of the brandy bottles into the cargo pockets on each thigh. The third bottle went into his right chest pocket. Taking a deep breath, he turned back toward the door, reaching for his radio and adjusting the channel. "Maxwell, to all units, it's showtime." The low, threatening clouds blocked the moonlight, but their cargo of rain was still falling only in isolated drops. Steve nodded to the guards at the gate to open it, then glanced to his right. Behind the shelter of the wall, out of sight of those outside, a fire team of Quanjin spacers waited, their rifles ready in their hands. He knew their comrades were deployed along the wall and on the roof of the administration building. He walked through the gate, hearing it close behind him as he stepped forward into the lighted area surrounding the wall. The Quanjin spacers had rigged lights every 20 meters along the perimeter. Their illumination extended almost 100 meters before fading into the blackness of the night. Steve took a pair of spectacles from his pocket and put them on, grinning slightly as he recalled being issued them on Midrash several years before. They looked like normal glasses, but offered night vision and other capabilities. Their built-in processor integrated their sensor input with ambient light, allowing him to see as well as possible under almost any circumstances. He'd found them so useful, particularly in detecting an assassin's target beam, thereby saving his own life and that of his partner, that he'd managed to avoid having to return them after the operation, and carried them with him ever since. He took the radio from his pocket as he reached the edge of the lighted area. He wanted to stay where the riflemen covering him from the depot could see their targets if possible. He keyed the microphone. "Maxwell to Mateen, here I am." The radio crackled. "I see you. I'm coming out." His enhanced vision showed him 6 figures moving out from the bushes toward him. He knew from the information provided by the hoversat sensors that as many more would have remained undercover, ready to open fire at the first hint of treachery. The little drone aircraft was now hovering silently near the mortar emplacements. As the 6 men drew nearer, 5 of them fanned out into a semicircular formation behind the center man, their weapons raised, ready in their hands, looking around suspiciously. The leader came to a halt about 3 meters away. "All right, what next?" "I suggest you and I stay here where our people can see us. I want to count and check the hostages, and not aboard booby-trap buses. Even if you keep your word, look at the weather." He gestured upward, and as if in answer to his words, a flicker of lightning lit up distant clouds. "I'm not going to take a chance on a lightning strike setting off a detonator. But if I get them out of the buses, they might make a run for it. I'm willing to bet these 5 aren't the only people you brought along. I'm sure you have enough to shoot anyone who runs. We'll tell each busload that they're to stand in a group against the wall of the depot. They're to the right of the gate. A few of your people can stand guard over them if you like. Meanwhile, 1 or 2 others can go look at the excellent Sari. They'll have to leave their weapons out here, and I'll have a couple of my people escort them. Like I said, he's in our sick bay. He's not conscious. Our doctor says he was concussed in the shuttle crash this morning, so she sedated him for a day to allow any swelling in his brain to subside. I'm sure you know what he looks like, so your people can confirm it's him and report back to you. Yeah, we got pictures from the news vids this week. That sounds okay so far. Then we make the exchange. The hostages will wait against the wall while I bring my people out of the depot aboard our transporters. There'll be some empty ones to carry the hostages, and as soon as they're aboard, we'll pull out and the depot will be yours. We'll still have our weapons aboard the transporters, so that we can make it costly for you if you try any tricks, but I don't reckon you will. You'll have enough supplies to keep your rebellion going for months, plus the best hostage on the planet, so you won't need us anymore." "You got that right." The other tried just too hard to put conviction into his voice, Steve thought. "You're out here under our guns, so I reckon your people inside won't try anything that might get you killed. They can shoot at me if my people do anything stupid, so I reckon we're our own insurance policies while we make the exchange." "Yeah, that's how I see it, too." Steve tried to grin convincingly as he lifted his hand toward his right chest pocket. One of the men behind Mateen instantly swung up his rifle menacingly, and Steve protested. "Hey, relax. I'm just getting a bottle out of my pocket." He waited until the man's weapon was lowered once more, then brought out one of the bottles of brandy. "I thought we could all use something to relax while we wait." He unscrewed the cap and offered the bottle to Mateen, but the other drew back suspiciously. "How do I know you ain't poisoned it?" Steve laughed aloud as he put down the bottle on the ground and took out the two others from the cargo pockets over his thighs. "What would be the point? You'd shoot me as soon as you felt its effects. I brought 3 bottles. You can pick any one at random, and I'll take a drink from it first." "Like hell, you drink from all 3. "I need to keep a clear head just like you do. If you want to test all 3, get a couple of the hostages up here to test the other 2. "Well," Mateen looked dubious, but pointed at the rightmost bottle. "You drink from that one." "Well, sure." Steve picked it up and took a mouthful, coughing as the strong spirit went down his throat. He held it out. "Here, try it yourself." "He did it right, boss," one of the watching men confirmed. "The level's dropped." "Yeah, I reckon we can trust him. About the liquor, anyway." Mateen accepted the bottle, wiped its neck with his hand, and raised it to his lips, swallowing several times before lowering it. "Oh, that's good stuff." He gestured to the other 2 bottles. "The rest of you can split those 2. The other 5 men visibly relaxed as 2 of their number collected the bottles and passed them around, precisely the reaction Steve had hoped to achieve. Mateen changed his radio channel and said, "Susik, we're going to bring up the buses one at a time and unload them. Send up the first when you're ready, but hold the others until I tell you to send the next one. Please have the drivers take the buses back as soon as they've dropped off their hostages," Steve requested. "I'd hate for a lightning strike to ruin things." "All right, now what about the excellent Sari?" "I'll have my people escort 2 of yours to the sick bay." "Okay." He motioned to 2 of his men, who handed their rifles to others and headed toward the depot's gate. Steve raised his radio. "Maxwell to depot, escort these 2 rebels to the sick bay to look at the excellent Sari, and then bring them back to the main gate to report to their boss. Over." Spacer Tongue answered from the comsen. "Depot to Maxwell, understood, over." Maxwell to depot, standing by. As the 2 rebels disappeared through the depot gate, the swelling whine of a vehicle power pack came from behind Steve. He turned to see a bus lurch onto the hardstand, moving slowly. It pulled to a halt next to them, and the door opened. An armed man climbed down and began urging the hostages inside to dismount. As soon as the group had assembled, Steve raised his voice. "You're being freed in exchange for us handing over this depot to the rebels. You'll be escorted over to the wall. Stand there in a group and do not try to resist or escape. If you do, the rebels will shoot you, and there's nothing I can do to stop them. When all of you are assembled, we're going to put you aboard transporters and get you out of here. If anything goes wrong, drop where you are, hug the dirt, and wait for orders." Mateen had listened closely as Steve spoke, his eyes narrowing as he mentioned the possibility of anything going wrong. "You'd all better pray real hard that nothing goes wrong, because if it does, you are our first targets. We got mortars and rifles targeting you right now, so don't get any dumb ideas about being a hero. They'll just get you dead." He nodded to the guard who'd preceded the prisoners. Take my 3 with you. Put them all against the wall in a group, away from the gate, and mount guard over them. Add the others to them as they come up." "Got it, boss." As the group moved toward the wall, the 2 rebels Mateen had sent inside the depot reappeared at the gate. They walked towards him, clearly relaxed. As they drew near, one called, "It's the Excellency, all right, boss. No doubt about it. He hit his head real hard when the shuttle crashed, but Doc says he should be okay after a few days' rest." Mateen exhaled explosively with relief. "That's the best news I've had all day. Byram was real insistent we had to get him. He's worth more as a bargaining chip than all of our other hostages put together." They waited as the other 2 buses came up, one at a time, and offloaded their hostages. As each was emptied, it turned and drove out of sight. As the 3rd vanished into the darkness, Steve said, "You mind if I count them?" "Sure, but I'm coming with you." "No problem. You bring these 2 as well if you like." "That'll get them closer to the wall and make them easier targets," Steve silently added in his mind. The 4 walked over to the group of hostages, and Steve conducted a quick count. "I make it 97, he said with satisfaction. "Yeah, me too. They're all here." Steve had spotted Major Emery among the hostages. He waited until he was sure that Mateen and his men weren't looking at him, then winked at the Major and pointed unobtrusively downward with his finger. Imperceptibly, the Marine nodded. Steve took a deep breath. He knew that as soon as the 2 rebel emissaries had left the depot, the Quanjin spacers would have taken up their final positions. Everything was ready. He glanced at Mateen. "Okay if I call the transporters? It'll take them a few minutes to get all of our people aboard and come out through the gates to form up in a convoy." "Sure, go ahead." The rebel leader sounded relaxed. He'd clearly decided that things were going so smoothly that there was little need for further caution, apart from the ambush he'd prepared for the escaping convoy, of course. Steve raised his radio. "Maxwell to depot, load the convoy. I say again, load the convoy, over." Tongue replied from the ComSen. "Depot to Maxwell, convoy loading, stand by." Steve accepted the bottle from Mateen once more, sipping sparingly at the strong liquor as his thoughts raced. He could picture in his mind's eye what was happening. Somewhere, out there in the darkness, Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear would have deployed the portable controller he'd brought from the spaceport during their unauthorized requisitioning of weapons and equipment a few nights ago. Steve smiled inwardly as he remembered how the Marine's eyes had gleamed when he'd spotted several cases of nanobugs and flitterbugs in a warehouse. He'd appropriated 1 case of each. Earlier that evening, he'd carefully attached a cargo module to the hoversat. It contained a dozen security flitterbugs, each equipped with 2 firing tubes launching needles laden with a neurotoxin that inflicted temporary paralysis. Now the gunnery sergeant would be setting the hoversat in motion from where it hovered several hundred meters above and to one side of the mortar emplacements. It would be swooping in a low, almost silent pass, dropping 3 flitterbugs over each mortar and the last 3 over the ammunition dump. The bugs would fly down on their tiny, insect-like wings and launch their needles at any human target near their objectives, paralyzing them within a matter of seconds and rendering them incapable of further action. Any flitterbugs with needles remaining after the initial assault would hover protectively over each target, firing at anyone else trying to get to the weapons. Even as Kinnear set the aerial assault in motion, watching its results through the hoversat's sensors and warning his Marines to stand by, Steve knew that a dozen of the best shots among the Quanjin spacers would be ready for action inside the depot. 6 of them were on the roof of the administration building, lying low behind its parapet. They had 3 of the grenade launchers and 3 rifles. 6 more would by now have moved up to the other side of the wall along which the hostages were gathered, rifles at the ready. The moments seemed to drag past interminably as they all waited for the signal. Steve forced himself to stay casual, handing the bottle back to Mateen as he said, "Thanks. You'll find more of the good stuff in the depot." Yeah, I gotta admit, I'm looking forward to a decent meal. Out there in the bush, Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear interrupted him. His voice came over Channel 9, crackling from the speaker of Steve's radio in a prearranged phrase designed to sound like it was part of the departing convoy's preparations. All units, mount up! Mateen's eyebrows rose in surprise. Who's that? Even as he spoke, Steve moved, driving his hand into the gap in his coveralls and drawing the pulsar waiting inside. As he did so, heads and shoulders appeared over the top of the wall and the roof of the administration building. The rebel leader's eyes widened in sudden, shocked understanding. He began to yell as he dropped the bottle and grabbed for his rifle. "Look out, it's—" He never finished his sentence. Steve's first shot, fired at only arm's length, smashed into the bridge of his nose. Mateen's head snapped back, and he crumpled bonelessly to the ground. As Steve fired, a barrage of shots came from the wall. The 3 guards covering the hostages had followed their boss's lead and slung their weapons. They screamed, staggered, and fell before they could bring them into action. Steve swung his pistol smoothly, lining its sights on the chest of one of the 2 men with Mateen and squeezing the trigger button. Even as his shot sounded, the man's head jerked sideways as one of the riflemen on the roof of the administration building, the best shots among the Quanjin contingent, found his target. The 2 impacts spun the man around and collapsed him in a heap. Steve brought his pulsar down out of recoil as he looked for the 3rd man, but by then the rifleman had taken care of him as well. His body hit the ground limply. From the administration building came a series of short, sharp bass thumps. Steve could imagine the guided grenades arcing high overhead, aimed at the figures that the hoversat had shown to be in the bush line from which Mateen had emerged. Even as he began to sprint toward the hostages, who, urged by shouted commands from Major Emery, had hit the dirt as soon as the shooting started, explosions sounded from the bushes, followed by a couple of screams. Steve yelled, "Everyone, inside the depot! Inside the depot! Now, move!" As the first hostages struggled to their feet and began to run toward the gates, an outbreak of firing sounded in the distance. Steve knew that would be Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear and his armored Marines ambushing the ambushers along the road to Sarush. Kinnear had planned a short, sharp, brutal assault, saying to Steve, "The fewer we leave alive, the fewer will have looking for us evens later. They figured on setting up a killing ground for us. Let's make it theirs instead." The spacers along the wall and on the roof of the administration building kept up a heavy fire, directing their rounds along the line of bushes at the far edge of the hardstand. They didn't know how many rebels had survived the initial burst of fire, but there were bound to have been some, and they had to be encouraged to keep their heads down. Unfortunately, the spacers couldn't target their fire accurately in the absence of Marine sensors. Geysers of dirt began to erupt as rebel riflemen got into action. Not many of them, but enough to make Steve yell even louder. "Hurry up! They're shooting at us! Get inside the depot as fast as you can!" There were a hoarse, tearing rasp of gunfire behind him, something with a very high cyclic rate. A line of holes appeared magically in the hardstand alongside Steve, dirt and bits of rock spurting in all directions, stinging his left leg. He dodged to his right, only to have another line of impacts appear on that side as the shooter tried to follow his movements. He dodged left again as he approached the gate, gasping with relief as the last of the hostages dashed through it, only to shout aloud in pain as a red-hot iron seemed to sear along his right calf. Stumbling, suddenly limping, he reached out a hand in a desperate attempt to maintain his balance. A Quanjin spacer standing behind the gate grabbed it and yanked him bodily through the gap. Then he and another spacer swung the gates closed. June 28th, 2850 Galactic Standard Calendar, night. Sporadic rebel bullets beat against the gates, but their solid steel construction, reinforced after that morning's attacks, was strong enough to absorb long-range rifle fire without being penetrated. Pausing just long enough to confirm that they'd hold, Steve nodded to the Quanjin spacer who'd pulled him inside. "Thanks. Come with me so I can lean on you." "Yes, sir." He swung toward the newly liberated hostages who were coming together in a group under the urging of more Quanjin spacers and raised his voice. I want you in 3 groups. Those needing medical attention, gather over there. Commonwealth hostages, assemble next to the guardroom. And able-bodied colonial guards, report to the Excellency over there." As he spoke, the young prince appeared at the main door of the administration building. He'd hurriedly gotten out of bed and dressed in a utility coverall as soon as the rebel duo had certified that he was indeed inside. He wore the sunburst pendant of his royal status on his chest. A Quanjin medic ran toward Steve carrying a field case. "You better come to sickbay, sir, so we can take care of that leg." No time now. Put a field dressing on it. I'll let the doctor look at it later." "But, sir—" "Don't argue with me, damn it. Do as I say." Yes, sir." The medic reached for his shears and began to cut away the leg of Steve's coveralls. Steve realized he was still clutching the Excellency's pistol. He applied the safety catch and slid it into its holster, then fastened the front of his coveralls. As he did so, Major Emery limped up. "Well done, Lieutenant. Very well done indeed. Every single hostage rescued, and not one of us even scratched." "Oh, thank you, sir. How badly were you hurt this morning?" My leg was creased by a round, a bit like yours from the look of it, and another grazed my head. Nothing serious. The Excellency's bodyguard was hit in the shoulder." He pointed to an older man in a senior NCO's uniform. His right arm was in a sling. The young prince's face had lit up at the sight of him, and the 2 men were exchanging a hug. "He'll be okay, but he won't be doing any shooting with that arm for a while." "Glad you're both okay, sir. There's a hell of a lot to tell you, but there's also a lot to organize here. May I respectfully suggest that you ask the doctor to check you out and clear you for duty? I'll be able to tell you more by the time she's done that." "All right. You seem to have things pretty well in hand." "I hope so, sir." Steve carefully didn't add aloud, "And in the sick bay, you won't be able to see what I'm doing and ask awkward questions, not until I've finished doing it anyway." He looked down at the medic who was clipping a bandage around a field dressing. "You done?" "Yes, sir. It's just a scratch, but you really should come to sick bay. You need an anti-infection shot." "Later, thank you." Steve tested his leg. It bore his weight, albeit with some pain. He limped over to the group of injured hostages. "These people will escort you to our sick bay. We have a doctor and medics there who will check your injuries and treat them." Nodding to the Quanjin spacers standing by, he watched as they led the hostages away, supporting those suffering from leg injuries. He stepped carefully across to the Commonwealth group. "I'm glad you're all back with us safe and sound. These spacers will take you to one of our barracks where you can get a shower. You'll be issued with clean clothing and then taken for a meal. Get that inside you and then get some sleep. Tomorrow you'll be returned to Marine HQ." Muttering thanks, some of them holding out their hands to shake his, they followed their guides. Steve turned back toward the Esquishi hostages. Most of them wore the uniform of the Colonial Guard. He was surprised to see it was dress uniform, not working clothes, but then recalled that they'd been on parade that morning when the rebel attack went in. The insurgents had clearly known the time of the Excellency's arrival and the inspection that would accompany it, and had planned their assault accordingly. The senior officer in the group, a major, was listening intently to the Excellency. As Steve watched, he straightened, saluted, and then turned to the guards and began to issue orders. They split into smaller units and headed off in different directions, each group under the command of a junior officer or NCO and escorted by a Quanjin spacer. Steve limped over to the major, who was again talking with the Excellency. As he came up, the prince said, "Major Erdogan, this is Senior Lieutenant Maxwell, who rescued me this morning with the help of some Marines. He also freed all of you through his good work this evening." "Thank you very much, Senior Lieutenant," the major acknowledged, holding out his hand. Steve saluted and then took it. "I'm glad everything worked out as planned, sir, at least so far. Our Marines are still busy out there." As if to echo his words, there was a thunderous explosion in the distance, followed by 2 more. "That was probably the 3 booby-trap buses they used to bring you here. I guess Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear figured it'd be safer to blow them up than try to defuse them. The Major shuddered. When they put us aboard them and warned us what was beneath our feet, I honestly didn't think any of us would survive the evening. Well, it can't have been fun, sir, Steve agreed. The rebels had intended to ambush all of us as we drove away from the depot. The Marines were to smash the ambush and then on their way back look for the rebels' transport. They'll also go to the site where they erected mortars. There should be some prisoners there, temporarily paralyzed with neurotoxin darts launched by flitterbugs. The Marines will administer the antidote and then bring them back here for interrogation. And the mortars? You can use them for your mission tonight, sir, along with all the other weapons we recover from the rebels. Excellent, the Excellency put in. Are you sure that your plan will work, Senior Lieutenant? Well, I don't know, sir, but I don't think there are enough rebels left to stop Major Erdogan and his people. Most of Mateen's people would have been needed to deliver the hostages and ambush us as we left and then take control of the depot. If there are more than a couple of dozen of them still at the spaceport, I'll be surprised. You have 3 times that many Colonial Guards here. We'll provide them with the rebel weapons, which were your weapons to begin with, of course, and a few transporters. They should be able to retake the spaceport by morning if they move fast. It's critical to have it in our hands. It's the only place near Sarush suitable to bring in large quantities of supplies or reinforcements from orbit. The Prince nodded. You have clearly thought this through several moves in advance. I am very impressed, Senior Lieutenant. Be sure I'll be bringing your performance to the attention of my father. It deserves his recognition as well as that of the normal military authorities. Steve flushed. Thanks, but let's get this over first. As you say, there will be time enough to worry about other things after our forces are back in control. As if to echo his words, the heavy clouds finally cut loose. The occasional spatter of raindrops was replaced with a rolling curtain of water, presaged only by a brief drum roll of approaching sound. They were all soaked to the skin within moments as they scurried to get under cover. Steve stood in the outside doorway of his office on the ground floor of the administration building, watching the last transporter roll through the gates. 2 Quanjin spacers pushed them closed, feet raising splashes in the pools and runnels of water on the unevenly packed temporary hardstand as the taillights of the big vehicles disappeared into the rain and darkness. "Where are they going?" a voice asked behind him. He turned, startled, to see Major Emery. The Marine had entered from the corridor after being patched up at the sick bay. He wore a new, gleaming white bandage wrapped around his head and a fresh pair of utility coveralls, the only item of uniform in plentiful supply at the depot. "They're on their way to take back the spaceport from the rebels, sir." Steve explained the plan he'd made with the Excellency. Emery frowned. Tactically, that's a very good plan. It's exactly what's needed. Trouble is, assisting the Colonial Guards against the rebels is a violation of our orders. Yes, sir, so is fighting them, but both of us had to do that to rescue the Excellency, and I had to do it again tonight to free the hostages. We certainly didn't have much choice, did we? You'd better tell me what happened. Yes, sir. Steve closed the outer door and crossed to the sideboard. I'll start the coffee brewing. Great idea. I haven't had a cup since early this morning. They sat down in the visitors' chairs in front of Steve's desk. He figured it probably wouldn't look good if he tried to keep the desk between them as if he were in charge and the Major a supplicant. He began by explaining the rescue of the Excellency and the attack on the rescuers as they returned to the depot. Well, that was an excellent piece of work, Emery approved, particularly since you don't have an armed detachment here. How were you able to get enough equipment to form fire teams? I wasn't aware that much in the way of weapons was stored here. Let's just say that after the raid on this place a few days ago, I figured we needed to be better equipped. I'd rather not go into details, sir, if you'll allow me. Midnight requisitions, eh? Steve grinned and nodded. Very well. I won't ask any more awkward questions, particularly since those same weapons helped save my life tonight. The coffee maker chimed, and he looked at it eagerly. Let's get some coffee. As they helped themselves to coffee, creamer, and sweetener, Steve explained how he'd asked for volunteers with prior military service from among the Quanjin spacers to join his few Marines in defending the depot. Emery frowned. You armed, convicted criminals? Didn't the Esquishy authorities raise hell at the very thought? I didn't ask their permission, sir. Frankly, they're not my priority. Steve knew annoyance was creeping into his tone, but now he didn't care. I don't blame your battalion for this. You've been fully occupied since you got here, but I found myself dumped in this depot without adequate external security, without sufficient troops and weapons to provide my own, and with no way to prevent further attacks like the one that almost killed 2 of us the other day. I've had to improvise from the start and make decisions on the fly without adequate command guidance, sometimes with no guidance at all. He hesitated for a moment and then made up his mind. He just saved Emery's life, after all, so he might as well call upon whatever goodwill that had generated. May I speak off the record for a moment, please, sir? Go ahead. They sat down again with their cups of coffee. Steve explained what he'd said to Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear after the first attack, then described his conversation with Captain Davis that morning, including the prohibition against acting independently or negotiating with rebels. He shook his head in frustration. Sir, it feels like I've been hung out to dry here. I've done my best, but I've almost always had to use my initiative. I've had little or no support in practical terms, and frankly, it's annoying the hell out of me. What was I supposed to do when the rebels threatened to kill all Commonwealth hostages slowly if I didn't provide them with rations and hand over the excellent Sari? If I'd obeyed my orders and refused to negotiate or done nothing to rescue you, I'd have been blamed for inaction. In order to take action, even with results that I think are pretty successful by any standard, I've had to disobey direct orders, but what else could I have done under the circumstances? That's a very good question. Emery's voice was firm. It's one you need to keep in mind. I'm sure you remember the tactical simulator at Officer Candidate School. Steve blinked at the apparent change of subject. Of course, sir. All OCS TAC-SIM facilities throughout the Commonwealth have the same motto on the wall, a quotation from Helmuth von Moltke. You remember it? I do, sir, he said. No plan survives contact with the enemy. I've done the fleet's first and second level TAC officer courses as well, and they both stress that. Precisely. That is your first line of defense. You were confronted with enemy action that made it impossible or impractical to obey orders previously issued to you. In the absence of any opportunity to consult with your superiors, emphasize that. You used your best judgment and acted accordingly. You also need to use fleet regulations in your defense. In any operation, who is the ultimate commanding officer? The officer who authorized or issues the order for it, sir? Not during the operation. While it's going down, the ultimate commander is the officer on the ground in local command, or in the Spacer Corps, the officer in local command of the ship or ships involved in the action. The orders may have been issued by general or flag officers many light years away, or senior commanders hundreds or even thousands of miles distant. They aren't on the spot and can't possibly know all the conditions that apply at any specific time and place. That's why our senior officers are so carefully selected and given so much latitude of judgment. The fleet has to trust them to adapt their orders and the resources to the circumstances they find when they arrive, so as to accomplish the mission. Those who can't be flexible, who stick to by-the-book responses, usually don't reach very high rank. In this situation, cut off from contact with Captain Davis or Lieutenant Colonel Batista at Marine HQ, you were the officer in local command. You did the best you could under very difficult circumstances, and I don't mind saying that from my point of view, you did very well indeed. Without you, I would probably be dead and I'll make sure to support your decisions in my report of proceedings." "Thank you, sir." Steve felt a rush of relief. "That doesn't mean you might not have problems," the major warned. "I'd say let your performance and the results you've achieved speak for you. Have you arranged to take depositions from all the Commonwealth hostages?" "No, sir." "Well, then, as the senior officer among them and currently the senior officer on site, I will do that for you. I'll have all of them officially report all the events of their captivity, including the rebels' threats to kill us if you wouldn't comply with their demands. Make sure all your Marines submit written reports of their experiences as well. Keep copies of everything, and I do mean everything, including official records." "That's a good idea. Thank you, sir. Should I ask the Excellensari for input as well, and perhaps also the Quanjin Chargé d'Affaires?" "Yes, you should. Neither is a member of the Commonwealth Armed Forces, but both wield the authority of their positions and were actively involved. Their input will certainly count as evidence." "Thank you, sir." Steve hesitated. "As you said, you're the senior officer here now. Do you want me to hand over command of the depot to you?" "Well, certainly not. You're doing a great job, and I'm needed elsewhere. As soon as Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear has finished rebuilding your satellite dish, I'll report to Lieutenant Colonel Batista that the Excellensari and I are safe. He'll send an assault shuttle to collect us and the hostages. I'll submit a copy of my report to Captain Davis as well, and I'll emphasize the successful outcome of tonight's affair. You'll have to submit your own written report, of course." "Yes, sir." Emery came to his feet. "Where are your Marines now?" Steve rose as well. "They're busy with post-mission cleanup, sir, and securing the rebel prisoners they took. I'll go and see them right away and have them prepare their reports before they sleep tonight. And while I'm doing that, ask the Excellensari and the Quanjin Chargé for their statements. Let's get all that on record before the Excellensari and I leave tomorrow morning. Also, start making copies of all communications and other records, including vid and audio coverage of all contact with the enemy. If possible, make 2 copies. Store them separately, just in case one gets lost or damaged." "Aye, aye, sir." Emery glanced at the clock on the wall. "It's already after midnight. We got a lot to do before we can get some rest." He put down his coffee cup on the desk. "I want to ask you something off the record. Don't answer if you'd rather not. I'm sure you could have repaired that satellite dish within a few hours and restored communications with Captain Davis. Instead, you used that time to plan and prepare for tonight's action. Was that deliberate?" Off the record, yes, sir, it was. I figured I knew what had to be done, and I needed every minute to make it happen. Even if we'd spent some of that time repairing the satellite dish, I wasn't sure I could argue my case strongly enough to Captain Davis. Whether he overruled me or not, there was simply no way I was going to allow Commonwealth hostages to be tortured to death like that. I understand your sentiments, but are you sure you're not being too hard on Captain Davis? In my experience, no senior officer would give the safety of fleet hostages anything less than top priority. Steve swallowed. I don't know, sir. He was pretty emphatic about prohibiting me from negotiating with the rebels in any way, shape, or form. He repeated it twice. I see. I suppose we'll find out what he really thinks when he learns about tonight's events. Yes, sir. That's what worries me. It was an hour after sunrise before they heard the throb of reaction thrusters drawing nearer. 4 Marine assault shuttles barreled low over the depot, fully loaded for war with missiles on their stub wings and plasma cannon rotating in their barbettes. The lead shuttle circled and landed on the hardstand near the gate, while the other 3 flew overhead in a protective pattern, ready to suppress any opposition. The shuttle's rear ramp wound down, and a Marine first lieutenant emerged, followed by 4 more uniformed figures carrying heavy packs and rifles. The officer saluted Major Emery as he stood in front of the gate. "Good to see you again, sir. We are your magic carpet ride back to the battalion." He turned to Steve and gestured to the Marines following him. Sergeant O'Donnell and his people will stay here to tie the depot into our marine communications network. We don't have to rely on satellite comms alone in the future. Well, that's good news. I'll let them take charge of our ComSend. Lieutenant Colonel Batista sends his congratulations on your actions last night, sir. He's sorry he's not able to convey them in person at this time, but promises you'll hear more officially in due course. Please thank the Colonel for me. Will do, sir. The excellent Sari and his bodyguard emerged through the gate, followed by the rest of the former hostages. The young prince shook Steve's hand. I will endorse your actions unreservedly to the governor and our military command. I hope my memorandum will help clarify them to your own chain of command. I'm sure it will, Excellent Sari. Thank you very much. Come and see me when things calm down. The governor has a rather good cook. Steve grinned. He liked this young man. I'll take you up on that. The prince turned to the Quanjin chargé d'affaires, who had come out of the gate with the others to watch proceedings. Mr. Zhang, I am mindful of how much we owe your people. Without them, our rescue probably could not have happened. I don't have my father's royal authority to pardon offenders, but I do have the right to commute sentences in return for good and faithful service. Please, tell your countrymen that as soon as this situation is resolved, I'm going to commute their sentences to time served, and I'll have the governor grant them permission to leave Esquishi. You will all be able to return to Quanjin within a matter of weeks. Zhang's smile seemed to stretch from ear to ear. Thank you very much, Excellent Sari. That will make them very happy. Steve watched Major Emery and the others climb aboard the shuttle. It lifted off with a roar of reaction thrusters and turned back to the city, escorted by its 3 watchful companions. As the noise died away in the distance, Zhang said thoughtfully, We owe this commutation to you as much as the Excellent Sari, Lieutenant. Without your actions, he'd have died or been captured yesterday. I will make sure that your good work is recognized by those in position to reward it. He was still very careful not to publicly name the Dragon Tong, Steve noted. Well, thanks, Mr. Zhang. I appreciate the thought. However, if we all get off this rock safe and sound and in good health, I think that will be reward enough for me. Perhaps. He hesitated. I noted your request for an official account of recent proceedings from my point of view. I'm sure it will form part of your report in due course, but I also sensed a certain defensive attitude. May I presume that your actions may not meet with the full approval of some of your superiors? Steve sighed. Let's just say that we weren't supposed to get involved in hostilities here, Mr. Zhang, even though I had to rescue our hostages or see them murdered. My actions technically violated those orders. I see. I hope your superiors will understand the exigencies of the situation. So do I, Mr. Zhang. So do I. June 29th, 2850, Galactic Standard Calendar. Byram erupted to his feet, his face livid. He what? His chair bounced noisily on the floor behind him. His reaction rocked Robles back on his heels. He took most of our people to the depot. He reckoned he'd need 'em for security while he negotiated with that fleet officer. They'd guard the hostages, then ambush those inside as they left. Dumbass! I told all of you, no negotiations with the enemy at all without my say-so. I knew they'd try to trick us any way they could. Byram raised his hands, fingers clawing up, face twisted in a grotesque mask of rage, upturned as if to ask the God in whom he didn't believe why he'd failed him so badly. Seated at the table in front of him, 3 members of the Leadership Council looked on in stunned silence as they absorbed the magnitude of the disaster. Byram breathed heavily for a moment, fighting to regain his balance, then picked up his chair from the floor, repositioned it at the table, and sat down. He glared at the man standing before them. "And the next thing you know, a bunch of Colonial Guards attacked you in the small hours of this morning?" "Yeah, they hit all our positions at once, like they knew exactly where to find us. We killed a few of them, but they were too many for us. We only had 20 people left after Mateen took all the others. Most were killed or captured. Far as I know, only me and 3 others from my team escaped. We found the Guards' mortar team as we ran and shot them up. I took a look at those we killed. We'd taken them prisoner the day before when we captured the spaceport. I also recognized one of their mortars from a paint splash on its base plate. We'd captured it yesterday morning, then sent it to the depot for fire support. That means," Byram interrupted, "that means the people at the supply depot took out Mateen and his team, freed the hostages, rearmed the Colonial Guard with captured weapons, and sent them straight back to retake the spaceport. They must have figured there wouldn't be many of you left there. Whoever's in charge of that depot's got a cool head on his shoulders. He's too damn smart for my liking." He shook his head. "Gotta be a Marine. The Colonial Guards ain't that good, and they can't move that fast unless someone prods them." There was a long, appalled silence. Luna broke it at last. "How'd you get here so fast? It's not even 11 yet." Robles turned to face her. "The transporters the Guards used to get to us were parked next to their mortars. I disabled all except one, put my people aboard it, and headed for town using the back roads so we wouldn't be spotted. By dawn, we were within 3 clicks of this place, so we ditched the transporter in an alley and snuck in here through the back streets. Had to fight 1 Colonial Guard patrol. I lost 2 of my people, but the other 2 of us made it." "A Colonial Guard patrol?" Luna's voice was sharp and questioning. "It wasn't the Marines?" "No, we killed a couple. I checked their bodies as we ran past them. Definitely Guards." She looked at Byram. "That means they've pulled the Colonial Guard back into Sarush already. They must have finished Olvi and his people in the hills. They were trying to hold them there. If they've done that already, they're getting better and moving a lot faster than they have before." "Yeah," Byram growled angrily. "They've been learning the hard way, same as us." He turned to Robles. "You say this whole thing at the depot was Mateen's idea?" "Yes, boss." "I don't get it. One of the reasons I put him in charge of the spaceport assault and gave him the biggest group of our people was because he was steady. He wasn't one to go off chasing rainbows. I can't figure out what got into him to go against everything I told him like this." He looked narrowly at Robles. "You sure you didn't have anything to do with this?" Alarm showed on the man's face. Not me, boss. After we took the spaceport, he assigned my team all the shit jobs he could find. Said it was our fault. Rioja screwed up and we didn't get the excellent sorry. That's why he didn't let us come along last night. He reckoned he couldn't trust my team not to screw up again, so he left us at the spaceport." "Uh-huh. If he didn't trust you, that was an odd way to show it, leaving you in charge there. I think you're lying to me." Robles' face turned white with fear. Why in the hell would I do that, boss?" "I dunno, but I'm going to talk to the guy who came in with you. He'd better back up what you told me." "Oh, he will, boss." Robles mentally wiped his brow with relief. The only other survivor from his group hadn't been present during his conversations with Mateen the previous day. "We'll see. All right, you wait outside." "Thanks, boss." As the door closed behind Robles, Byram said sourly, "At least he partly made up for his screw-up with the excellent sorry by giving us early warning about this. Even so, we lost the spaceport and our biggest combat team, not to mention the most important hostage on our list." "And your second in command," Miriam couldn't help observing waspishly. "Yeah, him too." Byram waved a hand dismissively. "Mateen screwed up. He paid the price, just like we'll all do unless we use our heads. I suppose the others who've died and taken the school and hospital and governor's mansion and communication center screwed up too?" Orhan's voice was bitter. "What about the rest of this council? We were 8 when we started this revolt. We're down to just 4 now. Did the others die because all of them screwed up?" Byram looked at him narrowly. "Get it off your chest, boy. You saying I'm leading badly?" "Yeah, I am. Whenever something goes wrong, whenever one of us dies, it's always their fault or someone else's fault. It's never yours. That's 'cause every time I've led an operation, it's succeeded. Remember? Can you say the same?" "No, but are you going to be the only one left standing in the end? Have you forgotten we all expected, agreed to win or die? We were ready to fight to the death until Mateen and Luna came up with the idea of trading hostages for a ship out of here. Maybe that's what made Mateen so reckless. He might have reckoned the chance of taking the excellent Sari as a hostage made almost any risk worthwhile. Well, he found out the hard way he was wrong, but he killed a lot of good people learning that lesson and made the jobs of the rest of us that much harder." Byram looked around, the 3 faces glaring at him. "Be careful," he mentally warned himself. "They're tired and angry. Don't make things worse by cussing them. They need babying right now. Tell you what," he said abruptly. "If you reckon I ain't got what it takes to lead anymore, I'll hand it over. Go on, pick someone, anyone who you reckon can do my job better than me. They can have it right here, right now." There was a long silence. The anger and frustration in the faces of his 3 subordinates slowly changed to a sullen acceptance of reality. None of them had his breadth or depth of knowledge and experience, nor could they command the loyalty of the other rebels as he did. They all knew it. Byram waited until he was sure they'd got the point, then said in as conciliatory a manner as he could manage, "I ain't perfect. I've made mistakes, same as all of us, and yeah, Orhan, I gotta admit it. I may be too quick to blame others when things go wrong. Still, fighting among ourselves won't help. We took a big hit last night, losing Mateen and the spaceport, and we don't have the excellent Sari or the supply depot. That don't alter the fact we got a pretty good hostage count at the other places, including the governor's wife. They ain't gonna move in on us if that risks harm to her or the kids of administration families or nurses at the hospital. We can still bargain." "We are getting low on food," Miriam pointed out. "So we'll tell them to send us rations. We'll warn them we'll let the prisoners eat first, so if there's poison in the rations, they'll find out the hard way. We'll distribute the packs at random, too, so no one will know what the prisoners get or what we get. I reckon that should stop them playing any stupid tricks." "And if they won't give us food?" "Then we'll send them a few body parts, the ears of a couple of the nurses or the fingers of a few of the kids. That'll change their minds." Luna shook her head vehemently. "Not the kids. Who you going to get to cut off their fingers? I won't do it, and I'd kill any of my people who did." "You're too soft-hearted, gal. We may have to kill the kids anyway. We got plenty of others we can use. Not the kids." Her voice was flat and defiant. Inwardly, Byram fumed, but he knew this wasn't the time to put her in her place. Emotions were running too high. He shrugged. "Okay, not the kids. At least, not yet. We'll send a couple of toes from the governor's wife instead. Put 'em inside one of her fancy high-heeled shoes so they know who they belong to," Orhan suggested, and the others laughed. "Yeah, that'll get their attention," Byram agreed, chuckling. "Now, before you head back to your groups, there's a few more things. I want all of you to set up a layered defense. Booby trap your outer perimeter. None of us have enough people to guard them properly, so the traps may be our first warning at attacks coming. Remember, an obstacle only works if it can be seen and protected, so position each booby trap inside of an armed sentry. If you can't do that, place 2 or 3 more booby traps to cover the first one and have them covered by an armed sentry. Be paranoid, people. They really are out to get you." Nervous, subdued laughter greeted his sally. He held up a small electronic box. "Everyone with a radio should have a voice modulator. If they don't, take them from our dead and reissue them. Try not to let the enemy get voice ID on us so they won't know who's talking. I've also got Philo preparing a list of authentication phrases for us. Use one whenever you send a message, and don't trust any message from one of us unless it includes a phrase. I'm expecting the colonial gods to use fake messages to try and persuade us to release our hostages or move them to where they can rescue them. If you get any message that's supposed to come from one of us and it doesn't include one of the authentication phrases, it's a fake. Also, use each phrase only once and cross it off the list once it's been used. If you see or hear one a second time, that message is a fake. What if we use all of them? Miriam wanted to know. How do we authenticate our messages then? I reckon by then we'll either have won or be dead, so it won't matter. Just don't waste him in idle chatter. There was another ripple of tense laughter. Guard him with your life. Philo's writing them on flash paper, so the smallest spark will make 'em burn. Eat 'em if you have to. Won't taste good, but it won't kill you either. Don't just throw the paper away. We daren't risk the colonial gods getting their hands on it. He looked around. We're still on top of the situation here. We got 'em reacting to us instead of the other way around. Let's keep it that way and not give 'em time to organize. I'll call the governor when we finish here to arrange the rations and start talking to him about a ship to get us out of here. Stay strong and keep your people strong. This ain't over yet, not by a long way. Steve waited patiently before the terminal screen. He'd put on his number 2 uniform, looking a bit worse for wear after being planetside for so long, and smartened up as best he could using the relatively primitive facilities available in the depot. At last, Sergeant O'Donnell said, "Connected, sir." A green light glowed on top of the terminal, and the face of Captain Davis appeared on the screen. The sergeant backed away out of the frame. "Senior Lieutenant Maxwell reports to Captain Davis, sir." "Ah, yes, Maxwell." The captain's voice was frostily formal. "I could hardly believe my eyes when I read your report of proceedings about last night. Do I understand that despite my express and repeated prohibition, you not only undertook negotiations with the rebels, but initiated combat with them?" Steve forcefully reminded himself of Senior Chief Petty Officer LeCoul's advice when he joined the destroyer Achilles on his first tour as a newly commissioned officer. She'd told him to never explain and never complain, letting his actions speak for him rather than his words. He'd learned the hard way on several occasions since then that her advice had been sound. "Do the same here," he mentally reminded himself. "Stick to the facts. Don't make excuses." "Yes, sir, I did, due to unforeseen circumstances that couldn't be handled any other way." "Why did you not contact me for additional instructions?" "The enemy destroyed our satellite dish during a mortar bombardment, sir. It couldn't be repaired in time to consult you." Davis pressed his lips together for a moment in very visible irritation. "They are not the enemy as far as we're concerned, Lieutenant. As the Department of State has repeatedly reminded us, we aren't a party to this conflict." "With the greatest respect, sir, the rebels not only fired on us, they also threatened to torture to death several Commonwealth hostages, including Major Emery of the Marine Corps. They shot down the Marine Corps shuttle carrying him and the excellent Sari. I took those facts as conclusive evidence that as far as they were concerned, we were indeed a party to this conflict, whether we liked it or not." "Ah, pshaw!" The captain waved his hand dismissively. "That was just an accident, part of the fog of war. They'd never have killed the hostages. That was just a bluff on their part." "I respectfully submit that their later actions don't suggest that, sir. They set up an ambush to kill as many of us as possible after we'd left the depot. That hardly indicates a bluff, sir." "You've no proof of that. They might have been there for other reasons for all you know." "With respect, sir, we have hoversat surveillance records, plus the report of the Marine Patrol that ambushed the ambushers, plus the accounts of the prisoners of war we captured. All those sources confirm that. By definition, they are not prisoners of war. For the last time, Lieutenant, we are not legally part of this conflict. The Commonwealth is not at war here." There was real anger in Davis's voice now. Steve bit his lip hard to avoid delivering a blistering retort. The captain was the senior fleet officer on this station and could behave as he wished unless and until reversed by higher authority. Right now, all he could do was take whatever the captain chose to hand out. He restricted himself to a stiff nod, saying nothing. "I've ordered the Marines not to become involved in the fighting," Davis went on. "So far, they've obeyed my instructions to the letter, with the exception of Major Emery. He may have gone too far in defending the excellent Sari against a bandit attack, but given the shooting down of his shuttle and the presence of royalty, allowances can be made for the exigencies of that particular situation. They do not apply to you. I don't care about the hostages. Neither does the Department of State. Your orders were not to negotiate with or initiate combat with the rebels, yet you deliberately disobeyed them. I'm going to put a formal reprimand on your file for disobeying the orders of a superior officer in the face of the enemy." Steve could no longer completely hide his anger and frustration. Face white, he replied curtly, "Sir, you've just pointed out that the rebels are not our enemy, so with respect, I don't see how that reprimand can be valid." He fought down the urge to put his protest in rather stronger language. Davis turned red with fury. "Don't quibble, damn you! I'll conduct further investigations when the situation on the ground makes that possible. If they reveal what I expect they will, you'll be very lucky to escape a court-martial." Steve had to restrain himself from shaking his head in utter disbelief. Did Captain Davis have no conception of reality? Had he even bothered to read his after-action report and that of Major Emery? "You are to confine yourself to the supply depot unless your assistance is temporarily needed elsewhere by the Marines," Davis went on. "You will strictly obey my orders to refrain from negotiating with the rebels, and you most certainly may not engage in combat with them. Any further disobedience will result in your being placed immediately under arrest pending court-martial proceedings, which will follow as soon as I can arrange them through the Judge Advocate General's Department when we return to Cassius. Do you understand me?" "Yes, sir," Steve said woodenly, forcing himself to remain expressionless. "You are dismissed." With a contemptuous gesture, Captain Davis cut the transmission from his desk. Steve stood for a long moment at attention before the screen, biting his lip hard, desperately trying to avoid saying anything. A torrent of profane abuse might help ease his feelings, but would hardly be appropriate in the hearing of the Marines in the comsen. Sergeant O'Donnell appeared at his side. His expression was shocked. "Sir, I couldn't help hearing that. I don't know what to say." Steve held up his hand. "Don't say anything, Sergeant." His voice was tight and throbbing with suppressed anger. "It is what it is. This will all come out in the wash when things get back to normal. Until then, we need to keep our composure and get on with the job at hand. Understood?" The NCO stiffened to a brace. "Aye, aye, sir." "Thank you, Sergeant." Steve walked out of the comsen striding stiffly erect, looking neither to the left nor to the right, head held high. Major Emery appeared in the doorway. "Lunch, boss? I brought you a tray." Lieutenant Colonel Batista looked up from his terminal with a grin. "Damn good idea. I see you brought one for yourself. You care to join me?" "I was hoping you'd say that. Can we talk privately?" His boss's face changed as he noticed the suppressed anger and concern on his executive officer's face. Sure. Put the food on the table in the corner and close the door." He poured 2 cups of coffee from the thermal bottle on the counter as his subordinate did so and carried them to the table. As he sat down, he asked, "What's on your mind?" "Well, now that the supply depot is patched into our comm network, Senior Lieutenant Maxwell was able to report to Captain Davis an hour ago. Sergeant O'Donnell was there, and he was so upset by what he heard that he contacted me privately." Batista's eyebrows shot up. He what? Yes, I know, private conversations and all that, but in this case, I think O'Donnell did the right thing. He told me to listen to the recording of the conversation. I did. You know Captain Davis's orders about dealing with the rebels? The lieutenant colonel nodded. Well, you aren't going to believe this, boss, but Davis reamed out Maxwell for what he did. He actually said, and O'Donnell says these are his exact words, "I don't care about the hostages, neither does the Department of State. Your orders were not to negotiate with the rebels, and you deliberately disobeyed them." He's going to issue a formal reprimand to go on Maxwell's record and warn him he'll be lucky to escape a court-martial when this is over. His boss was staring at him. You're joking, right? I wish I was. How did Maxwell take it? Like a trooper. O'Donnell says he just stood there at attention, eyes on the camera. Well, that's something to be thankful for. At least he can't be accused of insubordination. Well, maybe, but I'm feeling pretty insubordinate about it. I was one of the hostages involved, and I heard the rebels threaten to kill us slowly by shooting out our joints one by one. I'm not exactly in a neutral corner over this. I don't blame you. Hell, Maxwell saved our asses time and time again since he landed. He got that depot up and running far faster than I'd have believed possible and organized a hard stand to allow us to land supplies directly from space and help find a crew of workers who made the place hum. It's been a huge relief to me not to have to worry about it and be able to concentrate on other things. He saved Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear's life during that firefight the other day. Now he's rescued you, 10 other Commonwealth hostages, and dozens of local ones. All that counts for a hell of a lot in my book. Mine, too. He's also the main reason the spaceport's back in friendly hands. He set up the attack that took it back from the rebels. The Excellent Sari talked about it on the way back here this morning. He says he may have given the orders, but Maxwell came up with a plan and found ways to make it happen. Batista sipped slowly at his coffee, eyes far away, then set down the cup with a thump that splashed hot liquid over the table. He's been there for us when we needed him, so we're going to be there for him now. I'll be damned if I let one of the best spacer junior officers I've ever met get railroaded like this. I couldn't agree more, but what can we do? Captain Davis is the senior fleet officer on this operation, and he's got a Department of State representative breathing down his neck. If he issues a formal reprimand or launches a pre-trial investigation through the Spacer Corps chain of command backed up by state, we'll have no say in the matter at all. Don't be too sure about that. Batista's eyes were gleaming. You think about it. If we put all Maxwell's accomplishments together, including rescuing the Excellent Sari, defending the depot, releasing all the hostages, and so on, don't they add up to a hell of a lot? Well, sure. He reports to you planetside as his immediate superior officer. Here's what I want you to do, he explained at some length. Emery sat up with a jerk, his eyes wide. Boss, I think he did damn well, and I'd love to do that, but isn't it an awfully big stretch? That'll have to go all the way to the Board of Admiralty on Lancaster itself. Isn't it too much? Well, that's the point. If 3 levels of command approve and endorse something like that, in this case, that'll be you as his immediate supervisor, me as your boss, and the commanding officer of his ship. Then, according to regulations, even if others in the chain of command don't follow suit, it must go to the sector admiral. She has to decide whether it's good enough to forward to the board. She's Davis's boss, too, remember? Emery's face broke into a delighted grin. You're a genius. If the Admiral allows Davis's reprimand to stand, she can't do as we suggest. But that'll raise an awful lot of Marine hackles, and our submission will still be evidence Maxwell can use in his defense if he lodges a formal protest. On the other hand, if the Admiral allows our recommendation to stand, even at a lower level, she can't leave the reprimand on Maxwell's record. The two would contradict each other. Precisely. And there's another string to our bow. Didn't you say this morning that the Excellent Sari had something similar in mind? You mean, yes, a speedy report from him with a copy to us for information will provide even more ammunition. We'll file it as supporting evidence for our own recommendation. Emery laughed. That young man's got a serious case of hero worship about Maxwell after watching him plan and execute last night's affair. He'll do it. But what if the sector admiral rejects it? Well, she can in theory, but it involves another government, so the Department of State will have to certify that won't damage our relations with them. Emery's mouth opened in dumbfounded astonishment. I see you understand me. State's local representative may be backing Captain Davis all the way, but since we were sent here precisely because his department wants to improve relations with Karabakh, how do you think his bosses are likely to react to the excellent Sari's idea? Emery started to laugh. That should give them a galloping case of diplomatic schizophrenia. That's the idea. Oh, another thing. You advised Maxwell to get copies of all relevant records, right? Yes, sir. Follow up on that. Make sure he gets them and have Sergeant O'Donnell certify them as Marine Corps verified. That way they can be used in his defense, even if the originals are mislaid or reclassified. You don't seriously think someone would try to tamper with them? They wouldn't have to. If Maxwell's access to records was delayed because some of them were mislaid in the process of being filed, he might end up in bureaucratic limbo for as long as a year or two until they were found. All that time, he'd have an official reprimand on his record while being unable to mount a legal defense. That'd certainly delay his next promotion, even if he was eventually able to clear his name. He's not the kind of man to put up with that. He might even resign his commission in disgust, and we can't afford to lose an officer that good. Let's make sure he has all the facts he needs at his fingertips. What if he's ordered to hand over all official records in his possession while under arrest, sir? That's a good point. Make sure we have extra certified copies of everything just in case. And don't log them. Stash them somewhere private. We can always lose them in his direction when the time comes. Emery was grinning from ear to ear. Colonel, has anyone ever accused you of being Machiavellian? Well, not to my face, and you better not be the first, exec. Oh, far be it from me to impugn your character, sir. The exec raised his eyes piously to the ceiling. Grinning at each other, they settled down to eat. June 30th, 2850 Galactic Standard Calendar, evening. 4 transporters arrived at the depot in the fading light, rolling to a halt next to the stacks of ration packs in the enclosure outside the main wall. Waiting Quanjin spacers began sliding pallets into their load beds using forklifts, while the drivers jumped down from their cabs to stretch their legs. 2 escorting Marine assault shuttles landed on the hardstand nearby, the battering sound of their reaction thrusters dying away as their rear ramps swung down. Watching from the main gate, Steve was surprised to see Major Emery exit one of the shuttles and stride toward him. He walked to meet him, bracing to attention and saluting. Good to see you again, sir. What brings you out here? I've got some business with Sergeant O'Donnell, and I wanted to brief you on the latest developments. Do you know why we're collecting all these ration packs? Well, I'd wondered about that, sir. They can't be for the Marines, surely. No, we have our own rations. These are going to be distributed to the rebels and their hostages. They've been negotiating with the governor and threatening to kill or injure some hostages unless he provided food. He held out for a bit, but in the end he didn't have much choice. We'll take 1 transporter to each of the sites held by the rebels and leave it there for them to collect. They won't trust the Colonial Guard that near to their perimeter, but they will trust Marines, it seems. Steve frowned angrily. After the other night, I'd rather let the rebels starve, sir, but I guess we can't do that to the hostages. No, we can't. Besides, it's not our decision, and these aren't our rations. We're just escorting them to make sure they get there safely. He looked around to make sure no one else was within earshot and lowered his voice. There's something else. We know what Captain Davis said to you yesterday. Steve's eyes widened and he opened his mouth to speak, but Emery held up his hand. Don't say anything. Lieutenant Colonel Batista says you should keep quiet and do whatever Captain Davis orders you to do. This affair will be settled back at Cassius, not here. There are things going on that you don't need to know about yet because we don't want any word of them to leak out before they'll do the most good. Just be aware. You're not alone, and you don't have to fight this battle on your own, okay?" Steve felt a rush of relief that was almost overwhelming. He'd been bottling up his feelings for the past 36 hours, trying desperately not to let anyone see the tension and frustration boiling inside him. I don't know how to thank you, sir. I've thought my career was as good as over. You've already thanked me by saving my life. I can't rule out damage to your career, but there are countervailing arguments that might, shall we say, help to resolve the situation. Officially, this conversation never happened, all right? Aye, aye, sir. Oh, good. Where's Sergeant O'Donnell? In the ComSense, sir. I was just on my way there myself. I'll come with you. Steve glanced through the message log while the major spoke privately with the sergeant. Nothing of importance had come through in the last couple of hours. He electronically signed the log to signify that he'd read it and was about to turn away when the chime indicating an urgent operational call sounded through the ComSen. Steve reached the console before Sergeant O'Donnell could get there and press the button. "Karsaba Depot here, Senior Lieutenant Maxwell speaking." Lieutenant Colonel Batista's familiar face appeared on the screen. "Good evening, Senior Lieutenant. Is Major Emery with you?" "Yes, sir." The major appeared beside him. "Well, good. Listen carefully, both of you. You already know that the rebel leader Byram has demanded the governor provide a spaceship to take his followers and their families away from Esquishi. He apparently has a destination in mind where he thinks they'll be safe, although we don't know where that is. He wants to retain the most valuable hostages in a cargo shuttle orbiting Esquishi until their guards confirm that those who left have arrived safely at their destination, after which the hostages will be released. Are you with me so far?" "Yes, sir." Emery and Steve spoke as one. "I just learned that there's a new twist. The governor's agreed to make available one of the troop ships, chartered freighters actually, that are orbiting Esquishi. They brought the Colonial Guard reinforcements from Karabakh. However, its crew is civilian, and they have flatly refused to have anything to do with the plan. Byram knows there are Quanjin spacers among the prisoners on the planet, the same ones working for you, Lieutenant. He's demanded that they form the crew. He's offering safe passage to all of them in exchange for their help." "But that'll never work, sir," Steve exclaimed. "The Excellent Sari has already promised to commute their sentences to time served. They know that if they wait a couple of weeks, they'll all be allowed to go home. They won't risk that to help the rebels, particularly because those same rebels attacked them some weeks ago and killed quite a few of them." "Byram isn't planning on giving them a choice," Batista pointed out grimly. "He's put it to the governor as a demand, not a request, and he clearly thinks that since they're prisoners, they can be forced to do what he wants." Steve shook his head vehemently. "Not a chance, sir," he said bluntly. "They'll never agree. And after the Excellent Sari's promise, there's no way they'll let the authorities push them around." "Well, you sure about that?" Sure as I can be, sir." The lieutenant colonel sighed in frustration. "I told you about this so you could brief them about the situation, but now I'm not so sure. What about this charge d'affaires? Could he use his influence with them?" "It's not could he, sir, but will he? I'm pretty sure the answer will be no. After all, the Excellent Sari officially informed him that he's commuting their sentences, and he's passed that on to the prisoners. He'll destroy his own credibility if he has to tell them that's no longer going to happen, and for that matter, it'll destroy the credibility of the Esquishi authorities with them. If they can't be trusted to keep their word about the commutation, why should the prisoners trust them about anything else? And also, if the governor no longer has the carrot of a commutation to offer them, he also doesn't have much of a stick to force them to obey him. After the losses suffered by the colonial guards during the rebellion, and given that what's left of them is tied up surrounding the rebel positions, He doesn't have enough forces to send here to arrest the Quanjin spacers, even if we'd stand for that." "What do you mean, we, Lieutenant? We can hardly stand between them and the governor." "Sir, when they agreed to work for us on behalf of the fleet, I guaranteed they'd be treated well and with respect. Forcing them to do this would break that promise. We can't honorably do that, sir. As long as they're under our discipline and working for us, we can't abandon our duty of care to them. Quite apart from that, they helped save all the hostages the other night, including Major Emery. How can we possibly reward their help by forcing them into greater danger, sir?" Batista nodded slowly in the screen before them. "I take your point, Lieutenant. Is there anything we can do in practical terms?" Steve thought for a moment. "With your permission, sir, I'll ask whether any of them would be willing to volunteer for this as a way to free the hostages. At least that way we won't be forcing them." "Very well. Discuss it with their leaders and let me know what they have to say." "Aye, aye, sir." When the lieutenant colonel had signed off, Emery looked at Steve. "Do you really think there's any chance at all the Quanjin spacers will cooperate?" "No, sir, I don't. If I were in their shoes, I wouldn't either. It'd mean being shoehorned into a strange ship with who knows how many armed rebels, very few of whom are probably trained spacers, and most of whom won't give a damn about shipboard discipline. Even without the fact that the rebels targeted the Quanjin prisoners earlier, the risks involved in a long space voyage with passengers like that are horrendous." "I take your point," he sighed. "We've managed to sneak nanobugs and flitterbugs into each of the rebel-held sites, so we're monitoring what they're doing and passing that on to the governor. I hope that helps him find a solution. In case it doesn't, let's talk to the Quanjin Spacers officers and hear what they have to say." "Aye, aye, sir." It didn't take long to summon the two captains, their first mates, and Mr. Zhang. Steve led them into a small room in the administration building set aside for meetings. Major Emery explained what Lieutenant Colonel Batista had said, and Steve asked whether they thought any volunteers might be forthcoming. The Quanjin Spacers' response was immediate, emphatic, and unanimous. Captain Shun exclaimed, "What is that colorful expression I've heard some of your Marines use? Not a snowball's chance in hell." "And that says it for me, too," Captain Q agreed. "We have already been promised commutation of our sentences and a passage home. Why should we risk that to go back into danger?" First Mate Ya noted soberly. "I respectfully remind you, Major, that these rebels and their sympathizers have already killed or wounded almost a third of our number. We cannot trust them not to do the same to the rest of us if we put ourselves into their hands." Steve protested. "But if they're relying on you to get them to safety, they won't treat you badly. They can't. It'd be committing suicide." Ya's counterpart, First Mate Kun, pointed out, "That might be true during the voyage, Senior Lieutenant, but what about after we arrive? We don't know where they want to go or what may await us there." Chun added, "We have already been the victims of one lawless planet. That is how we landed up here in the first place. I am not going to expose myself or my crew to that risk again if I can help it." Steve couldn't help an inward grin at the thought of members of the Dragon Tongue, of all people, arguing that a planet was lawless. After all, the organization's entire raison d'etre was to fold, spindle, and mutilate almost all planetary and interplanetary laws. However, he diplomatically suppressed any outward sign of his amusement. Zhang added in a severe tone, "Given the sort of planet that might be expected to provide sanctuary to a group of rebels like these, one cannot help but wonder how safe it would be for anyone else. And what's more, it worries me that the governor would even consider asking for this sort of help from spacers who've already been promised commutation of their sentences. It feels like he's taking them for granted, like pawns on a chessboard to be played and sacrificed at will." "He's probably more than a little desperate," Major Emery pointed out soberly. He's got hundreds of hostages in rebel hands, including almost 200 children. They're threatening to kill them all unless their demands are met. When you think about it, what have the rebels got to lose? If they don't get away, they're either going to be executed or killed fighting or stay on this planet in very unpleasant conditions until they die. Set against that, the lives of hostages may not seem very important to them. Captain Chun said somberly, I understand the pressures the governor is under. However, I cannot help but suspect that he wants to put us under moral pressure as well. He wants us to feel that we'll somehow be responsible for the deaths of those children if we don't help. We won't, of course, Q agreed. We're not part of the problem at all. I can't blame you for feeling like that, Emery reluctantly agreed. I'll inform Lieutenant Colonel Batista of your position. Jiang said very seriously, Major, my countrymen agreed to help you here in return for good treatment. They've even taken up arms to help you and defend this place, and played a major role in the rescue of your hostages. After all that, I trust the Marines won't simply hand them over to the governor so he can force them to go along with his wishes. No, we won't. The four spacers and the charge visibly relaxed as Emery gave that assurance. Senior Lieutenant Maxwell pointed out to Lieutenant Colonel Batista that the fleet has a duty of care toward you in return for your help. I think that puts it in a nutshell. He rose to his feet. I've got to get these rations distributed as quickly as possible. Thank you again for all that you've done with and for us. We couldn't have released the hostages without your help. Since I was one of them, I take that very personally. Steve returned from seeing the convoy off to find the four spacers waiting for him. Captain Chun said, Senior Lieutenant, we wanted to tell you how grateful we were that you stood up for us to Lieutenant Colonel Batista. Some officers would not have done so, and we will not forget. Steve shook the hand he held out. It was the least I could do, Captain. You've earned my personal gratitude as well as the protection of the fleet. Inwardly, he couldn't help thinking, I hope it'll be enough. The pressure on the governor has got to be immense. Byram slammed his fist on the table. Damn those elitist Quan Jin scum! They're convicts just like us. What the hell gives them the right to act like they're better than us? They wouldn't help us fight during the rebellion, and now, when we've got an open road out of here, they won't help us take it. It's always them first and the devil take the rest of us. The three surviving members of the Leadership Council looked at him in glum desperation. Couldn't the governor offer a reward to whoever volunteered for the job? Luna asked. He says he tried that, and all his spacers turned him down flat. If I was in their shoes, I would probably feel that way too, Miriam pointed out unwillingly. Yeah, Orhan agreed. I can't blame him, even though it puts us in a hell of a spot. Byram snorted. Well, I blame him. We're all convicts together on this rock, even though they seem to have forgotten that. He thought for a moment. Wait while I call Turgay. We need expert advice. They sat in silence until he returned with the older man. He explained the situation to Turgay. What I need to know is, how many people do we need to run a freighter like that? What's the minimum crew it'll need? Turgay thought for a moment. To run the ship itself, a minimum of 10 spacers per shift, times 3 shifts, rotating every 4 hours, call it 30 all told, including at least 1 officer on each shift. At least half a dozen will have to be engineering techs, and it'd help to have a qualified engineer aboard in case something goes wrong. Trouble is, you'll need a lot more than that to handle so many passengers. They've got to have at least 2 meals every day, and the environmental systems will take a lot of strain. They'll need hands to maintain them and fix them when they break down. How long will the journey take? Where is the ship going? I'd rather not say just yet in case it leaks out. Let's say the trip will take 2 to 3 weeks. Okay, that is a big load on the environmental systems over a long period. They are bound to give trouble. He thought in silence once more and then said, Reckon at least 20 people per shift to get food from storage and prepare it and look after the environmental systems. Some will have to be pretty good handymen, and you'll need experienced galley staff as well, cooks and so on. Adding them to your spacers, you're looking at 30 people per shift, 90 total in the crew, at least a third of them qualified spacers. That's a rock-bottom minimum. More would be better. You're figuring on 4-hour shifts, right? Orhan asked, and Turgay nodded. Could the crew work longer shifts, say 8 hours on instead of 4? Wouldn't that reduce crew numbers? The old spacer shook his head. People get tired. When they're tired, they make mistakes. When they get very tired, and after a couple of weeks of that schedule, they make very big mistakes. There is a universe full of vacuum out there. It only takes one error for it to kill you. Trust me, I know. I've seen too many experienced spacers die to have any illusions about that. Okay, we need 90 people, Byram interrupted. You said you'd ask around. How many spacers did you find? There's me and 5 others. 4 of them have enough experience and training to be useful. The 5th had just started his apprenticeship when he got caught aboard a smuggler and sent here. He may be able to help in a small way, but no more than that. No officers, no engineers or techs? I am the most senior spacer you've got. I could do a watch officer's job if I had to, but I can't astrogate. Of course, that ain't necessarily a problem once the course has been calculated. After it's entered into the navigation computers, all I'd have to do is tell the ship to jump to the next waypoint as soon as the capacitor ring was recharged. We'd still need someone to do the setup, though. All right, if we can find a crew, we're going to send everyone away on the ship except a few who will stay here to guard some hostages. We'll put them in orbit in a cargo shuttle or something like that, with basic facilities and enough food to last until a message can get back here saying the others made it. How many spacers will we need to handle something like that for a month to 6 weeks? Turgay frowned. I don't get it. How will they get away afterwards if the ship's long gone? Never mind that for now, and don't worry about guarding the hostages. You don't have to be a spacer to be a guard. How many? At least 2 spacers to a shift 3 times a day. That makes 6. At least one of them would have to be the equivalent of a watch officer. All right, we need 36 spacers in all. Our 5 plus 31 more, and 60 support workers that don't have to be spacers so our regular folks can do those jobs. Thanks, Turgay. That gives me a target to shoot for. Now, don't go away. I'm going to need you again real soon now. Okay, boss. As the spacer closed the door behind him, Byram turned to the others. So now we know how many we need. I guess it's time to show the governor we ain't joking. What do you mean? Luna asked nervously. We're going to kill some hostages. She jumped to her feet. Not the kids. No way Byram erupted from his chair. Shut up! Rage made his voice tremble as his right hand clutched the grips of the pulsar thrust into his waistband. Luna goggled at him momentarily, speechless, as he went on. There's no time left to play nice. We got hostages, and we're going to use up as many of them as we need to get off this rock. That's the way it is. You got 2 choices, Luna. Get with the program, or I'll kill you where you stand. You choose and choose real quick, or I'm going to pick the second option for you. I've had enough of your crap. Miriam spoke up from her seat at the table. Her voice was cold. He's right, Luna. We're down to the wire now. There's no place for sentimentality anymore. Luna looked appealingly at Orhan, but he stared back impassively. That's the way it's got to be. Sorry, Luna. There's no other way. Her shoulders slumped. She began to sit as she said softly, If there's no other way. Her hands reached for the table to support herself. then suddenly changed direction as she thrust the chair back with her legs. She threw herself sideways as she grabbed at her handgun, but Byram hadn't been fooled. His pulsar came clear of his waistband as he straightened, his arms braced in a double-handed shooting stance, and he tracked her body through his sights as she fell to the floor. Before she even landed, he pumped a round into her body, then another, as she cried out in agony and hit the bare floor, followed by a third into her head as she arched her back. Her body jerked, then went limp. Her pulsar fell from her hand to the floor with a clatter. Byram replaced his pulsar in his waistband, then bent and picked up her weapon, reapplying the safety catch and setting it on the table in front of his chair. "That's it, then. 3 of us leaders left. I'll tell Luna Second to take over her unit. I'm guessing neither of you has any objection to us getting real with the governor?" Orhan shrugged. "It's not like he's left us much choice. What do you want us to do?" "We'll assign a letter to each place we hold, A through D. Inside each place, we'll number the hostages, 1 through however many there are. Give them slips of paper with their number on it, or write a number next to each name on the list, whatever works for you. I'll tell the governor that we're going to draw 1 letter and 1 number every hour on the hour, starting at 8 tomorrow morning. That hostage is going to get shoved out the door and shot in full view of everyone. No one's exempt. Male, female, old, young, whatever. We're going to do that all day tomorrow. Then at 8 the next morning, we'll go to 1 every half an hour. The following day, it'll be 1 every quarter hour. If he tries to stop us, we'll blow our explosives and all die together. If he wants to stop the killing, he'll have to find some way to make 31 of those Quanjin spacers help us. If they won't, you're going to see a lot of his people die, including his wife, when her number comes up." None of them had noticed the tiny spider-like creature crouched in a poorly lit corner of the ceiling. Its 2 glass eyes surveyed the room with unblinking intensity. The ultra-sensitive microphone mounted below them relayed every sound in the room to another, larger nanobug on the floor immediately above. That bug, in turn, passed its signals through several more relays to an almost invisible hoversat high above the compound, which sent them through a tight beam laser link into the Marine Battalion's Operations Center. Inside the OpCen, Lieutenant Colonel Batista and Major Emery stood riveted as they watched the drama play out. As Byram outlined his plans, Emery sucked in his breath. "That's gonna play hell, sir. The Quanjin spacers won't budge. They've no reason to trust the governor, and even less to trust the rebels who've already killed so many of them. This is gonna be a case of the irresistible force meeting the immovable object." Batista shook his head. "You're right, but the governor may try to force them to cooperate anyway. He'll do anything to prevent mass murder. And as far as he's concerned, the fate of a few more convicts, which is how he sees those spacers, matters less than the lives of innocent hostages. We'd better give Maxwell a heads up. He'll have to tell the Quanjin leaders about this. Wouldn't it be better if he kept quiet about it so they didn't have any warning?" "Well, they're already armed, sir, and they already suspect the governor's intentions. The only way he could arrest them is to pull enough of the colonial guards away from the hostage sites to overcome their resistance. If he does that, the rebels are bound to see it happening and launch attacks of their own. If we want to prevent that happening and stop a bloodbath, it's going to be up to Maxwell to pull a rabbit out of the hat somehow." Steve stared into the comm terminal, stomach turning to ice as he absorbed what Lieutenant Colonel Batista had just told him. "I'll talk to them again, sir," he said at last, desperation in his tone. "But I already know what their answer's going to be. His voice died away as a sudden thought came to him. "What if I can use the jade knife as a bargaining counter?" He didn't realize that his mouth was still open as he stood there, eyes far away as he pondered. "What is it, Lieutenant?" He didn't miss the sudden flicker of hope in Batista's voice. "I may have thought of something," he said slowly. "I don't know whether it will work And there's a lot to figure out, but there's one thing, sir. If I'm to make this work, I'm going to have to move fast and do an awful lot without having time to ask permission. I need a free hand, sir. Permission to do whatever I have to and whatever it takes to make this succeed. You know I can't override Captain Davis's orders, right? Steve nodded. Apart from that, yes, insofar as you're assigned to my command at present, I'll trust you with carte blanche. Your previous performance justifies that. Use whatever you need and do whatever you have to do to save the hostages. Can you give me an idea of what you have in mind? You really don't want to know, sir. Oh, you know what that may mean for you personally? What's that when weighed against the lives of all those kids, sir? Batista sighed. I take your point. Yes, sir, let me see if I can put something together. It may not be possible, but I'll do my best. I'll call you as soon as I can. Carry on, then. Aye, aye, sir. Steve looked around the comsen. Sergeant O'Donnell, where's the Quanjin Chargé d'Affaires? Last I saw him, he was headed to bed, sir. Thank you. Zhang was grumpy at being awoken from a sound sleep, but forgot his ill temper as he peered at Steve's face. Even in the dim glow shed by the night lighting system, he could see that the officer's face was lined and drawn with tension. What is wrong? I'd rather not talk here, Steve replied quietly. There are others within hearing. Will you walk with me outside the walls? There's something very important I've got to discuss with you. It can't wait. Let me put on my clothes. I will meet you outside. They walked in silence to the depot's main gate, nodding to the sentries on duty who opened one leaf of the entrance to let them through. Don't walk too far beyond the walls, please, sir, one cautioned them. Our sensors don't show anything out there, but you never know. We'll be careful, Steve promised. He led Zhang about 20 meters clear of the wall, ensuring that no casual listener on top of or behind them could hear their conversation. Then he began a circuit of the perimeter. As they walked, he explained to Zhang what the Marines had learned about events that night at the meeting of the Rebels' Leadership Council. Zhang drew in his breath with an audible hiss. This man shot one of his own leaders because she wasn't ruthless enough? Yes, specifically because she wouldn't allow him to murder young children to put pressure on the governor. A charming character, isn't he? As you say, but what does this have to do with us? Steve took a deep breath. It means I'm going to try to find a way to mount a rescue mission, Mr. Zhang. Captain Davis has specifically ordered all fleet personnel planetside not to intervene in the fighting between the rebels and the administration, but I'm not prepared to stand idly by and see children get murdered. I've seen that before, and I'm damned if I'll see it happen again because I was too cowardly to stop it. He explained briefly what he'd encountered on Radetzky in the early stages of his career in space. I'm going to disobey my orders and look for volunteers among the Marines who are prepared to do the same. We'll try to release the hostages. The chargé looked at him with horror in his eyes. But that's suicide. You told us earlier the rebels had erected strong defenses and booby-trapped their perimeters. Well, they have. And yes, it means many of us are going to die. The odds of survival are no better than even, and for the leaders of the attack, probably less than half that. And if you fail, what if the rebels kill all the hostages before you reach them? They're going to kill them anyway, Mr. Zhang, because there's no way the governor can recruit spacers in time to get their people off planet. We can't save all the hostages, but we may be able to save some of them. That's the most we can hope for, but it's still worth the effort. Is it worth your life? Steve stopped walking and reached for his comm unit. He selected the vid clip Abha had recently sent to him and projected it above the device. Zhang watched the holographic display as if mesmerized as a lovely woman appeared, holding an infant girl in one arm and an infant boy in the other. She smiled into the lens as the children gurgled and kicked in her arms. That's my wife, Abba, and our firstborn twins, Vincent and Abhilasha. Vince and Abhi for short. If they were among the hostages and I couldn't help them, I'd be desperate for anyone to do whatever could be done to save them. If I feel that way about my children, how many parents in Surush tonight are desperate about theirs? Zhang tore his gaze away from the image and stared at Steve. But if you're killed, your own wife and children will have to live without you. Is this worth that cost? Ava's a Marine Corps officer in the reserves. She'll understand, and she'll explain to our kids one day. Vince Cardle taught me what it means to be a man, to be a human being. He was killed in a fight with pirates the year after I met him, and I've missed him ever since, but I tried to live up to all that he taught me. If he were in my shoes now, he'd be saying that I've got to do whatever's put in front of me to do today, right now. In this situation, that's saving as many hostages as possible. If we lose 8 out of 10 kids but save 2, at least those 2 will still have a life to live. It's worth trying to give them that chance. If we do nothing, none of them will have any chance at all. But what if you are killed? Well, even if all the rescuers are killed, at least we'll have died trying to do the right thing instead of hanging back like cowards, doing nothing while innocent children are murdered or maimed. I've seen that before, and I don't want to see it happen again because I wouldn't lift a finger to stop it. Zhang was silent for a moment. At last he said, I suppose, in a way, you are acknowledging what one of the ancient poets said. Any man's death diminishes me because I am involved in mankind. Yes, I am involved, but so is the dragon tongue, I'm afraid. The reason I'm telling you all this is because it may impact the tongue as well. Zhang's eyes widened. How? Why? When you looked up my name in your archives, did they tell you what I've been looking for? Yes, the jade knife of Le Sikoi. Well, that's right. I hadn't told you this earlier because I was afraid the news might leak, but now I must. After a search lasting over a decade, I found it. In fact, I was about to hand it over to your people on Cassius when I was recalled to my ship for this emergency mission. Zhang slammed to a halt. Where is it now? His eyes glowed with eagerness. It's in the safe aboard my ship, LCS Sibelia, Goddess-class general-purpose fleet freighter. She was sent back to Cassius to collect more supplies. She should get back here in a week to 10 days. The Tong will be overjoyed, and you're about to become very wealthy. The reward for the knife now stands at 20,000 gold taels. Zhang's face suddenly clouded over. But what if you are killed during your rescue mission? Steve blinked at the news that the knife was now worth more than 25 million Commonwealth credits to its discoverer, but thrust the thought aside. Well, that's why I wanted to talk to you. In case I'm injured or incapacitated, I'm going to record a request to my commanding officer to hand over to you the package containing the jade knife. She doesn't know what's inside. However, if I'm killed, Commonwealth law and fleet regulations won't allow that. She'll be legally obliged to send it back to Lancaster along with all my possessions on board the ship. The fleet will hand them over to the probate court. It will retain them in custody until my estate is finalized, when they'll be handed over to my wife. She's my beneficiary, of course. But that may take a year or more. What if something should happen to the knife on the way there or while it's in storage? Steve nodded soberly. Well, that's not the worst risk. It may be described or even pictured in court documents. If someone recognizes it, every Tong and Triad in the settled galaxy will be after it. Zhang visibly shivered at the thought. Yes, and they won't care how they get it. The knife of Li Sekoi will confer enormous status upon whoever owns it. They'd gain immense face and standing among their peers, We daren't risk anything happening to it. You cannot go on this rescue mission." "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, but I have a duty as a human being to those hostages. I'm even going to disobey a direct order from the senior fleet officer on this station, knowing it'll mean the end of my career if I survive. But this is more important. It's a moral imperative." "But what makes saving hostages you've never met and who are not related to you in any way worth the sacrifice of your career, possibly your life, maybe even the jade knife?" Steve sighed. "Well, I'm no preacher, and I've seen enough evil in my life to make me doubt that there is a God. On the other hand, I've seen enough good and enough good people to make me wonder, is there a spark of the divine in us? I may never know, but I do know this. Almost every major religion and philosophy of life that's ever existed includes some version of the golden rule. Do to others what you want them to do to you. If my children were among the hostages, I'd be hoping and praying for someone to do everything possible to rescue them rather than stand by and see them slaughtered. If I'd want that for my kids, doesn't that make me honor-bound to do all I can to help the children held hostage here? It's part of treating others as you want them to treat you. It'd be inhuman to turn my back on them. If there's a God at all, I reckon that's at the heart of what he or she or it would want me to do at a time like this, no matter how high the cost." Zhang was staring at him as if he'd seen a ghost. You really believe that? You're not just saying it?" "Yes, I do." Steve didn't need to fake conviction. He and Abba had been raised in very different religious and cultural traditions, but in discussing their future together, they'd long since decided that no matter what each believed, the ethic of reciprocity was and would remain a bedrock element of the way they'd try to relate to each other and the world. The diplomat slowly shook his head. "I am used to people who dissemble, shade the truth, wheel and deal, and generally go along to get along. You are like a slap in the face to people like that, and to me for that matter. You don't play games, you mean what you say, and you live by your principles." "Well, I try to." "Is there no other way?" "Well, if there is, I can't see it from here. The rebels think that by killing some of their hostages, they can force the governor to provide spacers for the ship that'll take them wherever they're going. The trouble is, the governor has no local spacers, and he can't force the civilian spacers from Karabakh to order him. They're not subject to military discipline. Even if he tried to arrest them and make them do as he says, they'd simply disobey the moment they got out of his reach. He couldn't put armed guards aboard to enforce his orders because the rebels wouldn't trust them. That means the rebels and the governor are like the irresistible force and the immovable object. When they collide, the hostages are going to be ground between them. In the absence of spacers for the rebel ship, a rescue attempt is the only way out." He waited on tenterhooks to see if Zhang would take the hint, and the diplomat didn't disappoint him. "What if our people agree to crew the ship?" Steve looked at him in feigned surprise, trying to hide the hope leaping within him. "Well, they've already refused." "Yes, but none of us knew about the jade knife at the time. If this will secure it for the Dragon Tongue, that changes everything. What if they agree to help?" "Well, it would open up a whole new range of options and maybe let us rescue everyone over time with much less danger, but it would put some of your people at risk if anything goes wrong." "Let me talk about it with the captains and first mates. How long can you give us?" "Unless something changes, I need to leave as soon as possible." "Let's get back inside." Steve paced nervously back and forth across the floor of his office. He was distracted from his thoughts by a knock at the door. Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear put his head around it. "What's this I hear about you heading out, sir?" Steve explained briefly about the looming crisis with the hostages in Sarush. He couldn't tell Kinnear about the jade knife, so he settled for, "I told Zhang about this and used what influence I have to ask the Quanjin spacers to reconsider. Even if that doesn't work, I can't just sit back and let the kids be killed. I'm going to do what I can." The gunnery sergeant looked thoughtful. "Would a few flitterbugs and nanobugs come in handy, sir?" "Well, they sure would, but the Marines are under orders not to get involved." "Well, so are you, sir, but I don't see you letting that stop you." If I survive, my career will be over, but I can't see myself building the rest of it on the bloody bodies of murdered children when I could have done something to save them." "I can't argue with that, sir. If you'll have me, I'm in." Steve grinned. "Thanks, Gunny." They shook hands firmly. Hold that thought now. If the Quanjin spacers agree to provide a crew for the Rebel spaceship, it'll buy us time, a week at least. With their help, we may be able to come up with something better than a suicide mission. "I'm all in favor, sir. Let's keep our fingers crossed and toes crossed and tie knots in whatever we can't cross." As if to echo his words, they heard footsteps approaching down the corridor. Zhang said, "The officers have made their decision, Senior Lieutenant. Would you please join us?" "Sure. I'll see you in a few, Gunny." "Okay, sir." The two captains and two first mates were seated at the meeting room table. Shun said without preamble, "Mr. Zhang has explained to us everything that you and he discussed earlier tonight. Under the circumstances, we have no choice but to provide a crew for the spaceship." Steve wanted to exult, but he couldn't. In a sense, I've manipulated these people into helping me," he reminded himself. "If anything happens to some of them, their blood will be on my hands. They deserve better than that from me. They've already risked their lives to stand beside me in combat. They've got to understand why I'm doing this. It's got to come from the heart for them as well. I couldn't just use the knife to extort their help." "Well, thank you, but you say you have no choice. That's wrong. You do have a choice. If you feel you don't, I'm not sure you're doing this for the right reasons." "What do you mean?" Chun snapped indignantly. "I'm not accusing you of anything," Steve hastened to reassure him. "It's just that this isn't primarily about the jade knife as far as I'm concerned." "It's only about the knife as far as we are concerned," Chun retorted. Steve sighed. "Let me tell you about Radetzky." He spent several minutes describing the injured, maimed children he'd encountered on that planet many years before, and how he'd tried to help them, and how it had made a permanent impression on him. "The children that Byram and his people are holding hostage are in the same position in my book. They don't mean a thing to their captors as human beings. They're just bargaining chips to be used or discarded as needed. That's just plain evil. There's no other word for it. Compare that to the jade knife of Lacey Coy. If I were to throw it out of the airlock of my ship as hard as I could toward this planet, it'll burn up in Eskishi's atmosphere like any other small meteorite. It'd become no more than a few charred molecules circulating in the stratosphere." The Tong men looked horrified at the mere thought of such sacrilege, but before they could say anything, Steve went on. "That wouldn't do a single thing to help or hurt the Dragon Tong. You'd go on the next day just as you had the day before. The knife's a piece of carved stone, not the be-all and end-all of existence. It has historical and cultural value to you, and I'm sure it will gain your Tong a lot of prestige among its rivals, but in and of itself, it's no reason to get yourselves killed. And believe me, if you get involved in this, that danger is real. No, if you're going to help me, do it for the right reason. Do it because you care about the children and the other hostages. Do it because you're human beings and you care about other innocent human beings." First Mate Kuhn snapped irritably. "They are not so innocent. The people of this planet have treated us like dirt since we arrived here." "Have the children treated you like dirt?" Steve asked. "Of course not. We've hardly even seen any." "Then how can they be anything but innocent as far as you're concerned?" Kuhn's mouth opened, and closed as he struggled to find words. Steve pressed his advantage. Some of the adult hostages might be meaner than sin. Some of them may even deserve to die, but not the kids. It's because of them that I'm going to do all that I can to stop the rebels. You can hate the adults all you like, although I'm willing to bet you've never met most of them, but don't hate the kids because of what their parents have done. That'd be like sending your kids to jail for crimes that you've committed. Get your priorities straight. Either this is worth doing for its own sake or it's not. If it is, join me. If it's not, all the jade knives in the universe won't justify risking your lives to do it. Kun's face was red with anger. He opened his mouth to speak, but Shun reached out and placed his hand on his arm. The senior lieutenant is serious, first mate. Kun looked at him in surprise. He's not joking. Kun sat back in his chair, still looking rebellious, but as he considered Shun's words, his face cleared. He slowly nodded. Thank you, Captain. He transferred his gaze to Steve. I apologize, Senior Lieutenant. I think you may perhaps be a better human being than I am. He grinned sheepishly. Apology accepted and no harm done. Steve looked around the table. I'll be personally very grateful if you agree to help, but it means accepting significant risks. I don't want you accepting them for the wrong reasons. You've already fought alongside me, and some of you have been wounded in the process. I'm very grateful to you for that. I don't want to ruin the respect we built up for each other by holding the jade knife over your heads as a sort of compulsion to force you to help me. Chun spoke for them all. We understand better now why you are doing this. We cannot be as neutral about the jade knife as you are, but you are right. This is worth doing for its own sake. Also, you have treated us with respect, and in the process, helped to restore our self-respect. For all those reasons, as well as because of the knife, we will help you. The long and the short of it is that we have our volunteer spacers, sir, Steve concluded, gazing into the terminal's lens. On the display, Lieutenant Colonel Batista's face was a mixture of elation and wonder. Maxwell, I swear you could sell frozen vacuum to miners in the asteroid belt. Steve grinned tiredly but shook his head. There's an awful lot more to tell than the bare-bones outline I've given you. When Major Emery comes out here tomorrow morning, I should know enough to be able to tell him more. There was no such visit on the schedule, but Steve hoped the lieutenant colonel would understand. He didn't want to say anything that might be brought to Captain Davis's attention in time for him to intervene. Batista clearly got the idea. He'll be with you as soon after first light as we can arrange it. Well, thank you, sir. And there's one more thing. The rebels have asked for a cargo shuttle to accommodate hostages and their guards in orbit until they get word that the main body of their people has reached safety. I presume it'll be an Askeshi shuttle, sir, not one of the fleet's birds? That's correct. The only two cargo shuttles planet-side are parked at the spaceport, sir. One of them will have to be heavily modified to provide accommodations, stores, environmental systems, and so on for however many people will be aboard. The shuttle maintenance center was moved here to the depot before everything went down. May I request that we bring the shuttles here at once to begin making the necessary modifications? We'll need both in case we have to cannibalize parts from one of them. I'm a qualified pilot, and there's bound to be another among the Quanjin spacers, so if no one else is available, we can drive to the spaceport and bring them back here. Well, you do that, Lieutenant. I'll clear with the governor and have him tell this Byram character that he's got his spacers. Some of the Quanjian officers will have to speak with Byram in the morning to discuss how they're going to set things up. Well, yes, sir, it's going to take several days to prepare the freighters for the trip, including stocking it with rations and all the other supplies it'll need, assembling all the passengers and getting the Quanjin spacers aboard to take over from her regular crew. Byram will have to agree to their conditions, but if he doesn't, his people won't be leaving. I'll let them negotiate that with him. Batista nodded. "All right. It's after midnight. I'll leave you to get on with it." July 1st, 2850, Galactic Standard Calendar, morning. Byram settled himself into his chair, staring into the terminal before him. It showed Captain Shun and Captain Q at Karsamba Depot staring impassively out of the screen at him. "The governor says you're going to provide spacers for our ship," he began brusquely. "Not so fast, please," Chun interjected. "We have agreed in principle to consider doing this, but we cannot forget that a third of our people died or were injured at the hands of some of your people. We do not trust you. Therefore, and I say again, if we do this, there will have to be stringent safeguards for us, and that's not negotiable. Either you meet our conditions, or we will not help you." "And what if the governor arrests you or forces you to help us?" Byram sneered. In answer, Shun lifted a rifle that had been leaning against the table. "We, too, have weapons," he pointed out. "If the governor tries to force us to do anything, he'll need more colonial guards than he has available at present. They are all surrounding your positions, remember? And what if I kill a few hostages to make you see reason? Your threat is empty. You have none of our people among them." Byram cursed under his breath. He'd assumed he held all the cards, but his hand suddenly looked less powerful than he'd believed. He thought for a moment. "So, what do you want?" "First of all of your people aboard the freighter are to be unarmed. They will be searched before they leave the planet and again when they board the ship. All weapons and explosives will be confiscated. After what you have done to us already, I will not risk my spacers among armed potential enemies." "No way! How will they be able to defend themselves without weapons?" "Defend themselves against what? They will have no enemies aboard the freighter. If you're worried about Karabakh forces firing missiles at the ship, personal weapons will be worse than useless against them. You will have your hostages aboard a cargo shuttle in orbit. They will be your guarantee against interference as we leave. Once we have hyper-jumped out of the system, we cannot be followed. No one knows where we are going, so they cannot plan to intercept us there either." Byram struggled internally. He'd never voluntarily shared, much less surrendered, control of anything before, but he had to have qualified spacers, and these were the only ones available. I'll have to think about it. Next. "We need to know where you want to go. Some parts of the settled galaxy are not very hospitable to us. That is how we ended up here in the first place. We are not prepared to put our heads into another noose." "I'm not going to say anything about that until the ship leaves. Like you said, if no one knows where we're going, they can't arrange to intercept us." "I am sorry, but that will not do. We simply will not go to certain planets at all, no matter what. It will not help to make all the other preparations and then sit in orbit because we will not go where you want us to go." Shun's brow furrowed as the thought came to him. "On the other hand, there may be a way we can make this work, even for such places. We can arrange to meet another ship at the system boundary. Our spacers can board her after calling the planet to send out a relief crew or tugs to bring your ship into orbit. That way your people will arrive safely and ours will leave safely." "And how will you set that up?" "We will have it to detour via another planet where we can meet one of our ships or send a message from there to arrange a rendezvous. It would take longer to reach your objective, but we would get there in the end." "Well, maybe. Matter of fact, that might work for both of us. If I tell the governor that he has to send a replacement crew to collect his ship and they've got to bring my people from the cargo shuttle with them, And unless they do, he won't get the ship. That gives the hostage guards a way out of here. Next. I am worried about putting some of my people aboard the cargo shuttle with the hostages. What if something goes wrong? Will you kill my spacers as well? What safeguards or guarantees do you offer them? I've got a few spacers of my own. I'd planned to use them to help my bosun aboard the freighter, but I may have to use them aboard the shuttle and leave your people to crew the freighter. I'm not sure I want to do that, though. Let me think. Shuttles have lifeboats, don't they? Well, yes, of course, small ones. What if we use one of the lifeboats as living quarters for your people? They can have the one closest to their duty stations. That way, if anything goes wrong, most of them will already be in or near a lifeboat. Those on duty can run to join them. They can separate from the shuttle within a few seconds, after which whoever I leave in charge can do what has to be done. But how can I be sure that he will give them time to get away? Well, you can't, but how can I be sure you won't betray me to the governor? I suppose you cannot be sure of that either. Yeah, this is going to be a problem. I'll think about it. Next. Those are my immediate concerns. There will be others, but if we cannot resolve these more important ones, they will not matter because we will not assist you at all. Byram gritted his teeth. After a moment he said, I hear the cargo shuttle's at the depot right now. Yes, the maintenance facilities have been set up here, so it's been brought here to prepare for your use. How many people will you need to accommodate, and for how long? I guess up to 40 hostages, plus guards and crew for up to 2 months, maybe 3, if your detour via another planet to set up that rendezvous. It all depends how long word takes to get back here that our people arrive safely at the place where I'm sending them. That will require a lot of modifications to the cargo shuttle. It is designed for short-term operations in orbit and planetside. It does not carry enough fuel, environmental systems, or crew supplies and facilities for that number of people or for long-term deployments. We are going to have to expand them and test the modifications to make sure they work. It'll take up to a week. Well, you know better than me what needs to be done. You send the bill to the governor. He couldn't help grinning at the thought. And while you're doing that, I'll have him start gathering our people together, including the families of those who have them and the people captured by the Colonial Guard during the revolt. He'll have to stock the freighter with supplies for the journey, too. We'll probably both be ready about the same time. He frowned. I'm gonna have my spacers inspect that freighter, front to back, top to bottom, left to right, inside out, upside down, before we load any of my people. I'm not taking any chances that the governor will hide some Colonial Guards on it ready to take over after the first hyper jump out of here, or put a booby trap somewhere to blow it out of space when no one will ever know what happened to it. I'm going to have them check the shuttle as well before we board it for the same reason. Any objections? He was surprised to see smiles appear on the faces of the two captains. None at all, Chun assured him. It pleases me to hear you will take such precautions. We are professional spacers. We do not want anything going wrong either, because if it does, our people will be in as much danger as yours. We will help with the inspection of both ships and only proceed if both of us are satisfied that everything's in order. You won't be insulted if my people double-check your work on the shuttle? Why should we be? We will double-check the work ourselves. Space is a merciless environment. Let's make it as safe as we can for all of us. Then we understand each other. Byram sat back in his seat. I will think about your conditions and get back to you tomorrow about them. I reckon we can work something out that'll satisfy both of us. Meanwhile, I'll talk to the governor about gathering our people together and stocking the ship with supplies, and you'll get on with modifying the shuttle. Until tomorrow. The two captains nodded in unison and then cut the circuit. Byram glanced at Turgay. He'd been sitting at the foot of the table, out of sight of the terminal, listening to the conversation. "What do you think?" "I think it's great, boss. They asked all the right questions, and they're suspicious about all the things that would worry me if I were in their shoes. They are professionals, all right." "So you won't be worried if they inspect the ship with you? You don't think they'll try to hide anything to help the governor?" "Oh, hell no, boss. They're on this rock because they're crooks like us, ain't they? They're our kind of folks, just a different gang. Like they said, their own people will be in as much danger as ours if something goes wrong. I reckon when it comes to professional spacer stuff, you can trust them like you'd trust me. I'm a whole lot happier having heard the way they look at things. I was worried this wouldn't work, but now I've got a feeling that with their help, we might just pull it off." "I'm glad you think so. I'll send you to inspect the shuttle as well as soon as they finish the work. You don't need to check what they're doing before they're done?" "Nah, boss. A cargo shuttle's just a small spaceship and a hell of a lot simpler than a big one. I've used them for years. They ain't got no secrets I don't already know." "They can't hide an ambush party inside it?" Turgay guffawed. "Where? Those things ain't got but an itty-bitty crew compartment, a pilot console, an engineering section, and a damn great cargo hold. Sure, they'll put in big water tanks and bunks and so on and expand the environmental systems, but I can check all that easily enough. It's got no other compartments big enough to hide ambushers." "Okay. Did they plan to detour via another planet to arrange a rendezvous with another spaceship make sense?" "It sure did. It will make the trip longer, but we can live with that if we have to. I liked your point about offering a way out for the guards aboard the shuttle, too. That freighter's got to be worth close to 500 million Karbac lira. It's a civilian ship chartered by the government, so they won't want to pay out that much to its owners. They'll go get it rather than abandon it, and if the only way is to take your gods with them, they will do that too. Money talks." "It usually does." Byram stood and stretched wearily. "Let's get some coffee, and then I'll talk to the governor again. We got to figure out how to get our people up to the freighter. I don't trust his people to do it right. I reckon they'll try something given half a chance." "Why not ask the Marines to help? They are not allowed to assist one side against another down here, but that didn't stop them delivering rations to our perimeter when the governor asked them to help. If both sides ask them to ferry people up to orbit, that shouldn't be a problem. You know, that ain't a bad idea at all." Major Emery arrived shortly after dawn. He found Steve, bleary-eyed with weariness, inside one of the 2 cargo shuttles on the hardstand, along with the Quanjin engineers and technicians. They were poring over plans and comparing them to the shuttle's hull and systems. Steve straightened as he saw the Marine officer, a tired smile flickering on his face. He saluted. "Morning, sir. Thanks for coming out." "Well, Lieutenant Colonel Batista had me moving before I'd even had my morning coffee. I hope you've got some around." "I think we can find some, sir." He turned to the Quanjin spacers. "All right, we're on the same page. Wamp up your plans and we'll go through them over lunch. If we're all in agreement, we'll start cutting metal right away. Make a list of parts and equipment you'll need from the freighters in orbit." As they walked toward the depot gates, Emery asked curiously, "You're taking parts from other spaceships?" We've no choice if we're going to have this shuttle ready on time, sir. We need tanks to store potable gray and black water and reaction masks, compressed air cylinders, a lot of them, environmental system modules, and a bunch of other specialized stuff. You can't buy it at the corner store, and we don't have time to import or make what we need. So if the governor wants us ready on time, he'll have to let us cannibalize it from 2 of the 3 freighters that brought the Colonial Guard reinforcements here. Even with that, if we didn't have the 2 robotic fabricators from the spaceport's maintenance facility, we couldn't possibly have it ready on time. We're going to wear them out on this job, but they should last long enough to get it done." Won't the other 2 freighters need the equipment you're taking out for their own use? Oh, yes, sir, they will, but this job is more important in the short term. They'll just have to get spares shipped here from Karabakh and reinstall them. They won't be happy about that, and it will be expensive, but that's the reality of the situation. Well, I suppose so. Arriving at Steve's office, they poured coffee from the carafe on the sideboard and settled into chairs. Emery began. All right, there's a lot you left unsaid last night. The boss wants to know what you're going to do. This is off the record, of course. Of course, sir. It is still a bit embryonic, but this is what I've got in mind. Steve spent 10 minutes running through what he intended to do, the equipment he planned to use, how he would deploy it, and the results he hoped to achieve. He concluded by saying, Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear's volunteered to come along, sir. I'd like your permission to use him, please. He knows the risks? Yes, sir, I've explained them to him. Indecision was plain on the Major's face. I'll have to clear that with Lieutenant Colonel Batista. Don't forget, we can't go against Captain Davis's orders. You've already made that decision for yourself, and you're prepared to face the consequences, even if it means the end of your career. However, if we allow the gunnery sergeant to come with you, it may bring the Marine Corps chain of command into direct conflict with that of the Spacer Corps here. We can't have that. Well, then perhaps you shouldn't take official note of it at all, sir. Just let it happen. I've already discussed that issue with the gunny. What did he say? He said the kids' lives were more important than his next promotion, sir. Emery couldn't suppress a wry grin. I can't argue with that. All right, I'll speak to the boss off the record and see what he says. No promises until he's decided. Well, thanks, sir. You know your chances of survival are pretty thin if anything goes wrong. Well, yes, sir, but is there any alternative? Remember what you saw the other night? This Byram character killed one of his own leaders because she wasn't ruthless enough for him. Dare we risk leaving a man like that, or people he'll handpick for the job, to guard hostages for 2 to 3 months in a makeshift orbiting prison? Their nerves are going to be on edge the whole time. What if they mistake something for a rescue attempt and blow up everyone? What if something catastrophic goes wrong with the shuttle? It's not built for long-duration missions like that. We can modify it as best we can, but that doesn't alter the fact that its systems simply aren't built to take that sort of stress. There are too many imponderables, sir. Any or all of them may be lethal to the hostages. We can't take the risk of leaving them in orbit for up to 3 months. This has to end quickly. Wouldn't it be safer to wait for the ship to return with a message that it's delivered its passengers safely to their destination? He said he'll release the hostages then. Well, what guarantee do we have that he'll do that, sir? What if he or the person he leaves in charge decides to go out in what they see as a blaze of glory by blowing up the shuttle and everyone aboard? The Colonial Guard has reported several incidents where injured rebels pretended to surrender only to blow themselves up along with those trying to help them. The Major winced. That doesn't bear thinking about. You're right. We have no way of knowing what will happen, so the only certain way is to make sure nothing has a chance to happen. All right. Now, why this plan specifically? Are there any alternatives? Well, it goes back to their attack on us, sir. Remember the buses that they rigged with explosives to transport the hostages? Yes. We interrogated the rebel prisoners, and that seems to be a standard tactic for them. They install explosives in a vehicle or building, then set a detonator to fail deadly mode on a timer. At the end of a time interval, which can be fixed or variable, the detonator sends a demand signal to its console. The operator has 60 seconds to key in a response code and transmit it. If it's correct, the detonator resets itself for the next time interval. If it's the wrong code, or if it doesn't receive one, the detonator triggers the explosives and kills everyone. Emery frowned. That makes rescue really hard. Even if you kill the guards, you have no way of knowing when the next time interval ends or what the code is. If you can't get the hostages out before then, they're going to die along with their rescuers. Can you jam the channel used by the detonator so no signals can get through in either direction? Well, their system is set up to foil that, sir. The detonator and console constantly synchronize with each other. If communication is lost, a warning sounds on the console. The operator has 3 minutes to fix the problem, change batteries, get back in range of the detonator, whatever. If he doesn't reestablish sync in 3 minutes, the charge blows. Damn them, they seem to have covered every angle. Where did they get this stuff? Well, some of the prisoners sent here were electronics techs, sir. They built several consoles in a prison electronics service shop and adapted commercial detonators to work with them. Since the rebels have used them so often before, I'm willing to bet they'll use them aboard the shuttle as well. They don't even need a lot of explosives, just enough to crack open its hull and vent its internal atmosphere to space. If those inside aren't in spacesuits, they'll die in a couple of minutes. The Major nodded grimly. A horrible death at that. They've said they want to accommodate up to 40 hostages. Let's assume 10 to 15 guards and crew. Just one guard can control everyone aboard with a setup like that. If there's any trouble, he can detonate the explosives with a single keystroke. Now, that is right, sir. In order to get at him, we'll either have to make our move during a change of guards or wait until he has to use the heads or find another way to gain access to the console. It's going to be fiendishly difficult, and we can't predict ahead of time what their setup will be. We'll have to be on the spot to make decisions and maybe act with little or no warning. Outside forces will not be able to help. And if anything goes wrong, you'll die with the hostages because you won't have room for spacesuits. And even if you did, you couldn't live in them indefinitely waiting for your chance. If it arises without adequate warning, you won't have time to get into them. Well, yes, sir. The Major sighed heavily. All right. Keep us informed. You'd better get some sleep. You were up all night ferrying those cargo shuttles here, and you've got a hell of a lot of work ahead of you. As soon as I've seen you off, sir, my bed is calling my name for a couple of hours. I'll have to be up by lunchtime to go over the engineer's plans, and then this afternoon I've got to send a work party of Quanjin spacers to start stripping the parts we need out of the freighters. I'll ask Lieutenant Colonel Batista to make sure the governor okays that before they start work. Oh, thanks, sir. Steve stretched wearily. With a little luck and a lot of hard work, we'll be ready in 6 or 7 days. July 8th, 2850, Galactic Standard Calendar, morning. Good grief, what a monstrosity! Will it even fly? Lieutenant Colonel Batista's tone was incredulous as he looked up at the hulking cargo shuttle towering over their heads. Huge black tanks and containers had been welded onto its sides in irregular rows like giant crepuscular excrescences, making the vehicle look as if it had contracted a weird case of metallic warts. Pipes and cable ducts ran between them and led to fittings set into the hull of the shuttle. Through the gaping cargo doors they could see more tanks in serried rows along the interior bulkheads, with bunk beds stacked 3 high, welded to frames in front of them. Almost every cubic centimeter of available space had been used. "Oh, it'll fly all right, sir," Steve assured him with a tired grin. "We won't fill the tanks on the ground, of course. They'll cause so much aerodynamic drag while in the atmosphere that it'll be hard enough to keep the shuttle stable in flight without having to worry about excess weight. Once she's in space, we'll fill the tanks from orbital tenders, load the rest of the supplies, connect the bits and pieces, and get her ready for occupation." "When is that rebel spacer coming to check her out?" "He'll be here this afternoon, sir. The Gunny and I will make ourselves scarce for that in case he takes pictures. I don't want Byram to be able to recognize our faces. I'll let the Quanjin engineers handle the briefing." I understand. Are your own preparations complete? Well, as complete as we can make them, sir. We still don't know exactly what we'll be facing. We'll have to make last-minute decisions based on what we find up there. Well, that makes sense, he grinned. The crews of those two freighters are screaming bloody murder about the number of parts and components you borrowed from them to equip this shuttle. Well, they can scream all they like, sir. The governor approved everything. You haven't informed him about our plans? No, of course not. He's all right, but his subordinates have no idea about security. The rebels will be sure to learn that we're up to something. Well, thanks for keeping it from them, sir. We're going to need every advantage we can get. When he briefed Byram that evening, Turgay was more complimentary. I gotta say, boss, this is some of the most interesting work I've ever seen on a spacecraft. Those Quanjin engineers know their stuff. They've come up with some really neat touches. That good, huh? Walk me through it. Turgay projected several tri-D holographic images above the table as he talked, pointing to special features as he described them. A normal cargo shuttle's got space for its crew plus a few passengers, 6 to 8 people max. Its life support systems can handle that many, but for no more than a week to 10 days max. The Quanjin engineers have tripled their capacity, but that's as far as they can go using the shuttle's power supply. Even so, the electrical system will be badly overloaded. As one way to help compensate, they've replaced most of the lighting with low-energy diodes. It'll be a lot dimmer inside than normal, but that can't be helped. These tanks along the sides are for fresh water and reaction mass. They're plumbed into the ship's internal tanks, so as those get low, the crew can top them off from the outside tanks. The fresh water will be rationed, 20 liters per person per day, no more. He pointed to a series of tanks. They'll fill the tanks once she's in orbit. The fresh water will be used for drinking, cooking, and washing. No showers or baths, washcloths and basins only. The gray water from washing will go into the tanks and be used for flushing the heads. The black water will drain into this tank, which will be flushed to space once a day. So we'll be bombarding the planet with our poop? I like that. Turgay grinned. I figured you would, boss. There are no laundry facilities and no space for them, so they provided several containers of military coveralls. They're treated with chemicals that kill odors and clean themselves for a few weeks. The idea is to give everybody a set when they need a change of clothes, then replace them every 4 weeks. They'll do the same on the freighter, except that they'll make everyone change into the coveralls before they lift off from the planet. That'll save space and mass. That makes sense, Byram acknowledged, slowly thinking hard. I see what you mean when you said these guys know their stuff. They've thought of things that I hadn't even considered. Yeah, now those tanks and storage lockers lining the inside of the cargo compartment are for more water and rations. The bunks, 50 of them, have been welded to the metal frames supporting them. Is someone hiding there to ambush our people? Byram interrupted. I don't see how, boss. I checked the structures real careful. The tanks are sealed. The only openings are pipes and valves that are way too small for someone to get through. I'll check them again once the shuttle's in orbit, of course, but I don't think there's any risk. We'll spot anybody for sure when we inspect her. All right, go on. All these tanks and bunks and supplies take up most of the cargo bay. They don't leave much space for people, particularly when they've got to be in there for up to 3 months. The engineers were worried about some of them getting closty, being locked in a tiny space like that. They also needed more environmental systems capacity than they can install at a lashed-together maintenance shop like theirs. They could do better in a proper orbital dockyard, of course, but there ain't one of them around here, so they had to do what they could with what they have. They came up with a great idea. They're going to weld the cargo doors shut around an airlock made to fit a standard freighter lifeboat. Those things can keep 100 people alive for up to a month or fewer people for longer. They'll dock one to the airlock once the shuttle's in orbit. Its environmental systems will supplement the shuttles, keeping the air fresh and processing everyone's waste, and people can move back and forth between them to have more space. Now, that's not the only reason to have it, though. Like I said, the shuttle systems will be way overloaded. They've upgraded them as best they can, but there might still be a problem, and if there is, everyone can get into the lifeboat and seal it off while the crew puts on spacesuits and fixes the problem, including venting the atmosphere to space if need be. If things go badly wrong, you've still got a way to get clear of the shuttle and carry on holding your hostages without having to be rescued. Makes things more flexible all around. Byram frowned. Maybe, but I don't like the sound of that. Seems to me they expect things to go wrong. Oh, not what you think, boss. It's just that anything man-made is going to fail sooner or later. This shuttle is a kludge job. It was never designed for this sort of thing. They've done the best they can to make it usable, but with so many changes, they're expecting problems now and then, and I am too. You can overstress systems real easy in space. They're doing everything they can think of to make sure everyone aboard the shuttle will be safe if that happens. I gotta admire the way they thought about all this stuff. They're real pros. I'd be glad to work for them any time. Despite himself, Byram was impressed by Turgay's lavish praise. All right, if you say they're that good, I'll take your word for it. Now, where do we plant our explosives? Here, here, and here, boss. The spacer pointed out 3 places on the holographic image. Small charges in those spots will rip vital welds wide open and dump all the internal atmosphere to space in just a few seconds. They're also hard to see by just walking around. Unless someone knows the explosives are there, you won't expect them to be in those spots. Do we need to put explosives in the big lifeboat as well? I only got 3 detonator circuits on a console, remember? No need, boss. One of the charges is right below the airlock to the lifeboat. When it blows, it'll take out the frame and blow holes in the panel separating the shuttle and the lifeboat. That'll vent the atmosphere from both craft. And besides, a shockwave from the explosions will be transmitted through the shuttle's hull to the lifeboat. It's bound to rupture some of its hull seams and vent its atmosphere to space. Anyone in there will die along with those in the shuttle. You sure about that? Oh, no doubt about it, boss. Lifeboats and cargo shuttles ain't built to take explosions. Okay, what next? They're taking the shuttle up to orbit tonight. Tomorrow they'll fill the tanks, load the supplies, and dock the lifeboat. While they're doing that, me and our other spacers will inspect the freighter. Some of the Quanjin engineer techs will help us do a complete systems check and walkthrough. It'll take all day. When we finish, I'll do a quick check on the shuttle, then call you to let you know it's okay. You'll send up your hostages next morning. Once they're aboard the shuttle and you're ready, we can start loading the rest of our people and their families aboard the freighter. Oh, good, Byram acknowledged. We'll release some of our other hostages down here every time a group of our people gets to the freighter. By the time all our folk are on the ship, all our hostages down here will be freed, leaving only those aboard the shuttle. They should be enough to keep us all safe while we wait to hear that you've arrived. Us? You staying on the shuttle? Yeah, Luna was gonna do that. I figured her for tough, but even she got lily-livered in the end. That makes me wonder if I can trust any of the other leaders to stay the course. And besides, I reckon I owe it to the rest of you to make sure you get away clean. I'll take my chances on being able to rejoin you later. Okay, boss, he grinned. You taking the governor's wife with you? Of course. What do you think I am, dumb? Can't have the governor thinking the other hostages are less important than his lady and trying something stupid, can we? I'm going to hand-pick the hostages that'll go aboard the shuttle. All of them are going to be important officials or their wives or husbands or their kids. If we have to kill them, I want to hurt the high mucky-mucks on this planet worse than they've ever hurt before. As the last layers of atmosphere dropped away beneath the lumbering, shuddering cargo shuttle, its awkward, jerky movements smoothed out into something like the smooth, effortless flight to which Steve was accustomed. He could at last wipe nervous perspiration from his brow as he handed over more control to the flight software, which was no longer protesting with every meter of altitude that something was very wrong with the shuttle, and it should really be landed at once, if not sooner. For a while, he'd been afraid that the artificial intelligence system used on these Carback shuttles might actually try to override him, disable the pilot console, and land the shuttle under automated control. He suspected it was designed to deal with and compensate for ham-handed, fumble-fingered, poorly trained colonial personnel rather than highly competent expert pilots. Beside him, his assistant pilot, one of the Quanjin spacers who was slated to command the shuttle's spacer crew, rotated his shoulders to ease the tension in them. "That was interesting," he admitted in a shaky voice. "I have never known a shuttle to be kicked around by aerodynamic forces quite as badly as that. All those protrusions and bulges along the sides. Oh, that was worse than I've ever known it, Mr. Kwok," Steve agreed. They exchanged looks of mutual sympathy. Steve turned and looked over his shoulder at the 6 crew chairs arrayed in 2 rows at the rear of the pilot compartment. They were filled with 5 more Quanjin spacers and Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear. "All right, things should be smooth enough now. You can unbuckle and carry on." "Thanks, sir," Kinnear responded, his face an interesting shade of light gray-green. "I've never been airsick before, but that ride was the worst I've ever been through." He hit the chest buckle of his harness and stood. "If that shaking and buffeting had gone on for 5 more minutes, if it had, I might have reached for a vomit bag too," Steve assured him. "We're out of atmosphere now, so the ride will be more like what you're used to. We can use the gravitic drive and fly at normal speeds too, now that we don't have to worry about air pressure ripping off some of the new hull attachments." It took Steve and the assistant pilot another hour to ease the cargo shuttle into its powered parking orbit, carefully calculated by the Esquishi Orbital Authority to ensure it was as far away from other traffic as possible. No one wanted the approach of an unexpected spacecraft to spook the rebels and trigger a disaster. 2 tenders waited nearby. As soon as the shuttle settled into a stable orbit, they moved in to fill its tanks with water and reaction mass. Steve had lifted the shuttle off the planet with only sufficient tankage to reach orbit in order to save weight and make the lumbering, awkward craft easier to handle. Steve left it to Kwok to supervise the replenishment. He unbuckled his harness, stood, stretched, and went to check on the progress being made by the rest of the crew. Kinnear and 2 of the spacers were carefully slipping nanobugs into several hidden compartments along the bulkhead, and flitterbugs into similar spaces on the top of selected tanks. The engineers and techs who'd built and installed them had put a lot of effort into concealing the compartments. Anything less than a dockyard-level inspection was unlikely to find them. "Are the control circuits working okay?" Steve asked as he joined them. "So far, so good, sir," the gunnery sergeant said absently as he carefully and delicately pushed the folded artificial winglets of a flitterbug closer together so that it would fit into the tiny space available for it. "I've checked them individually as we filled the compartments. I'll run a systems test on all of them once we're finished." "Well, that sounds good to me." Steve ran his eyes over the cable conduits that led from the main trunk out across the deckhead to the top of every bank of tanks and supply containers. Wires had been led to sensors in every one, so that any leak or pressure problem would be instantly reported to a bank of monitors erected next to the pilot's console. The engineers had taken advantage of all the new wiring to include controls for the flitterbug and nanobug compartments as well. Anyone trying to follow those wires back to their source, an almost impossible task outside of a well-equipped workshop, would find that they'd dropped out of the main trunk before they reached the pilot console. Similar wires had been led through hollow beams and uprights to tiny concealed cameras and microphones, disguised as marks and scratches on screw or rivet heads. He grinned as he recalled the objections of the Quanjin techs at having to install thousands of meters of extra cable. He'd had to remind them that the shuttle would be carrying detonators that used wireless frequencies. "We don't know which ones the rebels will use for their explosives. What happens if they're the same as those used by your wireless sensors? I don't think the hostages will appreciate an accidental explosion caused by interference." The techs had looked suitably abashed. "And there's another reason," Steve continued. "What if the rebels have a broad-spectrum scanning receiver? They might check for interference with their frequencies. I would in their shoes. What if they come across unexplained close-range wireless activity like a flitterbug control circuit or an encrypted camera feed? Even if they can't read it, they'll be as suspicious as hell." The techs had grinned sheepishly and reached for their cable cutters and crimpers. Kinnear finished inserting the flitterbug and reached for a portable console. He fastened its wires over the cables using induction clips, then used its controls to operate the concealed door to the bug compartment, opening and closing it first slowly, then rapidly as if in an emergency. He cocked his head, listening carefully, and then relaxed as he glanced at Steve. "You're right, sir. I could hear the servo motors when the shuttle was on the ground with everything shut down, but now that our environmental systems are running, I can't hear anything over their background noise unless I put my head real close to the door." "Well, that's what I figured. I just hope all this hard work wasn't for nothing. We still have no idea whether we'll be able to use the bugs at all." The gunny shrugged. "Oh, what's the old saying? Better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it." "Oh, that's for sure. That's 22:30. How much longer?" "I'll be finished with the bugs in an hour, sir." "Okay, I'm going to check our hidey hole." The engineers had realized early on that they'd need to erect a framework of uprights and crossbeams to secure the tanks, the extra storage and the bunks filling the load compartment. Ingeniously, they'd positioned them far enough out from the bulkheads to permit someone to pass behind them, and then built a false bulkhead to conceal the space from prying eyes. All the new welds and fastenings were concealed by the framework, and the false bulkhead had been repainted along with the framework, the tanks, lockers, and bunks, so unless an inspector measured dimensions very carefully against a construction plan, there was nothing to give away the existence of the hidden compartment. Carefully concealed hatches and doorways allowed entrance and exit at strategic points, including beneath the pilot console. Steve enlisted the Quanjin pilot's aid in testing it, making sure he could slip out next to an operator's feet and legs without making him move aside. "Well, that ought to do it," he said at last as he eased himself to his feet. "To the naked eye, it looks like just another part of the console. That rebel former bosun didn't suspect anything when he checked out the shuttle. Your structural techs did a great job." "They are pretty good," Quark acknowledged proudly. "Of course, part of their job is to fool customs inspectors across the Central Galaxy, so they've got to be good." Steve grinned wryly to himself. "If you asked me before today, I'd never have expected to need the skills of interplanetary criminals during a military operation." However, he kept the thought to himself. He also made a mental note to record details of where and how the shuttle's hidden features had been constructed. If he had to deal with smugglers again in the future, he'd just have been given an unintended and very advanced course in where and how to look for their concealed compartments. "Won't you get very claustrophobic in there?" Quark asked. "It is too narrow to get past each other. You'll only be able to swap places by going over or under one another. And what's more, you won't be able to talk in anything louder than whispers, and you'll constantly have to be on your guard against kicking anything or making any noise, even snoring." Steve shrugged. "Well, it is what it is. At least we've been able to stretch the compartment along the length of the cargo area and install multiple exit panels. If we have time to position ourselves before things go down, we can come out behind the rebels or in places where they aren't. Also, we can have heavier weapons than yours because they're better concealed." Quock grinned. "Ours may be light, but you'll never find them." "Oh, yeah? Well, if I do, once we get planetside, the beers are on you. And on you if you do not." Even after 20 minutes' detailed inspection of the areas where he already knew weapons had been concealed, Steve had to admit he couldn't see any sign of them. Proudly, the pilot showed him how innocent-seeming handles could be detached from suitcases and toolboxes. They contained hidden compartments filled with a woven polymer ceramic composite cord so thin it was almost hair-like, but strong and sharp enough to cut into flesh with ease. The razor-edged ceramic bead-like nanoparticles embedded in the polymer would rip through flesh like a saw blade when the looped ends of the strand were placed over the handles and the groat was slipped around a neck or limb. "I'm surprised the beads don't sever the polymer line as well or cut through the handles," Steve observed, fascinated as he rather tentatively handled one. "They do after a while, but the garrote will last long enough to deal with several people before it breaks." Shivering slightly at the pilot's insistence, Steve picked up a non-magnetic, non-metallic plas-ceramic knife blade. Nanotech fabbed, it slotted undetectably into parts of the cargo shuttle's internal framework, other parts of which could be detached to clip over its tang for use as a handle. To call the knife razor-sharp was an understatement. Steve had watched the bladesmen among the crew shave steel filings off a metal pipe without dulling the edge of their weapons. "How the hell did you manage to make these without your guards finding out?" he asked. Quock shrugged. "It was not hard to distract them at critical moments. They were not very alert. Of course, they were very stupid to allow prisoners to use the fabbers in the first place." His voice was severe. "Half the prison was armed with what came out of them. They used those weapons to attack us, but they did not know that we had made our own to defend ourselves. If we had not, we'd have all died back there." His voice turned bitter. Steve judged it best to steer the conversation into a safer channel. "I know these are deadly up close, but what if the rebels shoot before you get within striking distance?" The pilot shook his head. "Have you ever seen top-notch bladesmen at work?" "Well, I've seen some from the Lotus Tong, a small-time outfit back on Old Home Earth. They attacked my employer and I, but we were able to fight them off." Steve absently rubbed his forearm as it seemed to suddenly sting anew at the remembered pain of the cut he'd suffered during the attack. "I'm also a member of the Fleet's Armati Society. We train with swords, knives, and other weapons from a number of martial traditions." "You know something of the art, then. But those Lotus bladesmen can't have been very good. That is proved by the fact that you are still alive, a really good Tong-trained bladesman, and ours are the best, moves so fast it is almost impossible for an untrained eye to follow him. If he gets within 2 or 3 meters of you before you suspect him, he will carve you into stew meat before you have time to react." "Now, I hope they don't do that in here. There'll be young children among the hostages. They're traumatized already. They really don't need to see that on top of all their other experiences." The pilot looked thoughtful. "It is a good point. I will remind all of our people about that. What about the weapons in the lifeboat?" "We have not had time to install any, but I think we can smuggle them in." They broke for a meal, heating up ration packs using the long row of sockets installed above a table along one bulkhead. As they ate, Steve ran through the program for the day ahead. "We'll get a few hours sleep, and then we'll dock the lifeboat, clean up both vessels, and get ready for the rebels and their hostages to come aboard tomorrow evening. Their bosun will be here first after he's finished inspecting the freighter to give the shuttle and lifeboat a final once-over and search the crew for weapons. Once he's satisfied, he'll call his boss. I think they're planning to come aboard in 2 marine assault shuttles. Byram's going to stay here to make sure the rest of his people get away safely." "At least he's got enough concern for his people to do that," Kinnear noted through a mouthful of food. I wish he showed as much concern for the hostages, Steve snapped moodily. Anyway, Gunny, you and I will have to be buttoned down by mid-afternoon. We'll test the tight beam circuits, and then the waiting starts. It's going to be pretty tense for all of us. We can't make any move until all the hostages planetside have been released, which will take up to 3 days. How are they going to arrange that, sir? One of the Quanjin spacers asked. Well, as each group of rebels and their families boards the freighter, a group of hostages will be released. Steve paused to take a mouthful of food, chewed, and swallowed. Byram will monitor the progress from here. I want you to be very, very careful around him. He's suspicious as hell. It's his nature, and he's lethally dangerous. He strikes fast like a coiled snake. He's already killed 2 of his own leaders, and heaven knows how many colonial guards and other prisoners. You know he's going to search all of you again when he arrives? Quark frowned. Yes, we were warned about that, because all his people will be disarmed and searched before leaving. He insisted that we go through the same thing here. Kinnear muttered. I just hope he doesn't know enough about spaceships to find your knives and garrotes. I doubt it, the pilot assured him. We've had to conceal much bigger things before. It is part of our routine. Well, I'm counting on it, Steve put in. Anyway, back to the schedule. That rebel bosun, Turgay, he's going to monitor the loading of the freighter and keep his boss informed. When she's ready to leave, he'll come here in a cutter. Byram will give him the coordinates of the planet they're heading for, and he'll hand-carry them to the freighter. Is that when we make our move? Quark asked. I think that's when he'll be most likely to expect trouble, so we probably won't act then unless things break our way or circumstances make it necessary. It'll probably be easier to wait until the freighter's on the way to the system boundary. Once Byram can see for himself that no warships are following her, he's bound to relax, even if only a little. We have to pick a moment when the rebel guards aren't focused on their jobs and then take them down before they can recover from the surprise at being ambushed. So we had better be ready for anything to happen at any time? Yes, we can't possibly predict what we'll do or when we'll do it. We'll look for an opening and seize it when the time is right. You'll all be wearing earbud communicators, of course. Listen to them. We'll try to give you a heads up before we move, but that may only be a few minutes, possibly just a few seconds before things go down, and we may not be able to warn you at all in an emergency. Quark nodded thoughtfully. Whatever you decide to do, I hope it works. Well, so do I, Steve fervently assured him. It had better work, he thought grimly to himself, because if it doesn't, Byram will kill all of us, along with the hostages. July 9th, 2850, Galactic Standard Calendar. Lieutenant Colonel Batista and Major Emery stood side by side in the chill morning air, sipping mugs of steaming hot coffee as they watched the first families disembark from their bus in the growing light. A reception committee of Marines was on hand to greet them, speaking and behaving as calmly and soothingly as possible, trying to reassure them about the processing that lay ahead. The first obstacle was in dealing with their baggage. "I'm sorry, ma'am," a Marine said gently to the first woman in line, "but you were told repeatedly that only one item of baggage could be brought per family member, and it had to fit within specified measurements. There are only 3 of you, but you brought 5 bags, and it looks like 3 of them are too large. You'll have to make a quick decision which you're going to leave behind and empty enough out of those you take to make them fit into the measuring frame." He indicated a tubular steel framework. "No!" the mother protested sharply, pulling her son and daughter in front of her as if they would serve as shields against such outrageous demands. "I've got their toys and books for the journey in there." "Ma'am, you were told you wouldn't be allowed to take any baggage into the personnel pod with you. You'll all be given new clothing before you board our assault shuttles to be taken up to orbit. You'll leave your personal clothing planetside. Toys, books, and other entertainment have been provided on board, along with changes of clothing, toiletries, and other needs. Your baggage will be loaded into a hold after it's been scanned and searched." "I refuse." "Well, then I'm sorry, ma'am, but in that case you won't be boarding. Please take your children and your baggage over to that exit. Be advised that once you pass through it, you won't be allowed to rejoin the others." But that's ridiculous." The Marine looked around. "Sergeant." "I heard, Marine." The NCO's voice was even. He looked at the rebel standing beside him. "Over to you." The man stepped forward. "Who are you?" he demanded brusquely. "I'm Mrs. Pequise." "Oh, Devram's wife?" "That's right." "I know him." The man consulted his electronic clipboard and made a mark with a stylus. "Now listen, that Marine's not joking. Byram accepted these terms on behalf of all of us. They're the only way the Quanjin Spacers would agree to provide a crew for us. Unless you go along with them, you're staying here and you won't see Devram again. He's coming with us no matter what." "He won't if he knows I'm still here." "He won't find out until he gets aboard ship, and by then there'll be no way to land him again." The rebel's voice was uncompromising. "We're all gonna go through this. If you insist on special treatment, it'll be just too bad for you and your kids. You'll stay behind and have to figure out how to make a living on your own. Devram won't be here to help you, neither will any of us." But this is..." The man gestured at the line building up behind her. "You're holding everyone else up. Are you coming or staying? If you're coming, get with the program. If you're staying, get your kids and your bags out of the way and let those with more sense get on with it." He turned on his heel and rejoined the sergeant, not looking back at her. She stood for a moment, face red with anger, mouth open to say something. Then after a moment her shoulders slumped. "Where can I repack these bags?" she asked the Marine. "You can take them to those tables, ma'am," he replied courteously, indicating a row of tables behind which more Marines waited. "Please, be as quick as you can." "What'll happen to the things that I don't send aboard?" "They'll be disposed of, ma'am." "But they're..." The rebel interrupted. "For gosh sakes, Miss Pequise, get on with it. We ain't got all morning." Batista murmured to his exec. "This is the first family out of how many?" "They said about 300, sir. A little over 1,000 people in all." The lieutenant colonel rolled his eyes. "And we've got just 3 days to get them all processed, reclothed, and shipped up to orbit. If each family takes this long, it'll take 3 weeks. "I'll see what can be done, sir. We can ask our rebel liaison team to talk to the families in their assembly areas before they're brought here. If they can be given an attitude adjustment before they arrive, that should speed up their processing." "Well, let's hope so." It seemed to take forever for the first 50 family members of the rebels to be processed through the row of tents and prefabricated buildings set up to handle them. As the last emerged, all now wearing military-issue coveralls, Lieutenant Colonel Batista came out of his command vehicle and joined his exec once more. "Almost 3 hours," he snorted angrily. "At this rate, we'll never be finished on time." "I'll crack the whip, sir." "Yes, do that. Diplomatically, of course." "I'm told part of the problem is the uniform fabric. It's taking longer than expected to make reduced-size coveralls for the kids. Its artificial intelligence control module keeps complaining that the measurements are impossibly small for soldiers." They shared a grin. "It has to be manually overridden every time. When you send up the measurements to the ship so it can produce replacements, make sure you warn the crew to check their own fabric for the same problem." "Will do, sir. By the way, Maxwell was right. Again, some of the rebels were trying to conceal weapons or contraband in their luggage or clothing. If he hadn't discussed that with the Quanjin Spacers so that they insisted on searching and reclothing them before boarding, there's no telling what some of them might have tried to do aboard the freighter." Batista nodded. "Well, he's one of the best things that's happened to us on this mission. It was a stroke of good luck when he was detached to help us planetside." "Have you processed my recommendation yet, sir?" Not yet. It's exactly what I wanted, but I'll wait to see how things go with this operation in case we need to update it. We can't move it further along until his skipper gets back anyway. I wonder what he's planning." "He didn't tell you, sir?" "No. I gave him carte blanche, remember? We can't do a lot of things we want to do thanks to our orders and the ultra-tight supervision on this assignment. He understands that if I know too much in advance, I might be duty-bound to stop him, or at least ask Captain Davis permission to proceed. This way I can honestly say I had no idea what he was up to. He's made himself into a lightning conductor to protect us all. I hope he hasn't wrecked his career by doing this." There was real worry in the exec's voice. "He may have. And we may suffer repercussions too, but that's the way it goes." "Yes, sir." Emery hesitated. "Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear told me something. Maxwell apparently said to him that if hostages were killed because he wouldn't act, a future career built on their bodies wouldn't be worth having." He heaved a sigh. "That may not be politically or militarily correct, but damn it, he's morally right." "Amen to that, and that's why I let him go ahead." Batista was silent for a moment. "Whatever he's planning, I hope it works. From your lips to God's ears, sir." Turgay withdrew his head from the inspection hatch and sighed wearily. "Okay, that's the last one." He glanced at his companions. "Unless either you saw something I missed, I'll tell the boss everything's been cleared on the freighter." The two rebels, both former spacers, shook their heads in unison. "Not me. Nothing here." "Let's head for the bridge and have him send the signal. Then you can go to your quarters. No need for us to go back planet-side. I'll make a final check of the shuttle and tell the boss to come on up. I'll rejoin you later to help bed down the families as they arrive." "You don't need help to inspect his bird?" one of his colleagues asked. Turgay snorted. "An itty-bitty cargo shuttle? Nah, what's to worry about?" On arrival at the shuttle, he headed for the pilot console and, with Quark's help, went over every tank that had been installed planetside. He checked all the sensors and used the test valves on every tank to ensure that they contained the right liquids. At last he nodded with satisfaction. "Now it all looks fine to me. I'll signal the boss to come on up." "You do not want to check anything else?" Quark asked. "Nah, I already did that planet side. I just wanted to make sure you'd filled your tanks. You got enough supplies to operate for 3 months, and with that taken care of, I guess the boss can look out for himself if he has to." He glanced at the pilot, his face sober. "Make sure you keep him happy. He's stretched tight as a drum right now. Get on his wrong side and he might lash out. Just giving you a private heads up, one spacer to another, understand?" "I hear you. Thanks. I can't say I'm sorry to be leaving him here while I head back to the freighter. Right now, he scares me." "I will keep that in mind." In their carefully concealed compartment, Steve and Kinnear watched through the sensor network and listened to the exchange. Steve glanced at the gunnery sergeant. "We'd better keep that in mind as well," he said softly, careful to keep his voice low enough to avoid being overheard through the thin metal partition. "Yeah, if he's that wound up, we may find it difficult to catch him off balance. We'll just have to wait for the right moment. He's human. Sooner or later, he's bound to make a mistake or lose focus for an instant. He hasn't made many mistakes so far that I can see, sir." "Well, then we'd better hope his good judgment runs out real soon now." A Marine assault shuttle docked with the cargo shuttle 2 hours later. Turgay was waiting at the airlock to greet Byram as he warily emerged, looking around suspiciously, pulsar clutched in his hand. "Hi, boss. Nothing to worry about. I stayed to meet you and answer any questions you might have about this thing." "Well, thanks, Turgay. That's a good idea." Byram holstered the pulsar, eyes flickering from left to right, up and down. "You can tell me more once we got the hostages aboard. After I'm satisfied, the rest of them will join us." 20 men, women, and children stumbled through the airlock, faces lined and drawn with weariness and fear, escorted by 3 armed rebels. Byram watched as his people hustled the hostages to the rows of bunks, where each was assigned a bed and told to stow their small bags of belongings in drawers beneath each mattress. At last one of the guards came back to him. "All done, boss." "Good." He craned his neck to look at the uniformed Marine watching him impassively from the airlock. "You can tell your pilot he can undock now to make room for the next shuttle." "Will do." The Marine turned on his heel and closed the airlock behind him. "Don't think he likes you, boss," the rebel sniggered. "Yeah, I bet he thinks we're real mean and nasty to hold hostages like this. Well, he ain't had to go through what we've endured on that damn dirtball all these years. He might sing a different tune if he had." Byram turned to Turgay. "All right, herd the spacers into their lifeboat and keep them there while I plant the explosives." "Will do, boss." Quack and his spacers had been warned to expect this. They entered one of the cargo shuttle's small lifeboats without complaint and allowed Turgay to stand in the airlock door, blocking their view. Byram ordered the hostages to lie on their bunks with their faces turned away. The guards enforced his order, while he positioned 3 explosive charges against the shuttle's hull, made sure they weren't visible to casual observers, taped them to cross members to hold them in place, and tested their circuits. As soon as a green self-test light showed that each was operational, he linked it to the console attached to his belt, then switched its detonator to live fail-deadly mode. He didn't know that Steve and Kinnear were watching him on their screens. "That charge is right outside this compartment, boss," Kinnear said in a soft whisper at one point, well aware that the rebel leader was less than a meter away on the other side of the steel. "I guess he hasn't realized the false partition isn't the inside of the hull. If he blows it while we're in here, it'll take us out. We'd better make sure he doesn't get the chance to do that." "You said it." Byram placed the last charge, integrated it into the wireless circuit, then synchronized all 3 detonators. Instantly, a loud, repetitive beep sounded from the console as it demanded an updated safety code. He used the unit's calculator function to produce it, multiplying a base figure by an increment derived from the current time, and then entered the solution carefully and watched in satisfaction as a red flashing light went out, a green light came on, and the warning was silenced. "All right, Cater, everything's working as it should," he told his second in command. "We can radio the second shuttle to deliver the rest of the hostages." "How often do you have to enter a code like that?" the other asked. "I'm asking 'cause I gotta do it when you sleep, you know." "Yeah, I know. It can be as little as 5 minutes, might be as long as an hour. It'll vary every time. You know how to calculate the new code, right?" "Yeah, you made me practice it often enough." The man shivered. "Still feels creepy to be putting in a code knowing I'll be blown to hell and gone if I get it wrong or don't finish in less than 60 seconds. Well, get it right and type faster, then you won't have to worry," Byram advised him unsympathetically. Cater pointed at an orange light on the console. "What's that one?" "Well, that's in case the console loses communication with the detonators and they get out of sync with each other. You got 3 minutes to fix the problem, change the batteries, unmask the aerial, whatever it takes. It'll flash orange for 2 minutes, then red for the last minute. And if I can't fix it in 3 minutes, then there'll be a big bang and all your troubles will be over." The man visibly flinched. "You'd better show me how to fix it then." "I'll run you through the most likely problems, but don't worry. In a small space like this, it's just about impossible for the detonators to get out of sync with the console." He pointed to an aerial clipped along the rear of the console. "Just make sure that this don't break off or get blocked by something metallic like this storage locker." He slipped the console into the narrow gap between the locker and the hull. Instantly, the beep sounded again. The green light was extinguished, and the orange light began to flash. Pulling the unit out again, Byram calculated and entered another code, and the green light came on once more. "Damn, boss, I wish you wouldn't do that," Cater complained shakily. "Every time I hear that buzzer, scares the willies out of me." "It's supposed to. It's reminding you to fix the problem real quick. All right, let's get the other hostages aboard, and then we can send Turgay back to the freighter and tell him Planetside to start loading our people aboard her." The second shuttle had been waiting nearby to be called in. It docked at the airlock, disgorging another 20 hostages and 3 more rebel guards. Byram watched as the new arrivals were ushered to their bunks and told brusquely to lie down and wait for further orders. His lips curled in frustration as one little girl burst into tears, evaded the hands of the guard trying to lift her onto an upper bed, and dived beneath a bottom bunk, wriggling out of sight behind its supporting framework. "Get that damn kid out of there," he ordered sharply. "She's afraid of your men," her mother said, voice quavering with her own fear. "She watched them kill some of her friends when they took over. Now if any strange man gets too close, she shrinks away, tries to hide." "Then you get her out. I ain't got time to waste on a damn fool kid. If she gives us trouble, I'll put her out the airlock without a spacesuit. Control her or else." I'll try." The woman got down on her hands and knees. It took her a couple of minutes of sweet talk and pleading before her daughter slowly, reluctantly, crawled out from beneath a lower bunk. She clung like a leech to her mother's legs and began screaming when told to lie on a bunk of her own. Her mother looked appealingly at Byram. "Could I please take her into my bunk? It'll help her settle down." Byram let out a lurid curse, making the woman flinch. "If that's the only way to make her shut up, go ahead. But remember what I said. Any more trouble after this, and out she goes." He turned to Turgay. "All right, you can head back to the freighter. Hitch a ride on that Marine shuttle at the airlock. Keep me posted on how things are going there. Soon as all our people are aboard, you let me know, then head back here to get the coordinates. I ain't sending them over the radio. No sense telling the governor where you're going." He noticed that the grizzled spacer's face was disturbed, and he kept glancing at the young girl weeping in her mother's arms. "What's the matter? You worried about that damn kid?" She's still a baby, boss. You can't expect her to behave like a woman grown. She won't live to be one unless she learns to do as she's damn well told." Turgay hesitated. "You never had kids of your own, did you, boss?" "Nah, so what?" "So you never learned how to deal with them. She can't be more than 3-4 years old. They can't think at that age, boss. Only react. You gotta handle them gently." "No time for that here. What I said stands. She gives any more trouble, I'll get rid of her." Byram's voice was hard and uncompromising. Turgay sighed. "Okay, boss, it is your call, but I wish you'd ease up. Since Luna died, you've been real hard on all of us. I don't reckon we deserve that. We're doing the best we can." Byram bit his lip to hold back a vicious rebuke. After a moment, clearly fighting hard to control himself, he said, his voice tight, "You done good work for me and been loyal so far, so I'm going to let that slide just this once. But do not challenge me again, Turgay. Don't challenge me. You get it?" The spacer licked his suddenly dry lips. He knew his peril. "Got it, boss." "Then get going." Behind the partition that concealed them, Kinnear looked at Steve, his face grim. "I hadn't thought about the kids. When we appear out of nowhere to tackle Byram and his goons, they're likely to panic. We may have screaming kids running all over the place, getting in our line of fire." "Oh, you're right. I hadn't thought about that either." Steve considered a moment. "We'll have to pick our moment very carefully when as many kids as possible are either in their beds or over in the big lifeboat. That may not be possible, of course." He shrugged. "We'll just have to do the best we can when the time comes. One thing's for sure, though. When the time comes, We put down all the rebels fast and hard. We can't afford the time to give them a chance to surrender. If kids run into our line of fire, they may use them as cover to make a move or try to grab one of them and hold a gun to their head. We daren't take that chance." As Turgay rose to enter the freighter's airlock, the Marine loadmaster, a sergeant, said to him, "I saw how you tried to calm down your boss in the cargo shuttle. That took guts. I thought for a moment he was going to pop you right there and then." The grizzled former bosun nodded. "Yeah, you and me both," he agreed fervently. "Is he always like this?" "He wasn't. But ever since we lost the big fight in Sarush and had to run for it, he's been brooding. We was betrayed by one of our leaders, and I think he never got over that. He trusted Arnie like a brother. To have him turn traitor like that shook him right down to his toes, and after that, he never trusted anyone quite as much again. Then a few days back, another of his leaders turned against him when he wanted to kill some hostages to force the governor to play ball. The way I heard it, she didn't want the kids harmed. She tried to shoot him, but he shot first, and that made him even worse. I don't know if he's thinking straight right now." The Marine made a mental note to report the conversation as quickly as possible. "Yeah, anyway, I just wanted to say thanks for standing up for the kid. Do me a favor, would you? Keep thinking about her and do what you can for all the kids on that shuttle. I got a young girl like that at home. I'd hate to think of anyone treating her like that." The spacer looked at him for a long moment and then nodded. "I had young'uns of my own once. They're grown now, but I ain't forgot how they were at that age. I'll keep it in mind. What's a decent man like you doing with a guy like that anyway?" Turgay snorted. "Well, try asking the governor why his people treated us like dirt down there. You push a man around long enough, hard enough, time comes he's going to reckon he's got nothing to lose by pushing back. We were all more than ready to do that. Byram just happened to be on hand to organize the pushing, that's all. If he hadn't done it, then someone else would have started something." "Well, I see, I guess." "No, you don't see." The old spacer's voice was bitter. "You can't. Unless you've been treated like that, it changes you. You get to the point where you reckon, okay, if you're going to treat me like a cur dog, I'm going to behave like one and bite the hell out of you. See how you like it then." Well, that's what we did, and that's what we're still doing, and that's why those hostages are in that shuttle and why Byram don't care what happens to him. I'm kind of sick at myself that I can't really blame him. He wasn't always like that, and I wasn't either. This damn planet's made us that way. As the spacer disappeared into the airlock, the sergeant turned to the pilot. "Ray, as soon as you're clear of the docking bay, give me a secure link to flight ops, would you? I've got to pass this up the line to Battalion HQ ASAP." "Yeah, I heard him. Nicely done, drawing him out like that. Will do." At midnight, Steve and Kinnear donned headphones and throat microphones. Above them, on the hull of the cargo shuttle, a tight-beam dish was permanently locked on a heading many degrees away from all known spaceships and orbital installations. 1,000 kilometers away down that bearing, a Marine assault shuttle was in a powered orbit, stationary in relation to the cargo shuttle. All its stealth features and systems engaged, imitating a hole in space. Its weapon system operator saw Steve's signal, acknowledged it, and linked it down to the planet without further ado. Major Emery was waiting. Speaking in a whisper, Steve told him about the day's events. In turn, he reported on progress in processing the rebels and their families for embarkation, and what the assault shuttle's loadmaster had learned from Turgay. "Thanks for passing that on, sir," Steve said. "It doesn't stop us having to deal with Byram and his people, but it helps us understand the risks involved." "That's what I figured. If anything, it means you got to be even more ruthless when the time comes. You can't afford to take chances with people like that." "You said it, sir," Kinnear acknowledged. "Have you been able to make any plans yet, Gunnery Sergeant?" Emery wanted to know. "Well, not yet, sir. It's as we feared. We're going to have to wait until all the hostages planetside have been freed, and then take the first decent chance that Byram offers us and hope for the best. Are you sure it won't be best to let the other rebels and their families leave the system and then take Byram and his people once they've relaxed?" Steve responded, "I don't think so, sir. Byram still hates the governor and Askishi's administration with an absolute passion. I'm afraid he may decide to kill some or all of his hostages just to spite them, as soon as he's sure they can't get their hands on his people anymore. And also, sir, what if he or his people decide to abuse some of the hostages? They're not treating them well as it is, and I'm worried by the way some of them are looking at the governor's wife and the other female VIPs. Once they no longer have to worry about the fate of their own people, there'll be only their consciences to hold them back, and I think they left them planetside, what there was of them to begin with. We may have to stop them the hard way, sir." Emery's voice sounded agitated as it came over the circuit. "But that means you may have to act when conditions are less than ideal for success. I'm tempted to say you shouldn't intervene if that's the case. You may have to let it happen in order to have a better chance of success later." "I can't do that, sir," Steve said simply. Emery sighed. "Understood. Use your discretion, and the very best of luck to you both. It'll be at least 36 hours before all the rebels and their families are aboard the freighter and all the hostages planetside have been freed. You'll just have to possess yourself in patience until then." When he signed off, Kinnear whispered, "That's going to be damn hard to do. I'm already tense as hell. To stay cool for another 36 hours stuck in here with no chance of doing anything is going to be the toughest thing I've ever done." "You and me both, Gunny. Oh, well, it's like they told us in boot camp. You shouldn't have joined." They finished the old saw together, grinning wryly. "If you can't take a joke." July 11th, 2850, Galactic Standard Calendar. Steve was woken by a gentle, insistent shaking. "Sorry, sir," Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear whispered, "but you were talking in your sleep." "Oh, damn it all," Steve muttered petulantly. "Not too loud, I hope." "No, sir, although you were getting louder. I reckon the noise of the environmental system's covered up." "Was I saying anything interesting?" The gunny grinned, but settled for a diplomatic, "I couldn't tell." "Okay, excuse me while I crawl over you. I need to use the head." Steve gingerly lifted himself over the NCO's body, bracing himself on the handholds thoughtfully welded to the uprights in their tiny and very narrow compartment, and made use of the chemical toilet installed in one end. Kinnear tactfully turned his back while he did so. When Steve was finished, he readjusted his clothing. "What's the time?" 6:30, sir. Our next radio schedule's not till 8. You want to get some rest until then? I'm not tired enough to go back to sleep." "Don't mind if I do, thanks." Kinnear lay down, his broad shoulders almost touching the sides of their narrow hidey-hole. Steve looked down at his companion as he closed his eyes. The past 2 days had been nerve-wracking, hiding so close to enemies who'd kill them without a second thought if they heard any sound that gave them away. Even so, they'd managed to keep each other relatively sane. "He's a darn good man," Steve thought to himself as he gazed at his resting partner. "One of the best that I've ever served with. I wish there were more like him." He settled himself against the hard outer hull of the cargo shuttle and tried to relax, focusing on the spy camera images on the displays attached to the interior panel in front of him. The hostages, their guards, and the crew were mostly still asleep. Only the 2 guards and 2 spacers on duty maintained their vigil. Steve blinked as a thought struck him. With all the hostages in here, if we have to get them out in a hurry, there might be too many to handle. I think I'll ask Quack to suggest to Byram that he send some to the lifeboat. It'll ease the overcrowding in the cargo shuttle and give us a fighting chance to rescue everyone if push comes to shove. Lieutenant Colonel Batista was in the middle of his morning ablutions when there came a rapid, breathless knocking at the door of his quarters. Irritated, he wiped depilatory cream from his face and raised his voice. "Who is it?" "It's Major Emery, sir." "Give me a moment to finish dressing, exec." "Sorry, sir, but it's urgent." "Oh, all right." He walked to the door, wearing only his uniform trousers, bare feet slapping on the cold floor. "Come in, exec. What's so important it couldn't wait a few minutes?" Emery slid into the room, closing the door behind him. "Sir, at 2 this morning, LCS Sibeli crossed the system boundary. She'll be entering orbit by noon." Batista stiffened. "That's Senior Lieutenant Maxwell's ship, isn't it?" "Yes, sir, and there's more. Her arrival signal states that she has on board a Commodore Wu from the Bureau of Intelligence. He's been sent by the Board of Admiralty on Lancaster to make a personal assessment of this operation. He's already signaled his preliminary intentions. He wants to meet with Captain Davis and his advisor from State at 13 aboard the troop ship, then come down to the planet to meet with the governor at 17. He's asked Captain Davis to make arrangements for a formal supper with him if possible, which I suppose may involve the Excellencari as well, and after that he wants to see you, sir." "Well, he's not wasting time, is he? I wonder why they sent him. Very unusual for the board to send a flag officer as a personal investigator, never mind one from Buintel. Normally the Sector Admiral does any investigating that's needed." "He must have checked in with the Sector Admiral at Cassius already, sir. After all, Sibeli went back there to collect supplies. He could only have boarded her there." "Well, good point. All right, what will his presence mean for Maxwell and his plans?" "I just don't know, sir." They looked at each other for a long moment, eyes bright with speculation. At last Batista heaved a sigh. "Well, we're in it up to our necks, whether we like it or not. This might resolve all our problems of command, or it might end a whole slew of careers, including ours. We'll just have to play it by ear." "And if he wants to see Maxwell, sir?" "Well, he can't. It's as simple as that. If necessary, we'll have to tell him what Maxwell's up to." "Well, that'll make Captain Davis go ballistic. He thinks Maxwell's still tucked up safely in the supply depot. He's officially ignored him ever since he tore that strip off him 10 days ago. Hasn't given him any further orders, hasn't checked up on him. It's as if he's pretending he doesn't exist. I suspect that in the not-too-distant future he's going to be reminded the hard way that he does." Emery grinned, nodding. "Should we tell Maxwell about his arrival, sir?" His boss thought for a moment. "I think not. He can't do anything about it, so why add to his worries? We'll do any explaining that may be needed." He looked warningly at his subordinate. "Now remember, exec, if there's any can to be carried over this, it's my responsibility. You keep your head down and say as little as possible. Let me take the heat if necessary. We clear?" "Aye, aye, sir." "All right. Let me finish cleaning up. I'll see you at breakfast." Commodore Wu wasted no time in making his presence felt. As soon as LCS Sibeli had settled into her parking orbit, he and Commander Doibro boarded her gig and headed for LCS Matapan. Captain Davis and his Department of State liaison officer, Mr. Mixon, met them at the troopship's docking bay and escorted them to the operations center. After showing them on the three-dimensional plot display the positions of the various ships in orbit and what they were doing, the captain ushered them into the conference room that opened off the OPSEN. For half an hour, he and the liaison officer displayed charts, slides, and images outlining what had happened since they arrived. The Commodore watched and listened impassively, saying little. Eventually, Captain Davis concluded, "That's the situation in a nutshell, sir. You'll want to go through the signal logs and other records, of course, but before you do that, may I offer you anything to eat or drink?" "We ate before we left Sibeli, thank you. However, I'm sure we could all use a short break before continuing." "Of course, sir." Commander Doibro and Mr. Mixon took the opportunity to use the heads. As they closed the door behind them, Captain Davis asked nervously, "If I may ask, sir, why have you been sent here? Is there a problem with this mission?" "The Board of Admiralty was struck by the level of influence apparently being exercised by the Cassius office of the Department of State," Wu answered slowly, reflectively. I have seen your orders for this operation. They require you to adhere to the advice and counsel of State's liaison officer to an extent I have never heard of before in a military operation. The board takes a dim view of any other government department exercising that sort of control over its ships and personnel. We'll take advice from them, but not orders. Those are the prerogative of the fleet alone. I see, sir. I won't pretend we haven't had difficulties with that here. I am sure that you have. Why did they send you in particular, sir? Isn't it unusual for a Buintel flag officer to be used on a mission like this? I think there were 3 reasons. First, I have only just hoisted my flag. My promotion took effect last month, and I haven't taken up my new appointment, so I happen to be available. Secondly, Buintel's Small Powers Desk looks after intelligence gathering from and dissemination to hundreds of minor nations, including Karabakh. I have worked for that department before, although not at present, and visited Karabakh on its behalf, so I know something about the place. Finally, Karabakh's one of several states Buintel is trying to persuade to cooperate more closely with the fleet in the fight against piracy. Given all that, it probably seemed logical to the board to send me. I see, sir. Wu seemed to hesitate for a moment. Apart from boundaries between government departments, there may be another problem, he said slowly. I have been reading the messages forwarded to Sibeli after she made her arrival signal. They cover everything affecting her during her absence, including the actions of her navigating officer, Senior Lieutenant Maxwell, who was left on the planet to assist the Marine Corps. I found it curious that after he rescued a large number of hostages, including an heir to Karabakh's throne, you saw fit to put a formal reprimand on his record. You know that is bound to damage his career. What made you do it? He disobeyed my direct orders, sir. He involved the fleet in a local fight to which we're not a party. Mr. Mixon was so angry he almost was frothing at the mouth. Besides, if I'd let Maxwell get away with disobeying my direct orders, it would have undermined discipline, sir. Possibly. But it's going to be interesting to hear the Sector Admiral's view on the matter. You see, the executive officer of the Marine Battalion, Maxwell's temporary superior while planetside, has nominated him for, and the battalion CO has endorsed, the award of the Lancastrian Star in Gold for valor in action and combat leadership of the highest order. The award is for precisely the same incident over which you reprimanded him. Davis's mouth fell open. He could only stare at the Commodore in shock for a few moments. He finally managed to stutter. But that's ridiculous. How can he be rewarded for disobeying orders? And why didn't they route that citation through me as the senior fleet officer on station? It has to be routed up Maxwell's chain of command. The next person in that chain is the commanding officer of LCS Sibeli. They sent it to Commander Doibro in accordance with regulations as soon as her ship arrived here, and she's already signed off on it. I asked her not to route it to you immediately because I felt it best to first discuss with you off the record the dichotomy between a citation for the fleet's second highest award for valor and action and a formal reprimand for insubordination and disobedience to orders. That is bound to cause all sorts of consternation and monkey house when it reaches the Sector Admiral's desk. Sir, you don't understand. How can we reward an officer who disobeyed direct orders no matter what the outcome of his disobedience? Maxwell involved us in the fighting here, despite all orders to the contrary. You've no idea how frustrating it was to deal with him, sir. As a matter of fact, I do have an idea. The Commodore's voice was cool. Several years ago, when I was in charge of Buintel's sector office on Midrash, and he was a newly promoted junior lieutenant aboard a destroyer, LCS Achilles, I made use of his services to capture a professional assassin. The leaders of a crime syndicate had issued a contract on his life after he intercepted a very valuable shipment of smuggled rhodium. Let us say he used his initiative on that occasion, too. Davis sat forward almost eagerly. Did he disregard your orders too, sir? I would not say that. He did so well during the entire operation, and the results obtained with his help were so useful that he received a second award of the Lancastrian Star in bronze, as well as his second planetary combat star. Captain Davis stared at his superior officer as if dumbstruck. Wu watched him impassively for a moment, then rose to his feet, stretching. I think that I will use the heads as well, and then we'll take a look at those signal logs, shall we? At the same moment, Quock came up to Byram aboard the cargo shuttle. There is a call from the freighter. It is that bosun of yours. Okay. Byram followed the Quanjin spacer to the pilot's console, where Turgay's face stared out of a communication screen. What's up? He demanded without preamble. Loading's just about finished, boss. We got 5 more shuttles to come, then everyone will be aboard. Their bags will take a bit longer, but I reckon by 18 we'll be ready to leave. Byram exhaled explosively with relief. Great. I gotta admit, I was expecting more problems than we've had. I was too, boss, but these Quanjin spacers really know their stuff. They've been settling each group down as it comes aboard, teaching them emergency procedures, making sure they know to stay in their personnel pods and not wander around. Everything I'd be doing if I were in their shoes, and then some. The Marines have come through for us, too. I reckon they've stopped a lot of interference from the Esquishi people before it got started. Maybe. Byram's voice was grudging. Make sure everything's wrapped up and then come over. Can you get a ride here? I will ask to use the ship's cutter. Good, I'll expect you at 19 sharp. I'll have the coordinates and final instructions ready for you at that time, but not before. Don't want any Esquishi idiots getting ideas about grabbing them and getting there ahead of you to spoil things. I'll be there, boss. Do you want me to bring over anything for you? A decent-tasting bottle of something would be nice to wash down these ration packs, Byram said hopefully. Turgay grinned ruefully as he shrugged his shoulders. Sure would, boss, but you know the rules. No liquor in space. Too dangerous. Yeah, I can understand that. See you at 19. See you, boss. Turgay cut the circuit. Quock had waited while Byram spoke to his subordinate. As the rebel leader turned away from the console, the pilot asked, May I make a suggestion? Byram eyed him warily. What is it? The kids are getting cabin fever. They have been cooped up in this cramped space full of tanks and lockers and bunks with nothing to entertain them. They're getting bored and noisy. Tell me about it, Byram agreed, scowling. There is a lot more room in the big lifeboat, and Quock nodded toward the airlock set into what had once been the cargo doors. Why not let them and their mothers move in there? It'll ease the overcrowding in here, and they can racket around and let off steam without getting on our nerves. You may have a point, but I want some of 'em in here anyway. No good putting all your eggs in one basket, as my mother used to say. We'll move half of 'em in there, and some of the adults too, and swap 'em with those in here every day. As you wish. I will override the interlock system and keep both sides of the airlock open so people can move freely back and forth without having to wait for it to cycle them through. Yeah, you do that. Quock watched as Byram gave instructions to the 6 guards he'd brought with him. 2 of them went through to the large lifeboat. Then half of the hostages were sent after them. 20 remained in the shuttle along with 4 guards, 2 of whom were asleep. When the movement was over, Quock headed for the row of toilets set against one bulkhead. He entered a cubicle, dropped his trousers, sat down, and tapped on his unobtrusive earpiece. Did you hear that? He murmured. Steve answered softly. Yeah, we heard. You did real well. If we can keep that many of them out of the way in there, it'll give us more fighting room in here when the time comes. Yes, if you can give me some warning, I will see about sending a couple of my spacers through there before the balloon goes up too. He was interrupted by a slam as the door was ripped open, swung violently on its hinges, and bounced off the next cubicle. Byram looked inside, pulsar steady in his hand. Quock stared at him, eyes wide, and the rebel leader grinned tightly. Just checking you weren't up to mischief. That's why I had the locks taken off all these doors. No harm done. I don't know about that, the spacer replied shakily. If I had any problems with constipation before, I sure do not have them now. With a snorting laugh, Byram closed the door. Quock sat back with a long sigh. Damn, that was close, he murmured fervently. If he'd seen or heard me talking. Yeah, Steve replied flatly. He's too keyed up, doesn't trust anyone, even his own guards. Notice how he's constantly checking on them? We can't let this go on a moment longer than we have to. He could snap at any moment. He thought for a moment. If they have some warning before things go down, do you think your people could take care of the guards in the lifeboat next door? I think so. I was about to say I can find a fault that needs fixing and send a couple of them through with the toolbox. He didn't have to remind Steve that weapons had already been concealed in the toolboxes. Well, that'll do. If the gunny and I can plan our exit just right, one of us can take care of Byram and anyone near him while the other takes out the rest of the guards in here. If you'll spread out your spacers and be ready to tackle anyone we can't deal with immediately, even if they only hold his arm to stop him shooting, we should be able to handle it when the time comes. Quock sucked in his breath. That is an awfully thin plan, he pointed out. What if something goes wrong? Well, something probably will. Murphy was an optimist, remember? They both chuckled at Steve's reference to the eponymous and notorious law. The trouble is, if we wait too long, something else may go wrong. Byram's wound up tighter than a spring at full compression. Sooner or later, all that tension's got to find an outlet, and up till now, his outlet has been killing. I don't think we can afford to risk that happening again. Even if conditions aren't perfect, we're going to have to grab whatever chance comes our way and do our best with it. I take your point. I'll talk to the gunny. You get in touch again at about 18. If we see an opening tonight when the bosun comes to call, we'll take it. We may not, of course. If conditions aren't right, there's no point in taking unnecessary risks. However, if we... Hey, wait a minute. I just thought of something. Can you be at the pilot's console when Turgay arrives, ready to shut off the artificial gravity in here? I think so, but remember, the big lifeboat has its own gravitic drive generating its own artificial gravity. What we do in here won't affect it. Well, yeah, but if you have a couple of your spacers fixing something in there, they can cut it off if necessary when they hear us make our move. We know how to handle ourselves in free fall, and so do your spacers, but I'm willing to bet Byram and his guards don't. None of them are spacer trained as far as we know. Oh, that is right. He sent all his trained spacers to the freighter. He wanted them to help Turgay keep an eye on things. All right, you tell your people to be ready for anything. Governor Sirhan and the Excellency met the Commodore's gig when it landed at the small airfield serving the administration compound in Sarush. As he climbed out, Wu noted a Marine officer standing slightly behind and to one side of the governor. I invited Lieutenant Colonel Batista to join us, the governor explained affably as he shook hands. I thought you might want to ask for his input about points we may raise. I am grateful to Your Excellency, Wu assured him. I had been planning on seeing him later tonight. This will speed things up. He studied the governor covertly as Captain Davis, Commander Doibro, and Mr. Mixon got out of the gig. The man had the bearing of a patrician, tall, august, with a noticeable command presence, but His face was lined, and his eyes were tired and strained. He was clearly carrying an immense burden, even though he was doing his best to hide it. The excellent Sari seemed much fresher, but then he was also much younger, and he didn't have a wife being held hostage by people who were demonstrably more than willing to commit murder. Introductions and greetings over, the governor led the visitors to an ornate dining room marred by plastic sheets secured over windows blown or shot out during the fighting. The carpet had been cleaned, but still showed marks in places, and scratches could be felt on the surface of the long table beneath its white cloth. "I apologize for the less than satisfactory dining conditions," the governor explained. "The rebels sacked this place a couple of weeks ago. Fortunately, the kitchen survived largely intact. We don't have our usual range of delicacies. The rebels plundered them, but my personal chef has done his best, using what herbs and spices he could salvage, plus the contents of whatever ration packs he can scrounge and a local herbivore brought in by hunters. I think he produces remarkable results even when limited to such meager ingredients." His best proved to be very tasty indeed. Appetizers of stuffed grape leaves were followed by a thick, rich lentil and vegetable soup. The main course was meat cut into cubes, marinated in a savory sauce, and then flame-grilled on a skewer with vegetables and served over rice. Dessert was a bread pudding baked with shredded dried fruits and served with clotted cream. Water and a selection of fruit juices and soft drinks accompanied the food. "I apologize for the lack of wine with our meal, but our religion forbids it," the governor explained. "We can do better after supper. We may be forbidden the fermented or distilled juice of the grape, but our faith says nothing about that of plums, pears, or peaches." He winked archly. Commodore Wu was unable to hold back a grin. After supper they were ceremoniously escorted to a reception room. Bottles of liqueurs in various shapes and colors were arrayed along a sideboard, and the rich, strongly scented aroma of Turkish-style coffee wafted from hot plates supporting long-handled copper brewing pots. White-jacketed waiters were on hand to hand out glasses, cups, and saucers. Clusters of comfortable armchairs stood ready for the guests around low tables. "Please make yourselves comfortable," Sirhan invited his guests. "My personal cellar escaped the rebels' attention, so I can offer you postprandial refreshment. I am just going to show the Commodore the view over the city so he can see how much damage the rebels have caused, and then we'll join you." Smiling inwardly, Wu allowed the governor to take his arm and draw him through a pair of glass-paneled doors to a veranda outside. Neither man looked at the view. "I presume you did not bring me out here just to see the sunset," Wu stated simply. "No, I didn't mention it in front of the others, but I think I recognize you. Did you not visit Karabakh 3 years ago? You were a captain then." "Yes, I did. I led a delegation to discuss increased cooperation between Karabakh and the Lancastrian Commonwealth in the common struggle against space piracy. If I recall correctly, you were Minister of Trade at the time. Your department was involved in the discussions because, of course, piracy affects trade more than almost any other factor in this part of the settled galaxy. We did not meet with you, of course, but a couple of your people were on Karabak's side of the discussions." "Ah, that is right. Did your visit bear fruit?" "Not much, I am sorry to say. At least, not yet. I think what's really needed is an exchange of officers between our fleets so we can each learn how the other operates. That'll move it out of the realm of bureaucrats who don't necessarily think in practical terms." "Ah, yes, they are a problem here, too. It's interesting that the excellent Sari made a similar observation about our Space Navy's bureaucracy just the other day. He says he'd love the opportunity to serve under an officer such as your senior Lieutenant Maxwell and learn from him not just tactically, but in terms of leadership. He remarked how both The Marines and the Quanjin convicts jumped to obey Maxwell not out of fear, but because they genuinely liked and respected him. He led them by example. Maxwell made a very big impression on him, and not just because he rescued him. I am pleased to hear it. He served under my command once before, and I recall him being a very good officer. Perhaps something might be arranged in future. Oh, I think that would please the excellent Sari. Anyway, let us go back to the situation here. Of course. Wu was certain the governor's mention of the excellent Sari's regard for Lieutenant Maxwell had not been mere idle gossip. He made a mental note to pursue the matter when time and circumstances allowed. Sirhan continued, "Soon after your visit to Karabakh, the Sultan asked me to take over as governor of Askishi. He felt that previous administrations here had neglected their responsibilities. I am afraid the recent rebellion has proved him right. Unfortunately, I was unable to make sufficient changes quickly enough to stave off trouble." "What sort of changes, Governor?" Mostly to do with how prisoners and ex-convicts are dealt with. Previous administrations appear to have written off most of them as animals that didn't deserve to be treated like human beings. In the worst cases, that was understandable, but in most, it proved counterproductive. He waved a hand at the destruction all around them, mute evidence to prove his point. I tried, perhaps too quickly, to overhaul the system from top to bottom. Unfortunately, those running it had become entrenched in their positions and their ways, and resisted my efforts. In that respect, the cloud of this rebellion may turn out to have a silver lining. So many officials were killed or abandoned their posts and fled that I have a real opportunity to put new people into almost every position of importance, if I can find enough good candidates, that is. That will be difficult, I know, because the fleet shares that problem. I wish you every success. Thank you. I am very grateful indeed to your Marines for their hard work in helping us restore our infrastructure and reestablish basic security. They have been absolutely indispensable. And Lieutenant Colonel Batista has been a tower of strength. I intend to nominate him for an individual award and his battalion for one of our unit awards, if your fleet will allow that. The granting of the awards is no problem, of course. Wearing them with fleet uniform will have to be approved by the Board of Admiralty because we are not in a treaty relationship with Karabakh. But given the official nature of the Marines' assignment here, I do not foresee any difficulty. Well, good. That is not the only award I'll be suggesting to the Sultan. Senior Lieutenant Maxwell and his Marines at the supply depot should be recognized for their valor in action. Thank you very much. It sounds as if they deserve it. Oh, they certainly do. He frowned. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for your Captain Davis. Oh? Are you aware that he criticized Senior Lieutenant Maxwell rather vehemently after the depot action? So I have been told, the Commodore dissembled. I have only just arrived, as you know, so I don't know all the details. His conversation with the senior lieutenant took place over an open circuit. We heard it. It made me very angry, and when the Sultan learns about it, he is going to be furious. The Commodore frowned. What did he say to anger you so greatly? The governor's lips tightened into a tight, thin line. I quote, "I don't care about the hostages, neither does the Department of State," unquote. Since my wife, who is also the Sultan's cousin, is among the hostages presently held by the rebels, I think you can understand why that would anger me. He placed heavy, sarcastic emphasis on the verb. Wu closed his eyes and shook his head in disbelief. "Davis, you damned fool," he fumed inwardly. "If you even thought that, let alone said it over an open circuit, you deserve to be shot." Aloud he said, "I can only apologize unreservedly that such sentiments were ever aired. I assure you they are not those of the fleet. If they were, I would not be here, and neither would the Marines. I accept that. It is why I am telling you this privately instead of lodging an official complaint. I do not want to damage our relationship with the Marines, who've done splendid work here. Nevertheless, the Sultan will not be amused. He and my wife grew up together. I suppose there is no point in asking whether the Sultan needs to hear about it at all. In the interests of better relations between our nations, I would be willing to let things lie, particularly if you had a word with Captain Davis about his attitude. However, the Excellency is another matter. After all, without Senior Lieutenant Maxwell, he would be dead or a hostage himself. You can imagine he was not pleased to hear his rescuer dressed down like that, not to mention the sentiments expressed about the hostages. Even if no official mention is made of the matter, he will almost certainly bring it up when he reports back to his father." The governor's seemingly casual choice of words, while placing a slight emphasis on a couple of them, wasn't lost on the Commodore. "Thank you for informing me about this. I will ask the Excellency for his thoughts on how the situation can best be resolved. I think that might be very worthwhile. He is a young man, but I think you'll find he has a good head on his shoulders. And now, shall we rejoin the others?" As they accepted glasses of liqueur from the waiters, Wu looked around, saw Lieutenant Colonel Batista, and inclined his head slightly. Within seconds, the Marine was at his side. "You wanted something, sir?" "Yes. Please have Senior Lieutenant Maxwell report to your HQ as quickly as possible. I need to speak with him urgently." That may not be possible in the short term, sir." Wu stiffened slightly. "What do you mean?" he demanded in a low voice, careful not to show his irritation openly, moving to one side to keep their conversation private. "Sir, he came up with the solution that allowed most of the hostages to be freed, and the rebels put aboard a freighter in orbit. That process is just about finished now, and the rebels are due to leave the system tonight. I think he's planning something concerning the remaining hostages aboard the cargo shuttle, but I don't know any details." "And you allowed him to go ahead with it, even after being reminded by Captain Davis of the restriction on our actions?" Batista shrugged and threw caution to the winds. "Sir, I advised him that I couldn't override Captain Davis's orders, but apart from that restriction, I gave him a free hand. I have no idea what he's planning, but I've learned I don't need to keep a close watch on him. I'll do better to let him alone. Whatever the problem is, he will find a way to solve it. Just point him at it and stand back." Wu gazed at him for a long moment. "I do not think I have ever heard a Marine endorse a spacer in such glowing terms before, Colonel." "Well, perhaps not, sir, but I meant every word of it." "I presume you very carefully omitted to ask him what he was planning?" Yes, sir." "And you have no idea of the timing?" "No, sir, but the rebels' freighter is due to leave orbit within the hour, so I wouldn't be surprised if we heard something real soon now." July 11th, 2850 Galactic Standard Calendar, in orbit. Steve watched on the display screens in the hidden compartment as two Quanjin spacers collected a toolbox and moved toward the airlock separating the cargo shuttle from the big lifeboat. Byram saw them moving and demanded, "Where you going with that?" The lifeboat's airlock control circuit needs attention," Quark explained from the pilot console. "Remember, I told you I'd lock both sides open to allow free access between here and there." "Yeah, so?" That is causing problems with the lifeboat's control software. It is designed to allow the interlock to be disabled for short periods only in an emergency. When we left both doors locked open for over an hour, it threw an electronic fit over it. I've told those two to disable the interlock sensor circuit so it no longer knows the airlock's permanently open. That'll stop the alarm buzzer sounding on the console. I have muted it for now, but that is dangerous because if a real problem comes up, we need to know about it at once. As soon as the circuit's been disabled, I can restore the alarm buzzer to normal operation so it will warn us about any other problems that may arise." Behind the partition, Steve grinned. Quark had come up with a very plausible-sounding reason to dispatch spacers to the lifeboat. Fortunately, Byram didn't know that the interlock sensor circuit could easily have been disabled through the console software. The rebel leader thought for a moment, then nodded his head grudgingly. "Makes sense, I guess, but I want to check that toolbox." "Oh, sure." The spacer holding it laid it on the deck, unfastened its latches, and opened its lid. "Help yourself." Byram pawed through the top tray and the 3 shallow drawers beneath it. "I don't know what half this stuff is," he complained. "It is all standard spacer gear," Quark informed him. "Nothing fancy or out of the ordinary." "Well, okay, get on with it." "Thanks." The spacer closed the drawers and lid and refastened the latches, then picked up the toolbox and headed through the airlock, followed by his comrade. Byram followed to watch them as they removed the panel beneath the lifeboat's control console and set to work. He was scowling as he came back into the cargo shuttle. "I should have brought one of our spacers aboard with me. I don't like not knowing what they're doing in there." Quark shrugged. "We are hardly likely to sabotage anything when that would endanger us as well as you. You could always ask Turgay to send one of your spacers back here from the freighter. It could wait a bit longer for its cutter to make another round trip here before it leaves." Byram brightened at once. "Yeah, that's a good idea." He looked at the spacer curiously. "You know, I thought we was gonna have trouble with you Quanjin guys, but you've been okay. You're actually trying to help." "Why would we not? We are just convicts like you are. If you'd asked us properly, we'd have joined your rebellion, but a group of your people attacked us without bothering to find out where we stood. After that, there was no way our leaders would trust you, no matter how much the rest of us liked what you were doing." "Yeah, I heard about that. Wish it had never happened. With a bunch of smart people like you to help us, we might have done better. It might have been the governor running away now instead of us." He glanced at the time display on the pilot's console. "Turgay should be here in 10 minutes, right?" "Yes, he is on course and on time." Quark indicated a screen that showed the relative positions of nearby spacecraft. One of the icons on the display was drawing steadily closer. "Well, thanks." Byram turned to face into the load compartment and called, "Okay, hostages, in their bunks. Guards, make sure no one's out in the aisles. Turgay will be here soon, and I don't want anyone getting in our way in case there's any trouble." He watched impatiently as the 20 hostages remaining in the cargo shuttle were herded to their bunks. The 3-year-old girl who'd given trouble when she arrived was still deathly afraid of strangers and hadn't grown any more accustomed to the rebel guards. She began screaming and struggling, and her mother had to intervene. Eventually, she climbed onto the bottom bunk with her, holding her, trying to calm her as best she could. "Damn kid," Byram muttered audibly, scowling. Quack opened his mouth to speak, but thought better of it. The rebel leader was too wound up. Any objection or apparent resistance might trigger a reaction that could lead to anything, even murder. The speaker on the console crackled. "Bosun callin' boss." Byram grabbed the microphone with one hand while pulling a folded sheet of paper from a chest pocket with the other. He unfolded it as he raised the microphone to his lips. "Boss here." He glanced at the paper. "Cloudy skies." "Bosun here. Birds flying." Byram visibly relaxed. "Everything okay on your end?" "Just fine, boss. We're ready to go. Got the coordinates for us?" "I got 'em. Okay, see you in 5. As Byram replaced the microphone, Quack looked at him. "Cloudy skies? Birds?" Just phrases to let each other know that we are who we say we are and they ain't no trouble. We gotta list 'em and never use one more than once." As he spoke, Byram took a pen from his pocket and crossed out 2 lines on the paper. "If Turgay had been taken prisoner and a bunch of colonial guards was on the way to attack us, he wouldn't have used one of them. That way I'd have known something was wrong." "Oh, not a bad idea." In the hidden compartment, Steve tensed slightly. "Do you see what I see?" he softly asked Kinnear, sitting beside him. "Yeah," the gunnery sergeant murmured, pointing at the display. As soon as Byram relaxed, so did his guards. It's like they took their cue from him. They've slung their weapons again instead of holding them ready to use. If you were one of them and knew Turgay was coming in alone and safe, what would your reaction be when he came through the airlock? "I'd want to watch. This may be the last time I see him for a couple of months, and he's the last link to all the other rebels aboard the freighter, including all their families. Once they've gone, I'd be feeling mighty lonely." "Yeah, that's the way I see it, too. If they want to watch, where will they have to go?" Kinnear glanced at him, eyes narrowing. "What do you have in mind?" "Look at the layout in there." Steve traced a finger over a diagram showing how the tanks, lockers, and bunks had been installed in the formerly cavernous cargo compartment. "The 4 guards in here are walking up and down the rows of bunks, but that means they can't see the airlock. There's only one place where they'll be in line of sight of it, and that's here." He laid his finger on the diagram. "I'm willing to bet they'll gather there to see Turgay as he comes through." "Makes sense, but what if 1 or 2 don't?" "We'll just have to do the best we can. I think this may be our best chance, maybe our only chance to take them all down at once. If you come through that panel," and he laid his finger on a point on the diagram, "you'll have a clear line of fire from behind them at any guard standing there. They'll have to unsling their weapons and turn around to shoot back at you, but they're going to find themselves suddenly weightless, which will make that very difficult for them. While you take care of them, I can do the same to Byram and Turgay if I come out here." He indicated another panel. "What about the 2 guards in the lifeboat?" "We'll have to leave them to the Quanjin spacers there. If they need help, we can provide it once our targets are down." "And what if one of the guards survives and grabs a hostage or starts shooting at them?" "We've got to stop them at minimum risk to the hostages, but that doesn't... No, it can't mean no risk at all. We've known that all along. We'll do our best to avoid casualties among the hostages, but that may not be possible. I'm hoping that shutting down the artificial gravity will give the guards so much to worry about that they won't be able to shoot straight." "You think any of them will surrender?" Steve shrugged. "Well, that would be nice, but Byram hand-picked these 6 out of all the rebels available to him. He'll have chosen hard cases like himself. I reckon we'll have to stop them the hard way. Don't take any chances with them." "I guess so." "All right, Gunny, get set by your panel." Steve held out his hand. "Good luck, buddy." Kinnear shook it firmly. "And to you, sir." As he crawled toward the panel where he'd exit, Steve felt his heartbeat speeding up as his inner tension ratcheted higher. He activated his throat microphone, knowing Quack and the spacers would be listening to their earbuds. He glanced at the time display and then said softly, "Green 3. Green 3. Quack tensed imperceptibly as Steve whispered warning came through his earbud. As casually as possible, he sat down in the pilot's command chair. Glancing at the displays, he said to Byram, "The cutter's 2 minutes out. You will hear and feel a slight thump as it docks, and the shuttle will shake a little. Nothing to worry about." "Okay, thanks for the heads up." Quack nodded as his hand settled on the console only a few centimeters from a slider control labeled Internal Gravity. He watched as Byram reached into the pouch attached to his belt and took out the white console controlling the detonators. He clipped it to a line looped around his belt and then held it in both hands as he moved toward the airlock door. In the lifeboat, the two spacers working at the base of its control console glanced at each other as they heard Steve's warning. One reached for a nanotool and pressed its controls in a special sequence. The nanoparticles that had previously formed the shape of a wrench began to rearrange themselves, flowing down toward the handle and assembling into a short, stubby cylinder. "What are you doing?" a guard asked idly, looking at the tool as it reshaped itself. "I need a pry bar to lever out a small fitting in there." Fancy things, those nanotools. Never seen one before." "They are pretty handy. We use them all the time in space. Saves us having to carry a dozen different tools. We just tell a nanotool to form itself into whatever we need." The other spacer stood. "I need to use the head." "Okay." The guard glanced at his partner. "Ferret, you walk him over there, would you?" "Sure." "It's all right, guys. I'm a big boy now. I can do it all by myself." The spacer adopted a child's wheedling tone, and the guards chuckled. "Yeah, but the boss gave us orders, so we'll do it the way he likes." "Fair enough." The spacer and one guard walked across to the door of the heads. The guard held it slightly ajar as the spacer went inside, but didn't watch closely as he went about his business. They'd done so at first, but had grown accustomed to the spacers over the past couple of days. That familiarity meant he didn't see the spacers surreptitiously take two small handles from his pocket, extract a cord from inside one of them, and loop it around both handles. He slipped the garrote into his sleeve, adjusted his fly, and turned back to the door. The other guard, still standing by the console, idly watched the two as they went over to the heads. He didn't look down at the other spacer, so he failed to notice the nanotool's newly formed cylinder flatten and begin to extend upward again, morphing into a sharp point at the tip of what was now recognizably a knife. To hide the last stages of the tool's self-preparation as it formed the edges of the blade, the spacer bent forward as if working inside the console. He gathered his legs beneath him, gripped the hilt of the nanotool knife, and waited, tense, ready to explode into violent action. The arrival of the cutter, a utility craft that could accommodate 30 to 40 spacers and up to 50 tons of general cargo, jolted the frame of the much larger cargo shuttle as it settled into the docking bay. Byram braced himself against the gentle shaking and waited, watching the indicator lights over the inner airlock door. He knew that a boarding tube would be extending from the cargo shuttle, closing around the rim of the cutter's rear hatch, and a pneumatic seal would be inflating to secure it. After a moment, an orange light came on, showing that the cutter's rear ramp had come down, allowing free access through the tube to the airlock from the smaller craft. A few seconds later, a red light illuminated to show that pressures were being equalized. A short wait, then a buzzer sounded as the red light changed to green. Byram held the console in his left hand, flipped up the protective cover over the fire button, and poised his right index finger over it as the airlock door slid open. Turgay stood in the frame, careful not to move. "It's me, boss," he called. "No one's with me, just two spacers in the cutter. Everything's okay." "I hear you. You come ahead." Byram lowered the cover over the fire button once more as the bosun stepped inside, but didn't release the console as they shook hands. Steve waited and watched, tense, hardly daring to breathe. He cast a glance at another display. Sure enough, all 4 guards had gathered where they could watch Turgay come aboard. Now, only one more thing was needed before he could act. "Everything's ready on the freighter, boss," his subordinate reported. "Good." Byram lifted his right hand and fumbled with the fasteners of his coverall. "I got the coordinates and instructions right here." He frowned in irritation as he found he couldn't get his right hand all the way into the right side of his clothing. The angle was wrong. He lowered the console, allowing it to hang at knee height from the line looped around his belt, then reached into his coverall with his left hand, taking out a folded piece of paper. "Now," Steve thought to himself, and pressed the button next to the panel. With a thunderous crash of sound, the carefully pre-positioned line charges beneath the edge of every panel in the hidden compartment blew up simultaneously. They hadn't dared use a lot of explosives for fear of rupturing the pressure hull, but there was just enough to blow out every panel and allow instant access to every part of the cargo shuttle without hurting those waiting in ambush. As the blast drew screams and shrieks from the hostages, Quack pulled the slider control for the artificial gravity field all the way down to 0. Instantly, the field disappeared, leaving everything and everyone in the cargo shuttle in free fall. Steve and Kinnear were expecting it and had braced themselves against the shuttle's framework, but the rebels didn't have anything to support them as they tried to react. Kinnear was carrying a Colonial Guard submachine gun. It fired beads of metal powder fused into a ceramic base at hypersonic velocity and a very high cyclic rate. He didn't bother to align its sights on a particular target. He simply locked his legs around an upright, tucked the butt of his weapon into his shoulder, held his aim at waist height, and swept a continuous burst of fire across all 4 of the guards as they began to spin around toward him and reach for the weapons slung over their shoulders. The torrent of beads tore through them like a scythe, almost cutting them in half as he swept the muzzle left to right, then right to left, then left to right again. Some of the rounds missed the guards and hit parts of the shuttle, but their ceramic base, designed for use aboard spacecraft, allowed them to break up on impact, preventing penetration of the hull or ricochets that might endanger others. Kinnear kept his finger on the firing button until the only movement visible was the twitch and shudder of impact as his rounds tore through the rebels' lifeless bodies. They drifted, twisting, bumping into each other, and the bunks and lockers nearby. As Kinnear opened fire, Steve lined a short, stubby carbine at Byram and pressed the firing button. A burst of 3 rounds tore into the burly man's chest, staggering him as he began to grab for the dangling console. Even as his feet left the floor and he began to float, twisting with the impact of the rounds, Byram snatched at Turgay with his left hand, trying to steady himself against him while he drew his pulsar with his right hand. But the old spacer was also drifting, his feet already clear of the floor. The rebel leader tugged the bosun across his body, trying to shelter behind him. Steve swore in frustration as he changed his aim and sent a 3-round burst into Turgay's head, struggling to hold his carbine steady as his weightless body tried to twist in reaction to its recoil. The bosun jerked, then went limp. Byram fired, but he was still off balance and way off target under the shock of his wounds and the pull of Turgay's body against his. His shot went wide of Steve, slamming into the slider control for the artificial gravity field, shattering it, making Quack jerk his hand away as it was spattered with fragments. As Turgay's body drifted clear of him, Byram exposed part of his left shoulder, and Steve instantly put another 3-round burst into it. Eyes glowing with hatred and insane fury, the rebel leader lowered his pulsar, aiming at the console floating in midair just beyond the grasp of his now useless left arm. Steve shifted his aim slightly and put a burst through Byram's head just as the rebel leader fired. His single shot smashed through the white casing of the console and erupted from its far side in a shower of plastic splinters and debris. As Byram went limp, releasing his pulsar, an orange light began to flash on the damaged console. Steve realized instantly what it meant. He knew with a sickening lurch in his stomach that he'd killed his opponent an instant too late. The bellow of the explosions and the subsequent gunfire reverberated through the airlock and bounced off the walls of the lifeboat. The 2 guards spun to look at the airlock, mouths gaping in astonishment as they reached for the carbines slung over their shoulders. The spacer behind the console drove himself upward, using the powerful muscles of his thighs and calves to propel himself at the guard standing next to the console, holding the nanotool knife in his extended right hand as if it were a spear. Its point stabbed deep into the man's inner thigh, severing his femoral artery. Blood spouted as he screamed and began to double over, clutching at the gaping wound. The spacer tore his hand and the knife free from the rebel's clutches, grabbed his hair with his left hand, forced his head forward and down, and stabbed deep into his neck from above and behind. His thrust penetrated between two of the extended cervical vertebrae and severed the guard's spinal cord. He collapsed to the floor, killed instantly. Releasing the knife, still stuck in the dead man's neck, the spacer grabbed the carbine from his shoulder. Flicking off the safety catch, he brought it up and aimed at the second guard, now struggling to save himself from being dragged off balance by the garrote slipped around his neck from behind by the second spacer. Even his blood fountained from the skin of his throat and from his grasping fingers as they tried to stop the cord cutting into him. The first spacer fired. His single shot struck the second guard on the bridge of his nose, dropping him in his tracks. The other spacer released his hold on the garrote, grabbed the dead guard's gun, and headed for the airlock. His comrades spun around to look at the panicking, screaming hostages. "Shut up! Everyone get down! Stay down! Do not move! This is a rescue!" He turned toward the airlock again as a shout echoed from the cargo shuttle. Steve bellowed, "Everybody out! 3 minutes until she blows! Quack, restore the gravity!" The spacer pointed helplessly at the place where the knob had been. "I cannot. The slider is useless." "Then push the hostages into the lifeboat. Brace yourselves against structures. Move!" The second door of the docking bay's airlock opened, showing the interior of the newly docked cutter. Clearly, the two men inside had been listening to everything that went on and had overridden the safety interlock that normally prevented both doors being open at the same time. Steve blessed the efficiency of the cutter's Quanjin crew as one shouted, "We will take some people too. That will speed it up." He braced himself against the frame of the airlock and stood waiting. The cargo shuttle interior erupted into action. Steve, Kinnear, Quack, and the other spacers thrust themselves through the air, diving in free fall toward the bunks. They wrapped their legs around uprights and braced themselves against the beds as they dragged stunned, shocked, sometimes screaming hostages from their beds and threw their weightless bodies toward the airlocks leading to the lifeboat and cutter. There was no time to be gentle or delicate. As the hostages reached the airlocks, a spacer standing ready grabbed each one and pulled or pushed them through. They collapsed to the floor as the artificial gravity in each craft restored their weight, only to be ruthlessly hauled clear by another spacer to make room for the next person. Everything was chaos and confusion. As they worked as fast as they could, Steve tossed a child toward the cutter, then glanced at the time display. Already more than a minute had passed since Byram had shot his console, and the seconds seemed to be ticking down faster and faster. Less than half the hostages had been evacuated. He raised his voice. "Faster, damn it! We're running out of time!" "The kids are clinging to the bunks like leeches," Quack called in desperation. "I cannot break their hold." "Break their fingers if you have to. If you don't, they'll die," Kinnear yelled, throwing a woman toward Steve, who caught her and pushed her toward the cutter. As he did so, the paper Byram had taken from his inside pocket drifted close to him. Without conscious thought, Steve seized it, thrust it into his pocket, then turned to grab another hostage. Quack glanced at Kinnear for a moment, shock registering on his face. Then he nodded, turned, ripped the child's hands free from where they clutched the bed frame, drawing forth a scream of pain, and dragged the boy out before shoving him violently toward the lifeboat. His body collided with that of a male adult hostage as they arrived at the airlock simultaneously. The spacer waiting there seized the boy, thrust him through while holding off the struggling man, then pushed the adult through after the child. They disappeared into the other vessel. The number of hostages in the shuttle dwindled as they were passed through to the cutter and the lifeboat. The final 60 seconds began to count down as the flashing light on the dead Byram's console changed to red, an ominous warning of what was coming. Steve yelled, "1 minute! That's all we've got!" 15 hostages were gone. 16, 17. Steve grabbed a drifting man, kicking and struggling, and shoved him violently toward the cutter. "That's all for you. Get him aboard, then get out of here." Hi, the spacer in the airlock called as he grabbed the man, hauling him through by main force as his left hand slapped at an emergency control. The inner door of the airlock slammed closed with an audible thump. Steve knew that the outer door would close within seconds, whereupon the cutter would make an instant emergency departure, snapping any cables and connections that linked it to the cargo shuttle. This was no time to worry about damage to external fixtures and fittings. He spun around, checking the bunk area. All the hostages were out now, and the spacers were hauling themselves along the bunk framework toward the lifeboat. He and Kinnear began to do the same, but suddenly a female face appeared behind the spacer waiting for them in the airlock. "My baby! She's still in there!" Steve and Kinnear instantly recognized the woman whose 3-year-old daughter had screamed every time a rebel guard had come too close. The gunny called. "She always gets under her bunk. I'll look." "Hurry up," Steve yelled, but the NCO was already hauling himself down the bunk framework and looking under the bottom bed. "Yes, she's here," he called and thrust himself into the narrow gap. Steve heard the girl shriek with fear, and Kinnear cursed. "She's fighting me. She's trying to get away." "You got 30 seconds, Steve yelled, fighting anger and terror simultaneously. "If she won't come, save yourself." Kwok vanished through the airlock. Now it was only himself, Kinnear, and the child left. He began to thrust himself toward Kinnear's legs to grab them and drag him out. 20 seconds, Gunny, move! Before he could reach him, the gunnery sergeant twisted beneath the bunk, wriggling, and half his upper body emerged holding a writhing, twisting, terrified girl. He threw her at Steve. "No time! Get her out!" Steve instinctively grabbed the child, reached out to a nearby bunk stanchion for support with his free hand, twisted his body, and kicked off hard against a bunk, launching himself toward the airlock. As he reached it, he held out the girl, intending to go back for Kinnear. But the spacer grabbed his outstretched arm instead of taking the girl from him, hauling both of them into the airlock with a pull so hard Steve felt like his right shoulder had been dislocated. He shouted, "Wait!" But it was too late. The spacer brought down his fist hard on an emergency switch, and the airlock door to the shuttle slammed shut. "Gunny!" Steve screamed. But even as he spoke, he felt the lifeboat tremble as the brackets securing it to the cargo shuttle were disengaged. An instant later, there was a muffled clang as something hit the outer airlock door very hard, hard enough to bend it inward in a sharply angled, clearly defined dent. Steve knew at once it must have been caused by part of the cargo shuttle's structure, blown clear by the explosion of Byram's charges. Explosions they couldn't hear thanks to the vacuum of space that already separated them from the dying cargo shuttle, even if only by a few centimeters. The spacer dragged him back through the airlock, both of them staring at the dent, waiting for the weakened metal to rupture and vent the lifeboat's atmosphere to space, killing them all. Then they were inside, and another spacer activated the inner airlock door. It slid closed with a swift whoosh. Steve found himself on his hands and knees, staring at the airlock door, unable to move. Every fiber of his being was vibrating with shock. Kinnear was dead, or if he wasn't, he was dying right now, a death so horrible that Steve physically flinched as he visualized it. The big man would be flailing, his eyes bulging, his... No. Steve forced his mind to turn away from the hideous vision of what he knew was taking place in the cargo shuttle. "I still got a job to do," he told himself desperately. "Focus on that. I've got to get the hostages to safety." Moving slowly, almost painfully, feeling suddenly very old and terribly sad, he dragged himself to his feet. All the hostages were staring at him, as were the Quanjin spacers. Everyone was frozen, motionless, waiting. He glanced down at the little girl lying frozen with fear on the floor, then looked around for her mother, gesturing to her. She gave a half-sob and rushed forward to clasp the child in her arms, lifting her, cradling her gently as she carried her to a vacant seat. Steve crossed to the lifeboat's control console. Kwok slid out of the pilot's seat where he'd saved them all by releasing the clamps and separating the lifeboat from the cargo shuttle the instant before the charges went off. Steve nodded his thanks wordlessly, sat down in the pilot's seat, and reached for the microphone. Setting the radio channel to a prearranged frequency, he spoke. Senior Lieutenant Maxwell calling Marine HQ, over. A brief pause as the signal flashed at light speed to the surface of the planet. Then, Marine HQ to Maxwell, go ahead, over. He gathered his thoughts. Maxwell to Marine HQ. 1. Inform Lieutenant Colonel Batista that all the hostages have been freed and are safe with only minor injuries. Byram and his rebel guards are dead. 2. Please ask the colonel to inform all relevant authorities. 3. I intend to land the lifeboat containing most of the hostages at Esquishi Spaceport in approximately 2 hours from now. Please advise their families that they will be able to meet them there. 4. Please contact the freighter and have them send their cutter along with the survivors it contains to rendezvous with us at the spaceport. I respectfully submit the freighter should remain in orbit pending clarification of the situation. He took a deep breath. 5. I deeply regret to inform you that Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear is missing. Believe KIA. I say again, Kilo India Alpha. I am sorrier than words can say that I can't bring him back with me. His body is still aboard the cargo shuttle, along with those of the dead rebels, and will have to be recovered later. We have no spacesuits, equipment, or facilities to do so. Over. Another pause, and then a new voice, slow and filled with pain. Emery to Maxwell. All copied. I am very sorry indeed to hear about Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear. I know you two had become friends, just as he and I did some years ago. Please accept my deepest sympathy at your personal loss. I mourn him with you. A moment's silence, and then, proceed to the spaceport as planned. I will ask the authorities to meet you there. I will also arrange for a Marine assault shuttle to recover all the bodies from the cargo shuttle. Over. Maxwell to Emery. Thank you, sir. I will listen for further traffic on this channel. Maxwell out. He put down the microphone and looked up at Kwok. You have the spaceport coordinates? Yes, sir. He rose from the chair and stepped aside, still numb. Take us down, please. The pilot stiffened to attention. Aye, aye, sir. July 11th, 2850 Galactic Standard Calendar, Esquishi Spaceport. One of the spacers sat next to a viewport, looking out as the lights of the spaceport loomed larger. He called, Sir, all the floodlights around the hard stand are on, and there's a mass of people waiting. Frowning, trying to shake his depression at Kinnear's death from a brain that felt soggy with weariness and the release of tension, Steve rose from his seat and crossed to the viewport. The spacer was right. From this distance, the figures were ant-like, but they thronged around the arrival building. He glanced at Kwok, who was still piloting the lumbering lifeboat. Now, this bird isn't as maneuverable as a shuttle or cutter. You'd better set her down a bit further out than usual. I'd hate to squash a spectator beneath our hull. Kwok nodded. Will do, sir. He didn't take his eyes from the automated landing instruments, but fed corrections to the autopilot so it would increase the safety margin it normally allowed. Should I tell the cutter to do the same? Oh, good idea. Yes, please do that. Steve crossed to the other side of the lifeboat and glanced out of another viewport. Sure enough, the freighter's cutter was still in formation with them, a little further back and higher up, keeping station on their port quarter. He turned back to his seat, very conscious of the eyes of all of the hostages on him. They were all belted into their seats, even the 3-year-old girl whose panic had cost the gunny his life. Steve smiled at her as he passed her seat, but she shrank away, reaching for her mother for reassurance. The woman was still reeling under the shock of knowing that Kinnear had died to save her daughter. She whispered, I'm so sorry. She was unable to bring herself to look up at him. Steve knelt down by her seat, took her hand in his, and held it until she reluctantly raised her eyes to his. He'd had time to regain his mental balance, and now she needed to regain hers. Ma'am, you've got to stop blaming yourself and your daughter. This was not her fault. She's only 3. She's been severely traumatized by what she's been through, and so have you for that matter. I don't blame her for behaving as she did. No child her age who's experienced what she has should be blamed for their reactions. Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear wouldn't blame her either if he was here to speak for himself. He went under the bunk to get her, knowing the risk, just as he did when he volunteered to join me in our rescue attempt. I'm very sorry he's dead, but I'm afraid that goes with the territory. When we put on the uniform, we know what it may cost us. Most of us never have to pay the price, but this evening, the gunnery sergeant's bill came due, and he paid it. He died to save others. His example will live on in the fleet. I'll see to that personally, I promise you. She squeezed his hand, a tear shimmering at the corner of her eye, and nodded. Thank you. You make sure your daughter knows that you love her, and don't blame her, ma'am. She's too young for anything else. She needs you to reassure her and build her up again. Make sure your husband understands that, too. You tell him I said so. She'll need a lot of love and a lot of help to get over this. That'll be the best way to thank the gunnery sergeant for saving her. He'd want you to do that. I will. She took a deep breath. What was his first name? It was Henry. He smiled faintly. I never used it. He was always the gunny, capitalized. I guess that's the military way. Henry. She tasted the name on her tongue. It is different from ours, those we normally use, but I promise you that when my husband and I have a son, we will name him for your friend. Steve had to blink sudden tears from his eyes and clear his throat before he could respond. I can't think of a finer tribute, ma'am. Thanks, from me and on behalf of his comrades in arms. Quack called from the console. 5 minutes, sir. I'm coming. Steve crossed to the console and sat down in the second chair, belting himself in. Do you want to take over, sir? No, you're doing fine. You bring us in. He watched as Quack expertly maneuvered the unwieldy, ungainly lifeboat. It had been designed for an emergency landing on any convenient planet in the event of a disaster, so it wasn't equipped with most of the usual landing aids because such locations would seldom offer the automated systems usually available. The lifeboat had only basic, essential instruments, and despite that handicap, the Quanjin spacer handled the pilot's console like a master musician playing his instrument. His hands danced over the keyboard and controls, adjusting here, fine-tuning there, keeping the heavy craft balanced on reaction thrusters that were barely adequate to handle its bulk and mass. The lifeboat drifted lower as they slowly crossed the boundary fence. Looking at a display on the console showing the view outside through exterior cameras, Steve could see that most of the spaceport's buildings were in much worse shape than when he'd first landed here, showing the effects of the most recent battles fought over their possession. The arrivals hall was still structurally intact, but its shattered windows had now been boarded up. Many transporters and private vehicles were parked outside. What looked in the floodlights like thousands of people, but was probably no more than a few hundred, milled around outside. A couple of news crews were running around with vid cameras and lights, and a small group waited directly in front of the building, a reception committee of some sort, Steve assumed. Quack eased the lifeboat to the ground about 100 meters from the arrivals building, its landing skids crunching down on the plascrete hardstand. It rocked for a moment, then settled as the roar of the reaction thrusters died away. The pilot glanced at him. Permission to open the ramp, please, sir? Yes, go ahead. Steve turned to the hostages and raised his voice. We're back on Esquishi, safe and sound, and many of your families have gathered to meet you. You go out first. This is your moment. There was a series of clicks from unlatching seat belts and a rustle of feet as people stood. To Steve's surprise, no one rushed to leave. The hostages seemed almost hesitant. Eventually, the mother of the 3-year-old girl Kinnear had rescued took a deep breath, picked her up, and walked slowly down the ramp. Watching through the opening behind her, Steve saw a smartly dressed man stare and then run forward from the crowd to meet them, sweeping the woman and girl into his arms. Tears were clearly visible running down his cheeks. That broke the ice. The other hostages hurried down the ramp, spreading out to meet their own spouses and relatives as they ran toward them. A hubbub of laughter, tears, and exclamations rose from the crowd as it gathered around the new arrivals. Steve glanced to his left out of viewport to see a similar scene being played out around the cutter, which had landed 50 meters away. He waited until all the hostages had disembarked, then looked at the Quanjin spacers. "I can never thank you enough for your help. Without you, we could never have done this. I will make sure the Eskeshi authorities show their appreciation in proper form." Kwok shook his head. "It is we who should thank you, sir. You treated us as professionals and equals from the start, rather than as convicts. You have helped to restore our pride. We owe you." "Well, we owe each other. Come on, let's get out of here. I'm sure you want to rejoin your comrades at the depot." He was conscious of a bone-crushing weariness, enough to almost, but not quite, dull the grief he felt at Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear's loss. He pushed it aside as he forced himself to lead the small group down the ramp, all of them stepping out proudly, heads up. As his feet touched the hardstand, he noticed a small group of people approaching. One of them signaled to him. He stared. Was that? Could that possibly be Commander Doibro? It was. He snapped to attention as she hurried up to him ahead of the group, a beaming smile on her face, and saluted her. He couldn't resist saying, "Senior Lieutenant Maxwell reports to the commander under somewhat unusual circumstances, ma'am." She stifled a laugh. "So I see, Lieutenant, and I understand. Congratulations are in order." She looked around. "I don't believe you've met Governor Sirhan yet." "No, ma'am." He saluted the tall man in his formal suit and shook his hand. "It is an honor to meet you, sir." "No, Lieutenant, it is I who am honored to meet you. My wife and I owe you more than words can say." He squeezed the tall, willowy woman who stood pressed tightly against him, each of them with an arm around the other. Steve recognized her as one of the passengers in the lifeboat. Before Steve could reply, the governor turned to an officer standing a little behind him. "I understand that you know Commander Wu." To Steve's amazement, he did. He saluted again. "Good evening, sir. The last time we met, you were a commander on Midrash." "Yes, and you were a junior lieutenant." Wu returned his salute, smiling, and then shook his hand. "I see you have been keeping yourself busy here." "In a manner of speaking, yes, sir." "Lieutenant Colonel Batista sends his thanks and congratulations for all you have achieved, and his condolences at the loss of Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear. He is headed back to his battalion to coordinate the recovery of the bodies from the cargo shuttle. He says he knows that you will be busy tonight, so he'll see you tomorrow." "Thank you, sir." "May I ask what you are going to do tonight that will keep you busy?" the governor asked curiously. "I'd have thought you would want to shower and sleep more than anything." "Oh, I do, sir, but there are Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear's comrades at the supply depot. I need to tell them how he died, and then, if we can find a bottle of something decent, we'll drink a toast in his memory. It's something of a Marine tradition, sir." He'd never forgotten the wake held for their fallen comrades by the Marines who'd served under his temporary command at Rolla just over 2 years before. They'd probably be drinking more than one toast to the gunny tonight, a lot more than one. He was pretty sure the Quanjin spacers would be able to provide enough bottles. Commander Doibro put in, "You are still officially detached to the Marines, Lieutenant, so go back to the depot for tonight. However, I am going to recall you to Sibeli as soon as possible. I expect that will happen sometime tomorrow." "Thank you, ma'am. It'll be good to get back aboard." The governor asked, "Are these Quanjin prisoners who helped you aboard the shuttle?" These are the Quanjin spacers. Yes, sir. Sirhan didn't miss the emphasis in Steve's voice or the implied rebuke. Spacers, of course. Will you introduce me to them, please? Steve introduced Quack, who in turn presented the rest of his crew. The governor thanked each of them individually. I will be co-signing the Excellensari's commutation of sentence for all of you tomorrow. As soon as we can arrange shipping, you will be going home. All the spacers broke into broad smiles. We will look forward to that. Thank you, sir. Quack answered for them. He looked at Steve. Where should we wait for you, sir? I'll have to arrange transport for us. Wait in the arrivals hall, please. Aye, aye, sir. He led his spacers away. The governor's eyes followed them. I'll have to think of an appropriate reward for them, he mused. There's also the problem of what to do with the rebels aboard that freighter. Steve decided mentally. To hell with it. What have I got to lose? He said aloud. Why not let them go, sir? Let them go? All four of his audience spoke as one, goggling at him. The governor added, That's insane. I cannot do that. Why not, sir? They have got to be punished for all the damage they've done, the lives they've taken. Steve fought back the exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm him. How do you plan on convicting them, sir? Where are your witnesses? What about courts of law? We do not have functioning courts at present, but we can rebuild and restaff them. As for witnesses, they are rebels. The whole planet knows what they have done. Yes, sir, it does, but that's still not the same as convicting them on the basis of evidence in a court of law. Are there enough surviving witnesses to testify against them? And what's more, if you convict them, how will you punish them? Sentence them to life on a prison planet? They're already here. The governor could only stare at him. Steve continued, What does it cost you to incarcerate one high-security prisoner, sir? I presume the rebels would be classified as such? Well, they certainly would. It costs us about a million lira per year for every high-security inmate. And how many active rebels are on the freighter, sir, not counting their families? 337. That's 337 million lira every year to imprison them. If they stay in high-security classification for 10 years, that's 3.7 billion lira. Any longer than that, and the cost gets even higher. How much rebuilding could you do with all that money if you didn't have to spend it on incarcerating them? Oh, quite a lot, Sirhan admitted grudgingly. Well, yes, sir, and there's another thing. He took from his pocket the coordinates and instructions Byram had written down to give to Turgay. I took these off the rebel leader after I killed him. I know where they were going. It's a hard-scrabble colony planet that was settled a couple of decades ago. So hard-scrabble, they're offering bounties to agents who bring them immigrants because they can't get enough people to come voluntarily. Byram was planning to claim the bounty for his rebels, although whether he kept it for himself or distributed among them, I don't know. The place has precious few amenities and not much of an economy, at least not yet. The rebels will face years of hard work building new lives from the ground up. In many ways, it'll be like being in prison at hard labor. I don't think that's escaping punishment, sir. I think it's just a different form of it. Perhaps. The governor's voice was uncertain now. And there's another thing, sir. How many of the prisoners on Esquishi took part in the rebellion? 2,000 or so. Most of them died during the fighting. With only 337 survivors, sir, I'd say most of the guilty ones, well over 80%, have already suffered the death penalty. How many prisoners didn't take part? Oh, at least 10 times that many. I don't know the numbers offhand. Okay, sir, if you keep the rebels here, you're constantly going to worry that they may be trying to suborn other prisoners. They might even try to start another revolt when the time is right. By letting them go, you'll get rid of your biggest security headache. And what if the other prisoners learn that the rebels got away with it? They're sure to see it like that. It'll undermine discipline in every prison we have left. Steve grinned tiredly. Well, that's easy, sir. Let it be known that the rebel survivors were put aboard a spaceship that disappeared. That's the truth, after all. The spaceship will indeed disappear from the Esquishi system when it makes its first hyperjump. However, you can imply to the other prisoners that its disappearance was something catastrophic, something deliberate. You don't have to lie or be specific, just hint. They'll get the unspoken message, sir. Rebellion leads to the harshest punishment there is. No one survives it. Commodore Wu had listened with a growing twinkle in his eye. He observed, "Governor, I think Senior Lieutenant Maxwell has covered most of the bases." "Yes, he has." Sirhan was clearly thinking hard. "If I decide to go along with your suggestions, what do I do about the ship when it's returned to its owners on Karabakh? It'll bring shipments here from time to time in the course of normal business. That'll give the lie to its having disappeared, as you put it." "Well, why not make it truly disappear, sir? Why not give it to the Quanjin spacers as a reward?" "What?" There was outrage in the governor's voice. "It is privately owned. We don't own it. We chartered it. I cannot do that." "What is its value, sir?" Sirhan looked nonplussed for a moment. "About 500 million lira, I suppose." "Well, that's less than 2 years' high-security prison costs for the rebels if you keep them, sir. A bargain, if you ask me, and furthermore, giving it to the Quanjin prisoners will help to solve another very big problem you've got coming at you. In fact, it's potentially more serious than the rebel issue." "I do not understand." "All those spacers are members of the Dragon Tong, sir." "The Dragon Tong?" The governor clearly recognized the name. Alarm was in his voice. "How do you know? Why was I not informed before they arrived?" "I probably know them better than any of your prison staff, sir, because I treated them like human beings from the beginning. They've talked openly with me. I suspect they didn't want their Tong membership known, but I think you understand the implications." "Of course I do. The Dragons are the worst interplanetary crime organization in the settled galaxy." "Yes, sir. This group claims to have been falsely convicted on Sulawasa. They haven't blamed Esquishi or Karabakh for that, but I understand Sulawasa's foreign trade and orbital industry have taken and are still taking a massive hit since then. Don't take my word for it, sir. Please check that for yourself. I think the Quanjin Charge d'Affaires might be able to provide more information if the question is discreetly framed." Sirhan rolled his eyes. "You mean I've got a Dragon Tong diplomat to deal with, too?" he asked, almost despairing. "Yes, sir, and now the Tong have a bone to pick with you and Esquishi, and by extension with Karabakh, too. When its members were attacked by the rebels, the guards who were supposed to supervise and, if necessary, protect them ran away. As a result, up to a third of the Quanjin prisoners were killed or wounded before they could drive off the rebels. Esquishi failed in its duty of care toward them, sir. They haven't forgiven or forgotten that. There will be a reckoning unless you make peace with them, and that's where the spaceship comes in, sir." "You mean it's a bribe?" "Well, that may not be a very diplomatic way of putting it, sir. You might do better to call it a reward for services rendered, but yes, in so many words, it'll be a bribe. The freighter is valuable enough that when they sell it, it'll give each of them and the families of their comrades who died enough money to make a fresh start, and then some. Divided between them equally, each share will be the equivalent of a decade's salary for a qualified spacer, even at Lancastrian Commonwealth wage rates. That may be enough to ease their resentment toward Iskishi and Karabakh. With respect, sir, you really, really don't want the Dragon Tongue mad at you. Ask Sulawasa. They'll tell you what that means. They're finding it out the hard way as we speak. The governor looked at him for a long moment. So, to put it diplomatically, the cost of the ship isn't so much a bribe as an insurance premium against long-term disruption to Karabakh's interplanetary trade and space-based industries. Yes, sir. I think the Sultan will understand that. You are making an awful lot of sense, Senior Lieutenant. He glanced at Commodore Wu. What do you think? I think the Senior Lieutenant is devious, cynical, and absolutely right. Wu winked at Steve. What would you do if you were in my shoes? I would follow his advice, Governor. Sirhan turned back to Steve. So you suggest I put all the Quanjin spacers aboard the freighter, have them drop the rebels at their destination, and then take the freighter back home where they can sell it to the highest bidder? Well, that's about it, sir. The only condition I'd add is that if they decide to retain the ship instead of selling it, they must rename it and keep it away from Karabakh and its colonies. That'll avoid any risk of it being seen in the Iskishi system again or word getting back here about it. The governor scratched his chin thoughtfully. I will sleep on it, but I'm at least half inclined to do as you suggest. How long do you think it would take to get the rest of the Quanjin spacers aboard the freighter? No more than a day to load them, along with enough additional supplies to get them home. Steve hesitated. If you do that, sir, may I please go aboard the freighter to say goodbye to them before they leave? I wouldn't be alive without them, nor would the hostages. I'd appreciate the chance to thank them in person and to deliver a package that I really, really want to get off my back, he mentally added. I have no problem with that, Commodore. I am sure that Commander Doibro will give you an opportunity to do that, Lieutenant, Wu said, looking at her. Sibeli's commanding officer nodded. Of course, sir. Very well, Sirhan said. I'll let you know my decision in the morning. Go and round up transport and get your spacers back to the depot. Please, convey my condolences to the Marines there. Tell them that I will drink a toast to Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear's memory myself as soon as I am able. I will also consider what sort of monument we can erect here to honor his memory. He deserves that. Steve again thrust back the weariness that threatened to overwhelm him. Thank you, sir. He saluted and then turned toward the arrivals hall on legs rubbery with exhaustion. The three watched him go. That is a remarkable young man, Sirhan said reflectively. I do hope his career will not be harmed by his dispute with Captain Davis, Commodore. Do not worry, Governor. I will take care of the matter. I am relieved to hear that, sir, Commander Doibro observed quietly. When I read Captain Davis's reprimand, leave that to me, Commander, Wu assured her. I will start by having a little chat with the Excellensare first thing tomorrow morning. After that, we will see. July 12th, 2850 Galactic Standard Calendar. Steve was packing the last of his gear into a holdall when his comm unit buzzed. Maxwell, sir, this is Corporal Bunduk at the main gate. A Marine assault shuttle's just landed on the hard stand. A spacer officer wearing Commodore's uniform is heading for the gate. Okay, Corporal, thank you. That'll be Commodore Wu. Please escort him to the administration building. I'll meet him here. Aye, aye, sir. Steve was waiting outside the main entrance as Wu came up. He saluted smartly. Welcome to Karsaba Depot, sir. Wu returned the courtesy. Thank you, Senior Lieutenant. He looked around at the hustle and bustle. Everyone is hard at work, I see. I thought the Quanjin Spacers were running this place in conjunction with a few Marines. What are all the Colonial Guards doing here? They're taking over from the Spacers, sir. The Marines will stay here to coordinate things with one of their officers in command, but the Spacers will be heading up to the freighter in orbit. What you're seeing now is the normal activity of the depot doubled because of having to show our reliefs how we've been doing things. A busy morning for you, then. Do you have time to speak with me privately? Steve couldn't restrain a snort of amusement. When a flag officer wanted to talk, his wish was as good as a command. My office is available, sir. It's nothing much, but it will do. Lead the way. Aye, aye, sir. Wu sniffed as he entered the office. Is that coffee I smell? I brewed a pot less than half an hour ago, sir. There's still plenty left if you'd like some. Yes, please. The locals serve coffee so thick you could use it for axle grease. Cups in hand, they sat down in the two chairs in front of Steve's battered, scarred desk. Wu began. I spent half an hour talking with the Excellensari this morning. He thinks very highly of you indeed. Steve flushed a little. Well, I'm glad, sir, but I think there's a bit of hero worship involved. He may be making too much of his rescue. I do not think so, and neither does Lieutenant Colonel Batista or Major Emery. I spent half an hour with them, and I paid a visit to the Quanjin Charge d'Affaires as well. Steve's eyebrows rose. Oh, you've been busy, sir. Yes, I have, and that is why I am here. Your relationship with the Dragon Tong obviously goes a lot further than mere casual contact. I'm not suggesting you're a member, of course. Mr. Zhang adamantly denied the very thought, and I have no reason to disbelieve him. Nevertheless, I find it more than a little intriguing that so many hardened criminals, and let's face it, that is what those spacers are, no matter how professional they may be, jumped every time you said frog and lent you their assistance to rescue the hostages when there was nothing in it for them at all, after first refusing to help. Clearly you have some kind of hold or influence over them. It cannot be just your leadership qualities, good though they undoubtedly are. So, what is it? Steve flinched inwardly. Ever since he'd joined the fleet, he'd been afraid someone would ask this question. He said slowly, I'm sorry, sir, but that is a private matter. It does not concern the fleet. Wu looked sharply at him. The fact that I am asking the question proves that it does. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not able to discuss it. Wu stared at him in disbelief. And if I make it a direct order? Steve looked at him impassively. Then I guess I'm going to get another reprimand on my file, sir, or even a court-martial, but given that I already have the first and I've been all but promised the second by Captain Davis, I don't suppose second doses of the same medicines will harm my career any more than it's already been damaged. I already knew prior to this discussion that I no longer have a future in the fleet. This will simply double down on that. Steve knew he couldn't keep the bitterness out of his voice, but found that he no longer cared. Wu slammed down his coffee mug hard enough to slosh some of its contents over the rim and onto the desk. He opened his mouth to speak, his face dark with anger, but visibly restrained himself. He sat back slowly, looking intently at Steve, clearly thinking hard. Steve stared right back at him. After the events of the past few weeks, particularly those of the previous evening, many of his former priorities no longer seemed important. At last, Wu said slowly, "Let us forget that last exchange. Can you put aside your resentment against Captain Davis and give me the benefit of the doubt? Will you listen with an open mind?" Steve blinked. For so senior an officer to be so conciliatory in the face of such defiance meant that this really was important. I'll try, sir." "Very well. Let me set this out from my perspective as a professional intelligence officer. Amongst other things, I've been involved with the fight against piracy for a long time. I have also learned something about the dragon tongue over the years. The fleet seldom has anything to do with them except when they try to smuggle goods onto or off planets whose security we help safeguard. I know they operate several space freight lines, owning scores of spaceships. Some of them we've identified, others are still unknown. The Tong's largely a closed book to law enforcement because of their rigorous security, but one thing we do know is that they're strongly opposed to piracy because their ships have been victims of pirates from time to time." Steve couldn't help grinning. Usually it's a mistake the pirates in question don't get to make twice, sir. The Dragon's methods of retaliation are pretty permanent, not only as punishment, but as an example to teach other would-be pirates to leave their ships and crews alone. They make sure to leave a few survivors every time to spread the word. As a result, they don't have much trouble. I can see how that would get their point across. Wu covered a slight smile with his hand, watching Steve carefully all the time. The fact that you know that much about them also indicates a better-than-passing acquaintance with them. He waited for an answer, but none came. Shrugging, he continued. I was hoping very much to use your ties to the Tong to find out whether they'd be willing to provide the fleet with information about piracy. If anyone in the settled galaxy is in a position to provide such intelligence, it is them, and we are in a position to make better use of it than almost anyone else, which would benefit them as well as space commerce in general. You seem to have influence with them at a level I have never encountered before outside criminal circles, and that is why I am so interested in finding out more." Steve was silent, thinking hard, and Wu waited patiently. At last Steve said softly, "Sir, may I suggest we continue this discussion in your shuttle?" He looked the Commodore in the eye while tapping his ear gently with a finger. Wu's eyes widened. He clearly understood Steve's warning. Very well." They walked out of the admin building across to the main gate and out onto the hardstand. When they reached the assault shuttle, Wu invited the pilot and loadmaster to go into the depot and get some coffee and refreshments from the Marines. "I will call you when I am ready to proceed." "Aye, aye, sir." The pilot acknowledged, his voice puzzled, but he and the loadmaster headed for the gates. As they did so, Steve used the control panel to raise the rear ramp and lock himself and Wu inside. Then he checked all the internal recorders to ensure they were switched off. The Commodore's eyebrows rose again as he watched him. Wu pulled down a seat in the load compartment. As Steve joined him, he said, "Very well, Lieutenant. We are alone in a Marine assault shuttle. I presume that is the most secure environment around here." "Yes, sir. There's an overriding condition to this discussion. It is that this conversation must remain between the two of us, off the record, and must never, and I say again, never be discussed with anyone else inside or outside the fleet. It's got to be totally, absolutely confidential. You need to understand that there are no exceptions to that, sir. If the Tong ever learns about this conversation, it may kill you, and I mean that quite literally, and it will kill me for sure." Wu gazed at him in astonishment. "You are serious, are you not?" Steve nodded soberly. The Commodore thought for a moment, and then sighed. "I may regret this, but very well, Lieutenant. You have my word. This is off the record and strictly private." Oh, thank you, sir. It is a long story. It started 13 and a half years ago. It took Steve almost half an hour to describe his first encounters with the Dragon and Lotus tongs on Earth's cargo terminal, his unwitting acquisition of the jade knife, and how with Bosun Cardle's help he'd learned what it really was. He explained how he'd approached the Dragon tong on Vesta to save his life after learning that others were looking for the knife, and how he'd fooled the tong into thinking he'd been looking for it on their behalf for over a decade. "And all this time you've had it in your possession?" Wu demanded, clearly fascinated by the tale. "Yes, sir, safely locked away where no one would be likely to find it." "Couldn't you have found an opportunity to get rid of it before this?" "Well, not if I wanted to trade the knife for information, sir. I'll say more about that in a moment. I've spent the last decade building up the best cover story I could. If the tong ever suspects that I've had it since Old Home Earth, they won't listen to any excuses. They'll regard me as a double-crosser and come after me with everything they've got. I've worked hard to build up an unimpeachable story of how I looked for and eventually found it, and that's going to culminate in a handover very soon. In fact, sir, I was making arrangements to do that on Cassius when I was recalled to my ship to come here." Steve didn't think it wise to inform the Commodore that the knife was in LCS Sibeli's safe right now. Despite his promise, he might be tempted to seize it and use it as a bargaining counter with the tong for information about piracy, but that would leave Steve out in the cold. "By the way, sir, my relationship with the tong has already helped you once. Remember how on Midrash the police were surprised to receive information from an anonymous source about whose comm circuits to tap in order to learn more about the smuggling and assassination attempt?" "Yes, I remember. Was that you?" "It was the tongs, sir. I made contact with their local representative and asked for help. They wouldn't normally assist law enforcement at all, but thanks to my relationship with them, they unbent in that specific instance to help keep me alive. And that's why it won't help to ask them to provide information to the fleet, sir. They won't normally help any law enforcement or related agency or authority. That's just the way it is. However, I already have an initial and tentative commitment from one of their leaders on Vesta that if I find the knife for them when I need it, in other words, when I'm in a position to do something concrete about it, they'll consider providing me with information about pirates and piracy in my personal capacity. And that's what I meant about trading the knife for information." Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That is magnificent. If it pans out, you could be the best-informed officer in fleet history when it comes to piracy." Steve shook his head. Not after Captain Davis's reprimand and threats of court-martial, sir. When I made the decision to try to rescue the hostages, I accepted then and there that my fleet career was over. After all, he'd promised to court-martial me for any further breach of his orders. I'll still ask the tong for information, and I'll still use it against pirates. I owe that to Vince Cardle. However, I'll do so as a private citizen running my own operation. "A private citizen will never be able to afford all the resources that the fleet can provide," the Commodore objected, frowning. "Well, yes, sir, but I'll be able to afford more than most, thanks to the prize money my wife and I earned at Rolla. We own a very nice home, free and clear. We are debt-free, and we got over 20 million credits in the bank. I wasn't going to accept the reward for the jade knife, but given my present situation, I'll ask the tong to give me a ship instead of the money and help me to fit it out as an anti-pirate vessel." Wu's eyes were bright with interest. "A Q ship, you mean?" "Yes, sir. She'll look like any other tramp freighter, but carry concealed missiles, laser cannon, and sensors. Any pirate attacking her will find the tables turned before he can figure out what's happened. Once I have her, it'll be up to me to make my fight against piracy pay for itself. The more I capture from them, the more I'll have available to fund future operations." "But where will you base your ship? Commonwealth planets generally don't issue operating licenses for armed spaceships to civilians." Oh, yes, sir, but I'm willing to bet Rolla will give me one and grant me basing facilities after what happened there a couple of years ago. And if not, after rescuing the excellent Sari, I suspect I won't have much trouble getting a license to operate from Karabakh. And then finally there's Quanjin itself, or another planet where the dragons have influence. Merchant Spacer scuttlebutt is that there are at least half a dozen planets, maybe twice as many, that will bend over backwards to help the Tong. A word from them should open quite a few doors to me. Wu nodded slowly. You seem to have thought of everything. Having seen your initiative and competence in action at Midrash and again here, I have no doubt that you will succeed, but only on a small scale compared to what you could achieve with all the resources of the fleet available to you. Well, yes, sir, but with a reprimand like Captain Davis's on my record and his promise of a court-martial, you know as well as I do that I may as well accept the inevitable and resign my commission. I have no future in the fleet anymore. And if that were to change? Steve looked at him for a long moment. I don't see how it can change, sir. Even if I'm not court-martialed or found not guilty, the competition for advancement is so stiff that with a reprimand like that on my record, no matter how well I've done elsewhere, it's going to be like an anchor holding me back. No selection board is ever going to recommend me for promotion again. You have a point, but reprimands can be withdrawn and their after effects can be offset by other factors. The Commodore thought for a moment. I cannot make any promises right now, but I think that within 3 months I can provide you with proof positive that your career is not only intact, but flourishing. Will you give me 3 months? Now it was Steve's turn to think hard. I guess I have to, sir. If you're prepared to go to what must be a heck of a lot of trouble on my behalf, the least I can do is give you a chance to make it work. Wu exhaled in relief. Thank you. There is an ulterior motive behind my offer. If I can turn things around, I want you to work with me in Buentel, using what you learn in your personal capacity from the Dragon Tong to help our anti-piracy operations overall. Also, by rescuing the excellent Sari, you have gained an inside line to Karabakh's royal family. I spoke with him this morning about that. It is a wonderful opportunity for us, through you, to boost cooperation with Karabakh against piracy in this part of the settled galaxy where it is a real problem. By using your connections to the Dragon Tong and Karabakh, Buentel may make better progress than we have for a long time. In return for your cooperation and top performance, I will guarantee you plenty of opportunities for advancement, including early command responsibilities. You will work for me directly for at least the first couple of years. Interested? Steve grinned, suddenly feeling enormously relieved. How can I refuse an offer like that, sir? Good man. I will provide initial evidence of my bona fides this very day. You will know it when you see it. Steve wanted to ask what Wu had in mind, but decided discretion was the better part of valor at a time like this. He settled for, "Thank you, sir, and I apologize for any offense caused by my earlier remarks. I'm afraid I wasn't at my best." "No, you were not. We will put it down to post-combat stress, and forget you said anything. Thank you, sir. Very well. Give me back my pilot and loadmaster. I've got a lot more work to do today." Captain Davis and his Department of State advisor, Mr. Mixon, were waiting in the captain's office when Commodore Wu was shown in, escorted by LCS Matapan's executive officer. "Good to see you again, gentlemen," Wu said briskly as they sat down. "Thank you for making time to see me." "You said it was urgent, sir," the captain pointed out uneasily. "Yes, it is. I've had discussions with Governor Sirhan and the excellent Sari yesterday and this morning. I am afraid they put the two of you in a very difficult position." Alarm showed in both men's faces. "Why us in particular, sir?" Mixon asked apprehensively. "Well, two reasons. The first is that both the governor and Excellency feel under an obligation to Senior Lieutenant Maxwell because he rescued first the Excellency and then the governor's wife. They take your criticism of him very personally. And that leads to the second point, Captain. Your conversation with Maxwell following the attack on the supply depot at Karsamba. You used a radio circuit. The Esquishi authorities recorded it." The captain sat bolt upright. "But, sir, how could they do that? Why?" The Commodore shook his head. "During the Second Global War on Old Home Earth, the German Wehrmacht had a saying, 'Alle Funkverkehr ist Landverrat.' It means that all radio traffic is a betrayal of one's country. It was intended to drive home the point that an enemy can glean information from any radio transmission, not just its contents, which they may or may not be able to read, but also call signs, traffic patterns, code changes, and so on. As you can imagine, we take that very seriously in Buentel. In this case, forces planetside were monitoring all channels to listen to what the rebels were saying to each other. It is hardly surprising they picked up your transmission as well, particularly because you failed to encrypt it." He looked at him severely. The captain went white. I thought using the Marines' frequency hopping network meant that wasn't necessary, sir." "It is if listeners have frequency hopping receivers with AI software that can predict and follow the movement of transmissions up and down the spectrum. That has opened up a real can of worms because while reprimanding Maxwell, you said, and I quote verbatim, 'I don't care about the hostages, neither does the Department of State,' unquote." I don't recall using those words, sir." "You did," Wu sighed theatrically. "The governor was furious. It seems that not only was his wife one of the hostages about which you said you and State don't care, but she is also the Sultan's cousin and very close to him. They grew up together. Sirhan warned me that when the Excellency mentions that conversation to his father, the Sultan is going to be livid. He will almost certainly instruct Karbach's Ministry of Foreign Affairs to take it up with the Commonwealth's Department of State. If that happens, I am sure I don't need to tell either of you that your careers are going to be so much chopped liver." There was a long silence in the office. Both men were staring wide-eyed at the Commodore, unblinking as if they'd been hypnotized. At last Mr. Mixon said, his voice hoarse, Can you persuade the governor and the Excellency not to do that, Commodore?" "I do not know, but I am going to try," Wu answered frankly. "I might be able to persuade the governor, but the Excellency is much younger. He's more emotional, less diplomatically minded. I have asked him to allow me to accompany him to Karbach so I can work on him during the journey and call in a few favors I am owed from my last visit there 3 years ago. It will take all the influence I have got to succeed, and I am going to need your help to do so, Captain." Davis sounded almost pathetically eager. "What do you want me to do, sir?" "I need you to formally withdraw the reprimand you issued for Senior Lieutenant Maxwell's file. It has to be done by signal within the next half hour, and I need a certified copy of the signal to take planetside with me to show to the governor and Excellency. That will remove one reason for their anger. The rest will take all the powers of persuasion I can muster. Now, fortunately, I have a lot of negotiating experience, and given time, I think something can be worked out." Davis' face went red. "But, sir, that'll mean Maxwell will get away with disregarding my orders. What will that do to discipline in the fleet when it becomes known?" The Commodore slowly nodded. "I can see how that would upset you, Captain. However, consider the perspective of the fleet. It can certainly act against a junior officer in whom it hasn't yet invested a great deal, despite his heroics here and there. However, by doing so, it risks destroying the career of a senior officer with twice as much service, who has already demonstrated command abilities and may possibly attain flag rank one day." "Not if I can help it," he thought grimly to himself. "I will be making an entry on your confidential record about this. How the hell did you reach the rank of captain with such poor judgment and without learning to keep your tongue under control? The fleet's invested far more in your career to date than it has in Senior Lieutenant Maxwell's," he continued, his face showing nothing of his thoughts. "And it doesn't like to waste such investments. There's also the question of a senior advisor from the Department of State. I'm sure people of Mr. Mixon's caliber are not common. Is it worth seeing 2 such careers destroyed merely to make an example of a much more junior and less important officer?" "I take your point, sir." Davis's voice and face were worried. "Well, thank you for thinking about my situation, sir, but what about the medal?" Mixon asked petulantly. "If Maxwell gets away with disobeying orders and receives the Commonwealth's second highest award for gallantry in action into the bargain, the fleet will laugh its collective head off." "He's right, sir," the captain affirmed indignantly. "We can't have that." Wu pretended to think for a moment. "You will have to forward the medal citation to the sector admiral on Cassius, of course, as per regulations. I suggest you do so as impartially as possible, choosing your words with care so as to neither support nor oppose it. Leave the decision up to her. In my capacity as a special envoy from the Board of Admiralty, I'll have a private word with her. I give you my word, Maxwell will not be awarded the Lancastrian Star in Gold for his actions on Esquishi. But by handling the situation like this, you cannot be accused of having blocked the award out of spite." He made very sure to keep a straight face as he spoke. All that mattered was for his audience to take his words at face value without considering what he might not be saying. Davis relaxed, and a smile crossed his features. "Well, that should do it, sir. Thank you for finding a way out of this that protects us." "Senior officers have to work together for the good of the fleet, Captain," the Commodore said sententiously. "It is the least that I can do. In fact, Mr. Mixon, it might be best for you to reinforce the perception that you are neutral in this affair, too. How about submitting a memorandum to Captain Davis suggesting that some form of recognition for Senior Lieutenant Maxwell might be appropriate? Do not be specific. Put it in vague, general terms. The captain can include your memorandum when he forwards the Marines nomination to the sector admiral, also using vague, general terms. It'll make both of you look good, and I will take care of business on the receiving end." "Well, of course, Commodore, I will be glad to help," the state representative gushed, relief written all over his face. "Well, thank you, Captain Davis. If you will be so kind as to prepare that signal withdrawing your reprimand of Senior Lieutenant Maxwell, we need to get it out at once. In fact, I will help you draft it. I will use it to calm down the governor. The excellent Sari will take much more effort, I'm afraid. He is young and hot-headed, after all, but I will have a few days to work on him on the way to Karabakh." Steve emerged from the airlock into LCS Sibeli's docking bay and saluted the Commonwealth flag below the ship's crest on the bulkhead. He felt a stab of renewed sadness as he remembered that the last time he'd done so, Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear had come aboard with him. The NCO on duty snapped to attention behind her counter. "Welcome back, sir." Her smile held genuine warmth. "We've heard all about what you've been doing planetside. Well done, sir." "Thanks, P.O. It's good to be aboard again." "Commander Doibro sends her compliments, sir. You're to report to her office at once, please." "Very well. You can let her orderly know that I'm on my way. Would you have one of your working party take my dunnage to my cabin, please?" He gestured at his bags as they emerged from the cargo handling mechanism. "Aye, aye, sir." As he rode the high-speed walkway forward to the administrative offices, Steve glanced over his number 2 uniform. It had come through his time planetside in reasonable condition, but it had not been cleaned since he left the ship. It wasn't up to his usual standards, or Commander Doibro's. Given the opportunity, he'd have changed before seeing the CO, but her summons left no room for discretion. The orderly on duty, a petty officer first class, was seated at a desk in the anteroom of the commanding officer's suite. He smiled as Steve walked in. "Good afternoon, sir. The commander's expecting you." He pressed a button on the comm unit on the desk. "The navigating officer has arrived, ma'am." Doibro's familiar voice came over the speaker. "Oh, send him in, please." "Aye, aye, ma'am." Steve crossed the carpet to her desk and came to attention as the orderly closed the door behind him. "Senior Lieutenant Maxwell reports to the commanding officer as ordered, ma'am." "Good afternoon, Lieutenant. Take a seat." She smiled at him and reached into a drawer of her desk as he sat down. "This arrived a couple of hours ago. I thought you would like to see it at once." She handed him a printed copy of a signal. Steve read it and was unable to hold back a broad grin of satisfaction. It had an operational immediate priority, but was not an operational message. Instead, it stated baldly that the reprimand placed on his record by Captain Davis had been issued on the basis of incorrect information. Now that the information had been corrected, it had become clear that the reprimand was unwarranted. It was therefore withdrawn with immediate effect and should be expunged from his record. That is Commodore Wu's work," he thought, grinning. "He said he'd provide evidence of his bona fides and that I'd know it when I saw it. This has to be it." However, all he allowed himself to say aloud was, "I am very glad to read this, ma'am." "So am I. Needless to say, I've already removed the reprimand from your record." "Well, thank you, ma'am." "Now that you're back, I'm going to send you straight out again." She picked up a thick envelope from the desk and handed it to him. "This contains documents and memory chips for Commodore Wu. He's already aboard the Excellency's communications frigate, preparing to depart for Karabakh. He'll take these from you and, in return, give you a similar package to bring back here. We'll deliver it to the Sector Admiral on Cassius for further distribution." "Aye, aye, ma'am." "You'll also deliver the Commodore's personal steward and his baggage to the frigate. While you're there, the Excellency wants to say goodbye to you." "Aye, aye, ma'am." "You wanted to see the Quanjin spacers before they left, so I suggest you go on to their ship from the frigate. You'd better ask the galley to pack meals for yourself and your pilot, because I doubt you'll be back here in time for supper." "Aye, aye, ma'am, and thank you. What are our ship's intended movements?" "We should finish offloading supplies for the engineers by tomorrow afternoon, following which we'll head back to Cassius for the next load. I'm told we're going to make 2 or 3 more round trips with relief supplies, then load everyone and all their equipment and take them back to Cassius. I expect that'll keep us busy for the next 2 months or more." She heaved a sigh. "So much for our extended liberty period. We'll just have to wait until this is over. On the other hand, we'll need more maintenance than usual after our extended period of hard work, so we may end up with twice as long in dockyard hands and twice as much liberty." "Here's hoping, ma'am." Steve rose to his feet. "I'd better change into a fresh uniform before I see the Commodore. I've also got to get something out of the ship safe." "A good idea." She nodded toward the signal he held in his hand. "I suspect Commodore Wu is in your corner, having got to know him during the voyage here. I can assure you there are no flies on that man." "Well, I'm very glad to hear it, ma'am." Inwardly, Steve hugged Wu's promise to himself. If the Commodore had achieved this much already, it was a very good omen for what he might accomplish over the next 3 months. With luck, Wu would be back by the time Sibeli finished her final round trip to Iskishi, and then Steve would find out what the next few years might hold in store. July 12th, 2850 Galactic Standard Calendar, evening. Steve was surprised to find the Excellency and the Commodore waiting for him in the communication frigate's docking bay. The space seemed cramped, diminutive after Sibeli's spacious facilities, but then he reminded himself the transport outmassed the frigate many times over. He drew himself to attention and saluted the Karabakh flag on the bulkhead, then turned to the Excellency. For a moment he was nonplussed. He was senior in military rank to the prince, so technically the younger man should salute him. But on a Karabakh ship, fleet protocol might not be in effect. To add to his confusion, the prince was wearing a civilian suit. The Commodore saw his confusion and stepped in. "Here the Excellency ranks as a prince of the blood," he said with a smile. "Both of us salute him." "Oh, thank you, sir." Steve grinned as he saluted Iskander, and the prince laughed aloud as he gave a half bow in acknowledgement. "As far as I am concerned, Lieutenant, I will always owe you a salute. After all, I would not be alive to salute anyone or return any salutes without your help." Steve made a dismissive gesture. "Now that's in the past, Excellency. Protocol is forever." "Do I not know it?" They shared a rueful glance before Steve turned to the Commodore and saluted him. "Thanks for the evidence you provided this afternoon, sir. I look forward to seeing what happens in 3 months' time. I brought this for you from Commander Doibro," and he handed him the envelope. "Your steward and dunnage are aboard the cutter as well." "Excellent. I do not have an office aboard this ship, but if you will excuse me for a moment, I will take this to my cabin to check whether there's anything needing attention on my part before we leave in an hour. I will bring an envelope back for you to deliver to the commander." "Yes, sir. Let me call your steward, and he can bring your baggage to the cabin." All was bustle for a few moments as the cutter pilot helped the steward unload the Commodore's bags. Then the two of them set off down the main passage. The prince watched them go before turning back to Steve. "The Commodore tells me that if the Sultan, my father, approves of what you did, he might allow me to attend training courses with the Marines at your sector base on Cassius, or even on Lancaster itself, and what's more, he says that if the Commonwealth concludes an anti-piracy accord with Karabakh, there may be opportunities for joint missions, Karabakh personnel serving aboard fleet ships and vice versa. Wouldn't it be fun if we could serve together one day?" "Oh, I'd enjoy that very much. Who knows, in a few years you could be leading a company of your troops in boarding operations from my ship. I promise you, I will do everything I can to make that happen. The governor has also spoken about that. He's written to my father praising your actions and suggesting that in the light of the fleet's assistance to Iskishi, it might be appropriate to consider closer ties as a gesture of gratitude." Well, let's hope his arguments are persuasive. I think they will be, and I will do my best to support them. What is next for you? I'm on my way to say goodbye to the Quanjin Spacers. They're also leaving tonight. Steve decided it would not be appropriate to mention the jade knife now resting in his briefcase inside the cutter, chained securely to his seat. After that, my ship has to finish unloading her cargo, and then it's back to Cassius to collect another load. We'll be shuttling between here and there for the next couple of months. The young man frowned. Oh, surely it must be terribly boring for a man of action like you to be stuck making cargo runs. Oh, not at all. Steve's voice was very serious. Remember, amateurs study tactics. Professional military people study logistics. Sibeli is an integral part of our logistics chain. It's impossible for a major fleet like ours to conduct space warfare, including security operations like those of the Marines on Askeshi, without having many more support vessels than it has warships. There are no supply depots or warehouses in space. We have to bring everything with us or rendezvous with resupply vessels. Operations like this are valuable training for what will happen in wartime, and what's more, I'll serve on warships again in the future, and knowing the logistics involved in our operations will help me plan them better and make the best use of available resources. Oh, I see. From that perspective, your job certainly makes a lot more sense. Well, it's that way for all fleet officers. More than half our career assignments, both shipboard and planetside, will be to logistics, support, training posts, so that we bring our operational experience to them and take our knowledge of them back to our operational units. We've been rotating our personnel like that for a very long time. It keeps the whole fleet on its toes and also gives us a chance to relax with our families for extended periods in between off-planet assignments. I will keep that in mind when it comes to my own future postings. Will you stay in the military or take up royal duties in due course? The Excellensari shrugged. I am the youngest son, so there are not many duties left over after they have been divided between my two brothers and my sister. I expect I will stay in the military for at least the next 5 to 10 years. After that, we will see what my father has in mind. They heard footsteps approaching down the corridor, and the Commodore came into the docking bay once more. Here you are, he said cheerfully, holding out an envelope to Steve. Please give that to Commander Doibro. Distribution instructions are inside. Aye, aye, sir. All right, young man, I will see you again in 2 to 3 months, by which time I hope to have interesting news for you. Steve was surprised to find another reception committee waiting for him in the freighter's docking bay. It comprised both captains and both first mates, as well as Mr. Zhang and Mr. Kwok, the pilot who'd been with him aboard the cargo shuttle. Captain Shun, as the senior man, spoke first. Welcome aboard, Lieutenant Maxwell. I understand we have you to thank for the gift of this ship. Oh, no, sir. I merely suggested it. It was the governor's decision. That may be so, but I doubt he'd have thought of it without your prompting. And once again, we owe you our thanks. Steve smiled. And I owe you mine. Without all of you, I couldn't have achieved much either planetside or on the cargo shuttle, much less survived. He patted the briefcase in his other hand. Can we talk privately somewhere? I have something else for you. Zhang's eyes flared with excitement. Is it not here? Steve warned hastily. Of course, Chung agreed, but his voice was trembling too. Let us go to the bridge. There's a meeting room opening off it. We can talk in privacy there. They took the high-speed conveyor forward. As they passed several entrances to personnel pods inserted into the ship's cargo holds, Steve was unsurprised to see 2 Quanjin spacers guarding each one. They were armed with Askeshi-issue carbines, obviously to help control the rebels and their families inside if necessary. I'm surprised the authorities let you bring your weapons aboard, he commented. I'd have thought they'd want them back. They probably did, but we did not ask their permission. They let us load the cutters to bring us up to orbit, so we simply loaded a little more than the manifest indicated. Steve smothered a chuckle. He didn't blame the Dragon Tongue members at all. For the next couple of weeks, they'd have to control over 1,000 rebels and their families, then disembark them on a planet they'd never heard of and knew nothing about. The weapons might be needed to keep order during the process, not to mention making sure the passengers left the ship whether they wanted to or not once they realized the nature of the planet Byram had chosen for them. The bridge was manned by an anchor watch. The 3 spacers on duty snapped to attention as Captain Shun led the way inside. As you were, he told them. We are going to use the meeting room. Crossing to it, he held the door open for the others, then followed them inside and closed it as they sat down. Steve took a chair at the foot of the table, instinctively leaving the place of honor for Captain Shun. He laid his briefcase on the table, opened it, and took out a long, thin, cloth-wrapped bundle. "I've been searching for this for over a decade," he began. "I promised the Dragon Tongue I'd do my best to follow leads related to my late mentor, Bosun Vince Cardle. At long last, they have paid off, gentlemen." And he unwrapped the cloth. "As far as I know, you are the first members of your Tong ever to lay eyes on the jade knife of Lei Sequoia." There was deathly silence around the table. All their eyes were fixed on the knife. They didn't even dare to breathe, it seemed to Steve, in case it might blow away. He grinned inwardly as he picked up the knife, walked to the head of the table, and handed it to Chun. The captain took it from him gingerly, then carefully drew the ancient blade from its wooden scabbard. He held it up in the light as his eyes filled with tears. "He's actually crying," Steve thought in astonishment as he returned to his seat. "They all are. It's as if a choir of contemplative monks had been allowed to touch the relic of a saint. They're having a religious experience." In total silence, Chun passed the knife to Captain Q on his right. One by one, the officers passed the knife down and around the table, each one holding it reverently for a moment. Two of them went so far as to kiss its hilt. Eventually it made its way to Mr. Zhang, sitting at Shung's left. "Lieutenant Maxwell," he husked, his eyes leaking moisture, "I can never thank you enough for this moment to hold the knife of one of our 5 founders. It is a gift, a grace that I'd never have believed possible. This will become the most sacred relic of our Tong," Chun promised solemnly. "We will take it back to Quanjin and present it to the council and the mountain master." Steve knew that was the ancient title of the head of the Tong. "We will also make sure they know how much we owe to you, not only for this knife, but for our lives. Without you, we would still be stuck on Askishi in constant danger from the rebellion and with no way off planet." "Well, I am grateful to have been of assistance," Steve said quietly. "I'd be dead without you, and I know it. And there's something more." They all looked at him inquiringly as he sat down again. "Mr. Zhang tells me the reward for finding this knife now stands at 20,000 gold taels." "That is right," the Chargé confirmed. "You will soon be very rich." "No. I want the Tong to use that reward in other ways. First, I would like every man who served aboard the rebels' cargo shuttle to receive 500 taels. They all risked their lives to help me, and I am very grateful. I'd like them to have an additional reward over and above their share of the proceeds from the sale of this ship. I also want to give 250 taels each to the cutter crew who put themselves in danger to help us rescue the hostages. The balance of the reward should be used to help the families of your comrades who died on Askishi, particularly for the education of their children." Everyone around the table was goggling at him as if he were some strange alien creature. First Mate Kuhn managed to say, "You are giving away more money than most of us will ever see in our lifetimes." "Money is not everything, Mr. Kuhn. It is not nearly as important as the friendship, assistance, and support of the Dragon Tong have been to me. This is my way of thanking you all." The other nodded slowly. "I once said that you might be a better human being than I. I am sure of it now." "Well, thanks for saying that. Steve said simply. He knew it wouldn't be appropriate to tell them how he and Abba had discussed the reward before they married. They'd both felt that accepting blood money would not be morally right, and a lot of blood had been shed over the jade knife. He'd have used the reward to get his own ship if he'd had to leave the fleet, but that looked like it wouldn't be necessary now. Donating it like this would help to cement his good relations with the Tong. In that sense, it was an investment in his future. Zhang said slowly, "This puts the Tong even more deeply in your debt, Lieutenant. The Mountain Master and his council will have to consider how to repay you if so great a series of obligations can ever be repaid. Mr. Zhang, all I ask is that the Tong should agree to my request, first made more than a decade ago, to provide information that will help me in my fight against pirates. I expect to have more opportunities for that in future as I rise to command ships and lead larger forces. Your information will help my career, and the way I use it will help the Tong by reducing the threat to your ships and to space commerce overall." "I am sure that something will be arranged," Shun assured him. "I will speak to the council personally to argue your case." He was still fondling the jade knife in his hands, turning it over and over, handling it with the same delicate care he'd lavish on a newborn baby. "Thank you, Captain." Steve passed the cloth wrapping up the table to him, and Shun folded the knife into it. "I will put this in the ship's safe," he said, looking around the table, "and we will mount an armed guard over it at all times until we get to Quanjin. All of us, the entire crew, and you as well, Zhang, will take it to the council chambers to hand it over." Everyone bowed their heads toward him. "As for you, Senior Lieutenant, you are not a member of our Tong, but by default you became one of us on Iskishi. We owe you far more than we can ever put into words. I am going to ask the council to recognize that by establishing what I will call a fellowship. For want of a better word, we will call ourselves the Comrades of the Knife in honor of this blade." And he held up the jade knife. "If you are ever in danger or in need of assistance, whatever it may be, send word to us on Quanjin. We will do all we can to help you. On behalf of all my comrades and shipmates, I make this promise on the honor of the Tong." A murmur of approval and assent ran around the table. Steve couldn't help a gulp of astonishment. He knew how seriously the Tong took its honor. Every one of its members was pledged and sworn to give his or her life rather than betray it. He managed to say, "Thank you, Captain. I am truly honored to be numbered among your fellowship like this." They accompanied Shun as he led them to the ship's safe in an office next to the captain's suite, secured the knife in it, and summoned 2 armed spacers to stand guard over it. Thereafter, they escorted Steve back to the docking bay. "I wish you safe and prosperous voyages," Shun told him as they shook hands. "Yours may not be prosperous in the same way ours are, of course, but I hope you find plenty of prize money, just not from Dragon Tong ships." And they all laughed. "Well, with your help, I will try to capture as many ships as possible from rival Tongs and Triads," Steve assured him with a grin. "That will be very satisfactory." They were still smiling and waving as the airlock closed behind him. September 17th through 20th, 2850, Galactic Standard Calendar. LCS Sibeli emerged at the Cassius system boundary in a flare of electrogravitic energy from her final hyper-jump. "Navigator to command, we have arrived in our planned position, ma'am," Steve reported to Commander Doibro from the navigation desk as he checked the astrogation computers. "Estimated time to orbit is 17.2 hours. "Command to Navigator, thank you. Break. Command to communications. Send our arrival signal and load manifest. Communications to command. Aye, ma'am. Steve grinned to himself. Cibele was filled to overflowing with the equipment used by the Marine engineers on Esquishi over the past 3 months, plus some from the Marine Reaction Force Battalion. As often happened on such deployments, there seemed to be more hardware to bring back than had been shipped in the first place. He wondered idly how many cases of Esquishi's distilled fruit liqueurs were stashed in various hidey holes. The visiting forces had reportedly used their Lancastrian Commonwealth credits to buy as much as they could afford, hard currency offering them a significant negotiating advantage in the marketplace, so much so that the governor had complained about a rapidly developing shortage. Furthermore, spacers and Marines had a well-deserved reputation for being experts at sneaking such contraband past customs officials. Commander Doibro rose to her feet, stretching. That was the last Esquishi round trip, thank heavens. Now it's an overhaul for the ship and 2 weeks' liberty for all of us while she's in dockyard hands. The entire OPSEN team grinned in anticipation. The crew swung into action, preparing equipment, containers, and bulk cargo for offloading, updating lists of supplies needed from stores, reviewing defect lists for attention from the dockyard, and, last but by no means least, making their own preparations for their extended liberty period. There hadn't been much opportunity for relaxation since they'd been recalled to the ship for their first emergency run to Esquishi, and they fully intended to make up for lost time. What's more, with 3 months' pay burning holes in their pockets, they could afford to, and being a fleet sector base, Cassius had many establishments ready, willing, and eager to separate them from their money as painlessly as possible in return for a good time. As well as being navigator, Steve was also Cibele's small craft officer, thanks to his extensive experience with gigs, cutters, and shuttles as a pilot and instructor. He was checking the ship's 2 cargo shuttles, making sure they were ready to begin transshipping freight as soon as they arrived in orbit, when his comm unit buzzed. Senior Lieutenant Maxwell speaking. The commander's familiar voice came over the speaker. Lieutenant, please report to me in my office immediately. Aye, ma'am, he replied automatically, thinking, she doesn't sound happy about something. Have I screwed up somehow? He found the executive officer waiting in Commander Doibro's office as well. He braced to attention, but before he could report his arrival in conventional form, she waved her hand impatiently. Thanks for coming straight up, Lieutenant. Sit down, please. Aye, ma'am. Steve sat down next to Lieutenant Commander Bell. You'd better read this. She handed him a printed signal. Steve read it, and his jaw dropped. I don't understand, ma'am. My appointment to Cibele was for 2 years. It still has 15 months to run. That is what I thought, too, but the powers that be have clearly changed their minds. You're detached from the ship with effect from the 20th of this month. On that date, you'll report to the Sector Admiral's office at 10 in number 1 uniform with medals. Any idea what's going on? No, ma'am, none at all, unless it's something to do with Commodore Wu. Aha! I'd forgotten about him in the press of other events. You may be right. It may also have something to do with the Karabakh communications frigate that's in a parking orbit around Cassius, ma'am, Bell observed, sounding intrigued. Governor Sirhan was talking about awards for the Marine Battalion and engineers. That's had long enough to work its way through the system by now and be approved. Well, yes, but that wouldn't necessitate detaching Lieutenant Maxwell from the ship, she objected. I don't like this at all, Lieutenant. You performed exceptionally well, and I'd hate to lose you. It's been an honor to serve under your command, ma'am, Steve replied very sincerely, and she sighed. Oh, well, this isn't the first time something like this has happened, and it won't be the last. You'd better begin preparing all your responsibilities for handover. Exec detail other officers to take over Lieutenant Maxwell's various duties on a temporary basis until we see what sort of replacement they're going to give us. You and I will also have to prepare his separation assessment and evaluation report." "Well, thank you for everything, ma'am," Steve said as he and the exec rose to their feet. "It's been a pleasure to have you in my ship's company, Lieutenant. I wish you every success in whatever awaits you." "And you'll have a lot to do, so you'd better start at once," Bell said as they left the office. "I'll relieve you from your preparations for offloading to free you up to hand over your other responsibilities. I'll also signal the transient officers' quarters planetside to reserve a room for you for Thursday night until further notice and storage for your gear. You better go down to the planet on the 19th to make sure you'll be on time for your appointment on the 20th. It just won't do to keep a sector admiral waiting." Steve was very conscious of the looks thrown at him by others in the foyer, elevator, and corridors as the security NCO from the reception desk escorted him through Sector Fleet headquarters. Everyone around him was in number 2 working uniform or civilian dress. His immaculate number 1s with the jingling splash of color made by the row of medals on his chest and his parade shoes polished to mirror brightness stood out among them. The NCO showed him into an anteroom. A civilian secretary sat at a desk on one side of an inner double door, while on the other side a senior lieutenant occupied duplicate furniture. She looked up with a smile. "Senior Lieutenant Maxwell?" she asked. "Yes. I'm Jackie McShay, Vice Admiral Perperum's Flag Lieutenant. Welcome to Sector HQ, and congratulations on your recent achievements on Esquishi. I've been able to read some of the reports crossing the Admiral's desk. Sounds like you had an interesting time there." "It got that way from time to time. Please take a seat." She indicated several visitors' chairs arrayed against the wall on either side of the room. "The Sector Admiral will see you at 10 sharp. Thank you." Steve tried to control his anticipation as he sat down, resting his cap on his knees, resisting the urge to tap his feet nervously. No point in wondering what was about to happen. In a few minutes, he'd find out. "Relax," he told himself. "No one's shooting at you. That already makes it a good day." He smiled as he recalled Gunnery Sergeant Dixon, his platoon instructor at Officer Candidate School. That had been one of her pithy sayings. He'd never forgotten them and had passed them on to others from time to time. He supposed that was the way the fleet worked, the way that any professional military organization worked for that matter. Traditions, maxims, and epithets were handed down from generation to generation. He couldn't help another grin as he imagined a Roman centurion back on old home Earth thousands of years ago, bellowing at his recruits under training when they made a mistake. Had they, too, been obliged to run up a hill to fetch a leaf from a bush as punishment for their errors? And had centurions bellowed at them, "Wrong leaf," in Latin, of course, and sent them back for another one, just as Steve had experienced during boot camp on Vesta years before? His reverie was interrupted as a green light blinked on the flag lieutenant's desk. She rose to her feet. "The Sector Admiral will see you now." He stood and followed her as she crossed to the double doors, opened one side, and said, "Senior Lieutenant Maxwell is here, ma'am." He heard a woman's voice. "Thank you, Flags. Send him in, please." "Aye, aye, ma'am." She stood back, motioning him through the door. He studied the Admiral as he marched across the thick pile carpet toward her desk, and she rose to greet him. She looked to be in her mid to late 50s, short and stocky, with a strong, determined face. Her gray eyes bored into him. He drew himself to attention before her desk. "Senior Lieutenant Maxwell reports to the Sector Admiral as ordered, ma'am." "Good morning, Senior Lieutenant." She came to attention for a moment and then relaxed. "Sit down, please." She did likewise as he glanced behind him, found the nearest chair, and sat down in it. "I must congratulate you on your accomplishments in the Esquishi system," she began. "You have more than earned recognition for your performance there, but because you're going to be working for Buintel for the foreseeable future, we can't give that the usual publicity. You'll be undertaking confidential missions, on some of which you may be using other identities, so we don't want your name and face splashed all over the news media." Steve couldn't restrain a smile. It sounded as if Commodore Wu had come through for him. "I understand, ma'am." "Well, good. At 10:15, we'll be joined by Commodore Wu and the excellent Sari of Karabakh, plus my flag lieutenant and a photographer. Until then, tell me more about your experiences. I'd like to hear about them at first hand instead of only reading about them in dry official reports." "Yes, ma'am." Steve gathered his thoughts and then began with his arrival at Esquishi and his detachment from Sibeli to assist the engineers planetside. As he described events as they occurred, he couldn't help but remember Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear and feel a renewed tinge of sadness at his death. It must have showed on his face because the Admiral took note. "You still miss your colleague, don't you?" she asked almost gently. "I do, ma'am. He was a fine man and an outstanding Marine." "It sounds like it. Well, you'll be pleased to know that I've endorsed your nomination of him for the Lancastrian Star of Valor and forwarded it to the Board of Admiralty. If they do the same, it'll go to the Awards Committee of the Senate. Final approval for our highest award for gallantry in action rests with them." "I'm grateful to you, ma'am. I hope he gets it. It is extraordinarily difficult to earn that award for good reason, but under the circumstances, I think he stands a good chance. At the very least, he should get the Star in Gold, which brings me to your situation. You know that Major Emery and Lieutenant Colonel Batista nominated you for that award, right?" "Yes, ma'am." "Well, you won't be getting it, but I think you'll be more than happy with what we do for you instead. There are 3 reasons. First, a gold or valor level award is very hard to justify, deliberately so, and relatively few of those nominated for one actually receive it. In order to maximize the chance of Gunnery Sergeant Kinnear receiving one, I felt it best not to submit a second nomination at that level for the same operation. Second, I can approve awards up to silver level locally without having to refer them to the Board of Admiralty. And finally, the fleet has multiple ways to reward performance. For example, instead of a medal at the appropriate level, it might confer a lesser medal plus a promotion or seniority award. You follow me?" "Yes, ma'am." Steve had been momentarily disappointed to hear that his nomination wouldn't be going any further, but now he was intrigued. This sounded very promising. "Commodore Wu has plans for you, and alternate forms of recognition will make it easier for him to put them into effect. And speaking of the Commodore," and she glanced at a red light flickering on her desk, "I expect that this will be him." She pressed her intercom button. "Yes, flags? Commodore Wu and the excellent Sari are here, ma'am." "Thank you. Bring them in, please." Steve came to his feet as the Admiral rose and turned to face the door. The excellent Sari came in first, wearing a civilian suit, followed by the Commodore, the flag lieutenant, and a photographer bearing a sophisticated camera and an assistant bearing stand-mounted lights. They moved to one side and began to set up their equipment as Steve shook hands with the new arrivals. "The excellent Sari is here as the Sultan's official representative," Vice Admiral Praparam informed him. "He's discussing closer ties with us from a military perspective, and he'll be presenting the Marines who served on Esquishi with the Karabakh Unit Award and some individual Marines with various grades of Karabakh's military star at a parade tomorrow. Normally, you'd have been honored there as well, and you'll share in the Unit Award, of course, as you were attached to the Marines for part of the period in question. But as I said, we need to preserve your anonymity, hence this private awards ceremony." "I see. Thank you, ma'am." "Now, don't thank me yet. Wait until you find out what we have in store for you," she said with a smile. "You got everything, flags?" "Right here, ma'am." Lieutenant McShay lifted a thick folder in her hand. "Senior Lieutenant, would you stand here, please?" She indicated a spot in range of the lights that the photographer's assistant had just switched on. Steve complied as the Admiral moved to face him. "Attention to orders." Everyone braced as the flag lieutenant handed her a parchment citation. "On behalf of the Board of Admiralty of the Lancastrian Commonwealth Fleet, I, Vice Admiral Defina Praparam, in my capacity as Flag Officer in command of the Cassius sector of the said fleet, take pleasure in awarding the Lancastrian Star in Silver to Stephen Maxwell, Senior Lieutenant, Spacer Corps, for conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity in action while on detached service from LCS Sibeli on the planet Esquishi between June 19th and July 12th, 2050, Galactic Standard Calendar. She went on to describe in officialese the rescue of the Excellençari, the fight with the rebels the same night, and the release of Major Emery and the hostages from the spaceport, and the rescue of the remaining hostages aboard the cargo shuttle. She concluded, Senior Lieutenant Maxwell's actions are in keeping with the finest traditions of military heroism and reflect great credit upon himself, the Spacer Corps, and the Lancastrian Commonwealth Fleet. She handed the parchment back to her flag lieutenant as the Commodore and Excellençari applauded and took from her a black box containing a small bronze rosette. You already have the star in silver, she noted, so you'll wear this emblem on its ribbon to indicate a second award. She pinned it in place and then shook Steve's hand. Congratulations, Senior Lieutenant. Thank you, ma'am. Now hold that thought. We are far from finished yet. You'll be notified administratively in due course that your combat injury medal has been upgraded to gold to reflect your third wound in combat during the rescue of the hostages from the spaceport. You will also receive additional combat stars for your space and planetary combat badges. Thank you, ma'am, he said again. That would make a total of 4 stars on his space combat badge. One more, and he'd trade in all the small silver ones for a single, larger gold star. The fleet didn't feel it necessary to issue additional stars once you reached a count of 5 or more. His planetary combat badge would now bear 3 stars. Flags? The Admiral took another parchment sheet from her aide and turned back to him. Attention to orders. Senior Lieutenant Stephen Maxwell, Spacer Corps, Lancastrian Commonwealth Fleet, repeatedly exhibited exceptional professionalism, outstanding qualities of leadership, and great personal courage under combat conditions while on detached service from LCS Sibeli on the planet Esquishi between June 19th and July 12th, 2050 Galactic Standard Calendar. During that period, he had sufficient time in grade and in service to be eligible for promotion. Therefore, I, Vice Admiral Defina Perparum, in my capacity as Flag Officer in command of the Cassius sector of said Commonwealth, take pleasure in awarding Senior Lieutenant Maxwell an immediate combat promotion to the rank of Lieutenant Commander. This promotion shall be backdated to July 11th, 2850, the date on which he most recently distinguished himself. Returning the parchment to her flag lieutenant, the Admiral removed Steve's epaulets bearing the 3 bars of a senior lieutenant and replaced them with new ones bearing the single ring planet of lieutenant commander's rank. Steve stood rigidly at attention as she did so, his mind racing. He knew this had speeded up his advancement by anywhere between 6 months and a year. He had become eligible for promotion after completing 3 years as a senior lieutenant, and he was aware Commander Doibro had recommended him for it, the first 2 steps in the process. However, Lieutenant Commander was not just a step up. It was the lowest rank in the senior officer bracket, for which candidates first had to be approved by a competitive selection board in the normal course of events, then wait for an appointment requiring or justifying the rank before their promotion could take effect. A combat promotion bypassed that process, cutting through all the red tape. As the Admiral refastened his epaulet straps, she smiled up at him. I told you the fleet has multiple ways to reward good performance. I hope a second star in silver plus a combat promotion will serve instead of the star in gold for which you were originally recommended. Oh, yes, ma'am. He couldn't hold back a huge grin. He'd much rather have the higher rank than a more senior medal, particularly given Commodore Wu's promise of early command responsibilities. Promotion would make that more feasible in the short term. We are not finished yet, she told him archly. Excellençari, if you would care to take over. Thank you, Admiral. The young man stepped forward. Lieutenant Commander Maxwell, Governor Sirhan and I reported your accomplishments to my father and nominated you for one of our military awards. However, the Sultan pointed out that by rescuing first his youngest son and then his beloved cousin, Governor Sirhan's wife, you had twice rendered personal service to Karabak's royal family. The Order of Mehmet is named for the Sultan who founded it a century ago. Membership is restricted to those who have rendered outstanding personal service to the crown and royal family of such a nature that it transcends mere monetary award. It can have a maximum of 24 members, although there are only 19 at present. Admission is in the sole gift of the Sultan. I am here, as my father's representative, to confer upon you membership in the Order of Mehmet, with all its associated rights and privileges, duties and responsibilities." Steve opened his mouth to speak, but the prince forestalled him by adding, "You are the first non-Karabakh citizen ever to be admitted to the order. Its duties and obligations have therefore been modified in your case, waiving the customary oath of loyalty to the Sultan and to Karabakh, and subordinating all others to the precedence of your Commonwealth citizenship and existing oath of service to the Lancastrian Commonwealth fleet." "Thank you, Excellency," Steve managed to say. The prince handed him the folded sash of the order, made of white silk edged with heavy gold braid, with the badge of the order in the center panel, intended to be draped from his right shoulder to his left hip while wearing civilian clothes. Next, he presented Steve with a box containing full-size and miniature copies of a medal to be worn in uniform. It was a jeweled representation of the badge of the order, an elaborate gold wreath surmounted by a cross, each narrow blue and gold enameled arm ending in 2 points. A red and gold royal crown occupied the center of the cross, and the medal was suspended from a white and gold ribbon in the same pattern as the sash. Steve signed 2 copies of a certificate conferring membership of the order upon him, signifying that he had accepted it. As he did so, the prince added, "Among other things, membership of the order guarantees immediate access to the Sultan and any of his ministers of state at any time for any reason." Steve fumbled for words, but couldn't find any. He eventually settled for another, "Thank you, Excellency," as he accepted his copy of the certificate. "The poor man is overwhelmed," Commodore Wu grinned as the prince stepped back. "There is one last shock for your system, Commander. May I please, Admiral?" "Be my guest, Commodore." "Thank you." Wu took a sheet of paper from an inner pocket and unfolded it. "Attention to orders. Upon detachment from LCS Sibeli, Senior Lieutenant Maxwell," that should now read Lieutenant Commander Maxwell, of course, "is to report to Commodore Wu Zhongji of the Bureau of Intelligence for further assignment." He folded the document. "You will need to see administration to take care of the formalities associated with your promotion. Meet me at noon at the Flag Officers' Dining Facility. Over lunch, we will discuss what happens next." "Thank you, sir." The photographer had been unobtrusively taking pictures in the background all through the presentations. Now he and his assistant gathered their equipment and slipped out as Vice Admiral Preparam said, "I will have copies of the official photographs sent to you. We won't publicize this to the news media because, as I said earlier, you'll need a certain level of anonymity in your work for Buintel." "I understand, ma'am." "Commodore, you and the Excellency will stay to discuss the arrangements we've been making. Lieutenant Commander Maxwell, my flag lieutenant, will escort you to admin to take care of your paperwork." Aye, ma'am." As she closed the door to the Admiral's office, McShay handed him the folder she'd been carrying. "Congratulations, sir. Here are your copies of the citations and orders." "Thanks." Steve shook his head as he accepted it. "I can still hardly believe everything that's happened." He glanced down at the sash and medals of the Royal Order of Mehmet in his hands. "Am I allowed to wear this with fleet uniform?" "The Sector Admiral has already asked the Board of Admiralty for approval, sir. She doesn't foresee any difficulty seeing that you've been decorated and promoted by the fleet for the same incident." She bent and picked up a large box from the floor behind her desk. Opening it, she took out a uniform cap. "I took the liberty of looking up your hat size and ordering a new cap for you, sir, since your promotion requires it." She indicated the single row of leaves embroidered around the peak, traditionally referred to as scrambled eggs. It was the prerogative of Spacer Corps senior officers, lieutenant commanders, commanders, and captains in silver, and in gold for majors, lieutenant colonels, and colonels of the Marine Corps. Steve grinned. "Oh, that was very thoughtful of you, thanks. If I may, I'll leave all this here while we beard the admin lions in their den." McShay giggled. "That's a very good way to put it." She accepted his things and locked them in a capacious drawer. "This way, please, sir." The flag officer's dining facility proved to be a small and very exclusive restaurant on the top floor of the Sector HQ building. A small anteroom was surrounded by 6 private alcoves of different sizes, available to resident and visiting flag officers and their guests by prior appointment. Commodore Wu had reserved the smallest for himself and Steve. They ordered from the menu and then sat back to wait for the food to arrive. "Well, did I keep my promise?" Wu demanded, smiling. "You certainly did, sir. I'd hoped for good news, but nowhere near as much as this. Let me tell you what's been happening while you've been shuttling back and forth to Esquishi." Wu sipped at his glass of water. "I spent a week on Karabakh, thanks to a personal introduction to him by the excellent Sari, plus a letter from Governor Sirhan, plus the news of your activities and the good work of the Marines on Esquishi. The Sultan was in a very receptive mood. He's agreed to allow the fleet to base vessels at Karabakh and its colonies for anti-piracy operations in due course, and Karabakh's Space Navy will take part in them. That'll mean first upgrading their training and equipment, of course. They're par for the course as far as a minor power goes, but nowhere near the standards of a major service like ours. We are going to send training missions to Karabakh, and we'll probably sell them better equipment at friendly prices. They will send troops and ships to Cassius for extended training and exercises with our forces. Some officers and senior NCOs will be invited to attend advanced courses. The excellent Sari will be part of that. His father agreed with his suggestion that it would be good for Karabakh's royal family to be seen to be fully supportive of this project. He's been ironing out the details with the Sector Admiral on behalf of the Sultan. By the time we're ready to mount our first joint combat operations a few years from now, he should have received extensive training with our Marine Corps. He'll probably be a captain by then. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he ends up assigned to your ship. At least, that's what he has in mind." "I'm glad to hear that, sir, because it implies that I will be involved." "Oh, you certainly will be. Your award from the Sultan is part of that. It'll help ensure you get the attention and assistance of every Karabakh Department of State, because if they don't do their utmost, they know that you'll have the right of access to their ultimate boss to complain about them. Buentel will take full advantage of that when the time comes. However, there's still a few years ahead. Let us discuss your more immediate future. Have you ever heard rumors about so-called black ships during your fleet service?" "A few, sir. They're said to be fleet ships carrying out secret missions. Some of the stories were pretty wild, but no one ever seems to have actually seen any of them." "Well, those who have do not talk about it if they know what is good for them. They comprise what's become known informally as the Black Squadron. Although it's rather larger than the usual fleet squadron of 8 ships, it operates under Buentel's umbrella. What sort of ships does it operate, sir? I cannot go into details about either the vessels or their missions. Security is paramount. Everything is tightly compartmentalized so that one black ship will seldom know what another is doing. Let us just say anything that for whatever reason cannot be accomplished by the regular fleet or in more conventional ways is the Black Squadron's business. In order to preserve secrecy, it has to remain what Winston Churchill called a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. That is simply the nature of our work. I have just taken over as the squadron's second-in-command after a couple of months' delay, thanks to the Esquishi crisis. Steve sat up eagerly. You said our work, sir. I hope that means what it sounds like. It does. Among the ships in the Black Squadron are a number of courier boats of the type used by interplanetary express shipping services, along with military communications frigates, to which they're basically identical in all but name. They are the fastest ships in the settled galaxy. You are going to command one of them. Steve couldn't hold back a beaming smile of delight. Well, that's great news, sir. What is my ship's name? She will use various names for public consumption, changing them as often as necessary along with her registration papers and transponder code. However, her name on the fleet's books will be LCS Pickle. You recognize it? Well, yes, sir. That's the Royal Navy schooner that brought to England the news of the Battle of Trafalgar and Admiral Nelson's death way back before the space age. That is right. It is a very historic name for a communications vessel. We keep it on our books and rotate it from vessel to vessel as required. The latest Pickle is the 17th to bear that name with us. We've dry leased her from an express courier outfit using a front company, so that to all intents and purposes it looks like a straightforward commercial charter. She is currently being refitted for her work with us. She will be ready by mid-November, after which you'll take command, work her up, and commence operations. When your 2-year commission is over, we will remove our equipment and hand her back. A year or two later, the next Pickle will be leased from a different supplier in the name of a different front company on a different planet. That is one of the ways that we make it difficult for anyone to associate a particular vessel with our activities. And what will be her duties, sir? Collecting and delivering people and goods across the length and breadth of the settled galaxy, gathering intelligence in the process by both human and technological means. They might be random trips, or she might find herself dedicated to a particular project for a while. You will never know where you're going to find yourself next or what you will be doing there. The only consolation is that you will call at Lancaster fairly often. That will allow you to spend a few days with your wife and children from time to time. We do our best to make that happen for reasons of crew morale. Well, that's an improvement over my posting to Cibele, sir. That would have kept me away from home for 2 full years. My wife was looking into coming out to visit me at the halfway stage of my assignment, but that would have been hit or miss because there was no way for her to predict Cibele's movements. Quite so. Well, I hope you will find this more enjoyable. Well, thank you, sir. Steve hesitated. If I may ask, sir, why did you decide to give me a command right away? Isn't it more usual to do a tour as executive officer before being appointed in command? Yes, it is, to seasoned prospective commanding officers, but you have already commanded a heavy patrol craft at Rolla in 48, according to the reports of the fleet's military attaché there and Rolla's System Patrol Service. You did very well indeed during your tour of duty there. You killed a notorious pirate and came away with your first star in silver, plus a meritorious service medal for your efforts to train Rolla's spacers to take over their new patrol craft. You had to pass the Crusher to qualify for that command, which also qualifies you, given the appropriate rank, of course, which you now have, to command a fleet communications frigate. the equivalent of our courier vessel. With that experience and your track record, I promised Rear Admiral Sarah, commanding officer of the Black Squadron, that you will be able to cope with command. It is up to you to prove me right." "Well, thank you, sir." Steve could well recall the stress and tension of the Planetary Forces Command Course, colloquially known as the Crusher. 3 out of 10 candidates failed, and failure meant the end of an officer's career in any combat arm of the fleet. I'd forgotten for a moment that the Crusher qualified me to command minor auxiliaries as well as patrol craft. Yes, you'll have to do the Perisher, the Fleet Commanding Officer's qualifying course, before you can be given command of a warship or major auxiliary, and you'll need Staff College to prepare you for the responsibilities of higher rank. If you do well with Pickle, which I fully expect, then at the end of your appointment I will send you on both courses. Staff College is a full academic year followed by a dissertation, while the Perisher is 4 months long. 4 to 5 years from now, you'll have completed them and be ready for commander's rank. Then we'll see about our pirate hunting tour of duty commanding a combat vessel based out of Karabakh. How does that sound? Oh, it sounds great, sir. I am looking forward to it. So am I, particularly if the Dragon Tong makes good on their offer to provide you with personal intelligence about pirate activity. If they do, and if you can make use of Buentel's ships and your connections with Karabakh to exploit it, I think we will obtain very useful results indeed. Well, that's in the future, sir. What happens next? Steve asked as a waiter wheeled in a trolley with their food. "We will leave for Lancaster aboard the next dispatch vessel. You will spend several weeks learning our procedures, meeting your crew, and generally getting in the groove. I will give you 10 days leave with your family before you take command of Pickle." Epilogue, November 3rd, 2850, Galactic Standard Calendar. Abha fell into Steve's arms as she came through the front door. "I'm exhausted. What a day it has been." "Lots of classes?" he asked sympathetically, rubbing her back as he held her close. "Anatomy lab, working with prosthetics is all very well, but the professors warned us that until we worked with real cadavers, we wouldn't understand. They were right. When you're cutting into imitation tissue, you're always aware it's fake. You never take it very seriously. When it's a real body, you can't help wondering what this person was like when she was alive. What was her personality? Did she love someone? Did she have children of her own? What happened to them? It gives you a whole new perspective. It changes things." "Well, it should. It makes being a medical student that much more real." "Oh, you're right." She pushed herself upright. "I desperately need a shower." "Yes, you do," he agreed, grinning as she stuck out her tongue at him. "After that, we have a dinner invitation." She pouted. "Oh, I'd really been looking forward to a quiet evening with you." "Oh, so had I, but this is special. It came in an anonymous message inviting me to meet a Mr. Zhang at the Royal Golden Dragon restaurant at 19. I accepted for both of us." Her eyes flew wide open. "The Royal Golden Dragon? But that's—" "Yes, that's the Dragon Tong's restaurant and front organization here on Lancaster." "Do you think this is about what happened on Iskishi?" "Well, if it's the same Mr. Zhang, what else could it be?" "Let me shower and change quick. What about the kids?" "Brooks and Carol will look after them this evening. I've already taken them over there." "Oh, bless you." She kissed him. "It's so nice to have our best friends living right next door. It makes this sort of thing much easier." She was already hurrying down the corridor, stripping off her white coat as she headed for the master bedroom. Steve dressed in a formal evening suit as she put on an elegant black cocktail gown that made her already captivating beauty even more alluring. He caressed her stomach as she passed, and she leaned into him gently for a moment. Her brand-new pregnancy wasn't showing and wouldn't have time to do so before the contents of her womb were transferred to a pod. she'd be able to continue with her medical studies while the child grew in artificial utero to be delivered when it reached full term. It still seems strange to be a father, Steve confessed. Every time I pick up the twins, I'm amazed to see those little people staring up at me. I'm afraid I'll break them. But that is because you haven't been around them as much as I have. They are not nearly as fragile now as they were just after birth. They're almost a year old. Are you sure we haven't started the next one too soon? Will you be able to cope? Darling, we both want more children, so why wait? Besides, we're already sharing the cost of a childcare team in a nursery with Brooks and Carol, and they're also making eager noises about another baby. We can always hire more people as we need them. Oh, I guess so. Thank heavens for our roll of prize money. It lets us afford them. Without their help, you couldn't possibly take the time to study medicine and pediatrics, and I couldn't go off to command a spaceship. She nodded as she stepped into simple, elegant evening shoes. What is the news of the ship? Well, Pickle's almost ready. They're installing the last of her special equipment this week. She'll go out on dockyard trials next week, and if they're satisfied and Buentel's inspectors pass her, I'll commission her the following week. Oh, that's exciting. Do I get to come to the commissioning ceremony? I'm afraid there won't be a public ceremony at all. That's the nature of the ship and her work. Oh, I suppose so. But I'm still sorry I can't be there with you. I've never forgotten your face when you commissioned Nightingale. I'm sure you'll command other ships in future, but I'll bet none of them will feel quite like she did. No, one's first command is special. They hadn't been to the Royal Golden Dragon restaurant since Steve had left Lancaster to join Cibele almost a year before. They were therefore surprised to be greeted with a solemn bow by the maître d'hôtel and treated with almost awed veneration by the waiter who showed them to a private dining area. As they followed him, Abba whispered to Steve, "What is this? They're behaving as if we were some sort of royalty." He shrugged. "I don't know, but I'm not complaining," she giggled. Within a minute of their being seated, the door to the dining room opened, and Mr. Zhang stood framed in the entrance. Steve rose to greet him and introduced Abha. "What brings you to Lancaster?" he asked as they sat down again. "You do, or rather the impact you have made," the diplomat said with a smile. "I presume it is in order to speak freely in front of your lovely wife?" "Oh, it is. She helped to keep the secret of the jade knife until I could return it." "Then the Tong owes you a debt of gratitude as well as your husband," Zhang said to Abha, bowing in his seat. He turned back to Steve. "Its return to Quanjin caused... Well, let me just say that I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. It is now enshrined in a specially built display case in the Parliament building in our capital city, Amur, under very heavy security, of course. In the first month it was on display, over 1 million people visited it, and thousands still go there every week. It's become a place of pilgrimage." Steve whistled slowly. "I knew it was important to the Tong, but I had no idea it would mean so much to so many people. I think you have to study our history in depth to realize why that is so. Remember, the knife went missing during what we regard as colonial persecution of the Tongs and Triads in British Hong Kong during the 20th century. Since then, it has become a symbol of all the hardships we have endured on many planets across many centuries. To have it restored to us, and not just to our people, but to the Dragon Tong in particular, it is as if it were a sign of benevolent favor from our distant ancestors, something out of myth and legend and fable come to life." Abba asked thoughtfully, "Have other Tongs or Triads had anything to say about it?" Zhang laughed. "Some tried to cast doubts upon its authenticity, so we invited them to send representatives to inspect it for themselves. All who have so far accepted our invitation have been convinced. It has boosted our status enormously." He put his forearms on the table and leaned forward. "I might add that your extreme generosity caused no little stir among the council, Lieutenant. No, it's Commander now, isn't it?" "Well, Lieutenant Commander, actually, but Commander is accepted verbal shorthand," Steve assured him. "I see. Anyway, your recovery of the knife is a service of such extraordinary magnitude that, despite the reward, we could not possibly put a real value on it in monetary terms. To rescue so many of our members as well and devote most of the reward to educating the children of those who died on Esquishi was overwhelming. Captain Shun emphasized that when he addressed the council. I mentioned to you when we first met that he was the son of a senior official. I can now tell you that his father is the second deputy dragon, the third most senior leader of the Dragon Tong, as a whole behind the Mountain Master and the first deputy dragon. If all goes well, he will become first deputy dragon himself in due course, and then Mountain Master in fullness of time." Steve blinked in surprise. That's very senior indeed. I'm surprised he let his son put himself into a situation of such potential danger." Zhang shrugged. "We accept such risks in order to test the children of our leaders rather than allow them to take advantage of their parents' positions without being personally worthy of advancement. Captain Shun passed his test and proved his fitness and ability to lead under the most trying circumstances. His name's already been put forward as a candidate for membership of the council next year, and I think he will probably be elected. The council debated for some time how they could reward you for so many services of such importance, and particularly how they could respond to your request for information to help your personal crusade against piracy. They are adamant that the Tong cannot under any circumstances help an organization like the Lancastrian Commonwealth Fleet or any law enforcement body. That would be unthinkable. However, to help someone like you, a proven friend and ally of the Tong, is entirely permissible in your personal capacity. Therefore, the Council has made a momentous decision. For only the fourth time in our history, they have issued one of these." Zhang took a black jeweler's box from his pocket, laid it on the table, and opened it. Inside was a green jade disc, similar in size to the white and black jade disc Steve had received from the Tong many years before. A flying dragon was inlaid in gold onto the upturned face of the disc. Turning it over, Zhang revealed a Chinese character inlaid in gold into the reverse face with a numeral 4 beneath it. "The character means friend," he informed them. "A green jade disc like this is issued only with the sanction of the Mountain Master and Council of the Tong. It has happened only 3 times before, most recently over a century ago. To be given this means you have placed the Tong under so great an obligation that we are forever indebted to you. Anything you need that we can provide is yours. Funds, information, any and all assistance in our power without limit. You don't even have to present this to receive it. We have your picture, fingerprints, and DNA from Esquishi." He saw Steve's start of surprise. "Yes, Commander, we routinely gather such information about all potential enemies, and at first on Esquishi, none of our spacers were sure about you, despite my assurances, although of course they are now. At any rate, we have circulated identifying information about you to every one of our branches and all of our ships. Anywhere in the settled galaxy that you find us, our officers and local leaders will know about you. As soon as they have verified your identity, They will assist you in any and every way they can. You have only to use the passphrase, Green Jade Gold Dragon. They will know what that means. Steve let out his breath slowly. That is extremely generous of the Tong, Mr. Zhang. Please convey my grateful thanks to the Mountain Master and Council. I shall. We will also provide information about piracy, provided we can do so directly to you and not to the fleet. We understand you may pass it on to others for action, but that is your affair, provided you don't reveal from where it came. I am here to set up a conduit to get that information to you from time to time. Will it be acceptable to do so through your wife if you are not available? Darling? Steve asked her. Of course. I would be glad to help, Mr. Zhang. Thank you. He half bowed to her. That will make things much easier. He looked up as a waiter opened the door. Before we discuss it any further, may I suggest we order our meal? Neither of you will ever receive another bill here, by the way. Any time you wish to dine at the Royal Golden Dragon Restaurant, you are the honored guests of the Tong. They put the car on autopilot for the journey home so they could talk more freely. As it passed swiftly and silently through the outskirts of Lancaster City, rocking gently through the curves in the high-speed toll lane, Abba leaned against Steve. It is almost scary to think you have so much influence, so much power, right at your fingertips any time you want it, she said softly and reflectively. You realize you could probably have someone killed just by snapping your fingers. I am sure the Tong would do it for you without a second thought. I'm sure they would. Scary's a good word for it. I'm going to take very good care not to use my influence too often. I could do an awful lot of damage without meaning to. Yes, she suddenly giggled. You could do an awful lot of damage to your waistline, too, if you take up Zhang's offer of free meals at that restaurant. If we ate there every day like we did tonight, we would bulge. He laughed. Yes, it'd soon look like both of us were permanently pregnant. We won't abuse their hospitality. By the way, darling, if you go there while I'm away, please pay for any friends who may go with you. I don't want the Tong to think we're taking advantage of them. Oh, of course I will, and I will tip well, too, as you did tonight. We want to stay on the best of terms with them. Yes. He rubbed his hands together. Once the Tong's information starts flowing, I think we can really put a hurt on piracy in and around the Commonwealth. We won't be able to do much about star systems where the fleet doesn't operate, of course. There are scores of them for every Commonwealth planet. But if our space-based commerce benefits even a little, I think Buentel will be very pleased. Good. If you make yourself and your information indispensable, you may get Commodore Wu's job yourself one of these days. That would be nice, but by then you'll be a qualified pediatrician with your own practice, and we'll have a dozen kids. A dozen? Do you have plans you haven't told me about yet? I'll tell you more about them when we get home. She snuggled closer. Tell me more now. He kissed her. I'd rather demonstrate, and it's a bit too cramped in here to do that comfortably. Yes. Come on, autopilot. Hurry up. This concludes the audio presentation of Stand Against the Storm, Book 4 of the Maxwell Saga, written by Peter Grant, narrated by Bob Allen. Audio presentation, copyright 2017 by Peter Grant. Please visit us at castaliahouse.com and sign up for our newsletter to keep up to date with our newest releases. Thank you for listening.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.